stones without putting it questions, which is answered occasionally in a clear and sharp small voice. Where is the difference between the Christian and the pagan ophites, we ask? It is also known that the famous stone at Westminster was called Liafail, the speaking stone, which raised its voice only to name the king that had to be chosen. Cambry, in Monument Celtique, says he saw it when it still bore the inscription Ni fallat fatum, scoti quamque locatum, inveniet lapidem, regnasse tenetur ibidem. Note: the rocking or logan stones bear various names. The Celts had the clachabrath, the destiny or judgment stone, the divining stone, or stone of the ordeal, and the oracle stone. The moving or animated stones of the Phoenicians, the rumbling stone of the Irish. Brittany has its pierre branlante at Ulgo. They are found in the Old and the New Worlds, in the British Islands, France, Spain, Italy, Russia, Germany, etc., as in North America. See Hudson's Letters from North America, Volume 2, page 440. Pliny speaks of several in Asia, and Apollonius Rhodius expatiates on the rocking stones and says that they are stones placed on the apex of a tumulus, and so sensitive as to be movable by the mind, referring no doubt to the ancient priests who moved such stones by willpower and from a distance. End of note. Finally, Suides speaks of a certain Heraclius, who could distinguish at a glance the inanimate stones from those which were endowed with motion, and Pliny mentions stones which ran away when a hand approached them. See Dictionnaire de Religion par l'Abbé Bertrand, article on words Heraclius and Bethune. De Merville, who seeks to justify the Bible, inquires very pertinently why the monstrous stones of Stonehenge were called in days of old Kjorgor, from Kor, dance, whence Korea, and Gaur, a giant, or the dance of giants. And then he sends the reader to receive his reply from the Bishop of Saint-Gildas. But the authors of the Voyage dans le comté de Cornouailles sur les traces de Géant, and of various learned works on the ruins of Stonehenge, Carnac, and West Hoadley, give far better and more reliable information upon this particular subject. Note on the ruins of Stonehenge, see among others History of Paganism in Caledonia by Dr. Theodore A. Wise, FRAS, etc. End of note. In those regions, true forests of rocks, immense monoliths are found, some weighing over 500,000 kilograms, writes Cambry. These hinging stones are believed to be the remains of a druidical temple, but the Druids were historical men and not cyclops, nor giants. Who, then, if not giants, could ever raise such masses, especially those at Carnac and West Hoadley, range them in such symmetrical order that they should represent the planisphere, and place them in such wonderful equipoise that they seem to hardly touch the ground, are set in motion at the slightest touch of the finger, and would yet resist the efforts of 20 men who should attempt to displace them? We say that most of these stones are the relics of the last Atlanteans. We shall be answered that all the geologists claim them to be of a natural origin, that a rock, when weathering, that is, losing flake after flake of its substance under influence of weather, assumes this form, that the tors in West England exhibit curious forms also produced by this cause, that finally, as all scientists consider the rocking stones to be of a purely natural origin, wind, rain, etc., causing disintegration of the rocks in layers, our statement will be justly denied, especially as we see this process of rock modification in progress around us today. Let us examine the case. But read what geology has to say, and you will learn that often these gigantic masses do not even belong to the countries wherein they are now fixed, that their geological congeners often pertain to strata unknown in those regions, and to be found only far beyond the seas. Mr. William Tooke, French translation, Sépulture de Tartares, Architecture, 7, page 2227, speculating upon the enormous blocks of granite which are strewn over southern Russia and Siberia, tells the reader that where they now rest there are neither rocks nor mountains, and that they must have been brought over from immense distances and with prodigious efforts. Carton, Voyages Anciens et Modernes, Volume 1, page 230, speaks of a specimen of such rock from Ireland, which had been submitted to the analysis of an eminent English geologist, who assigned to it a foreign origin, most probably African. This is a strange coincidence, as Irish tradition attributes the origin of her circular stones to a sorcerer who brought them from Africa. De Merville sees in that sorcerer an accursed Hamite. We see in him a dark Atlantean, or perhaps even some earlier Lemurian, who had survived till the birth of the British Islands. Giants in every and any case. Note: Diodorus Siculus asserts that in the days of Isis all men were of vast stature, who were denominated by the Hellenes giants. Oiden Alguptis, Mythologusi, Catatenisidos, Helikian, Gegonea Itinas, Ponsomatus. End of note. Men, says Cambry naively, have nothing to do with it, for never could human power and industry undertake anything of this kind. Nature alone has accomplished it all, within brackets, double exclamation mark, and science will demonstrate it some day, within brackets, double exclamation mark. From page 88. Nevertheless, it is a human, though gigantic power, which has accomplished it, and no more nature alone than God or devil. Science, having undertaken to demonstrate that even the mind and spirit of man are simply the production of blind forces, is quite capable of accepting the task. It may come out some fine morning and seek to prove that nature alone has marshalled the gigantic rocks of Stonehenge, traced their position with mathematical precision, given them the form of the dendroplanisphere and of the signs of the zodiac, and brought the stones weighing over 1 million of pounds flying from Africa and Asia to England and Ireland. It is true that Cambry recanted later on. I had believed for a long time, he says, that nature alone could produce those wonders, but I recant. Chance is unable to create such marvelous combinations. And those who placed the said rocks in equipoise are the same who have raised the moving masses of the Pont of Elgeau, near Concarneau. Dr. John Watson, quoted by the same author, Antiquité Celtique, page 99, says, when speaking of the moving rocks, the rocking stones situated on the slope of Golgar, the enchanter, the astonishing movement of those masses poised in equilibrium made the Celts compare them to gods. In Stonehenge, by Flandre Petrie, it is said that Stonehenge is built of the stone of the district, red sandstone or sarsenstone, locally called grey wheathers, but some of the stones, especially those which are said to have been devoted to astronomical purposes, have been brought from a distance, probably the north of Ireland. Unquote. To close the reflections of a man of science in an article upon the subject published in 1850 in the Revue Archéologique, page 473, are worthy of being quoted. Says the paper concerning the rocking stones, quote, every stone is a block whose weight would try the most powerful machines. There are, in a word, scattered throughout the globe masses before which the word materials seem to remain inexplicable, at the sight of which imagination is confounded, and that had to be endowed with a name as colossal as the things themselves. Besides which, these immense rocking stones, called sometimes rooters, placed upright on one side of their sides as on a point, their equipoise being so perfect that the slightest touch is sufficient to set them in motion, betray a most positive knowledge of statics, reciprocal counter-motion, surfaces, plane, convex and concave in turn. All this allies them to cyclopean monuments, of which it can be said with good reason, repeating after de la Vega that demons seem to have worked on them rather than men. Note, it is difficult, writes Croizet, not to suspect in the structures of Tyrants and Mycenae planetary forces supposed to be moved by celestial powers analogous to the famous dactyls. Unquote from Pelage et Cyclops. To this day science is ignorant on the subject of the Cyclops. They are supposed to have built all the so-called Cyclopean works, whose erection necessitated several regiments of giants, and they were only 77 in all, about 100 Croizet thinks. They are called builders, and occultism calls them initiators, who, initiating some Pelagians, thus laid the foundation stone of true masonry. Herodotus associates the Cyclops with Perseus Palemonius. The Cyclops, to whom a sanctuary was raised, was the Tyrian Hercules. Anyhow, he was the builder of the sacred columns of Gadir, covered with mysterious characters, to which Apollonius of Tyana was the only one in his age to possess the key, and with figures which may still be found on the walls of Ellora, the gigantic ruins of the temple of Vishvakarma, the builder and artificer of the gods. End of note. For once we agree with our friends and foes, the Roman Catholics, and ask whether such prodigies of statics and equilibrium, applied to masses weighing millions of pounds, can be the work of Paleolithic savages, of cavemen, taller than the average man in our century, yet ordinary mortals as we are. It is no use for our purpose to refer to the various traditions attached to the rocking stones. Still, it may be as well to remind the English reader of Giraldus Cambrensis, who speaks of such a stone on the Isle of Mona, which returned to its place, every effort made to keep it elsewhere notwithstanding. At the time of the conquest of Ireland by Henry II, a Count Hugo Quisentis, desiring to convince himself of the reality of the fact, tied the Mona stone to a far bigger one and had them thrown it into the sea. On the following morning it was found in its accustomed place. The learned William of Salisbury warrants the fact by testifying to its presence in the wall of a church where he had seen it in 1554. And this reminds one of what Pliny said of the stone left by the Agrenaut at Cyzicum, which the Cyzians had placed in the Prytanea, whence it ran away several times, which forced them to lead it. Natural History 36, page 592. Here we have immense stones stated by all antiquity to be living, moving, speaking, and self-preambulating. They were also capable, it seems, of making people run away, since they have been called routers, to put to flight, to root. And de Mousseau shows them all to be the prophetic stones, and called mad stones. See his Dieu et le Dieu, page 587. Quote, "The rocking stone is accepted in science. Why did it rock? Why was it made to do so? One must be blind not to see that this motion was one more means of divination, and that they were called for this very reason the stones of truth." Unquote from de Merville, Fetichisme. Note, Messieurs Richardson and Bath are said to have been amazed at finding in the desert of Sahara the same trilithic and raised stones they had seen in Asia, Circassia, Etruria, and in all the north of Europe. Mr. Rivet Kanak, B.C.S. of Allahabad, the distinguished archaeologist, shows the same amazement in finding the description given by Sir J. Simpson of the cup-like markings on stones and rocks in England, Scotland, and other western countries, offering an extraordinary resemblance to the marks on the trap boulders which encircle the barrows near Nagpur, the city of snakes. The eminent scholar saw in this another and very extraordinary addition to the mass of evidence, that a branch of the nomadic tribes who swept at an early date over Europe penetrated into India also. We say Lemuria, Atlantis, and her giants, and the earliest races of the fifth root race had all a hand in these betiles, lithai, and, quote, magic, unquote, stones in general. The cup marks noticed by Sir J. Simpson, and the holes scooped out on the face of rocks and monuments found by Mr. Rivet Kanak, of different sizes, varying from 6 inches to 1.5 inches in diameter, and in depth from 1 to 1.5 inches, generally arranged in perpendicular lines presenting many permutations in the number and size and arrangement of the cups, are simply written records of the oldest races. Whosoever examines with attention the drawings made of such marks in the archaeological notes on ancient sculpturing on rocks in Kumaon in India, etc., will find in it the most primitive style of marking or recording, something of the sort having been adopted by the American inventors of the Morse code of telegraphic writing, which reminds us of the Agam writing, a combination of long and short strokes, as Mr. Rivet Kanak describes it, cut on sandstone. Sweden, Norway, and Scandinavia are full of such written records in the runic characters, having followed the cup marks and long and short strokes. In Johannes Magnus, in folio, one sees the representation of a demigod, the giant Starkad, the pupil of Krojharjangrani, the magician, who holds under each arm a huge stone covered with runic characters, and Starkad, the pupil of Krojharjangrani, the magician, who holds under each arm a huge stone covered with runic characters, and Starkad, according to Scandinavian legend, went to Ireland and performed marvelous deeds in the north and south, east and west. See Osgård and the Gods. End of note. This is history, the past of prehistoric times, warranting the same in later ages. The Dracontia, sacred to the moon and the serpent, were the more ancient rocks of destiny of older nations whose motion or rocking was a code perfectly clear to the initiated priests, who alone had the key to this ancient reading. Vormius and Olaus Magnus show that it was according to the orders of the oracle, whose voice spoke through the immense rocks raised by the colossal powers of ancient giants, that the kings of Scandinavia were elected. In India and Persia, says Pliny, it is she, the Persian Oitzoe, whom the Magi had to consult for the election of their sovereigns. Natural History 87, chapter 54. And he describes in chapter 38 a rock overshadowing Harpasa in Asia, and placed in such a manner that a single finger can move it, while the weight of the whole body makes it resist. Why then should not the rocking stones of Ireland, or those of Brinham in Yorkshire, have served for the same mode of divination or oracle communications? The hugest of them are evidently the relics of the Atlanteans. The smaller ones, such as Burnham rocks, with some revolving stones on their summit, are copies from the more ancient lithoi. Had not the bishops of the Middle Ages destroyed all the plans of the Dracontia they could lay their hands on, science would know more of these. Note. Charton, the author of Voyageurs Anciens et Modernes, quoted by de Merville. End of note. As it is, we know that they were universally used during long prehistoric ages, and all for the same purposes of prophecy and magic. E. Biot, a member of the Institute of France, published in his Antiquité de France, Volume 9, an article showing the Katamperamba, the field of death, or ancient burial ground in Malabar, to be identical with the old tombs at Karnak, a prominent and central tomb. Bones are found in them, the tombs, he says, and Mr. Hillwell tells us that some of these are enormous, the natives of Malabar calling the tombs the dwellings of Rakshasas, giants. Several stone circles considered the work of the Panch Pandava, 5 Pandus, as all such monuments are in India, so numerous in that country, when opened by the direction of Raja Vasariti, were found to contain human bones of a very large size. T. A. Wise in History of Paganism in Caledonia, page 36. Again, de Merville is right in his generalization, if not in his conclusions. As the long-cherished theory that the Dracontia are mostly witnesses to great natural geological commotions, Charlton, and are the work of nature, can be, is now exposed. His remarks are very just. Quote, "Before the impossibility of such a theory is asserted, we advise science to reflect, and above all, no longer to class titans and giants among primitive legends. For their works are there, under our eyes, and those rocking stones will oscillate on the basis to the end of the world to help them to see clearer and realize once for all that one is not altogether a candidate for Carenton for believing in wonders certified by the whole of antiquity." Unquote from Fetishism, page 288. It is just what we can never repeat too often, though the voices of both occultists and Roman Catholics are raised in the desert. Nevertheless, no one can fail to see that science is as inconsistent, to say the least, in its modern speculations, as was ancient and medieval theology in its interpretations of the so-called revelation. Science would have men descend from the pithecoid ape, a transformation requiring millions of years, and yet fears to make mankind older than 100,000 years. Science teaches the gradual transformation of species, natural selection, and evolution from the lowest form to the highest, from mollusk to fish, from reptile to bird and mammalian. Yet it refuses to man, who psychologically is only a higher mammal and animal, such transformation of his external form. But if the monstrous iguanodon or the wildon may have been the ancestor of the diminutive iguana of today, why could not the monstrous man of the secret doctrine have become the modern man, the link between animal and angel? Is there anything more unscientific in this, quote, theory, unquote, than in that of refusing to man any spiritual immortal ego, making of him an automation, and ranking him at the same time as a distinct genus in the system of nature? Occult sciences may be less scientific than the present exact sciences. They are withal more logical and consistent in their teachings. Physical forces and natural affinities of atoms may be sufficient as factors to transform a plant into an animal, but it requires more than a mere interplay between certain material aggregates and their environment to call to life a fully conscious man, even though he were no more indeed than a ramification between two poor cousins of the quadrumanous order. Occult sciences admit with Haeckel that objective life on our globe is a logical postulate of scientific natural history, but add that the rejection of a like spiritual involution from within without, of invisible subjective spirit life, eternal and a principle in nature, is more illogical, if possible, than to say that the universe and all in it has been gradually built by blind forces inherent in matter, without any external help. Suppose an old occultist were to claim that the first grand organ of a cathedral had come originally into being in the following manner. First, there was a progressive and gradual elaboration in space of an organizable material, which resulted in the production of a state of matter named organic protein. Then, under the influence of incident forces, those states having been thrown into a phase of unstable equilibrium, they slowly and majestically evolved into and resulted in new combinations of carved and polished wood, of brass pins and staples, of leather and ivory, windpipes and bellows, after which, having adapted all its parts into one harmonious and symmetrical machine, the organ suddenly peddled forth Mozart's Requiem. This was followed by a sonata of Beethoven, etc. ad infinitum, its keys playing of themselves, and the wind blowing into the pipes by its own inherent force and fancy. What would science say to such a theory? Yet it is precisely in such wise that the materialistic savants tell us that the universe was formed, with its millions of beings and man, its spiritual crown. Whatever may have been the real inner thought of Mr. Herbert Spencer when writing on the subject of the gradual transformation of species, what he says in it applies to our doctrine. Quote, "Construed in terms of evolution, every kind of being is conceived as a product of modifications wrought by insensible gradations on a pre-existing kind of being. Unquote from Essays on Physiology, page 144. Then why in this case should not historical man be the product of a modification on a pre-existent and prehistorical kind of man, even supposing for argument's sake that there is nothing within him to last longer than or live independently of his physical structure? But this is not so, for when we are told that organic matters are produced in the laboratory by what we may literally call artificial evolution, see Appendix 2, Principles of Biology, page 482, we answer the distinguished English philosopher that alchemists and great adepts have done as much, and indeed far more, before the chemist ever attempted to build out of dissociated elements complex combinations. The homunculi of Paracelsus are a fact in alchemy, and will become one in chemistry very likely, and then Mrs. Shelley's Frankenstein will have to be regarded as a prophecy. But no chemist or alchemist either will ever endow such a Frankenstein's monster with more than animal instinct, unless indeed he does that which the progenitors are credited with, namely, if he leaves his own physical body and incarnates in the empty form. But even this would be an artificial, not a natural man, for our progenitors had, in the course of eternal evolution, to become gods before they became men. The above digression, if one, is an attempt at justification before the few thinking men of the coming century who may read this. But this accounts also for the reason why the best and most spiritual men of our present day can no longer be satisfied with either science or theology, and why they prefer any such psychic craze to the dogmatic assertions of both, neither of the two having anything better to offer than blind faith in their respective infallibility. Universal tradition is indeed the far safer guide in life, and universal tradition shows primitive man living for ages together with its creators and first instructors, the Elohim, in the world's Garden of Eden, or delight. We shall treat of the divine instructors in stanza 12. Stanza 11, verse 45. The first great waters came. They swallowed the 7 great islands. As this subject, the 4th great deluge on our globe in this round, is fully treated in the chapters that follow the last stanza, to say anything more at present would be mere repetition. The 7 great islands, Dwipas, belonged to the continent of Atlantis. The secret teachings show that the deluge overtook the 4th giant race not on account of their depravity, or because they had become black with sin, but simply because such is the fate of every continent which, like everything else under our sun, is born, lives, becomes decrepit, and dies. This was when the 5th race was in its infancy. Verse 46. All holy saved, the unholy destroyed, with them most of the huge animals produced from the sweat of the earth. Thus the giants perished. The magicians and the sorcerers adds the fancy of our popular tradition, but all holy saved, and alone the unholy were destroyed. This was due, however, as much to the previous of the holy ones, who had not lost the use of their third eye, as to karma and natural law. Speaking of the subsequent race, our 5th humanity, the commentary says, alone the handful of those elect, whose divine instructors had gone to inhabit that sacred island, from whence the last Saviour will come, now kept mankind from becoming one half the exterminator of the other, within brackets, as mankind does now, note by H.P.B. It, mankind, became divided. 2/3 of it were ruled by dynasties of lower material spirits of the earth, who took possession of the easily accessible bodies. 1/3 remained faithful. The Secret Doctrine, by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 12, the fifth race and its divine instructors. Verse 47. Few men remained, some yellow, some brown and black, and some red remained. The moon-colored of the primitive divine stock were gone forever. This verse, 47, relates to the fifth race. History does not begin with it, but living and ever-recurring tradition does. History, or what is called history, does not go further back than the fantastic origins of our fifth subrace, a quote, few thousands, unquote, of years. It is the subdivisions of this first subrace of the fifth root race which are referred to in the sentence, some yellow, some brown and black, and some red remained. The moon-colored, that is, the first and the second races, were gone forever, without leaving any traces whatever, and that so far back as the third deluge of the third Lemurian race, that great dragon, whose tail sweeps whole nations out of existence in the twinkling of an eye. And this is the true meaning of the verse in the commentary which says, "The great dragon has respect but for the serpents of wisdom." The serpents whose holes are now under the triangular stones, that is, the pyramids at the four corners of the world. Verse 48. The fifth race, produced from the holy stock, remained. It was ruled by her first divine kings. Verse 49. The serpents who redescended, who made peace with the fifth race, who taught and instructed it. This tells us clearly that which is mentioned more than once elsewhere in the commentaries, namely that the adepts or wise men of the three races, the third, fourth, and the fifth, dwelt in the subterranean habitats, generally under some kind of a pyramidal structure, if not actually under a pyramid. For such pyramids existed in the four corners of the world and were never the monopoly of the land of the pharaohs, though until found scattered all over the two Americas, under and overground, beneath and amidst virgin forests, as in plain and vale, they were supposed to be the exclusive property of Egypt. If the true, geometrically correct pyramids are no longer found in European regions, many of the supposed early Neolithic caves of the colossal triangular, pyramidal, and conical menhirs in the Morbihan and Brittany generally, many of the Danish tumuli, and even the, quote, giant tombs, unquote, of Sardinia, with their inseparable companions, the Nuraghi, are so many, more or less clumsy copies of the pyramids. Most of these are the works of the first settlers on the newly born continent and isles of Europe. The, quote, some yellow, some brown and black, and some red, unquote, races that remained after the submersion of the less Atlantean continents and islands 850,000 years ago, with the exception of Plato's Atlantean island, and before the arrival of the great Aryan races, while others were built by the earliest immigrants from the East. Those who can hardly accept the antiquity of the human race so far back as the 57,000 years assigned by Dr. Dowler to the skeleton found by him at New Orleans on the banks of the Mississippi will, of course, reject these facts. But they may find themselves mistaken some day. It is the foolish self-glorification of the Arcadians who styled themselves proselenoi, older than the moon, and of the people of Attica, who claimed that they had existed before the sun appeared in heaven, that we may disparage, not their undeniable antiquity. Nor can we laugh at the universal belief that we had giant ancestors. The fact that the bones of the mammoth and mastodon, and in one case those of a gigantic salamander having been mistaken for human bones, does not make away with the difficulty that, of all the mammalians, man is the only one whom science will not allow to have dwarfed down, like all other animal frames, from the giant Homo diluvi to the creature between 5 and 6 feet that he is now. But the serpents of wisdom have preserved their records well, and the history of the human evolution is traced in heaven as it is traced on underground walls. Humanity and the stars are bound together indissolubly, because of the intelligences that rule the latter. Modern symbologists may scoff at this and call it fancy, but it is unquestionable that the deluge has ever been associated in the legends of some Eastern peoples not only with the pyramids, but also with the constellations, writes Mr. Staniland Wake in The Great Pyramid. The old dragon is identical with the Great Flood, says Mr. Proctor in Knowledge Volume 1, page 243. Quote, we know that in the past the constellation of the dragon was at the pole, or boss, of the celestial sphere. In stellar temples, the dragon would be the uppermost or ruling constellation. It is singular how closely the constellations correspond in sequence and in range of right ascension with the events recorded respecting the biblical flood. Unquote. The reasons for this singularity have been made clear in this work, but it shows only that there were several deluges mixed up in the memories and traditions of the sub-races of the fifth race. The first great, quote, flood, unquote, was astronomical and cosmical, while several others were terrestrial. Yet this did not prevent our well-learned friend Mr. Gerald Massey, an initiate truly in the mysteries of the British Museum, still only a self-initiate, from declaring and insisting that the Atlantean submersion and deluge were only the anthropomorphized fancies of ignorant people, and that Atlantis was no better than an astronomical allegory. Nevertheless, the great zodiacal allegory is based upon historical events, and one can hardly interfere with the other. And it stands also to reason that every student of occultism knows what the astronomical and zodiacal allegory means. Smith shows in the Nimrod epic of the Assyrian tablets the real meaning of it. Its 12 cantos refer to the annual course of the sun through the 12 months of the year. Each tablet answers to a special month and contains a distinct reference to the animal forms in the signs of the zodiac. The 11th canto being consecrated to Rimmon, the god of storms and of rain, and harmonizes with the 11th sign of the zodiac, Aquarius, or the waterman. Unquote from 19th century, 1882, page 236. But even this is preceded in the old records by the pre-astronomical cosmic flood, which became allegorized and symbolized in the above zodiacal or Noah's flood. But this has nothing to do with Atlantis. The pyramids are closely connected with the ideas of both the great dragon, the constellation, the dragons of the wisdom, or the great initiates of the third and fourth races, and the floods of the Nile, regarded as a divine reminder of the great Atlantic flood. The astronomical records of universal history, however, are said to have had their beginnings with the third sub-race of the fourth root race, or the Atlanteans. When was it? Occult data show that, even since the time of the regular establishment of the zodiacal calculations in Egypt, the poles have been thrice inverted. We will presently return once more to this statement. Such symbols as are represented by the signs of the zodiac, a fact which offers a handle to materialists upon which to hang their one-sided theories and opinions, have too profound a signification, and their bearing upon our humanity is too important to suffer dismissal in a few words. Meanwhile, we have to consider the meaning of that other statement which mentions in verse 48 the first divine kings, who are said to have re-descended, guided and instructed our fifth race after the last deluge. Serpents and dragons under different symbolisms. The name of the dragon in Chaldea was not written phonetically, but was represented by two monograms, probably meaning, according to the Orientalists, the scaly one. This description very pertinently remarks G. Smith, of course might apply either to a fabulous dragon, a serpent, or a fish, and we may add it applies in one case to Makara, the 10th zodiacal sign, meaning in Sanskrit a nondescript amphibious animal, generally called crocodile, and really signifying something else. Vide Part 2, The Mysteries of the Hebdomad. This, then, is a virtual admission that the Assyriologists, at all events, know nothing certain as to the status of the dragon in ancient Chaldea, whence the Hebrews got their symbolism, only to be afterwards robbed of it by the Christians, who made of the scaly one a living entity and a maleficent power. A specimen of dragons, winged and scaled, may be seen in the British Museum. Representing the events of the fall according to the same authority, there are also two figures sitting on each side of a tree and holding out their hands to the apple, while at the back of the tree is the dragon serpent. Esoterically, the two figures are two Chaldees ready for initiation, the serpent symbolizing the initiator, while the jealous gods who curse the three are the exoteric profane clergy. Not much of the literal biblical event there, as any occultist can see. The great dragon has respect but for the serpents of wisdom, says the stanza, thus proving the correctness of our explanation of the two figures and the serpent. The serpents who redescended, who taught and instructed the fifth race. What sane man is capable of believing in our day that real serpents are hereby meant? Hence the rough guess now become almost an axiom with the men of science, that those who wrote in antiquity upon various sacred dragons and serpents either were superstitious and credulous people, or were bent upon deceiving those more ignorant than themselves. Yet from Homer downwards the term implies something hidden from the profane. Terrible are the gods when they manifest themselves, those gods whom men call dragons. And Elianis, treating in his De Natura Animalium of these Ophidian symbols, makes certain remarks which show that he understood well the nature of this most ancient of symbols. Thus he most pertinently explains with regard to the above Homeric verse, "For the dragon, while sacred and to be worshipped, has within himself something still more of the divine nature, of which it is better for others, to remain in ignorance." From Book 11, Chapter 17. This dragon, having a septenary meaning, the highest and the lowest may be given. The former is identical with the self-born, the Logos, the Hindu Aja. He was the second person of the Trinity, the Son, with the Christian Gnostics called the Nasenians, or serpent worshippers. His symbol was the constellation of the dragon. Note, as shown by H. Lizerie in the Trinité Chrétienne de Voilet, placed between the immutable Father, the pole, a fixed point, and mutable matter, the dragon transmits to the latter the influences received by him from the pole, whence his name, the verbum. End of note. Its 7 stars are the 7 stars held in the hand of the Alpha and Omega in Revelation. In its most terrestrial meaning, the term dragon was applied to the wise men. This portion of the religious symbolism of antiquity is very abstruse and mysterious, and may remain incomprehensible to the profane. In our modern day it so jars on the Christian ear that it can hardly escape, all civilization notwithstanding, being regarded as direct denunciation of the most cherished Christian dogmas, the subject of which required, to do it justice, the pen and genius of Milton, whose poetical fiction has now taken root in the Church as revealed dogma. Did the allegory of the dragon and his supposed conqueror in heaven originate with the St. John and in his Revelation? Emphatically we answer no. His dragon is Neptune, the symbol of Atlantean magic. To demonstrate the negation, the reader is asked to examine the symbolism of the serpent or the dragon under its several aspects. The sidereal and cosmic glyphs. Every astronomer, besides occultists and astrologers, knows that, figuratively, the astral light, the Milky Way, and also the path of the Sun to the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, as well as the circles of the sidereal or tropical year, were always called the serpents in the allegorical and mystic phraseology of the adepts. This, cosmically as well as metaphorically. Poseidon is a dragon, Quetzal, called by the profane Neptune, Peratel, reads Gnostics, the good and perfect serpent. the Messiah of the Nasini, whose symbol in heaven is Draco. But one ought to discriminate between the characters of this symbol. For instance, Zoroastrian esotericism is identical with that of the secret doctrine, and when, as an example, we read in the Vendidad complaints uttered against the serpent, whose bites have transformed the beautiful eternal spring of Arianavaego, changing it into winter, generating disease and death, at the same time as mental and psychic consumption, every occultist knows that the serpent alluded to is the North Pole, as also the pole of the heavens. Note, symbolized by the Egyptians under the form of a serpent with a hawk's head. End of note. The latter produces the seasons according to the angle at which it penetrates the center of the earth. The two axes were no more parallel, hence the eternal spring of Arianavaego by the good river Daitya had disappeared, and the Aryan Magi had to emigrate to Sagdiani, say the exoteric accounts. But the esoteric teaching states that the pole had passed through the equator, and that the land of bliss of the fourth race, its inheritance from the third, had now become the region of desolation and woe. This alone ought to be an incontrovertible proof of the great antiquity of the Zoroastrian scriptures. The Neo-Aryans of the post-Diluvian age could hardly recognize the mountains, on the summits of which their forefathers had met before the flood, and conversed with the pure Yazatas, celestial spirits of the elements, whose life and food they had once shared. As shown by Eckstein in Revue Archéologique 8th year 1885, the Vendidad seems to point out a great change in the atmosphere of Central Asia, strong volcanic eruptions, and the collapse of a whole range of mountains in the neighborhood of the Karakorum chain. The Egyptians, according to Eusebius, who for once and for a wonder wrote the truth, symbolized cosmos by a large fiery circle representing a serpent with a hawk's head lying across its diameter. Quote, "Here we have the pole of the earth within the plane of the ecliptic, attended with all the fiery consequences that must arise from such a state of the heavens, when the whole zodiac in 25,000 odd years must have reddened with a solar blaze, and each sign must have been vertical to the polar region." Unquote. See Mackey's Sphinxiad. Meru, the abode of the gods, was placed, as before explained, in the North Pole, while Patala, the nether region, was supposed to lie in the south. As each symbol in esoteric philosophy has 7 keys geographically, Meru and Patala have one significance and represent localities, while astronomically they have another and mean the 2 poles, which meaning ended by their being often rendered in exoteric sectarianism, the mountain and the pit, or heaven and hell. If we hold at present only to the astronomical and geographical significance, it may be found that the ancients knew the topography and nature of the Arctic and Antarctic regions better than any of our modern astronomers. They had reasons, and good ones, for naming one the mountain and the other the pit. As the author just quoted half explains, Helion and Acheron meant nearly the same. Helion is the sun in the highest, Helios, Helion, the most high, and Acheron is 32 degrees above the pole and 32 below it, the allegorical river being thus supposed to touch the northern horizon in the latitude of 32 degrees. The vast concave that is forever hidden from our sight, and which surrounded the southern pole, being therefore called the pit, while observing toward the northern pole that a certain circuit in the heavens always appeared above the horizon, they call it the mountain. As Meru is the high abode of the gods, these were said to ascend and descend periodically, by which astronomically the zodiacal gods were meant, the passing of the original north pole of the earth to the south pole of the heaven. In that age, as the author of that curious work, the Sphinxiad, and of Urania's Key to Revelations, quote, "At noon the ecliptic would be parallel with the meridian, and part of the zodiac would descend from the north pole to the north horizon, crossing the 8 coils of the serpent, 8 sidereal years, or over 200,000 solar years, which would seem like an imaginary ladder with 8 staves reaching from the earth up to the pole. That is, the throne of Jove. Up this ladder, then, the gods, that is, the signs of the zodiac, ascended and descended. Jacob's ladder and the angels. It is more than 400,000 years since the zodiac formed the sides of this ladder." Unquote. This is an ingenious explanation, even if it is not altogether free from occult heresy. Yet it is nearer the truth than many of a more scientific and especially theological character. As just said, the Christian Trinity was purely astronomical from its beginning, which made Rutilius say of those who euhemerized it, "Judea gent radix surtorum." But the profane, and especially Christian fanatics, ever in search of scientific corroboration for their dead-letter texts, will persist in seeing in the celestial pole the true serpent of Genesis, Satan, the enemy of mankind, instead of what it is, a cosmic metaphor. When the gods are said to forsake the earth, it does not only mean the gods, protectors and instructors, but also the minor gods, the regents of the zodiacal signs. Yet the former as actual and existing entities which gave birth to, nursed, and instructed mankind in its early youth appear in every scripture, in that of the Zoroastrians as much as in the Hindu Gospels. Ormazd, or Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Wisdom, is the synthesis of the Amshaspens, or Ameshaspenta, immortal benefactors. The word, however, or the Logos and its 6 highest aspects in Mazdianism. Note on Ameshaspenta, also translated as blissful immortals by Dr. W. Geige, that the first is more correct. End of note. These immortal benefactors are described in Samyad-Yasht as the Ameshaspentas, the shining, having efficacious eyes, great, helpful, imperishable and pure, which are all 7 of like mind, like speech, all 7 doing alike, which are the creators and destroyers of the creatures of Ahura Mazda, their creators and overseers, their protectors and rulers. These few lines alone indicate the dual and even the triple character of the Amshaspens, Aur Dan Kochans, or the serpents of wisdom. They are identical with, and yet separate from Ormazd, Ahura Mazda. They are also the angels of the stars of the Christians, the Stadiastasas of the Zoroastrians, or again the 7 planets, including the sun, of every religion. Note, these 7 became the 8, the Ogdoad, of the later materialized religions, the 7th, or the highest principle, being no longer the pervading spirit, the synthesis, but becoming an anthropomorphic number, or additional unit. End of note. The epithet, the shining having efficacious eyes, proves it. This on the physical and sidereal planes. On the spiritual, they are the divine powers of Ahura Mazda, but on the astral or psychic plane again, they are the builders, the watchers, the Pitars, fathers, and the first preceptors of mankind. When mortals shall have become sufficiently spiritualized, there will be no more need for forcing them into a correct comprehension of ancient wisdom. Men will know then that there never yet was a great world reformer whose name has passed into our generation, who A. was not a direct emanation of the Logos, under whatever name known to us, that is, an essential incarnation of one of the 7, of the divine spirit who is sevenfold, and B. who had not appeared before during the past cycles. They will recognize then the cause which produces in history and chronology certain riddles of the ages, the reason why, for instance, it is impossible for them to assign any reliable date to Zoroaster, who is found multiplied by 12 and 14 in the Dabishtan, why the Rishis and Manas are so mixed up in their numbers and individualities, why Krishna and Buddha speak of themselves as reincarnations, that is, Krishna is identified with the Rishi Narayana, and Gautama gives a series of his previous birth, and why the former especially, being the very supreme Brahma, is yet called Amsamsavatara, a part, only of the supreme on earth. Finally, why Osiris is a great god and at the same time a prince on earth who reappears in Tot Hermes, and why Jesus, in Hebrew Joshua of Nazareth, is recognized Kabbalistically in Joshua, the son of Nun, as well as in other personages. The esoteric doctrine explains it by saying that each of these, as many others, had first appeared on earth as one of the 7 powers of the Logos, individualized as a god or, quote, angel, unquote, messenger. Then, mixed with matter, they had reappeared in turn as great sages and instructors who taught the 5th race, after having instructed the 2 preceding races had ruled during the divine dynasties, and finally sacrificed themselves to be reborn under various circumstances for the good of mankind and for its salvation at certain critical periods, until in their last incarnations they had become truly only the parts of a part on earth, though de facto the one supreme in nature. This is the metaphysics of theogony, and as every power among the 7 has once individualized in its charge one of the elements of creation and rules over it, hence the many meanings in every symbol which, unless interpreted according to the esoteric methods, generally lead to an inextricable confusion. Note, these elements are the cosmic, the terrene, the mineral, the vegetable, the animal, the aqueous, and finally the human, in their physical, spiritual, and psychic aspects. End of note. Does the Western Kabbalist, generally an opponent of the Eastern occultist, require a proof? Let him open A Life as Levi's Histoire de la Magie, page 53, and carefully examine his Grand Symbole Kabbalistique of the Zohar. He will find, on the engraving given, a white man standing erect and a black woman upside down, that is, standing on her head, her legs passing under the extended arms of the male figure and protruding behind his shoulders, while their hands join at an angle on each side. A Life as Levi makes of it God and nature, or God, light, mirrored inversely in nature and matter, darkness. Kabbalistically and symbolically he is right, but only so far as emblematical cosmogony goes. Nor has he invented the symbol any more than the Kabbalists have. The 2 figures in white and black stone have existed in the temples of Egypt from time immemorial, agreeably to tradition and historically, ever since the day of King Cambyses, who personally saw them. Therefore, the symbol must have been in existence since nearly 2,500 years ago. This, at the very least, for that Persian sovereign who was a son of Cyrus the Great succeeded his father in the year 529 before Christ. These figures were the 2 Kabiri personifying the opposite poles. Herodotus, Talia number 77, tells posterity that when Cambyses entered the temple of the Kabirim, he went into an inextinguishable fit of laughter on perceiving what he thought a man erect and a woman standing on the top of her head before him. These were the poles, however, whose symbol was intended to commemorate the passing of the original North Pole of the earth to the South Pole of the heaven, as perceived by Mackey. Note, who adds that the Egyptians had various ways of representing the angles of the poles. Also in Paris, viewed the Levant, there is a figure representing the South Pole of the earth in the constellation of the Harp, in which the poles appear like 2 straight rods, surmounted with hawks' wings, but they were also often represented as serpents with heads of hawks, one at each end. End of note. But they represented also the poles inverted, in consequence of the great inclination of the axis, bringing each time as a result the displacement of the oceans, the submersions of the polar lands, and the consequent upheaval of new continents in the equatorial regions, and vice versa. These Kabirim were the deluge gods. This may help us to get at the key of the seemingly hopeless confusion among the numbers of names and titles given to one and the same gods, and classes of gods. Faber showed already at the beginning of this century the identity of the Corybantes, Curetes, Dioscuri, Anactes, Dii Magni, Idei Dactyli, Lares, Penates, Manes, Titans, and Alate with the Kabiri. Note on Manes. Faber and Bishop Cumberland would make them all the later pagan personifications, as the former writer has it, of the Noetic Ark, and no other than the patriarch Noah and his family. within brackets exclamation mark. See his Kabiri, volume 1, 136. Because we are told, after the deluge, in commemoration of the event, the pious Noachidae had established a religious festival which was, later on, corrupted by their impious descendants, demons or hero gods, and at length unblushing obscenity usurped the name and garb of religion. Volume 1, page 10. Now this is indeed putting an extinguisher upon the human reasoning powers, not only of antiquity, but even of our present generations. Reverse the statement and explain after the words Noah and his family that what is meant by that patriarch and family is simply the Jewish version of a Samothracian mystery of Saturn or Kronos Sadik and his sons, and then we may say Amen. End of note. And we have shown that the latter were the same as the Manus, the Rishis, and our Dhyan-Koshans, who incarnated in the elect of the third and fourth races. Thus, while in theogony the Kabiri Titans were 7 great gods, cosmically and astronomically the Titans were called Atlantis, because perhaps, as Faber says, they were connected A. with the Atalas, the divine sun, and B. with Tit, the deluge. But this, if true, is only the exoteric version. Esoterically, the meaning of their symbols depends on the appellation or title used. The 7 mysterious, awe-inspiring great gods, the Dioscuri, the deities surrounded with the darkness of occult nature, become the Idi, or Idaic finger, with the adept healer by metals. Note, Dioscuri, who became later on, with the Greeks, limited only to Castor and Pollux. But in the days of Lemuria, the Dioscuri, the egg-born, were the 7 Dhyan-Koshans, Agnishvata Kumara, who incarnated in the 7 elect of the third race. End of note. The true etymology of the name Lares, now signifying ghosts, must be sought in the Etruscan word Lars, conductor, leader. Sanconiaton translates the word Alete as fire worshippers, and Taber believes it derived from Alorit, the god of fire. Both are right, as in both cases it is a reference to the sun, the highest god, toward whom the planetary gods gravitate, astronomically and allegorically, and whom they worship. As Lares, they are truly the solar deities, though Faber's etymology, who says that Lar is a contraction of El-Ar, the solar deity, is not very correct. They are the Lares, the conductors and leaders of men. As Alete, they were the 7 planets astronomically, and as Lares, the regions of the same, our protectors and rulers mystically. For purposes of exoteric or phallic worship, as also cosmically, they were the Kabiri, their attributes being recognized in those 2 capacities by the name of the temples to which they respectively belonged, and those of their priests. They all belonged, however, to the septenary, creative, and informing groups of Dhyan-Koshans, the Sabaeans, who worshipped the regents of the 7 planets, as the Hindus do their rishis, held Seth and his son Hermes, Enoch or Enos, as the highest among the planetary gods. Seth and Enos were borrowed from the Sabaeans and then disfigured by the Jews exoterically, but the truth can still be traced about them even in Genesis. Note, Clement of Alexandria recognized the astronomical significance of chapter 25, its sequence of Exodus. According to the Mosaic doctrine, he says that the 7 planets help in the generation of terrestrial things. The 2 cherubs standing on the 2 sides of the sacred tetragrammaton represent the Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. End of note. Seth is the progenitor of those early men of the third race in whom the planetary angels had incarnated, the Dhyan-Koshan himself, who belonged to the informing gods, and Enos, Hanok or Enoch, or Hermes, was said to be his son, because it was a generic name for all the early seers, Enoikion. Thence the worship. The Arabic writer Suyuti says that the earliest records mention Seth or Set as the founder of Sabaeanism, and therefore that the pyramids which embody the planetary system were regarded as the place of sepulchre of both Seth and Idris, Hermes or Enoch. See VC, Operations, Volume 2, page 358. that thither Sabaeans proceeded on pilgrimage and chanted praise 7 times a day, turning to the north, the Mount Meru, Kap, Olympus, etc., etc. See Palgrave, Volume 2, page 264. Abd al-Latif says curious things about the Sabaeans and their books. So does Eddin Ahmed ben Yaha, who wrote 200 years later. While the latter maintains that each pyramid was consecrated to a star regent rather, Abd al-Latif assures us that he had read in Sabaean books that one pyramid was the tomb of Agathodamon and the other of Hermes. Vise, Volume 2, page 342. Agathodamon was none other than Set, and according to some writers, Hermes was his son, adds Mr. Staniland Wake in The Great Pyramid, page 57. Thus, while in Samothrace and the oldest Egyptian temples they were the great cosmic gods, the 7 and the 49 sacred fires, in the Grecian fanes their rites became mostly phallic, therefore to the profane obscene. In the latter case there were 3 and 4 or 7, the male and female principles, the crux ansata, this division showing why some classical writers held that they were only 3, while others named 4. And these were the Kabiri, Axieros in his female aspect, Demeter, Axiokersia, Persephone, Axiokersos, Pluto or Hades, and Cadmus or Cadmilos, Hermes, not the ithyphallic Hermes mentioned by Herodotus in 251, but he of the sacred legend, explained only during the Samothracian mysteries. Notum Persephone, Axiokersia. It is a curious idea, yet one not very far from the truth, perhaps, that speculation of Mackie, the self-made adept of Norwich, found in his mythological astronomy. He says that the Kabiri named Axerios and Axiokersia derive their names A from Kab, or Kab a measure, and from Urim the heavens, the Kabiri being thus a measure of the heavens, and B that their distinctive names implying the principle of generation refer to the sexes, for the word sex was formerly understood by Aix, which has now settled into sex. And he refers to Encyclopedia Londinus at the word aspiration. Now if we give the aspirated sound to Axieros, it would be Saxieros, and the other pole would be Saxiokersia. The 2 poles would thus become the generators of the other powers of nature. They would be the parents, therefore the most powerful gods. End of note. This identification, due, according to the scholiast Apollon, to an indiscretion of Gnasius, is none at all, as names alone do not reveal much. There were still others again who maintained, being right in their way, that there were only 2 Kabiri. These were esoterically the 2 Discuri, Castor and Pollux, and esoterically Jupiter and Bacchus. The 2 personified the terrestrial poles, geodesically, the terrestrial and the pole of the heavens, astronomically, as also the physical and the spiritual man. The story of Semele and Jupiter, and the birth of Bacchus, the bee-mater, with all the circumstances attending it, needs only to be read esoterically to understand the allegory. The parts played in the event by the fire, water, earth, etc. in the many versions will show how the father of the gods and the merry god of the wine were also made to personify the 2 terrestrial poles. The telluric, metalline, magnetic, electric, and the fire elements are also many allusions and references to the cosmic and astronomic character of the Diluvian tragedy. In astronomy, the poles are indeed the heavenly measure, vide note supra, and so are the Kabiri Dioscuri, as will be shown, and the Kabiri Titans, to whom Diodorus ascribes the invention of fire and the art of manufacturing iron. Note. The word Guebra comes from Kabiri, Gabiri, and means Persian ancient fire worshippers, or Parsis. Kabiri became Gabiri and then remained as an appellation of the Zoroastrians in Persia. See Hyde's De Religio Persarum, 29. End of note. Moreover, Pausanias shows that the original Kabiric deity was Prometheus, Volume 1, Chapter 9, page 751. But the fact that astronomically the Titans Kabirim were also the generators and regulators of the seasons, and cosmically the great volcanic energies, the gods presiding over all the metals and terrestrial works, does not prevent them from being, in their original divine characters, the beneficent entities who, symbolized in Prometheus, brought light to the world and endowed humanity with intellect and reason. They are preeminently in every theogony, especially in the Hindu, the sacred divine fires, 3, 7, or 49, according as the allegory demands it. Their very names prove it, as they are the Agniputra, sons of the fire, in India, and the genii of the fire under numerous names in Greece and elsewhere. Velke, Mori, and now Decanum show the name Kabirion meaning the powerful through fire, from the Greek word kail, to burn, the Semitic kabirim, the powerful, the mighty, and the great, answering to the Greek megaloi. When incarnated as kings of the divine dynasties, they gave the first impulse to civilizations and directed the mind with which they had endued men to the invention and perfection of all the arts and sciences. Thus the Kabiri are said to have appeared as the benefactors of men, and as such they lived for ages in the memory of nations. To them, the Kabiri or Titans, is ascribed the invention of letters, the Devanagari, or the alphabet and language of the gods, of laws and legislature, of architecture, as of the various modes of magic so-called, and of the medical use of plants. Hermes, Orpheus, Cadmus, Asclepius, all those demigods and heroes to whom is ascribed the revelation of sciences to men, and in whom Bryant, Faber, Bishop Cumberland, and so many other Christian writers, too zealous for plain truth, would force posterity to see only pagan copies of one and sole prototype, named Noah, are all generic names. It is the Kabiri who are credited with having revealed, by producing corn or wheat, the great boon of agriculture. What Isis Osiris, the once living Kabiria, had done in Egypt, that Ceres is said to have done in Sicily. They all belong to one class. That the serpents were ever the emblems of wisdom and prudence is again shown by the caduceus of Mercury, one with Tot, the god of wisdom, with Hermes, and so on. The two serpents, entwined around the rod, are phallic symbols of Jupiter and other gods who transformed themselves into snakes for purposes of seducing goddesses, but only in the unclean fancies of profane symbologists. The serpent has ever been the symbol of the adept and of his powers of immortality and divine knowledge. Mercury, in his psychopompic character, conducting and guiding with the caduceus the souls of the dead to Hades, and even raising the dead to life with it, is simply a very transparent allegory. It shows the dual power of the secret wisdom, the black and the white magic. It shows this personified wisdom guiding the soul after death, and its power to call to life that which is dead. A very deep metaphor, if one thinks over its meaning. Every people of antiquity reverenced this symbol, with the exception of Christians, who chose to forget the brazen serpent of Moses, and even the implied acknowledgment of the great wisdom and prudence of the serpent by Jesus himself. Be ye wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. The Chinese, one of the oldest nations of our fifth race, made of it the emblem of their emperors, who are thus the degenerate successors of the serpents, or initiates, who ruled the early races of the fifth humanity. The emperor's throne is a dragon's seat, and his dresses of state are embroidered with the likeness of the dragon. The aphorisms in the oldest books of China, moreover, say plainly that the dragon is a human, albeit divine being. Speaking of the yellow dragon, the chief of the others, the Tuang Ying Tu says, his wisdom and virtue are unfathomable. He does not go in company and does not live in herds. He is an ascetic. He wanders in the wilds beyond the heavens. He goes and comes, fulfilling the decree, karma. At the proper seasons, if there is a perfection, he comes forth. If not, he remains invisible. Unquote. And Kung Fu Chu is made to say by Lu Lan, quote, the dragon feeds in the pure water of wisdom and sports in the clear waters of life. Unquote. Our divine instructors. Now Atlantis and the Phlegian Isle are not the only record that is left of the deluge. China has also her tradition and the story of an island or continent, which it calls Malingasima, and which Kempfer and Faber spell Maurigoshima for some mysterious phonetic reasons of their own. Kempfer, in his Japan, appendix page 13, gives the tradition. The island, owing to the iniquity of its giants, sinks to the bottom of the ocean, and Peiru-un, the king, the Chinese Noah, escapes alone with his family, owing to a warning of the gods through 2 idols. It is that pious prince and his descendants who have peopled China. The Chinese traditions speak of the divine dynasties of kings as much as those of any other nations. At the same time, there is not an old fragment but shows belief in a multiform and even multigeneric evolution, spiritual, psychic, intellectual, and physical, of human beings, just as given in the present work. A few of these claims are now to be considered. Our races, they all show, have sprung from divine races, by whatever name they are called. Whether we deal with the Indian Rishis or Pitris, with the Chinese Jimnyang and Changi, they are divine man and demigods, with the Akkadian Dingir and Mullil, the creative god and the gods of the ghost world, with the Egyptian Isis Osiris and Tot, with the Hebrew Elohim, or again with Manco Capac and his Peruvian progeny. The story varies nowhere. Every nation has either the 7 and 10 Rishis, Manus, and Prajapatis, the 7 and 10 Kiyu, or 10 and 7 Amshaspends, 6 esoterically, 10 and 7 Chaldean Anidots, 10 and 7 Sephiroth, etc., etc. Note, the Amshaspends are 6, if Ormazd, their chief and Logos, is excluded, but in the secret doctrine he is the 7th and highest, just as Ptah is the 7th Kabir among the Kabiri. End of note. One and all have been derived from the primitive Jiankochans of the esoteric doctrine, or the builders of the stanzas, Book 1. From Manu, taught Hermes, Oannes Dagon, and Edris Enoch, down to Plato and Panadoris, all tell us of 7 divine dynasties, of 7 Lemurian and 7 Atlantean divisions of the earth, of the 7 primitive and dual gods who descend from their celestial abode and reign on earth, teaching mankind astronomy, architecture, and all the other sciences that have come down to us. Note on the celestial abode. In the Purana it is identified with Vishnu's or Brahma's Svetadvipa of Mount Meru. End of note. These beings appear first as gods and creators. Then they emerge in nascent man, to finally emerge as divine kings and rulers. But this fact has been gradually forgotten. As Bouzage shows, the Egyptians themselves confessed that science flourished in their country only since Isis Osiris, whom they continue to adore as gods, though they had become princes in human form. And he adds of Osiris, Isis, the divine androgyne, it is said that this prince, Isis Osiris, built cities in Egypt, stopped the overflowing of the Nile, invented agriculture, the use of the vine, music, astronomy, and geometry. When Abul Feda says in his Historia Anti-Islamitica, Fleischer, page 16, that the Sabaean language was established by Set and Edris, Enoch, he means by Sabaean language astronomy. In the Melelvanochil, Hermes is called the disciple of Agathodamon, and in another account, see Colonel Weiss, 2nd volume of the Pyramids of Gizeh, page 364, manuscript 785. Agathodamon is mentioned as a king of Egypt. Selepas Geraldinus gives curious traditions about Enoch. He calls him the divine giant. In the book of the various names of the Nile, the same author, the historian Ahmed ben Yusuf el-Tifas, tells us of the belief among the Semitic Arabs that Set, become later the Egyptian Typhon Set, had been one of the 7 angels or patriarchs in the Bible. Then he became immortal and Adam's son, after which he communicated the gift of prophecy and astronomical science to Jared, who passed it to his son Enoch. But Enoch, Idris, the author of 30 books, was Sabaean by origin, that is, belonging to the Saba, a host. Having established the rites and ceremonies of primitive worship, he went to the east, where he constructed 140 cities, of which Edessa was the least important, then returned to Egypt, where he became its king. Thus he is identified with Hermes. But there were 5 Hermes, or rather one who appeared as some Manichaean rishis did in several different characters. In the Burra Mikati he is mentioned as Hormik, a name of the planet Mercury or Buda, and Wednesday was sacred both to Hermes and Tot. The Hermes of Oriental tradition worshipped at Phinierta and said to have fled after the death of Argus into Egypt, civilized it under the name of Tot. But under whichever of these characters, he is always credited with having transferred all the sciences from latent to active potency, that is, with having been the first to teach magic to Egypt and to Greece, before the days of Magna Graecia, and when the Greeks were not even Hellenes. Not only Herodotus, the father of history, tells us of the marvelous dynasties of gods that preceded the reign of mortals, followed by the dynasties of demigods, heroes, and finally men, but the whole series of classics support him. Diodorus, Eratosthenes, Plato, Manetho, etc., etc. repeat the same, and never vary the order given. It is indeed, as Kreutzer shows, from the spheres of the stars wherein dwell the gods of light that wisdom descends to the inferior spheres. In the system of the ancient priests, hierophants, and adepts, all things without exception, gods, the genii, manes, that is souls, the whole world, are conjointly developed in space and duration. The pyramid may be considered as the symbol of this magnificent hierarchy of spirits. Note, Chapter 4 of Egypt, page 441. End of note. There were more efforts made by the modern historians, French academicians like Renan chiefly, to suppress truth by ignoring the ancient annals of divine kings than is strictly consistent with honesty. But Monsieur Renan could never be more unwilling than was Eratosthenes 260 years before Christ to accept the unpalatable fact, and yet the latter found himself obliged to recognize its truth. For this, the great astronomer is treated with great contempt by his colleagues 2,000 years later. Manetho became with them a superstitious priest born and bred in the atmosphere of other lying priests of Heliopolis, writes Ferré. All those historians and priests, justly remarks the demonologist de Merville, so veracious when repeating stories of human kings and men, suddenly become extremely suspicious no sooner do they go back to their gods. But there is the synchronistic table of Abydos, which, thanks to the genius of Champollion, has now vindicated the good faith of the priests of Egypt, Manethos above all, and that of Ptolemy. In the Tyrian papyrus, the most remarkable of all, in the words of the Egyptologist de Rouget, quote, Champollion, struck with amazement, found that he had under his own eyes the whole truth. It was the remains of a list of dynasties embracing the furthest mythoic times, or the reign of the gods and heroes. At the very outset of this curious papyrus, we have to arrive at the conviction that so far back already as the period Ramses, those mythic and heroical traditions were just as Manetho had transmitted them to us. We see figuring in them as kings of Egypt the gods of Seb, Osiris, Horus, Tot, Hermes, and the goddess Ma, a long period of centuries being assigned to the reign of each of these. Unquote. From Année de Philologie Chrétienne, volume 32, page 442. The synchronistic tables of Manetho, besides the fact that they were disfigured by Eusebius for dishonest purposes, had never gone beyond Manetho. The chronology of the divine kings and dynasties, like that of the age of humanity, has ever been in the hands of the priests, and was kept secret from the profane multitudes. Africa as a continent, it is said, appeared before Europe did. Nevertheless, it appeared later than Lemuria and even the earliest Atlantis. that the whole region of what is now Egypt and the deserts was once upon a time covered with the sea was known firstly through Herodotus, Strabo, Pliny, and all the Greeks, and secondly through geology. Abyssinia was once upon a time an island, and the Delta was the first country occupied by the pioneer immigrants who came with their gods from the northeast. When was it? History is silent upon the subject. Fortunately, we have the Dendera zodiac, the planisphere of the ceiling of one of the oldest Egyptian temples, which records the fact. This zodiac, with its mysterious 3 Virgos between the Lion and Libra, has found its Oedipus, who understood the riddle of these signs, and justified the truthfulness of those priests who told Herodotus that A. the poles of the earth and the ecliptic had formerly coincided, and B. that even since their first zodiacal records were commenced, the poles have been 3 times within the plane of the ecliptic, as the initiates taught. Bei had not sufficient words at his command to express his surprise at the sameness of all such traditions about the divine races. What are, finally, he exclaims, all those reigns of Indian devas and Persian Peris, or those reigns and dynasties of the Chinese legends, those Tian Huang, or the kings of heaven, quite distinct from the Ti Huang, the kings on earth, and the Jing Huang, the king's men, a distinction which is in perfect accord with that other one made by the Greeks and the Egyptians in enumerating their dynasties of gods, of demigods, and of mortals." Unquote. Note, from Histoire de l'Astronomie Ancienne. End of note. "Now," says Pandoras, "it is better that time, Menes, that the reign of the 7 gods who rule the world took place. It was during that period that those benefactors of humanity descended on earth and taught men to calculate the course of the sun and moon by the 12 signs of the ecliptic. Nearly 500 years before the actual era, Herodotus was shown by the priests of Egypt the statues of their human kings and pontiffs pyramids, the archi-prophets, or Mahakohans of the temples, born one from the other, without the intervention of woman, who had reigned before Menes, their first human king. These statues, he says, were enormous colossi in wood, 345 in number, each of which had his name, his history, and his annals. And they assured Herodotus, unless the most truthful of historians, the father of history, is now accused of fibbling, just in this instance, that no historian could ever understand or write an account of these superhuman kings unless he had studied and learned the history of the 3 dynasties that preceded the human, namely the dynasties of the gods, that of demigods, and of the heroes, or giants. These 3 dynasties are the 3 races. Translated into the language of the esoteric doctrine, these 3 dynasties would also be those of the Devas, of Kimpurushas, and of Danavas and Daityas, otherwise gods, celestial spirits, and giants or titans. Happy are those who are born even from the condition of gods as men, in Bharatavarsha, exclaim the incarnated gods themselves during the 3rd root race. Bharata is India, but in this case it symbolized the chosen land in those days and was considered the best of the divisions of the Jambudvipa, as it was the land of active spiritual works par excellence, the land of initiation and of divine knowledge. Can one fail to recognize in Koitze great powers of intuition when, being almost unacquainted with the Aryan Hindu philosophies, little known in his day, he wrote, "We, modern Europeans, feel surprised when hearing talk of the spirits of the sun, moon, etc., but we repeat again, the natural good sense and the upright judgment of the ancient peoples, quite foreign to our entirely material ideas upon celestial mechanics and physical sciences, could not see in the stars and planets only that which we see, namely simple masses of light, or opaque bodies moving in circuits in sidereal space, merely according to the laws of attraction or repulsion. But they saw in them living bodies animated by spirits, as they saw the same in every kingdom of nature. This doctrine of spirits, so consistent and conformable to nature from which it was derived, formed a grand and unique conception, wherein the physical, the moral, and the political aspects were all blended together. Egypt, pages 450 to 455. Note: in the Vishnu Purana, Book 2, Chapter 3, 4, etc., may be found many corroborations of the same if one reads carefully. The reigns of gods, lower gods, and men are all enumerated in the descriptions of the 7 islands, 7 seas, 7 mountains, etc., etc., ruled by kings. Each king is said invariably to have 7 sons, an allusion to the 7 sub-races. One instance will do. The king of Kushadvipa had 7 sons, follow names, after whom the 7 portions, Parsha, of the island were called. There reside mankind along with the Daityas and Danavas, as well as with spirits of heaven, Gandharvas, Yakshas, Kimpurushas, etc., and gods, from chapter 4. There is but one exception in the case of King Priyavrata, the son of the first Manu, Swayambhuva, who had 10 sons, but of these 3, Medha, Agnibahu, and Putra, became ascetics, and refused their portions. Thus Priyavrata divided the earth again into 7 continents. End of note. He was not the first nor last to believe the same, and he had been preceded and anticipated in this theory by Father Kircher. This learned Jesuit writes in Oedipus Egyptico, Volume 1, page 70, "I confess for a long time I had regarded all these dynasties and the Atlantis as pure fables, meras nugas. To the day when, better instructed in Oriental languages, I judged that all those legends must be after all only the development of a great truth." Unquote. As de Rougemont shows, Theopompus, in his Merope, made the priests of Phrygia and Asia Minor speak exactly as the priests of Thais did, when they revealed to Solon the history and fate of Atlantis. According to Theopompus, it was a unique continent of an indefinite size and containing 2 countries inhabited by 2 races, a fighting warrior race and a pious meditative race, which Theopompus symbolizes by 2 cities. Notes: the races. These were the earlier Aryans and the bulk of the 4th root races, the former pious and meditative, yoga contemplation, the latter a fighting race of sorcerers who are rapidly degenerating owing to their uncontrolled passions. And the 2 cities, the northern and southern divisions of Lemuria Atlantis, the Hyperborean and the equatorial lands of the 2 continents. See sections about Lemuria and Atlantis in history. End of notes. The pious, quote, city, unquote, was continually visited by the gods. The belligerent, quote, city, unquote, was inhabited by various beings invulnerable to iron, liable to be mortally wounded only by stone and wood. Note: this is a cult, and refers to the property of iron which, attracted by magnetic elements, is repelled by others, which are made by an occult process as impervious to it as water to a blow. End of note. De Rougemont treats this as a pure fiction of Theopompus, Peuple Primitif, Volume 3, 157, and even sees a fraud, supercherie, in the assertion of the Saitic priests. This was denounced by the, quote, demonologists, unquote, as illogical. In the words of de Merville, a supercherie which was based on a belief, the product of faith, of the whole antiquity, a supposition which yet gave its name to a whole mountain chain, the Atlas, which specified with the greatest precision a topographical region by placing some of its lands at a small distance from Cadiz and the Strait of Calpetus, which prophesied 2,000 years before Columbus the great transoceanic land situated beyond that Atlantis, and which is reached, it said, by the islands not of the blessed, but of the good spirits, our îles fortunées. Such a supposition can never be an universal chimera. A word on Atlantis, page 29. It is certain that, with a chimera reality, the priests of the whole world had it from one and the same source, the universal tradition about the third great continent, which perished some 850,000 years ago. Note, the first continent or island, if so preferred, the cap of the North Pole, has never perished, nor will it to the end of the 7 races. End of note. A continent inhabited by 2 distinct races, distinct physically and especially morally, both deeply versed in primeval wisdom and the secrets of nature, mutually antagonistic in their struggle during the course and progress of their double evolution. Whence even the Chinese teachings upon the subject, if it is but a fiction? Have they not recorded the existence once upon a time of a holy island beyond the sun, Tku, and beyond which were situated the lands of the immortal men? See Dérougemont from the same source. Do they not still believe that the remnants of all those immortal men who survived when the holy island had become black with sin and perished, have found refuge in the great desert of Gobi, where they still reside invisible to all and defended from approach by hosts of spirits? If one has to lend ear to traditions, writes the very unbelieving Boulanger, Reine de Dieu, introduction, the latter place before the reign of kings, that of the heroes and demigods, and still earlier and beyond the place the marvelous reign of the gods and all the fables of the Golden Age, one feels surprised that annals so interesting should have been rejected by almost all our historians. And yet the ideas communicated by them were once universally admitted and revered by all the peoples. Not a few revere them still, making them the basis of their daily life. Such considerations seems to necessitate a less hurried judgment. The ancients, from whom we hold these traditions, which we accept no longer because we do not understand them now, must have had motives for believing in them furnished by their greater proximity to the first ages, and which the distance that separates us from them refuses to us. Plato, in his 4th book of Laws, says that long before the construction of the first cities, Saturn had established on earth a certain form of government under which man was very happy. As it is the Golden Age he refers to, or to that reign of gods so celebrated in ancient fables, let us see the ideas he had of that happy age, and what was the occasion he had to introduce this fable into a treatise on politics. According to Plato, in order to obtain clear and precise ideas on royalty, its origin and power, one has to turn back to the first principles of history and tradition. Great changes, he says, have occurred in days of old, in heaven and on earth, and the present state of things is one of the results, karma. Our traditions tell us of many marvels, of changes that have taken place in the course of the sun, of Saturn's reign, and of 1,000 other matters that remain scattered about in human memory. But one never hears anything of the evil which has produced such revolutions, nor of the evil which directly followed them. Yet that evil is the principle one has to talk about, to be able to treat royalty and the origin of power. That evil Plato seems to see in the sameness or consubstantiality of the natures of the rulers and the ruled, for he says that long before man built his cities, in the Golden Age there was naught but happiness on earth, for there were no needs. Why? Because Saturn, knowing that man could not rule man without injustice filling forthwith the universe through his whims and vanity, would not allow any mortal to obtain power over his fellow creatures. To do this, the god used the same means we use ourselves with regard to our flocks. We do not place a bullock or a ram over our bullocks and rams, but give them a leader, a shepherd, that is, a being of a species quite different from their own and of a superior nature. It is just what Saturn did. He loved mankind and placed to rule over it no mortal king or prince, but spirits and genii, daimones, of a divine nature more excellent than that of man. It was God, the Logos, the synthesis of the host, who thus presiding over the genii became the first shepherd and leader of men. Note: the secret doctrine explains and expounds that which Plato says, for it teaches that those inventors were gods and demigods, devas and rishis, who had become, some deliberately, some forced to by karma, incarnated in man. End of note. When the world had ceased to be so governed and the gods retired, ferocious beasts devoured a portion of mankind. Left to their own resources and industry, inventors then appeared among them successively and discovered fire, wheat, wine, and public gratitude deified them. De Legibus, Book 1, Chapter 4. And mankind was right, as fire by friction was the first mystery of nature, the first and chief property of matter that was revealed to man. Quote, fruits and grain are known to earth to that day were brought by the lords of wisdom for the benefit of those they ruled, from other lokas, spheres, unquote, say the commentaries. Now, quote, the earliest inventions, within brackets question mark, of mankind are the most wonderful that the race has ever made. The first use of fire and the discovery of the methods by which it can be kindled, the domestication of animals, and above all, the processes by which the various cereals were first developed out of some wild grasses, within brackets question mark. These are discoveries with which ingenuity and in importance no subsequent discoveries may compare. They are all unknown to history, all lost in the light of an effulgent dawn. Unquote, from Unity of Nature, Agrill. This will be doubted and denied in our proud generation, but if it is asserted that there are no grains and fruits unknown to earth, then we may remind the reader that wheat has never been found in the wild state. It is not a product of the earth. All the other cereals have been traced to their primogenital forms in various species of wild grasses, but wheat has hitherto defied the efforts of botanists to trace it to its origin. And let us bear in mind, in this connection, how sacred was that cereal with the Egyptian priests, wheat being placed even with their mummies, and found thousands of years later in their coffins. Remember, the servants of Horus glean the wheat in the field of Anru, wheat 7 cubits high, from Book of the Dead, chapter 99, verse 33, and 156, verse 4. Note: this is a direct reference to the esoteric division of man's principles symbolized by the divine wheat. The legend which inscribes the third register of the papyrus, in chapter 110 of the Book of the Dead, states, this is the region of the manes, disembodied men, 7 cubits high. To wit, those just translated and supported to be still sevenfold, with all their principles, even the body represented astrally in the Kamaloka or Hades, before their separation. And there is a wheat 3 cubits high for mummies in a state of perfection, that is, those already separated, whose 3 higher principles are in Devakan, who are permitted to glean it. This region, Devakan, is called the land of the rebirth of gods, and shown to be inhabited by Skeu, Tefnut, and Seb. The region for the manes 7 cubits high, for the yet imperfect mummies, and the region for those in a state of perfection, who glean wheat 3 cubits high, is as clear as possible. The Egyptians had the same esoteric philosophy which is now taught by the Chismalian adepts, who, when buried, have corn and wheat placed over them. End of note. The reader is referred to stanza 7, verse 3 in Book 1, wherein this verse is explained in another of its meanings, and also the Book of the Dead, chapter 109, verse 4 and 5. I am the queen of these regions, says the Egyptian Isis. I was the first to reveal to mortals the mysteries of wheat and corn. I am she who rises in the constellation of the dog star. Rejoice, O Egypt, thou who wert my nurse. Book 1, Chapter 14. Note: there are Egyptologists who have tried to identify Osiris with Menes, which is quite erroneous. Bunsen assigns to Menes an antiquity of 5,867 years before Christ, and is denounced for it by Christians. But Isis Osiris reigned in Egypt before the Dendera zodiac was painted on the ceiling of that temple, and that is over 75,000 years ago. End of note. Sirius was called the Dog Star. It was the star of Mercury, or Buddha, called the great instructor of mankind, before other Buddhas. The book of the Chinese I Ching attributes the discovery of agriculture to the instruction given to men by celestial genii. Woe, woe to the men who know naught, observe naught, nor will they see. They are all blind, since they remain ignorant how much the world is full of various and invisible creatures which crowd even in the most sacred places. From Zohar Part 1, column 177. Note, in the text corked up or screwed up, instead of they are all blind. End of note. The sons of God have existed and do exist. From the Hindu Brahmaputras and Manasaputras, sons of Brahma and mind-born sons, down to the Bnei Elohim of the Jewish Bible, the faith of the centuries and universal tradition force reason to yield such evidence. Of what value is independent criticism, so-called, or internal evidence, based usually on the respective hobbies of the critics, in the face of the universal testimony which never varied throughout the historical cycles? Read esoterically the 6th chapter of Genesis, which repeats the statements of the secret doctrine, only changing slightly its form and drawing a different conclusion, which clashes even with the Zohar. Quote, there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God, Bnei Elohim, came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown, unquote. Or giants. Note. See Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. End of note. What does this sentence, quote, and also after that, unquote, signify, unless it means, when explained, there were giants in the earth before, that is, before the sinless sons of the third race, and also after that, when other sons of God, lower in nature, inaugurated sexual connection on earth, as Daksha did, when he saw that his Manasaputras would not people the earth. And then comes a long break in this chapter 6 of Genesis, between verses 4 and 5, for surely it was not in or through the wickedness of the mighty men of renown, among whom is placed Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord, that God saw that the wickedness of man was great, nor in the builders of Babel, for this was after the deluge, but in the progeny of the giants, who produced monstra quaedam de genere giganteo, monsters from whence sprang the lower races of men, now represented on earth by a few miserable dying-out tribes and the huge anthropoid apes. And if we are taken to task by theologians, whether Protestant or Roman Catholic, we have only to refer them to their own literal texts. The above-quoted verse was ever a dilemma, not alone for the men of science and biblical scholars, but also for priests. For, as the Reverend Father Perron puts it, either they, the Bnei Elohim, were good angels, and in such case how could they fall? Or they were bad angels, and in this case could not be called Bnei Elohim, the sons of God. Unquote. The biblical riddle, quote, the real sense of which no author has ever understood, unquote, as candidly confessed by Fourmont in Réflexions critiques sur l'origine des anciens peuples, can only be explained by the occult doctrine, through the Zohar to the Western and the Book of John to the Eastern. What the former says we have seen. What the Zohar tells us is this. Bnei Elohim was a name common to the Malachim, the good messengers, and to the Ishin, the lower angels, says Rabbi Parker. We may add, for the benefit of the demonologists, that their Satan, the adversary, is included in Job among the sons of God, or Bnei Elohim who visit their father, in chapter 1. But of this later on. Now the Zohar says that the Ishkin, the beautiful Bnei Elohim, were not guilty, but mixed themselves with mortal men, because they were sent on earth to do so, from the book of Ruth and Skadash. Elsewhere, the same volume shows these Bnei Elohim belonging to the 10th subdivision of the thrones. It also explains that the Ishin, men spirits, viri spirituales, now that men can see them no longer, help magicians to produce, through their science, homunculi, which are not small men, but men smaller in the sense of inferiority than men. Both show themselves under the form that the Ishin had then, that is, gaseous and ethereal. Their chief is Azazel. But Azazel, whom the church dogma will associate with Satan, is nothing of the kind. Azazel is a mystery, as explained elsewhere, and it is so expressed in Maimonides, in More Nevokim, chapter 26, page 8. There is an impenetrable mystery in the narrative concerning Azazel, and so there is, as Lanki, a librarian to the Vatican, and one who ought to know, says, we have quoted him before, that this venerable divine name, nome divino e venerabile, has become through the pen of the biblical scholars a devil, a wilderness, a mountain, and a he-goat, from Sagra Scriptura. Therefore it seems foolish to derive the name, as Spencer does, from Ajal, separated, and El, God, hence once separated from God, the devil. In the Zohar, Azazel is rather the sacrificial victim than the formal adversary of Jehovah, as Spencer would have it. The amount of malicious fancy and fiction bestowed on that host by various fanatical writers is quite extraordinary. Azazel and his host are simply the Hebrew Prometheus, and ought to be viewed from the same standpoint. The Zohar shows the Ishin chained on the mountain in the desert, allegorically, thus simply alluding to those spirits as being chained to the earth during the cycle of incarnation. Azazel, or Azaziel, or Azaziel, is one of the chiefs of the transgressing angels in Enoch, who, descending upon Ardis, the top of Mount Armon, bound themselves by swearing loyalty to each other. It is said that Azaziel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, to fabricate mirrors, within brackets question mark, to make one see what is behind him, meaning, quote, magic mirrors, unquote. Amazarak taught all the sorcerers and dividers of roots. Amers taught the solution of magic. Barkayal, astrology. Akibel, the meaning of portents and signs. Tamiel, astronomy. And Asaradel taught the motion of the moon. These 7 were the first instructors of the fourth man, that is, of the fourth race. But why should allegory be always understood as meaning all that its dead letter expresses? It is the symbolical representation of the great struggle between divine wisdom, nous, and its earthly reflection, psyche, or between spirit and soul in heaven and on earth. In heaven, because the divine monad had voluntarily exiled itself therefrom to descend, for incarnating purposes, to a low plane and thus transform the animal of clay into an immortal god. For, as Eliphas Levi tells us, the angels aspire to become men. For the perfect man, the man-god is above even angels. On earth, because no sooner had spirit descended than it was strangled in the coils of matter. Strange to say, the occult teaching reverses the characters. It is the anthropomorphous archangel with the Christians and the man-like god with the Hindus which represent matter in this case, and the dragon or serpent, spirit. Occult symbolism furnishes the key to the mystery. Theological symbolics conceal it still more. For the former explains many sayings in the Bible and even in the New Testament which have hitherto remained incomprehensible, while the latter, owing to its dogma of Satan and his rebellion, has belittled the character and nature of its would-be infinite, absolutely perfect God, and created the greatest evil and curse on earth, belief in a personal devil. This mystery is opened with the key to its metaphysical symbolism, now restored, while that of theological interpretation shows the gods and the archangels standing as symbols for the dead letter or dogmatic religions, and as arrayed against the pure truths of spirit, naked and unadorned with fancy. Many were the hints thrown out in this direction in Isis Unveiled, and a still greater number of references to this mystery may be found scattered throughout these volumes. To make the point clear once for all, that which the clergy of every dogmatic religion, preeminently the Christian, points out as Satan, the enemy of God, is in reality the highest divine spirit, occult wisdom on earth, in its naturally antagonistic character to every worldly, evanescent illusion, dogmatic or ecclesiastical religions included. Thus the Latin Church, intolerant, bigoted, and cruel to all who do not choose to be its slaves, the Church which calls itself the Bride of Christ, and the trustee at the same time of Peter, to whom the rebuke of the Master, "Get thee behind me, Satan," was justly addressed. And again the Protestant Church which, while calling itself Christian, paradoxically replaces the new dispensation by the old law of Moses, which Christ openly repudiated. Both these churches are fighting against divine truth when repudiating and slandering the dragon of esoteric, because divine, wisdom. Whenever anathematizing the Gnostic sola knupfis, the agathodemon Christos, or the theosophical serpent of eternity, or even the serpent of Genesis, they are moved by the same spirit of dark fanaticism that moved the Pharisees to curse Jesus by saying to him, "Say we not, well, thou hast a devil." Read the account about Indra, Vayu, in the Rig Veda, the occult volume par excellence of Arianism, and then compare it with the same in the Puranas, the exoteric version thereof, and the purposely garbled account of the true wisdom religion. In the Rig Veda, Indra is the highest and greatest of the gods, and his soma drinking is allegorical of his highly spiritual nature. In the Puranas, Indra becomes a profligate and a regular drunkard on the soma juice in the terrestrial way. He is the conqueror of all the enemies of the gods, the Daityas, Nagas, serpents, Asuras, and the serpent gods, and of Varitri, the cosmic serpent. Indra is the Saint Michael of the Hindu pantheon, the chief of the militant host. Turning to the Bible, we find Satan, one of the sons of God, see Job 1, verse 6, becoming, in exoteric interpretation, the devil, and the dragon in its infernal evil sense. But in the Kabbalah, in Book of Numbers, Samuel, who is Satan, is shown to be identical with Saint Michael, the slayer of the dragon. How is this? For it is said that Tselem, the image, reflects alike Michael and Samuel, who are one. Both proceed, it is taught, from Ruach, spirit, Nechmach, soul, and Nephesh, life. In the Chaldean Book of Numbers, Samuel is the concealed occult wisdom, and Michael the higher terrestrial wisdom, both emanating from the same source but diverging after their issue from the mundane soul, which on earth is Mahat, intellectual understanding, or Manas, the seat of intellect. They diverge because one, Michael, is influenced by Nishmach, while the other, Samuel, remains uninfluenced. This tenet was perverted by the dogmatic spirit of the Church, which, loathing independent spirit, uninfluenced by the external form. The Secret Doctrine, by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 12 continued, the origin of the satanic myth. Let us then fathom this creation of the patristic fancy still deeper and find its prototype with the pagans. The origin of the satanic myth is easy to trace. The tradition of the dragon and the sun is echoed in every part of the world, both in its civilized and semi-savage regions. It took rise in the whisperings about secret initiations among the profane and was established universally through the once universal heliolatrous religion. There was a time when the four parts of the world were covered with the temples sacred to the sun and the dragon, but the cult is now preserved mostly in China and the Buddhist countries. Bel and the dragon being uniformly coupled together, and the priest of the Ophite religion as uniformly assuming the name of his god. From Archaeology of Volume 25, page 220, London. In the religions of the past, it is in Egypt we have to seek for its Western origin. The Ophites adopted their rites from Hermes Trismegistus, and heliolatrous worship crossed over with its sun gods into the land of the pharaohs from India. In the gods of Stonehenge we recognize the divinities of Delphi and Babylon, and in those of the latter the devas of the Vedic nations. Bel and the dragon, Apollo and Python, Krishna and Kaliya, Osiris and Typhon are all one under many names, the latest of which are Michael and the Red Dragon, and Saint George and his dragon, as Michael is one as God, or his double, for terrestrial purposes, and is one of the Elohim, the fighting angel. He is thus simply a permutation of Jehovah. Whatever the cosmic or astronomical event that first gave rise to the allegory of the War of Heaven, its earthly origin has to be sought in the temples of the initiation and archaic crypts. The following are the proofs. We find A. The priests assuming the name of the gods they served. B. The dragons held throughout all antiquity as the symbols of immortality and wisdom, of secret knowledge and of eternity. And C. The hierophants of Egypt, of Babylon and India, styling themselves generally the sons of the dragon and serpents. Thus the teachings of the secret doctrine are thereby corroborated. There were numerous catacombs in Egypt and Chaldea, some of them of a very vast extent. The most renowned of them were the subterranean crypts of Thebes and Memphis. The former, beginning on the western side of the Nile, extended towards the Libyan desert, and were known as the Serpent's Catacombs, or passages. It was there that were performed the sacred mysteries of the Kuklus Anarchis, the unavoidable cycle, more generally known as the circle of necessity, the inexorable doom imposed upon every soul after the bodily death and when it has been judged in the Amentian region. In the Bourbourge book, Wotan, the Mexican demigod, in narrating his expedition, describes a subterranean passage which ran underground and terminated at the root of the heavens, adding that this passage was a snake's hole, un agujero de culebra, and that he was admitted to it because he was himself a son of the snakes, or a serpent. From Die Phonisier 70. This is indeed very suggestive, for his description of the snake's hole is that of the ancient Egyptian crypt, as above mentioned. The hierophants, moreover, of Egypt as of Babylon, generally styled themselves as the sons of the serpent god or sons of the dragon during the mysteries. The Assyrian priest bore always the name of his god, says Movers. The Druids of the Celto-Britannic regions also called themselves snakes. "I am a serpent, I am a druid," they exclaimed. The Egyptian Karnak is a twin brother to the Karnak of Bretagne, the latter Karnak meaning the serpent's mount. The Dracontia once covered the surface of the globe, and these temples were sacred to the dragon only because it was the symbol of the sun, which, in its turn, was the symbol of the highest god, the Phoenician Elon or Elion, whom Abraham recognized as El Elyon. Note: see Sunconiaton in Eusebius. End of note. Besides the surname of serpents, they were called the builders, the architects, for the immense grandeur of their temples and monuments was such that even now the pulverized remains of them frighten the mathematical calculations of our modern engineers, says Taliesin. Note: in Society of Antiquaries of London, Volume 25, page 220, end of note. De Bourbourg hints that the chiefs of the name of Wotan, the Quetzalcoatl, or serpent deity of the Mexicans, are the descendants of Ham and Canaan. I am Hivim, they say. Being a Hivim, I am the great race of the dragon snake. I am a snake myself, for I am Hivim. Cartas 51, and Isis Unveiled, Volume 1, page 553 et sequens. Furthermore, the war in heaven is shown, in one of its significations, to have meant and referred to those terrible struggles in store for the candidate of adeptship between himself and his by magic personified human passions, when the inner enlightened man had to either slay them or fail. In the former case he became the dragon slayer, as having happily overcome all the temptations, and the son of the serpent, and the serpent himself, having cast off his old skin and being born in a new body, becoming a son of wisdom and immortality in eternity. See Part 2 on the Satanic myth. Seth, the reputed forefather of Israel, is only a Jewish travesty of Hermes, the god of wisdom, also called Tot, Tat, Set, Thit, and Satan. He is also Typhon, the same as Apophis, the dragon slain by Horus, for Typhon was also called Set. He is simply the dark side of Osiris, his brother, as Angra Mainui is the black shadow of Ahura Mazda. Terrestrially, all these allegories were connected with the trials of adeptship and initiation. Astronomically, they referred to the solar and lunar eclipses, the mythical explanations of which we find to this day in India and Ceylon, where anyone can study the allegorical narrative and traditions which have remained unchanged for many thousands of years. Rahu, mythologically, is a Daitya, a giant, a demigod, the lower part of whose body ended in a dragon or serpent's tail. During the churning of the ocean, when the gods produced Amrita, the water of immortality, he stole some of it, and drinking became immortal. The sun and moon, who had detected him in his theft, denounced him to Vishnu, who placed him in the stellar spheres, the upper portion of his body representing the dragon's head, and the lower, Ketu, the dragon's tail, the two being the ascending and descending nodes. Since then, Rahu wreaks his vengeance on the sun and moon by occasionally swallowing them. But this fable had another mystic meaning, since Rahu, the dragon's head, played a prominent part in the mysteries of the sun's Vikartanas, initiation, when the candidate and the dragon had a supreme fight. The case of the Rishis, the abodes of Tiresias and the Greek seers, were modelled on those of the Nagras, the Hindu king snakes, who dwelled in cavities of the rocks under the ground. From Sesha, the thousand-headed serpent on which Vishnu rests, down to Python, the dragon-serpent oracle, all point to the secret meaning of the myth. In India we find the fact mentioned in the earliest Puranas. The children of Surasha are the mighty dragons. The Vayu Purana replacing Surasa of Vishnu Purana by Danayas or Danavas, the descendants of Danu by the sage Kashyapa, and those Danavas being the giants or titans who warred against the gods. They are thus shown identical with the dragons and serpents of wisdom. By simply comparing the sun gods of every country, one may find their allegories agreeing perfectly with one another. And the more the allegorical symbol is occult, the more its corresponding symbol in other systems agrees with it. Thus, if from three systems widely differing from each other in appearance, the old Aryan, the ancient Greek, and the modern Christian schemes, we select several sun gods and dragons at random, these will be found copied from each other. Let us take Agni, the fire god, Indra, the firmament, and Kartikeya from the Hindus, the Greek Apollo, and Mikael, the angel of the sun, the first of the aeons called by the Gnostics the Saviour, and proceed in order. 1. Agni, the fire god, is called in the Rig Veda Vaishvanara. Now Vaishvanara is a Davana, a giant demon, whose daughters Puloma and Kalaka are the mothers of numberless Danavas, 30 millions, by Kashyapa, and live in Hiryanyapura, the golden city floating in the air. Notes. Note on Vaishvanara. He is thus named and included in the list of Danavas in Vinyu Purana. The commentator of Bhagavata Purana calls him a son of Danu, but the name means also spirit of humanity. And note on Kasyapa. Kasyapa is called the son of Brahma, and is the self-born to whom a great part of the work of creation is attributed. He is one of the 7 rishis, exoterically the son of Mariki, the son of Brahma, while Atharva Veda says the self-born Kasyapa sprang from time, and esoterically time and space are forms of the one incognizable deity. As in Aditya, Indra is son of Kasyapa, as also Vaivasvatamanu, our progenitor. In the instance given in the text, he is Kasyapa, Aditya, the sun, and the sun god, from whom all the cosmic demons, dragons, nagas, serpent or snake gods, and Danavas, the giants, are born. The meaning of the allegories given above is purely astronomical and cosmical, but will serve to prove the identity of all. End of note. Therefore Indra is, in a fashion, the stepson of these two as the son of Kasyapa. And Kasyapa is, in this sense, identical with Agni, the fire god, or sun, Kasyapa Aditya. To this same group belongs Skanda, or Kartikeya, god of war, the 6-faced planet Mars, astronomically, a Kumara, or virgin youth, born of Agni, for the purpose of destroying Taraka, the Danava demon, the grandson of Kasyapa, by Hiranyaksha, his son, whose, Taraka's, yogi austerities were so extraordinary that they became formidable to the gods, who feared such a rival in power. Notes. All such stories differ in the exoteric texts. In the Mahabharata, Kartikeya, the 6-faced Mars, is the son of Rudra or Shiva, self-born without a mother, from the seed of Shiva, cast into the fire. But Kartikeya is generally called Agnibu, fireborn. Hiranyaksha is the ruler or king of the 5th region of Patala, a snake god. The Elohim also feared the knowledge of good and evil for Adam, and therefore are shown as expelling him from eating or killing him spiritually. End of notes. While Indra, the bright god of the firmament, kills Vritra or Ahi, the serpent demon, for which feat he is called Vritrahan, the destroyer of Vritra, he also leads the hosts of Devas, angels or gods, against other gods who rebel against Brahma, for which he is entitled Yishnu, leader of the celestial host. Kartikeya is found bearing the same titles. For killing Taraka, the Danava, he is Tarakajit, vanquisher of Taraka. Kumaragua, the mysterious virgin youth, Siddhasena, the leader of the Siddhas, and Saktidhara, spearholder. Note, the story told is that Taraka, called also Kalabana, owing to his extraordinary yoga powers, had obtained all the divine knowledge of yoga vidya and occult powers of the gods who conspired against him. Here we see the, quote, obedient, unquote, host of archangels or minor gods conspiring against the future fallen angels, whom Enoch accuses of the great crime of disclosing to the world all the secret things done in heaven. It is Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Sergiel, and Uriel who denounced to the Lord God those of their brethren who were said to have pried into the divine mysteries and taught them to men. By this means they themselves escaped a like punishment. Michael was commissioned to fight the dragon, and so was Kartikeya, and under the same circumstances. Both are leaders of the celestial hosts, both virgins, both leaders of saints, spearholders, Saktidhara, etc., etc. Kartikeya is the original of Michael and Saint George, as surely as Indra is the prototype of Kartikeya. End of note. 2. Now take Apollo, the Grecian sun god, and by comparing the mythical accounts given of him, see whether he does not answer both to Indra, Kartikeya, and even Kasyapa Aditya, and at the same time to Michael, as the angelic form of Jehovah, the angel of the sun, who is like and one with God. Later ingenious interpretations for monotheistic purposes, elevated though they be into not to be questioned church dogmas, prove nothing except the abuse of human authority and power, perhaps. Apollo is Helios, the sun, Phoebus Apollo, the light of life and of the world, who arises out of the golden-winged cup, the sun. Hence he is the sun god par excellence. Note, the life and the light of the material physical world, the delight of the senses, not of the soul. Apollo is preeminently the human god, the god of emotional, pomp-loving, and theatrical church ritualism with lights and music. End of note. At the moment of his birth, he asks for his bow to kill Python, the demon dragon, who attacked his mother before his birth, and whom he is divinely commissioned to destroy, like Kartikeya, who is born for the purpose of killing Taraka, the too holy and wise demon. Note: see chapter 12 in Revelation, where we find Apollo's mother persecuted by that Python, the red dragon, who is also Porphyrion, the scarlet or red Titan. End of note. Apollo is born on a sidereal island called Asteria, the Golden Star Island, the earth which floats in the air, which is the Hindu golden Hiranyapura. He is called the pure, Agnos, Agnes Dei, the Indian Agni, as Dr. Kinnelly thinks, and in the primal myth he is exempt from all sensual love. Book of God, page 88. He is therefore a Kumara, like Kartikeya, and as Indra was in his earlier life and biographies. Python, moreover, the red dragon, connects Apollo with Michael, who fights the apocalyptic dragon who wants to attack the woman in childbirth. See Revelation 12, as Python attacks Apollo's mother. Can anyone fail to see the identity? Had W.E. Gladstone, who prides himself on his Greek scholarship and understanding of the spirit of Homer's allegories, ever had a real inkling of the esoteric meaning of the Iliad and Odyssey, he would have understood St. John's Revelation, and even the Pentateuch, better than he does. For the way to the Bible lies through Hermes, Bel, and Homer, and the way to these is through the Hindu and Chaldean religious symbols. The repetition of this archaic tradition is found in chapter 12 of St. John's Revelations, and comes from the Babylonian legends without the smallest doubt, though the Babylonian story had its origin in the allegories of the Aryans. The fragment read by the late George Smith, see the Chaldean account of Genesis, page 304, is sufficient to disclose the source of the 12th chapter of the Apocalypse. Here it is as given by the eminent Assyriologist. Quote, our fragment refers to the creation of mankind called Adam. As the man in the Bible, he is made perfect, but afterwards joins with the dragon of the deep, the animal of Tiamat, the spirit of chaos, and offends against his God, who curses him and calls down on his head all the evils and troubles of humanity. Unquote. Note: no God who curses his supposed own work because he has made it imperfect can be the one infinite absolute wisdom, whether called Bel or Jehovah. End of note. This is followed by a war between the dragon and the powers of evil, or chaos on one side, and the gods on the other. The gods have weapons forged for them, and Merodach, the archangel Michael in Revelation, undertakes to lead the heavenly host against the dragons. The war, which is described with the spirit, ends, of course, in the triumph of the principles of good. Unquote. And notes: in the Indian allegory of Tarakamaya, the war between the gods and the Asuras, headed by Soma, the moon, the king of plants, it is Vishvakarma, the artificer of the gods, who forges, like Vulcan, Tubal-Cain, their weapons for them. We have said elsewhere that the woman with child of Revelation, chapter 12, was Aimi, the great mother, or Bina, the third Sephiroth, whose name is Jehovah. And the dragon who seeks to devour a coming child, the universe, is the dragon of absolute wisdom, that wisdom which, recognizing the non-separateness of the universe and everything in it from the absolute all, sees in it no better than the great illusion, Mahamaya, hence the cause of misery and suffering. End of notes. This war of gods with the powers of the deep refers also, in its last and terrestrial application, to the struggle between the Aryan adepts of the nascent fifth race and the sorcerers of Atlantis, the demons of the deep, the islanders surrounded with water who disappeared in the deluge. See the last pages of Volume 1 in Isis Unveiled, Atlantis. The symbols of the dragons and war in heaven have, as already stated, more than one significance, religious, astronomical, and geological events being included in the one common allegory. But it had also cosmological meaning. In India, the dragon story is repeated in one of its forms in the battles of Indra with Vritra. In the Vedas, this Ahi Vritra is referred to as the demon of drought, the terrible hot wind. Indra is shown to be constantly at war with him, and with the help of his thunder and lightning, the god compels Ahivritra to pour down in rain on earth, and then slays him. Hence, Indra is called the Vritrahan, or the slayer of Ritra, as Michael is called the conqueror and slayer of the dragon. Both these enemies are then the old dragon precipitated into the depths of the earth, in this one sense. The Zendavestic Amshaspens are a host with a leader like Saint Michael over them, and seem identical with the legions of heaven when one reads the Vendidad. Thus in Fargard 19, chapter 2, verses 13 and 42, Zarathustra is told by Ahura Mazda to invoke the Ameshaspenta who rule over the 7 Karshvares of the earth, which Karshvares, in their 7 applications, refer equally to the 7 spheres of our planetary chain, to the 7 planets, the 7 heavens, etc., according to whether the sense is applied to a physical, supramundane, or simply sidereal world. Note: the 7 Karshvares of the earth, the 7 spheres of our planetary chain, the 7 worlds also mentioned in the Rig Veda are fully referred to elsewhere. There are 6 Rajamsi, worlds above Prithivi, the earth, or this, Idam, as opposed to that which is yonder, the 6 globes on the 3 other planes. See Rig Veda 1, verse 34, and 3, 56, 7, 10,411, and 5, 60 and 6. See subsection on chronology. End of note. In the same Fargard 2 and 3, in his invocation against Angra, Mainyu and his host, Zarathustra appeals to them in these worlds. Quote, I invoke the 7 bright Zrava with their sons and their flocks. Unquote. 42 Vendidad Sada. The Zrava, a word which the Orientalists have given up as one of unknown meaning, means the same Amshaspens, but in their highest occult meaning. The Zrava are the noumenoi of the phenomenal Amshaspens, the souls or spirits of those manifested powers, and their sons and their flock refers to the planetary angels and their sidereal flock of stars and constellations. Amshaspend is the exoteric term used in terrestrial combinations and affairs only. Zarathustra addresses Ahura Mazda constantly as thou, the maker of the material world. Ormazd is the father of our earth, Spenta Almighty, and she is referred to when personified as the fair daughter of Ahura Mazda, see Fargard 19, verse 2, who is also the creator of the tree of occult and spiritual knowledge and wisdom, from which the mystic and mysterious charisma is taken. But the occult name of the bright god was never pronounced outside the temple. Samael, or Satan, the seducing serpent of Genesis, and one of the primeval angels who rebelled, is the name of the red dragon. He is the angel of death, the Talmud saying that the angel of death and Satan are the same, and killed by Michael, he is once more killed by Saint George, who is also a dragon slayer. But see the transformations of this. Samuel is identical with the Simum, the hot wind of the desert, or again with the Vedic demon of drought, as Vritra. Simun is called Atabutos, or Diabolos, the devil. Typhon, or the dragon Apophis, the accuser in the Book of the Dead, is worsted by Horus, who pierces his opponent's head with a spear, and Typhon is the all-destroying wind of the desert, the rebellious element that throws everything into confusion. As Set, he is the darkness of night, the murderer of Osiris, who is the light of day and the sun. Archaeology demonstrates that Horus is identical with Anubis, whose effigy was discovered upon an Egyptian monument with a cuirass and a spear, like Michael and St. George. Note, verse 62, chapter 17 in the Book of the Dead. Anubis is Horus, who melts in him who is eyeless. End of note. Anubis is also represented as slaying a dragon that has the head and tail of a serpent. See Le Noir du Dragon de Metz. Clear then, all the dragons and serpents conquered by their slayers are, in their origin, the turbulent, confused principles in chaos, brought to order by the sun gods or creative powers. In the Book of the Dead, those principles are called the sons of rebellion. See also Egyptian Pantheon, pages 20 and 23. Quote, in that night, the oppressor, the murderer of Osiris, otherwise called the deceiving serpent, in verse 54, calls the sons of rebellion in air, and when they arrive to the east of heavens, then there is war in heaven and in the entire world. Unquote. From verse 49, Book of the Dead, chapter 17. In the Scandinavian Eddas, the war of those Ases with the Rimtruses, frost giants, and of Asator with the Jotuns, the serpents and dragons, and the quote wolf, unquote, who comes out of quote darkness, unquote, is the repetition of the same myth. The quote evil spirits, unquote, having begun by being simply the emblems of chaos, became euhemerized by the superstition of the rabble until they have finally won the right of citizenship in the most civilized and learned races of this globe, since its creation, as alleged, and became a dogma with Christians. Note, these evil spirits can by no means be identified with Satan or the great dragon. They are the elementals generated or begotten by ignorance, cosmic and human passions, or chaos. End of note. As George Smith has it, the evil principles, spirits, emblems of chaos in Chaldea and Assyria, as in Egypt we see, resist this change and make war on the moon, the eldest son of Bel, drawing over to their side the sun, Venus, and the atmospheric god Vul. See Assyrian Discoveries, page 403. This is only another version of the Hindu war in heaven between Soma, the moon, and the gods, Indra being the atmospheric Vul, which shows it plainly to be both a cosmogonical and an astronomical allegory woven into and drawn from the earliest theogony as taught in the Mysteries. It is in the religious doctrines of the Gnostics that the real meaning of the dragon, the serpent, the goat, and all those symbols of powers now called evil can be seen the best, as it is they who divulged the esoteric nature of the Jewish substitute for Ein Sof in their teachings, of the true meaning of which, while the rabbins concealed it, the Christians, with a few exceptions, knew nothing. Surely Jesus of Nazareth would have hardly advised his apostles to show themselves as wise as the serpent had the latter been a symbol of the evil one. Nor would the Ophites, the learned Egyptian Gnostics of the Brotherhood of the Serpent, have reverenced a living snake in their ceremonies as the emblem of wisdom, the divine Sophia, and a type of the all-good, not the all-bad, were that reptile so closely connected with Satan. The fact is that even as a common ophidian it has ever been a dual symbol, and as a dragon it had never been anything else than a symbol of the manifested deity in its great wisdom. The Draco Volans, the flying dragon of the early painters, may be an exaggerated picture of the real extinct antediluvian animal, but those who have faith in the occult teachings believe that in the days of old there were such creatures as flying dragons or a kind of pterodactyl, and that it is those gigantic winged lizards that served as the prototypes for the seraph of Moses in his great brazen serpent. Note, see Numbers 21, verse 8-9. God orders Moses to build a brazen serpent, seraph, to look upon which heals those bitten by the fiery serpents. The latter were the seraphim, each one of which, as Isaiah shows in chapter 6, verse 2, had 6 wings. They are the symbols of Jehovah, and of all the other demiurgi, who produce out of themselves 6 sons or likenesses, 7 with their creator. Thus the brazen serpent is Jehovah, the chief of the fiery serpents. And yet, in the 2nd of Kings 18, it is shown that King Hezekiah, who, like as David his father, did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, break in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made, and call it Nehushtan, or a piece of brass. End of note. The Jews had worshipped the latter idol themselves, but after religious reforms brought about by Hezekiah, turned round and called that symbol of the great or higher God of every other nation a devil, and their own usurper the one God. Note: and Satan stood up against Israel and moved David to number Israel in Chronologies 21, verse 1. The anger of the Lord Jehovah was kindled against Israel, and he moved David to say, "Go, number Israel," in the 2nd of Samuel, chapter 14, verse 1. The two are then identical. End of note. The appellation Satan, in Hebrew Satan, an adversary, from the verb shatana, to be adverse, to persecute, belongs by right to the first and cruelest adversary of all the other gods, Jehovah, not to the serpent, which spoke only words of sympathy and wisdom, and is at the worst, even in the dogma, the adversary of men. This dogma, based as it is on chapter 3 of Genesis, is as illogical and unjust as it is paradoxical. For who was the first to create that original and henceforward universal tempter of man? The woman. Not the serpent, surely, but the Lord God himself, who, saying, "It is not good that the man should be alone," made woman and brought her unto the man. Verses 18 to 22. If the unpleasant little incident that followed was, and is still, to be regarded as the original sin, then it exhibits the Creator's divine foresight in a poor light indeed. It would have been far better for the first Adam of chapter 1 to have been left either male and female, or alone. It is the Lord God, evidently, who was the real cause of all the mischief, the agent provocateur, and the serpent only a prototype of Azazel, the scapegoat for the sin of the God of Israel, the poor Tragos having to pay the penalty for his master's and Creator's blunder. This, of course, is addressed only to those who accept the opening events of the drama of humanity in Genesis in their dead-letter sense. Those who read them esoterically are not reduced to fanciful speculations and hypotheses. They know how to read the symbolism therein contained, and cannot err. There is at present no need to touch upon the mystic and manifold meaning of the name Jehovah in its abstract sense, one independent of the deity falsely called by that name. It was a blind created purposely by the rabbins, a secret preserved by them with tenfold care after the Christians had despoiled them of this God name, which was their own property. Note: dozens of the most erudite writers have sifted thoroughly the various meanings of the name Jehovah, with and without the Masoretic points, and shown their multifarious bearings. The best of such works is the Source of Measures, the Hebrew-Egyptian mystery. End of note. But the following statement is made. The personage, who is named in the first 4 chapters of Genesis variously as God, the Lord God, and Lord simply, is not one and the same person. Certainly it is not Jehovah. There are 3 distinct classes or groups of the Elohim called Sephiroth in the Kabbalah, Jehovah appearing only in chapter 4, in the first verse of which he is named Cain, and in the last transformed into mankind, male and female, Yahweh. Note: in the above-mentioned work, page 233, appendix, verse 26 of the 4th chapter of Genesis is correctly translated, "The men began to call themselves Jehovah," but less correctly explained, perhaps, as the last word ought to be written Jah, male, Hova, female, to show that from that time the race of distinctly separate man and woman began. End of note. The, quote, serpent, unquote, moreover, is not Satan, but the bright angel, one of the Elohim, clothed in radiance and glory, who, promising the woman that if they ate of the forbidden fruit, ye shall not surely die, kept his promise, and made man immortal in his incorruptible nature. He is the Yao of the mysteries, the chief of the androgyne creators of men. Chapter 3 contains esoterically the withdrawal of the veil of ignorance that closed the perceptions of the angelic man made in the image of the boneless gods, and the opening of his consciousness to his real nature, thus showing the bright angel, Lucifer, in the light of a giver of immortality and as the enlightener, while the real fall into generation and matter is so to be sought in chapter 4. There Jehovah Cain, the male part of Adam, the dual man, having separated himself from Eve, creates in her Abel, the first natural woman, Abel, and sheds the virgin blood. Note: see for explanation the excellent pages of Appendix 7 of the same work. End of note. Now Cain, being shown identical with Jehovah on the authority of the correct reading of verse 1 in chapter 4 of Genesis in the original Hebrew text, and the rabbins teaching that Cain, the evil, was the son of Eve by Samuel, the devil who took Adam's place, and the Talmud adding that the evil spirit, Satan, and Samuel, the angel of death, are the same. Baba Batra 16a. It became easy to see that Jehovah, mankind, or Jehovah, and Satan, therefore the tempting serpent, are one and the same in every particular. There is no devil, no evil outside mankind to produce a devil. Evil is a necessity in and one of the supporters of the manifested universe. It is a necessity for progress and evolution, as night is necessary for the production of day, and death for that of life, that man may live forever. Satan represents metaphysically simply the reverse or the polar opposite of everything in nature. Note: in demonology, Satan is the leader of the opposition in hell, the monarch of which was Beelzebub. He belongs to the fifth kind or class of demons, of which there are 9 according to medieval demonology, and he is at the head of witches and sorcerers. But see in the text the true meaning of Baphomet, the goat-headed Satan, one with Azazel, the scapegoat of Israel. Nature is the god Pan. End of note. He is the adversary, allegorically, the murderer, and the great enemy of all, because there is nothing in the whole universe that has not 2 sides, the reverses of the same medal. But in that case, light, goodness, beauty, etc. may be called Satan with as much propriety as the devil, since they are the adversaries of darkness, badness, and ugliness. And now the philosophy and the rationale of certain early Christian sects, called heretical and viewed as the abomination of the times, will become more comprehensible. We may understand how it was that the sect of Satanians became to be degraded and were anathematized, without any hope of vindication in a future day, since they kept their tenets secret. How, on the same principle, the Cainites came to be degraded, and even the Judas Iscariots, the true character of the treacherous, having never been correctly presented before the tribunal of humanity. As a direct consequence, the tenets of the Gnostic sects also became clear. Each of these sects were founded by an initiate, while their tenets were based on the correct knowledge of the symbolism of every nation. Thus it becomes comprehensible why Ildabaut was regarded by most of them as the god of Moses, and was held as a proud, ambitious, and impure spirit, who had abused his power by usurping the place of the highest god, though he was no better, and in some respects far worse, than his brethren Elohim, the latter representing the all-embracing manifested deity only in their collectivity, since they were the fashioners of the first differentiations of the primary cosmic substance for the creation of the phenomenal universe. Therefore Jehovah was called by the Gnostics the creator of, and one with the Ophiomorphos, the serpent, Satan, or evil. See Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 184. They taught that Yurbu and Adonai were names of Jehovah, who is an emanation of Ildabaoth, from Codex Nazareus. See Part 2, The Fallen Angels. This amounted in their language to saying what the rabbins expressed in a more veiled way by stating that Cain had been generated by Samuel, or Satan. The fallen angels are made in every ancient system the prototypes of fallen men allegorically, and those men themselves esoterically. Thus the Elohim of the hour of creation became the Beni Elohim, the sons of God, among whom is Satan in the Semitic traditions. War in heaven between Threatauna and Azidahaka, the destroying serpent, ends on earth, according to Bernuf, in the battle of pious men against the power of evil, of the Iranians with the Aryan Brahmins of India. And the conflict of the gods with the Asuras is repeated in the Great War, the Mahabharata. In the latest religion of all, Christianity, all the combatants, gods and demons, adversaries in both the camps, are now transformed into dragons and satans, simply in order to connect evil personified with the serpent of Genesis, and thus prove the new dogma. Note: read it for further details upon the Satanic Myth, Part 2 on symbolism, in this volume. End of note. Noah was a Kabir, hence he must have been a demon. It matters little whether it's Isis or Ceres, the Kabiria, or again the Kabiri, who have taught men agriculture, but it is very important to prevent fanatics from monopolizing all the facts in history and legend, and from fathering their distortions of truth, history and legend upon one man. Noah is either a myth, along with the others, or one whose legend was built upon the Kabirian or Titanic tradition, as taught in Samthres. He has therefore no claim to be monopolized by either Jew or Christian. If, as Faber tried to demonstrate at such cost of learning and research, Noah is an Atlantean and a Titan, and his family are the Kabiri or pious Titans, etc., then biblical chronology falls by its own weight, and along with it all the patriarchs, the antediluvian and pre-Atlantean Titans. As now discovered and proven, Cain is Mars, the god of power and generation, and of the first sexual bloodshed. Note: as he is also Vulcan or Vulcain, the greatest god with the late Egyptians, and the greatest Kabir. The god of time was Kum in Egypt, or Saturn or Set, and Tum is the same as Cain. End of note. Tubal-Cain is a Kabir, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron, or, if this will please better, he is one with the Hephaestus, or Vulcan. Jabal is taken from the Kabiri, instructors in agriculture, such as have cattle, and Jubal is the father of all those who handle the harp, he or they who fabricated the harp for Kronos and the trident for Poseidon. Note: see Strabo, comparing them to the Cyclops, 14 page 653 and following. End of note. The history, or, quote, fables, unquote, about the mysterious Telchines, fables echoing each and all the archaic events of our esoteric teachings, furnish us with the key to the origin of Cain's genealogy in Genesis chapter 3. They give the reason why the Roman Catholic Church identifies the accursed blood of Cain and Ham with sorcery and makes it responsible for the deluge. Were not the Telchines, it is argued, the mysterious ironworkers of Rhodes? They, who were the first to raise statues to the gods, furnished them with weapons and men with magic arts. And is it not they who were destroyed by deluge at the command of Zeus, as the Cainites were by that of Jehovah? The Telchines are simply the Kabiri and the Titans in another form. They are the Atlanteans also, like Lemnos and Samthres, says Descartes. Rhodes, the birthplace of the Telchines, is an island of volcanic formation. See DNI of 5, page 271. The island of Rhodes emerged suddenly out of the seas after having been previously engulfed by the ocean, say the traditions. Like Samthres of the Kabiri, it is connected in the memory of men with the flood legends. As enough has been said on this subject, however, it may be left for the present. But we may add a few more words about Noah, the Jewish representative of nearly every pagan god in one or another character. The Homeric songs contain, poetized, all the later fables about the patriarchs, who are all sidereal, cosmic, and numerical symbols and signs. The attempt to disconnect the two genealogies, those of Set and Cain, and the further attempt as futile to show them real, historical men, has only led to more serious inquiries into the history of the past and to discoveries which have damaged forever the supposed revelation. Note: nothing could be more awkward and childish, we say, than the fruitless attempt to disconnect the genealogies of Cain and of Seth, or to conceal the identity of names under a different spelling. Thus Cain has a son Enoch, and Seth a son Enoch also. Enos, Kernoch, Hanok. One may do what one likes with the Hebrew unvoweled names. In the Cainite line, Enoch begets Irad, Irad Mehujael, the latter Methusael, and Methusael Lamech. In the Society line, Enoch begets Canaan, and this one Mahalel, a variation on Mehujael, who gives birth to Jarad, or Irad. Jarad to Enoch, number 3, who produces Methuselah from Methusael, and finally Lamech closes the list. Now all these are symbols, Kabbalistically, of solar and lunar years, of astronomical periods, and of physiological, phallic functions, just as in any other pagan symbolical creed. This has been proven by a number of writers. End of note. For instance, the identity of Noah and Melchizedek being established, the further identity of Melchizedek of Father Sadik with Kronos Saturn is proved also. That it is so may be easily demonstrated. It is not denied by any of the Christian writers. Bryant, see Analysis of Ancient Mythology, Volume 2, page 760, concurs with all those who are of opinion that Siddiq, or Sadik, was the patriarch Noah, as also Melchizedek, and that the name by which he is called, or Sadik, corresponds to the character given of him in Genesis chapter 6, verse 9. He was Sadik, a just man, and perfect in his generation. All science and every useful art were attributed to him, and through his sons transmitted to posterity. See New Encyclopedia by Abraham Rees, FRS. Now it is Sankoniaton who informs the world that Kabiri were the sons of Siddiq or Zedek, Melchizedek. True enough, this information having descended to us through Eusebius in Preparatorio Evangelica, may be regarded with a certain amount of suspicion, as it is more than likely that he dealt with Sankoniation's works as he has with Maneto's synchronistic tables. But let us suppose that the identification of Siddiq, Kronos, or Saturn with Noah and Melchizedek is based on one of the Eusebian pious hypotheses. Let us accept it as such, along with Noah's characteristic as a just man, and his supposed duplicate, the mysterious Melchizedek, king of Salem, and priest of the high God, after his own order. See Hebrews chapter 5, verse 6, and 7, verse 1 et sequens. And, finally, having seen what they all were spiritually, astronomically, physically, and cosmically, let us now see what they have become rabbinically and Kabbalistically. Speaking of Adam, Cain, Mars, etc. as personifications, we find the author of the Source of Measures enunciating our very esoteric teachings in his Kabbalistic researches. Thus he says, quote, "Now Mars was the lord of birth and of death, of generation and destruction, of plowing, of building, of sculpture or stone-cutting, of architecture, in fine, of all arts. He was the primeval principle, disintegrating into the modification of two opposites for production. Astronomically, too, he held the birthplace of the day and year, the place of its increase of strength, Aries, and likewise the place of its death, Scorpio." Note: the alien name of Mars was Ares, and the Greek Ares is a name over the etymological significance of which philologists and Indianists, Greek and Sanskrit scholars have vainly worked to this day. Very strangely, Max Müller connects both the names Mars and Ares with the Sanskrit root Mar, whence he traces their derivation, and from which, he says, the name of Maruts, the storm gods, comes. Welke, however, offers more correct etymologies. See Grekische Götterlehre, Volume 1, page 415. However it may be, etymologies of roots and words alone will never yield the esoteric meaning fully, though they may help to useful guesses. End of note. He held the house of Venus, and that of the Scorpion. He, as birth, was good, as death was evil. As good he was light, as bad he was night. As good he was man, as bad he was woman. He held the cardinal points, and as Cain, or Vulcan, or Parthasadik, or Melchizedek, he was lord of the ecliptic, or balance, or line of adjustment, and therefore was the just one. Note: as the same author shows, the very name Vulcan appears in the reading for the first words of chapter 4 in Genesis 5, is to be found Velekan, or Vulcan, agreeably to the deepened U-sound of the letter vowel. Out of its immediate context, it may be read as the god Cain or Vulcan. If, however, anything is wanting to confirm the Cain-Vulcan idea, Fürst says, Cain, the iron point of a lance, a smith, blacksmith, inventor of sharp iron tools and smith work, on page 278. End of note. The ancients held to there being 7 planets, or great gods, growing out of 8, and Parthasadik, the just or right one, was lord of the 8th, which was Mater Terra. See Source of Measures, page 186 to 70. This makes their functions plain enough after they had been degraded, and establishes the identity. The Noachian deluge, as described in its dead letter and within the period of biblical chronology, having been shown to have never existed, the pious but very arbitrary supposition of Bishop Cumberland has but to follow that deluge into the land of fiction. Indeed, it seems rather fanciful to any impartial observer to be told that there were 2 distinct races of Kabiri, the first consisting of Hamad Mirzaim, whom he conceives to be Jupiter, and Dionysus of Menasias. The second of the children of Shem are the Kabir of Sokonistan, while their father Sidik is consequently the scriptural Shem. The Kabirim, the mighty ones, are identical with our primeval Giancochans, with the corporeal and the incorporeal Pitris, and with all the rulers and instructors of the primeval races, which are referred to as the gods and kings of the divine dynasties. The oldest Persian traditions about the polar and the submerged continents. Legendary lore could not distort facts so effectually as to reduce them to unrecognizable shape. Between the traditions of Egypt and Greece on the one hand, and Persia on the other, a country ever at war with the former, there is too great a similarity of figures and numbers to allow such coincidence to be due to simple chance. This was well proven by B.E. Let us pause for a moment to examine these traditions from every available source, to compare the better those of the Magi with the so-called Grecian fables. Those legends have now passed into popular tales, the folklore of Persia, as many real fiction has found its way into our universal history. The stories of King Arthur and his knights of the Round Table are also fairy tales to all appearance, yet they are based on facts, and pertain to the history of England. Why should not the folklore of Iran be part and parcel of the history and the prehistoric events of Atlantis? That folklore says as follows. Before the creation of Adam, 2 races lived and succeeded each other on earth. The Devs, who reigned 7,000 years, and the Perish, the Izeds, who reigned but 2,000 during the existence of the former. The Devs were giants, strong and wicked. The Perish were small in stature, but wiser and kinder. Here we recognize the Atlantean giants and the Aryans, or the Rakshasas of the Ramayana, and the children of Bharatavasha, or India, the ante- and the post-diluvians of the Bible. Gyan, or rather Gnan, true or called wisdom and knowledge, also called Jan ben Gyan, or wisdom, son of wisdom, was the king of the Peris. Note: some derive the word from Paras, which produced Pars, Persia, Pars. But it may be equally derived from Pitar or Pitris, the Hindu progenitors of the fifth race, the fathers of wisdom or the sons of will and yoga, who were called Pitar, as were the divine Pitars of the first race. End of note. He had a shield as famous as that of Achilles, only instead of serving against an enemy in war, it served as a protection against black magic, the sorcery of the devs. Gian ben Gian had reigned 2,000 years when Iblis, the devil, was permitted by God to defeat the Deus and scatter them to the other end of the world. Even the magic shield, which produced on the principles of astrology destroyed charms, enchantments, and bad spells, could not prevail against Iblis, who was an agent of fate or karma. Note: see for these traditions the collection of Persian legends in Russian, Georgian, Armenian, and Persian. Eberlo's narrative Les Grandes Personnes, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 298, 387, etc., and D'Envite, Mémoire. We give in a condensed narrative that which is scattered in hundreds of volumes in European and Asiatic languages, as well as in oral traditions. End of note. They count 10 kings in their last metropolis called Khanum, and make the 10th Kaimurath, identical with the Hebrew Adam. These kings answer to the 10 antediluvian generations of kings as given by Berosus. Distorted as those legends are now found, one can hardly fail to identify them with the Chaldean, Egyptian, Greek, and even Hebrew traditions. The latter, disdaining in its exclusiveness to speak of pre-Adamite nations, yet allows these to be clearly inferred by sending out Cain, one of the 2 only living men on earth, into the land of Nod, where he gets married and builds a city, in Genesis chapter 4, etc. Now, if we compare the 9,000 years mentioned by the Persian tales with the 9,000 years which Plato declared had passed since the submersion of the last Atlantis, a very strange fact is made apparent, he remarked, but distorted it by his interpretation. The secret doctrine may restore the figures to their true meaning. First of all, we read in Critias that one must remember that 9,000 years have elapsed since the War of the Nations, which lived above and outside the Pillars of Hercules, and those which peopled the lands on this side. Unquote from Critias. In Timaeus, Plato says the same. The secret doctrine declaring that most of the later islander Atlanteans perished in the interval between 850,000 and 700,000 years ago, and that the Aryans were 200,000 years old when the first great, quote, island, unquote, or continent was submerged. There hardly seems any reconciliation possible between the figures, but there is, in truth. Plato, being an initiate, had to use the veiled language of the sanctuary, and so had the Magi of Chaldea and Persia, through whose exoteric revelations the Persian legends were preserved and passed to posterity. Thus one finds the Hebrews calling a week 7 days, and a week of years, when each of its days represents 360 solar years, and the whole week is 2,520 years, in fact. They had a sabbatical week, a sabbatical year, etc., etc., and their Sabbath lasted indifferently 24 hours or 24,000 years in their secret calculations of the sods. We of the present time call an age a century. They of Plato's day, the initiated writers at any rate, meant by a millennium not 1,000 but 100,000 years. Hindus, more independent than any, never concealed their chronology. First, when saying 9,000 years, the initiates will read 900,000 years, during which space of time, that is, from the first appearance of the Aryan race, when the Pliocene portions of the one great Atlantis began gradually sinking and other continents to appear on the surface, down to the final disappearance of Plato's small island of Atlantis, the Aryan races had never ceased to fight with the descendants of the first giant races. Note: the main continent of Atlantis perished in the Miocene times, as already stated. End of note. This war lasted till nearly the close of the age which preceded the Kali Yuga, and was the Mahabharatian war so famous in Indian history. Such blending of the events and epochs, and bringing down of hundreds of thousands into thousands of years, does not interfere with the numbers of years that had elapsed according to the statement made by the Egyptian priests to Solon, since the destruction of the last portion of Atlantis. The 9,000 years were the correct figures given. The latter event has never been kept a secret, and had only faded out of the memory of the Greeks. The Egyptians had their records complete, because isolated, for being surrounded by sea and desert, they had been left untrammeled by other nations till about a few millenniums before our era. History for the first time catches a glimpse of Egypt and its great mysteries through Herodotus, if we do not take into account the Bible and its queer chronology. Note: from Bede downwards, all the chronologists of the Church have differed among themselves and contradicted each other. The chronology of the Hebrew text has been grossly altered, especially in the interval next after the deluge, says Whiston, Old Testament, page 20. End of note. And how little Herodotus could tell is confessed by himself when speaking of a mysterious tomb of an initiate at Sais, in the sacred precinct of Minerva. There, he says, behind the chapel is the tomb of one, whose name I consider it impious to divulge. In the enclosure stand large obelisks, and there is a lake near, surrounded with a stone wall formed in a circle. In this lake they perform by night that person's adventures, which they call mysteries. On these matters, however, though I am accurately acquainted with the particulars of them, I must observe a discreet silence." Unquote. On the other hand, it is well known that no secret was so well preserved and so sacred with the ancients as that of their cycles and computations. From the Egyptians down to the Jews, it was held as the highest sin to divulge anything pertaining to the correct measure of time. It was for divulging the secrets of the gods that Tantalus was plunged into the infernal regions. The keepers of the sacred Sibylline books were threatened with the death penalty for revealing a word from them. Sigalians, images of Harpocrates, were in every temple, especially in those of Isis and Serapis, each pressing a finger to the lips, while the Hebrews taught that to divulge after initiation into the rabbinical mysteries the secrets of Kabbalah was like eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. It was punishable by death. And yet we Europeans accepted the exoteric chronology of the Jews. What wonder that it has influenced and colored ever since all our conceptions of science and the duration of things. Persian traditions, then, are full of two nations of races, now entirely extinct, as some think, whereas they are only transformed. They are ever speaking of and describing the mountains of Kaf, within brackets Kafaristan, which contain a gallery built by the giant Argyak, wherein the statues of the ancient men under all their forms are preserved. They call them Suleimans, Solomons, or the wise kings of the East, and count 72 kings of that name. Note: thence King Solomon, whose traces are nowhere to be found outside of the Bible, and the description of whose magnificent palace and city dovetail with those of the Persian tales, though they were unknown to all pagan travelers, even to Herodotus. End of note. 3 among them reigned for 1,000 years each. From Herbalad, page 829. Siamek, the beloved son of Kaimurat, Adam, their first king, died murdered by his giant brother. The father had a perpetual fire preserved on the tomb, which contained his cremated ashes, hence the origin of fire worship, as some Orientalists think. Then came Hushkink, the prudent and the wise. It was his dynasty which rediscovered metals and precious stones, which had been concealed by the devs or giants in the bowels of the earth, how to make brasswork, to cut canals, and improve agriculture. As usual, it is Hushkink again who is credited with having written the work called Eternal Wisdom, and even with having built the cities of Luz, Babylon, and Isfahan, though they were built ages later. But as modern Delhi is built on 6 other older cities, so these just named cities may be built on emplacements of other cities of an immense antiquity. As to his date, it can only be inferred from another legend. In the same tradition, that wise prince is credited with having made war against the giants on a 12-legged horse, whose birth is attributed to the arms of a crocodile with a female hippopotamus. This dodecaped was found on the dry island or new continent. Much force and cunning had to be used to secure the wonderful animal, but no sooner had Hushkink mounted him than he defeated every enemy. No giants could withstand his tremendous power. Notwithstanding, this king of kings was killed by an enormous rock thrown at him by the giants from the great mountains of Damavend. Note: Oriental Traditions, page 454, and see also Beil's Lettres sur l'Atlantide. End of note. Tammuz is the 3rd king of Persia, the St. George of Iran, the knight who always has the best of and who kills the dragon. He is the great enemy of the devs who in his day dwelled in the mountains of Kaf and occasionally made raids on the Peris. The old French chronicles of the Persian folklore call him the Dev-Bend, the conqueror of the giants. He too is credited with having founded Babylon, Nineveh, Diyarbek, etc., etc. Like his grandsire Hushkink, Tammuz, or Teimuraz, also had his steed, only far more rare and rapid, a bird called Simurg-Anke, a marvelous bird in truth, intelligent, a polyglot, and even very religious. See Oriental Collections, Volume 2, page 119. What says that Persian phoenix? It complains of its old age, for it is born cycles and cycles before the days of Adam, also Kaimurat. It had witnessed the revolutions of long centuries. It has seen the birth and the close of 12 cycles of 7,000 years each, which multiplied esoterically will give us again 840,000 years. From Oriental Collections, Volume 2, page 119 et sequens. Note: remember that the rabbins teach that there are to be 7 successive renewals of the globe, that each will last 7,000 years, the total duration being thus 49,000 years. See Rabbi Parka's Wheel, also Kinnelly's Book of God, page 176. This refers to 7 rounds, 7 root races, and sub-races, the true occult figures, though sorely confused. End of note. Simurg is born with the last deluge of the pre-Adamites, says the romance of Simurg and the good Caliph. What says the Book of Numbers? Esoterically, Adam Rishon is the lunar spirit, Jehovah in a sense, or the Pitris, and his 3 sons, Cain, Habel, and Seth, represent the 3 races, as already explained. Noah Xisutrus represents in his turn, in the cosmogeological key, the 3rd race separated, and his 3 sons, its last 3 races. Ham, moreover, symbolizing that race which uncovered the nakedness of the parent race and of the mindless, that is, committed sin. Tammuz visits on his winged steed, Ahriman, to the mountains of Korkaf or Kapf. He finds there the Peris ill-treated by the giants, and slays Argen and the giant Demerush. Then he liberates the good Peri, Mergena, whom Demrush had kept as a prisoner, and takes her over to the dry island that is the new continent of Europe. Note, Mergane, or Morgana, the fairy sister of King Arthur, is thus shown of Oriental descent. And note, where we find her indeed in Great Britain, in the romance of the Knights of the Round Table, whence the identity of name and fairyhood, if both heroines did not symbolize the same historical event which had passed into a legend. End of note. After him came Giamshit, who builds Esikar, or Persepolis. This king reigns 700 years and believes himself in his great pride immortal and demands divine honors. Fate punishes him. He wanders for 100 years in the world under the name of Dulkarnain, the two-horned. But this epithet has no connection with the two-horned gentleman of the cloven foot. The two-horned is the epithet given in Asia, uncivilized enough to know nothing of the attributes of the devil, to those conquerors who have subdued the world from the east to the west. Then come the usurpers Soak and Feridun, one of the Persian heroes, who vanquishes the former and shuts him up in the mountains of Damavend. These are followed by many others, down to Kaikubad, who founded a new dynasty. Such is the legendary history of Persia, and we have to analyze it. What are the mountains of Kaf, to begin with? Whatever they may be in their geographical status, whether they are the Caucasian or Central Asian mountains, it is far beyond these mountains to the north that legend places the Devs and Peris, the latter the remote ancestors of the Parsis or Farsis. Oriental tradition is ever referring to an unknown glacial gloomy sea, and to a dark region within which nevertheless are situated the fortunate islands, wherein bubbles from the beginning of life on earth, the fountain of life, from Herbelot, page 593, and Armenian Tales, page 35. But the legend asserts, moreover, that a portion of the first dry island, the continent, having detached itself from the main body, has remained since then beyond the mountains of Kukaf, the stony girdle that surrounds the world. A journey of 7 months' duration will bring him who is possessed of Solomon's ring to that fountain, if he keeps on journeying north straight before him as the bird flies. Journeying, therefore, from Persia straight north will bring one along the 60th degree of longitude, holding to the west to Nova Zembla, and from the Caucasus to the eternal ice beyond the Arctic Circle would land one between 60 and 45 degrees of longitude, or between Nova Zembla and Spitzbergen. This, of course, if one has the dodecapedian horns of Hushink or the winged simorg of Tamurat, or Taimuraz, upon which to cross over the Arctic Ocean. Note: to this day the aborigines of the Caucasus speak of their mountains as Kafkas, using the consonant P instead of the usual V, Kavkaz or Caucasus. But their bards say that it requires 7 months for a swift horse to reach the dry land beyond Kaf, holding north without ever deviating from one's way. End of note. Nevertheless, the wandering songsters of Persia and the Caucasus will maintain to this day that far beyond the snow-capped summits of Kap or Caucasus there is a great continent now concealed from all. That it is reached by those who can secure the services of the 12-legged progeny of the crocodile and the female hippopotamus, whose legs become at will 12 wings, or by those who have the patience to wait for the good pleasure of Simorak Anke, who promised that before she dies she will reveal the hidden continent to all and make it once more visible and within easy reach by means of a bridge, which the ocean devs will build between that portion of the dry island and its severed parts. This relates, of course, to the 7th race, Simorg being the manmanteric cycle. Notes. Note on the 12 wings. Bei thought he saw in this horse a 12-oared ship, The secret doctrine teaches that the early third race built boats and flotillas before it built houses. But the horse, though a much later animal, has nevertheless a more cult primitive meaning. The crocodile and the hippopotamus were held sacred and represented divine symbols, both with the ancient Egyptians and with the Mexicans. Poseidon is, in Homer, the god of the horse, and assumes that form himself to please Ceres. Arion, their progeny, is one of the aspects of that horse, which is a cycle. And note on the dry island and its severed parts. The severed parts must be Norway and other lands in the neighborhood of the Arctic Circle. End of note. It is very curious that Cosmas Indicopleustes, who lived in the 6th century AD, should have always maintained that man was born and dwelt at first in a country beyond the ocean, a proof of which had been given him in India by a learned Chaldean. See Cosmas Indicopleustes in Collections Nova Patrum, Volume 2, page 188. And also see Journal du Savant, Supplement 1707, page 20. He says, "The lands we live in are surrounded by the ocean, but beyond that ocean there is another land which touches the walls of the sky. And it is in this land that man was created and lived in paradise. During the deluge, Noah was carried in his ark into the land his posterity now inhabits." From the same source. The 12-legged horse of Hushink was found on that continent named the Dry Island. Supra, page 554. The Christian topography of Cosmas Indicopleustes and its merits are well known, but here the good father repeats a universal tradition now moreover corroborated by facts. Every Arctic traveler suspects a continent or a dry island beyond the line of eternal ice. Perhaps now the meaning of the following passage from one of the commentaries may become clearer. Quote, "In the first beginnings of human life, the only dry land was on the right end of the sphere, where it, the globe, is motionless." Notes. The two poles are called the right and left ends of our globe, the right being the North Pole, or the head and feet of the Earth. Every beneficent, astral and cosmic action comes from the north, every lethal influence from the South Pole. They are much connected with and influence right and left hand magic. And note, the more one approaches the poles, the less rotation is felt. At the poles proper, the diurnal revolution is quite neutralized. Thence the expression that the sphere is motionless. End of notes. The whole earth was one vast watery desert, and the waters were tepid. There man was born on the 7 zones of the immortal, the indestructible of the Manvantara. Note, it is averred in occultism that the land or island which crowns the North Pole like a skull cap is the only one which prevails during the whole Manvantara of our round. All the central continents and lands will emerge from the sea bottom many times in turn, but this land will never change. End of note. There was eternal spring in darkness, but that which is darkness to the man of today was light to the man of his dawn. There the gods rested, and Forhat reigns ever since. Note. Bear in mind that the Vedic and Avestian name of Forhat is Apam Napat. In the Avesta he stands between the fire Yajdas and the water Yajdas. The literal meaning is son of the waters, but these waters are not the liquid we know, but ether, the fiery waters of space. Forhat is the son of ether in its highest aspect, Akasha, the mother-father of the primitive 7 and of sound, or logos. Forhat is the light of the latter. See Book 1. End of note. Thus the wise fathers say that man is born in the head of his mother, Earth, and that her feet are at the left end generated, begot, the evil winds that blow from the mouth of the lower dragon. Between the first and second races, the eternal central land was divided by the water of life. Note: this water is the blood or fluid of life which animates the earth, compared here to a living body. End of note. It flows around and animates her, Mother Earth's body. Its one end issues from her head. It becomes foul at her feet, the southern pole. It gets purified on its return to her heart, which beats under the foot of the sacred Shambhala, which then in the beginnings was not yet born. For it is in the belt of man's dwelling, the earth, that lies concealed the life and health of all that lives and breathes. Note: occult teaching corroborates the popular tradition which asserts the existence of a fountain of life in the bowels of the earth and in the North Pole. It is the blood of the earth, the electromagnetic current, which circulates through all the arteries, and which is said to be found stored in the navel of the earth. End of note. During the first and second races, the belt was covered with the great waters, but the Great Mother travailed under the waves, and a new land was joined to the first one, which our wise men call the headgear, the cap. She travailed harder for the third race, and her waist and navel appeared above the water. It was the belt, the sacred Himavat, which stretches around the world. Note: occultism points to the Himalayan chain as that belt, and maintains that, whether under the water or above, it encircles the globe. The navel is described as situated to the setting sun, or to the west of the Himavat, in which lie the roots of Meru, which mountain is north of the Himalaya. Meru is not the fabulous mountain in the navel or center of the earth, but its roots and foundations are in that navel, though it is in the far north itself. This connects it with the central land that never perishes, the land in which the day of the mortal lasts 6 months, and his night another 6 months. As the Vishnu Purana has it, for the north of Meru there is therefore always night during day in other regions, for Meru is north of all the Dvipas and Varshas, islands and countries. See Book 2, Chapter 8. Meru is therefore neither on Atlas, as Wilford suggests, nor, as Wilson tried to show, absolutely in the center of the globe, only because relatively with the inhabitants of the several portions, to all of whom the east is that quarter where the sun first appears." Unquote. End of note. She broke toward the setting sun from her neck downward to the southwest, into many lands and islands, but the eternal land, the cap, broke not asunder. Note: even the commentaries do not refrain from oriental metaphor. The globe is likened to the body of a woman, Mother Earth. From her neck downward means from the inland sea now beyond the impassable barrier of ice. The earth, as Parasara says, is the mother and nurse, augmented with all creatures and their qualities, the comprehender of all the worlds. Unquote. End of note. Dry lands covered the face of the silent waters to the four sides of the world. All these perished in their turn. Then appeared the abode of the wicked, the Atlantis. The eternal land was now hid, for the waters became solid, frozen, under the breath of her nostrils and the evil winds from the dragon's mouth, etc., etc. This shows that Northern Asia is as old as the second race. One may even say that Asia is contemporary with man, since from the very beginnings of human life its root continent, so to speak, already existed, that part of the world now known as Asia being only cut off from it in a later age and divided by the glacial waters. If then the teaching is understood correctly, the first continent which came into existence capped over the whole North Pole like one unbroken crust, and remains so to this day, beyond that inland sea which deemed like an unreachable mirage to the few Arctic travelers who perceived it. During the second race, more land emerged from under the waters as a continuation of the head from the neck, beginning on both hemispheres, on the line above the most northern part of Spitsbergen. On Mercator's projection on our side, it may have included, on the American side, the localities that are now occupied by Baffin's Bay and the neighboring islands and promontories. Note: for the stanzas called this locality by a term translated in the commentary as a place of no latitude, Niraksha, the abode of the gods. As a scholiast says from the Surya Siddhanta, above this, the Siddha, goes the sun when situated at the equinoxes. They have neither equinoctial shadow nor elevation of the pole. Akshonati, verse 42. In both directions from these are two pole stars, Dhruvatara, fixed in the midst of the sky. To those who are situated in places of no latitude, Niraksha, both these have their place in the horizon. Hence there is, on that land, no elevation of the poles, the two pole stars being situated in their horizon, but their degrees of equilatitude, Lumbaka, are 90. At Meru the degrees of latitude, Aksha, are of the same number, unquote, from 43 and 44. End of note. There it hardly reached, southward, the 70th degree of latitude. Here it formed the horseshoe continent of which the commentary speaks, of the two ends of which one included Greenland with their prolongation which crossed the 50th degree a little southwest, and the other Kamchatka, the two ends being united by what is now the northern fringe of the coasts of eastern and western Siberia. This broke asunder and disappeared. In the early part of the third race, Lemuria was formed, Vide Supra. When it was destroyed in its turn, Atlantis appeared. Western speculations founded on the Greek and Puranic traditions. Thus it becomes natural to find that on even such meager data as have reached the profane historian, Rudbeck, a Swedish scientist, tried to prove about 2 centuries ago that Sweden was the Atlantis of Plato. He thought even that he had found in the configuration of ancient Uppsala the situation and measurements given by the Greek sage of the capital of, quote, Atlantis, unquote. As B proved, Rudbeck was mistaken, but so was B likewise, and still more. For Sweden and Norway had formed part and parcel of ancient Lemuria, and also Atlantis on the European side, just as eastern and western Siberia and Kamchatka had belonged to it on the Asiatic. Only once more, when was it? We can find it out approximately only by studying the Puranas, if we will have naught to do with the secret teachings. 3/4 of a century have already elapsed since Captain, now Colonel, Wilford brought forward his fanciful theories about the British Islands being the White Island, the Atala of the Puranas. This was sheer nonsense, as the Atala is one of the 7 Dvipas or islands belonging to the Netherlocas, one of the 7 regions of Patala, the Antipodes. Moreover, as Wilford shows, the Puranas place it on the 7th zone or 7th climate, rather on the 7th measure of heat, which thus locates it between the latitudes of 24 and 28 degrees north. Note on Wilford. Wilford makes many mistakes. He identifies, for instance, Svetadvipa, the White Island, the island in the northern part of Toyambuti, with England, and then tries to identify it with Atala, a nether region, and Atlantis. Now the former is the abode of Vishnu exoterically, and Atala is a hell. He also places it in the Euxine or Ikshu, Black Sea, and then seems to connect it in another place with Africa and Atlas. End of note. It is then to be sought on the same degree as the Tropic of Cancer, whereas England is between the 50th and 60th degrees of latitude. Wilford speaks of it as Atala, Atlantis, the White Island, and in Volume 8 of Journal of Asiatic Researches, page 280, its enemy is called the White Devil, the demon of terror, for he says, quote, "In there, the Hindu and Mahomedan romances, we see cows going to the mountain of Ashburi, at the foot of which the sun sets, to fight the Dev-Sephid, or White Devil, the Tara-Daitya of the Puranas, whose abode was on the seventh stage of the world, answering to the seventh zone of the Buddhists, or the White Island." Unquote. Now, here the Orientalists have been and are still facing the Sphinx riddle, the wrong solution of which will ever destroy their authority, if not their persons, in the eyes of every Hindu scholar, even those who are not initiates. For there is not a statement in the Puranas on the conflicting details of which Wilford based his speculations, which has not several meanings, and does not apply to both the physical and the metaphysical worlds. If the old Hindus divided the face of the globe geographically into 7 zones, climates, dvipas, and into 7 hells and 7 heavens, allegorically, that measure of 7 did not apply in both cases to the same localities. It is the North Pole, the country of Meru, which is the 7th division, as it answers to the 7th principle, or 4th metaphysically, of the occult calculation, for it represents the region of Atma, of pure soul and spirituality. Hence, Pushkara is shown as the 7th zone or Dvipa, which encompasses the Kshira ocean, or ocean of milk, the ever-frozen white region, in the Vishnu and other Puranas. Book 2, Chapter 4. And Pushkara, with its 2 Varshas, lies directly at the foot of Meru, for it is said that the 2 countries north and south of Meru are shaped like a bow, and that 1/2 of the surface of the earth is on the south of Meru, and the other half on the north of Meru, beyond which is half of Pushkara. From Vishnu Purana, Asiatic Researches, etc. Geographically, then, Pushkara is America, northern and southern, and allegorically it is the prolongation of Jambudvipa, in the middle of which stands Meru, for it is the country inhabited by beings who live 10,000 years, who are free from sickening or failing, where there is neither virtue nor vice, caste or laws, for these men are of the same nature as the gods. Vishnu Purana, Book 2, Chapter 4. Note on Jambudvipa. Every name in the Puranas has to be examined at least under 2 aspects, geographically and metaphysically in its allegorical application. For example, Nila, the Blue Mountain, which is one of the boundaries to the north of Meru, is again to be sought geographically in a mountain range in Orissa, and again in a mountain quite different from the others in Western Africa. Jambudvipa is Vishnu's dominion, the world limited in the Puranas to our globe, the region which contains Meru only, and again it is divided to contain Bharatavarsha, India, its best division, and the fairest, says Parasara. Likewise with Pushkara and all others, end of note. Wilford is inclined to see Meru in Mount Atlas and locates there also the Lokalokas. Now Meru, we are told, which is the Svarloka, the abode of Brahma, of Vishnu, and the Olympus of Indian exoteric religions, is described geographically as passing through the middle of the earth globe and protruding on either side. Surya Siddhanta, verse 5, Witness translation. On its upper station are the gods, on the nether, or south pole, is the abode of demons, hells. How can then Meru be Mount Atlas? Besides which, Tara-Daitya, a demon, cannot be placed on the 7th zone if the latter is identified with the White Island, which is Svetadvipa, for reasons given in the footnote, vide info. Wilford accuses the modern Brahmans of having jumbled them, islands and countries, all together, but he jumbles them still more. He believes that, as the Brahmanda and Vayu Puranas divide the old continent into 7 dvipas, said to be surrounded by a vast ocean, beyond which lie the regions and mountains of Atala. Hence, most probably the Greeks divided the nation of Atlantis, which, as it could not be found after having once been discovered, they conceived to have been destroyed by some shock of nature. Finding certain difficulties in believing that the Egyptian priests, Plato, and even Homer had all built their notions of Atlantis on Attala, another region located at the southern pole, we prefer holding to the statements given in the secret books. We believe in the 7, quote, continents, unquote, 4 of which have already lived their day, the 5th still exists, and 2 are to appear in the future. We believe that each of these is not strictly a continent in the modern sense of the word, but that each name, from Jambu down to Pushkara, refers to the geographical names given, 1. to the dry lands covering the face of the whole earth during the period of a root race in general, and 2. to what remained of these after a geological race, pralaya, as Jambu, for instance, and 3. to those localities which will enter, after the future cataclysms, into the formation of new universal, quote, continents, unquote, peninsulas or dvipas, each continent being in one sense a greater or smaller region of dry land surrounded with water. Note, from Jambu down to Pushkara. Jambu, Plaksha, Salmali, Kusha, Krauncha, Saka, and Pushkara. End of note. A note on the formation of new universal continents, peninsulas or dvipas, such as Shaka or Pushkara, for instance, which do not yet exist, but into which will enter such lands as some portions of America or Africa and Central Asia, with the Gobi region. Let us bear in mind that Upadvipas means root islands, or the dry land in general. End of notes. Thus, that whatever, quote, jumble, unquote, the nomenclature of these may represent to the profane, there is none in fact to him who has the key. Thus we believe we know that, though 2 of the Puranic, quote, islands, unquote, the 6th and 7th, quote, continents, unquote, are yet to come, nevertheless there were, or there are, lands which will enter into the composition of the future dry lands of new earths whose geographical faces will be entirely changed, as were those of the past. Therefore we find in the Puranas that Sakadvipa is or will be a continent, and that Sankadvipa, as shown in the Vayu Purana, is only a minor island, one of the 9 divisions, to which Vayu adds 6 more, of Bharatavarsha. Because Sankadvipa was peopled by Mlechas, unclean foreigners, who worshipped Hindu divinities, therefore they were connected with India. Note, they were called demons, asuras, giants and monsters because of their wickedness, and thus their country was likened to Attala, a hell because of that. End of note. This accounts for Sankashura, a king of a portion of Sankadvipa, who was killed by Krishna, that king who resided in the palace which was an ocean shell, and whose subjects lived in shells also, says Wilford. Quote, on the banks of the Nile, within brackets question mark, there were frequent contests between the Devatas, divine beings, demigods, and the Daityas, giants, but the latter tribe having prevailed, their king, Sankashura, who resided in the ocean, made frequent incursions in the night. Unquote. Asiatic Researches, from Volume 3, 225. Note, not on the river Nile, surely, but near the Nila mountains of the Atlas range. End of note. It is not on the banks of the Nile, but on the coasts of Western Africa, south of where now lies Morocco, that these battles took place. There was a time when the whole of the Sahara Desert was a sea, then a continent as fertile as the delta, and then, only after another temporary submersion, it became a desert similar to that other wilderness, the desert of Shamu or Gobi. This is shown in Puranic tradition, for on the same page as above cited it is said, The people were between two fires, for while Sankashura was ravaging one side of the continent, Krauncha, or Krakacha, king of Kraunch, used to desolate the other. Both armies thus changed the most fertile regions into a savage desert. That not only the lost island of Atlantis, spoken of by Plato, but a large continent first divided and then broken later into 7 peninsulas and islands, called Dvipas, preceded Europe, is sure. It covered the whole of the North and South Atlantic regions, as well as portions of the North and South Pacific, and had islands even in the Indian Ocean, relics of Lemuria. The claims corroborated by Indian Puranas, Greek writers, and Asiatic, Persian, and Mohammedan traditions. Wilford, who confuses sorely the Hindu and the Mussulman legends, shows this, however, clearly. See volume 8, 10, and 11 of Asiatic Researches. And his facts and quotations from the Puranas give direct and conclusive evidence that the Aryan Hindus and other ancient nations were earlier navigators than the Phoenicians, who are now credited with having been the first seamen that appeared in the post-Diluvian times. This is what given in the Journal of the Asiatic Society, Volume 3, pages 325 et sequens. Quote, "In their distress, the few nations who survived in the war between Devatas and Daityas raised their hands to Bhagavan. Let him who can deliver us be our king," using the word it, a magic term not understood by Wilford evidently, which re-echoed through the whole century. Unquote. Then comes a violent storm. The waters of the Kali are strangely agitated. Quote, "When there appeared from the waves a man afterwards called it, at the head of a numerous army, saying, 'Abyan, no fear,' unquote, and scattered the enemy. The king it, explains Wilford, is a subordinate incarnation of Mrira, a form of Rudra, probably, who re-established peace and prosperity throughout all Shankadvipa, through Barbaradesa, Hisantan, and Avastan, or Arabia, etc., etc. Surely, if the Hindu Puranas give a description of wars on continents and islands situated beyond Western Africa in the Atlantic Ocean, if their writers speak of Barbaras and other peoples such as Arabs, they who were never known to navigate or cross the Kalapani, the black waters of the ocean, in the days of Phoenician navigation, then their Puranas must be older than those Phoenicians placed at from 2,000 to 3,000 years before Christ. At any rate, those traditions must have been older, as, quote, "In the above accounts," writes an adept, "the Hindus speak of this island as existing and in great power. It must therefore have been more than 11,000 years ago," unquote. Note, says Wilford of the division in Atlantis of Bharat and India, confusing the two accounts, and Priyavrata and Medhatiti, quote, "The division was made by Priyavrata. He had 10 sons, and it was his intention to divide the whole world. In the same manner Neptune divided Atlantis between his 10 sons. One of them had the extremity of the Atlantis, which is probably the old continent. This Atlantis was overwhelmed by a flood, and it seems that by Atlantis we should understand the antediluvian earth, over which 10 princes were born to rule according to the mythology of the West, and of the East also, but 7 only of them sat upon the throne," unquote, from Volume 3, page 286. Some also are of opinion that of the 7 Dvipas, 6 were destroyed by a flood, Volume 8, page 367. Wilford takes it to be Gades, which included Spain, but it was Plato's island, rather. End of note. But another calculation and proof may be adduced of the great antiquity of these Hindu Aryans, who knew of, because they had once dwelt in it, and described the last surviving island of Atlantis, or rather of that remnant of the eastern portion of that continent which had perished soon after the upheaval of the 2 Americas, the 2 Varshas of Pushkara. Note on America. America, the, quote, "new," unquote, world, is thus, though not much older, Still it is older than Europe, the Old World. End of note. This may be demonstrated, moreover, on an astronomical calculation by an adept who criticizes Wilford for recalling what the Orientalist had brought forward concerning the Mount Ashbury, at the foot of which the sun sets. Where was the war between the Devatas and the Daityas? He says, "We will consider then the latitude and longitude of the lost island and of the remaining Mount Ashbury. It was on the 7th stage of the world, that is, in the 7th climate, which is between the latitude of 24 degrees and latitude 28 degrees north. This island, the daughter of the ocean, is frequently described as lying in the west, and the sun is represented as setting at the foot of its mountain, Ashbury, Atlas, Tenerife, or Nila, no matter the name, and fighting the white devil of the white island." Note on the Devatas and the Daityas. If Dev or Devsephids, the Tara Daityas, abode was on the 7th stage, it is because he came from Pushkara, the Patala antipodes of India, or from America. The latter touched the walls, so to say, of Atlantis, before the latter sank finally. The word Patala, meaning both the antipodal countries and infernal regions, thus became synonymous in ideas and attributes, as well as in name. End of note. Now, considering this statement from its astronomical aspect, and knowing that Krishna is the incarnated Sun, Vishnu, or solar god, and that he is said to have killed Devsephid, the white giant, a possible personification of the ancient inhabitants at the foot of the Atlas, perchance Krishna may be only a representation of the vertical beams of the sun. Those inhabitants, the Atlantids, are, we have seen, accused by Diodorus of daily cursing the sun and ever fighting his influence. This is an astronomical interpretation, of course, but it will now be proved that Sankashura and Shankadvipa and all their history is also geographically and ethnologically Plato's Atlantis in Hindu dress. It was just remarked that since, in the Puranic accounts, the island is still existing, then those accounts must be older than the 11,000 years elapsed since Sankadvipa, or the Poseidonis of Atlantis, disappeared. Is it not barely possible that Hindus should have known the islands still earlier? Let us turn again to astronomical demonstrations, which make this quite plain if one assumes, according to the said adept, that at the time when the summer tropical color passed through the Pleiades, when Corleones would be upon the equator, and when Leo was vertical to Ceylon at sunset, then would Taurus be vertical to the island of Atlantis at noon. This explains perhaps why the Sinhalese, the heirs of the Rakshasas and giants of Lanka, and the direct descendants of Singha, or Leo, became connected with the Sankadvipa, or Poseidonis, Plato's Atlantis. Only as shown by Mackey's Sphinxiad, this must have occurred about 23,000 years ago astronomically, at which time the obliquity of the ecliptic must have been rather more than 27 degrees, and consequently Taurus must have passed over, quote, Atlantis, or, quote, Sankadvipa, and that it was so is clearly demonstrated. The sacred bull Nandi was brought from Bharata to Sankha to meet Rishabha, Taurus, every kalpa. But when those of the White Island, who descended originally from the Svetadvipa, who had mixed with the Daityas, giants of the land of iniquity, had become black with sin, then Nandi remained forever in the White Island, or Svetadvipa. Those of the fourth world race lost Om, says the commentaries. Note, neither Atlantis nor yet Sankadvipa was ever called White Island. When tradition says that the White Island became black on account of the sins of people, it only means the denizens of the White Island, or Siddhapura, or Svetadvipa, who descended to the Atlantis of the third and fourth races to inform the latter, and who, having incarnated, became black with sin, a figure of speech. All the avatars of Vishnu are said to come originally from the White Island. According to a Tibetan tradition, the White Island is the only locality which escapes the general fate of other Dwipas and can be destroyed by neither fire nor water, for it is the, quote, eternal land, unquote. End of note. Asburj, or Asburj, whether the peak of Tenerife or not, was a volcano when the sinking of the western Attala, or hell, began, and those who were saved told the tale to their children. Plated Atlantis perished between water below and fire above, the great mountain vomiting flames all the while. The fire-vomiting monster survived alone out of the ruins of the unfortunate island. Do the Greeks, accused of borrowing a Hindi fiction, Attala, and inventing from it another, Atlantis, stand also accused of getting their geographical notions and the number 7 from them? Read in Part 2 the several sections on the septenate in nature. The famous Atlantis exists no longer, but we can hardly doubt that it did once, says Proclus. For Marcellus, who wrote a history of Ethiopian affairs, says that such and so great an island once existed, and this is evidenced by those who composed histories relative to the external sea. For they relate that in this time there were 7 islands in the Atlantic Sea sacred to Proserpine, and besides these, 3 of immense magnitude sacred to Pluto, Jupiter, and Neptune. And besides this, the inhabitants of the last island, Poseidonis, preserved the memory of the prodigious magnitude of the Atlantic island as related by their ancestors, and of its governing for many periods all the islands in the Atlantic Sea. From this isle one may pass to other large islands beyond, which are not far from the firm land, near which is the true sea. These 7 Dwipas, inaccurately rendered islands, constitute, according to Marcellus, the body of the famous Atlantis, writes Wilford himself. This evidently shows that Atlantis is the old continent. The Atlantis was destroyed after a violent storm, within brackets, question mark. This is well known to the Puranics, some of whom assert that in consequence of this dreadful convulsion of nature, 6 of the Dwipas disappeared. Unquote from Chapter 11, page 27. Enough proofs have now been given to satisfy the great skeptic. Nevertheless, direct proofs based on exact science are also added. Volumes might be written, however, to no purpose for those who will neither see nor hear, except through the eyes and ears of their respective authorities. Hence the teaching of the Roman Catholic scholiasts, namely that Hermon, the mount in the land of Mishpet, meaning anathema, destruction, is the same as Mount Armon. As a proof of this, Josephus is often quoted, as affirming that still in his own day enormous bones of giants were daily discovered on it. But it was the land of Balaam the prophet, whom the Lord loved well, and so mixed up are facts and personages in the said scholiast's brains that when the Zohar explains the, quote, birds, unquote, which inspired Balaam to mean serpents, to wit, the wise men and adepts at whose school he had learnt the mysteries of prophecy, the opportunity is again taken of showing Mount Hermon inhabited by the winged dragons of evil, whose chief is Samael, the Jewish Satan. Quote, it is to those unclean spirits chained on Mount Hermon of the desert that the scapegoat of Israel, who assumed the name of one of them, Azaziel, was sent, unquote, from Spencer. We say it is not so. The Zohar has the following explanation on the practice of magic, which is called in Hebrew Nechashkim, or the serpent's works. It says in part 3, 302, Nechashkim, because the magicians, practical Kabbalists. The Secret Doctrine, by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis. Stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 12 continued. The quote curse, unquote, from a philosophical point of view. The foregoing teachings of the secret doctrine, supplemented by the universal traditions, must now have demonstrated that the Brahmanas and Puranas, the Yathas, and other Mazdean scriptures, down to the Egyptian, Greek, and Roman, and finally to the Jewish sacred records, all have the same origin. None are the meaningless, useless stories invented to entrap the unwary profane. All are allegories intended to convey, under a more or less fantastic veil, the great truths gathered in the same field of prehistoric tradition. Space forbids us from entering in these two volumes into further and more minute details with respect to the four races which preceded our own, but before offering to the student the history of the psychic and spiritual evolution of the direct antediluvian fathers of our fifth Aryan humanity, and before demonstrating its bearing upon all the other side branches grown from the same trunk, we have to elucidate a few more facts. It has been shown on the evidence of the whole ancient literary world, and the intuitional speculations of more than one philosopher and scientist of the later ages, that the tenets of our esoteric doctrine are corroborated by inferential as well as by direct proof in almost every case. That neither the legendary giants, nor the lost continents, nor yet the evolution of the preceding races are quite baseless tales. In the addenda which close this volume, science will find itself more than once unable to reply. They will, it is hoped, finally dispose of every skeptical remark with regard to the sacred number in nature and our figures in general. Vide sections on the septenaries. Meanwhile, one task is left incomplete, that of disposing of that most pernicious of all the theological dogmas, the curse under which mankind is alleged to have suffered ever since the supposed disobedience of Adam and Eve in the bower of Eden. Creative powers in man were the gift of divine wisdom, not the result of sin. This is clearly instanced in the paradoxical behavior of Jehovah, who first curses Adam and Eve, or humanity, for the supposed committed crime, and then blesses his, quote, chosen people, unquote, by saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth," in Genesis chapter 9, verse 1. The curse was not brought on mankind by the fourth race, for the comparatively sinless third race, the still more gigantic antediluvians, had perished in the same way. Hence the deluge was no punishment, but simply a result of a periodical and geological law. Nor was the curse of karma called down upon them for seeking natural union, as all the mindless animal world does in its proper seasons, but for abusing the creative power, for desecrating the divine gift, and wasting the life essence for no purpose except bestial, personal gratification. When understood, the third chapter of Genesis will be found to refer to the Adam and Eve of the closing third and the commencing fourth races. In the beginning, conception was as easy for woman as it was for all animal creation. Nature had never intended that woman should bring forth her young ones in sorrow. Since that period, however, during the evolution of the fourth race, there came enmity between its seed and the serpent's seed, the seed or product of karma and divine wisdom. For the seed of woman or lust bruised the head of the seed of the fruit of wisdom and knowledge by turning the holy mystery of procreation into animal gratification. Hence the law of karma bruised the heel of the Atlantean race by gradually changing physiologically, morally, physically, and mentally the whole nature of the fourth race of mankind, until, from the healthy king of animal creation of the third race, man became in the fifth, our race, a helpless, scrofulous being, and has now become the wealthiest heir on the globe to constitutional and hereditary diseases, the most consciously and intelligently bestial of all animals. Notes: how wise and grand, how far-seeing and morally beneficent are the laws of Manu on connubial life, when compared with the license tacitly allowed to man in civilized countries. That those laws have been neglected for the last 2 millenniums does not prevent us from admiring their forethought. The Brahmin was a grihasta, a family man, till a certain period of his life, when after begetting a son he broke with married life and became a chaste yogi. His very connubial life was regulated by his Brahmin astrologer in accordance with his nature. Therefore, in such countries as the Punjab, for instance, where the lethal influence of Mussulman, and later on of European, licentiousness has hardly touched the orthodox Aryan castes, one still finds the finest men, so far as stature and physical strength go, on the whole globe, whereas the mighty men of old have found themselves replaced in the Deccan, and especially in Bengal, by men whose generation becomes with every century and almost with every year dwarfed and weakened. Diseases and overpopulation are facts that can never be denied. End of note. This is the real curse from the physiological standpoint, almost the only one touched upon in the Kabbalistic esotericism. Viewed from this aspect, the curse is undeniable, for it is evident. The intellectual evolution, in its progress hand in hand with the physical, has certainly been a curse instead of a blessing, a gift quickened by the lords of wisdom, who have poured on the human manas the fresh dew of their own spirit and essence. The divine Titan has then suffered in vain, and one feels inclined to regret his benefaction to mankind, and sigh for those days so graphically depicted by Aeschylus in his Prometheus Bound, when, at the close of the first Titanic age, the age that followed that of ethereal man, of the pious Kandu and Pramloka, nascent, physical mankind, still mindless and physiologically senseless, is described as, quote, "Seeing they saw in vain, hearing they heard not, but like shapes in dreams, through the long time all things at random mixed." Unquote. Our saviors, the Agnishwata and other divine sons of the flame of wisdom, personified by the Greeks in Prometheus, may well, in the injustice of the human heart, be left unrecognized and unthanked. Note: in Mrs. Anna Swanwick's volumes, The Dramas of Aeschylus, it is said of Prometheus Bound, Volume 2, pages 146 and 147, that Prometheus truly appears in it as the champion and benefactor of mankind, whose condition is depicted as weak and miserable in the extreme. Zeus, it is said, proposed to annihilate these puny ephemerals, and to plant upon the earth a new race in their stead. We see the lords of being doing likewise, and exterminating the first product of nature and the sea in the stanzas 5 et sequens. Prometheus represents himself as having frustrated this design, and as being consequently subjected for the sake of mortals to the most agonizing pain inflicted by the remorseless cruelty of Zeus. We have thus the Titan, the symbol of finite reason and free will, of intellectual humanity, or the high aspect of Manas, depicted as the sublime philanthropist, while Zeus, the supreme deity of Hellas, is portrayed as the cruel and obdurate despot, a character peculiarly revolting to Athenian sentiment. The reason for it is explained further on. The supreme deity bears, in every ancient pantheon, including that of the Jews, a dual character composed of light and shadow. End of note. They may, in our ignorance of the truth, be indirectly cursed for Pandora's gift, but to find themselves proclaimed and declared by the mouth of the clergy the evil ones is too heavy a karma for him who dared alone, when Zeus ardently desired to quench the entire human race, to save that mortal race from perdition. Or, as the suffering Titan is made to say, quote, "From sinking blasted down to Hades' gloom, for this by the dire tortures I am bent, grievous to suffer, piteous to behold, I who did mortals pity," unquote. And the chorus remarking very pertinently, "Vast boon was this thou gavest unto mortals." Prometheus answers, "Yea, and besides 'twas I that gave them fire." Chorus, "Have now these short-lived creatures flamed-eyed fire?" Prometheus, "Aye, and by it full many arts will learn." But with the arts the fire received has turned into the greatest curse, the animal element, and consciousness of its possession has changed periodical instinct into chronic animalism and sensuality. Note: the animal world, having simple instinct to guide it, has its seasons of procreation, and the sexes become neutralized during the rest of the year. Therefore, the free animal knows sickness but once in its life, before it dies. End of note. It is this which hangs over humanity like a heavy funeral pall. Thus arises the responsibility of free will. The titanic passions which represent humanity in its darkest aspects, the restless insatiability of the lower passions and desires when, with self-asserting insolence, they bid defiance to the restraints of law. Note: from Introduction to Prometheus Bound, page 152. End of note. Prometheus, having endowed man, according to Plato's Protagoras, with that wisdom which ministers to physical well-being, but the lower aspect of manas of the animal, karma, having remained unchanged, instead of an untainted mind, heaven's first gift, from Aeschylus, there was created the eternal vulture of the ever unsatisfied desire, of regret and despair, coupled with the dreamlike feebleness that fetters the blind race of mortals, from page 556, until the day when Prometheus is released by his heaven-appointed deliverer, Heracles. Now Christians, Roman Catholics especially, have tried to prophetically connect this drama with the coming of Christ. No greater mistake could be made. The true theosophist, the pursuer of divine wisdom and worshipper of absolute perfection, the unknown deity which is neither Zeus nor Jehovah, will demur to such an idea. Pointing to antiquity, he will prove that there never was an original sin, but only an abuse of physical intelligence, the psychic being guided by the animal, and both putting out the light of the spiritual. He will say, "All ye who can read between the lines, study ancient wisdom in the old dramas, the Indian and the Greek. Read carefully the one just mentioned, one enacted on the theatres of Athens 2,400 years ago, namely Prometheus Bound. The myth belongs to neither Hesiod or Aeschylus, but, as Bunsen says it, is older than the Hellenes themselves, for it belongs in truth to the dawn of human consciousness." The crucified Titan is the personified symbol of the collective Logos, the host, and of the laws of wisdom, or the heavenly man who incarnated in humanity. Moreover, as his name Prometheus, meaning he who sees before him, or futurity, shows, in the arts he devised and taught to humanity, psychological insight was not the least. Note: from Prometheus, Forethought. Professor Kuhn, we are told in the above-named volumes of The Dramas of Aeschylus, considers the name of the Titan to be derived from the Sanskrit word pramanta, the instrument used for kindling fire. The root mund, or munt, implies rotary motion, and the word muntami, used to denote the process of fire kindling, acquired the secondary sense of snatching away. Hence we find another word of the same stock, pramata, signifying theft. This is very ingenious, but perhaps not altogether correct. Besides, there's a very prosaic element in it. No doubt in physical nature the higher forms may develop from the lower ones, but it is hardly so in the world of thought. And as we are told that the word mantami passed into the Greek language and became the word mantano, to learn, that is to say, to appropriate knowledge, whence prometia, foreknowledge, forethought, we may find in searching a more poetical origin of the firebringer than that displayed in its Sanskrit origin, the svastika. The sacred sign and the instrument for kindling sacred fire may explain it better. Prometheus the firebringer is the Pramanta personified, goes on the author. He finds his prototype in the Aryan Matarisvan, a divine personage closely associated with the fire god of the Veda, Agni. Mati in Sanskrit is understanding, and a synonym of Mahat and Manas, and must be of some account in the origin of the name. Promati is the son of Forehead, and has his story also. End of note. For as he, Prometheus, complains to the daughters of Oceanus, of prophecies the various modes I fixed, and among dreams did first discriminate the truthful vision, and mortals guided to a mysterious art, all arts to mortals. From Prometheus came. Leaving for a few pages the main subject, let us pause and see what may be the hidden meaning of this, the most ancient, as it is the most suggestive of traditional allegories. As it relates directly to the early races, this will be no real digression. The subject of Aeschylus' drama, the trilogy is lost, is known to all cultured readers. The demigod robs the gods, the Elohim, of their secret, the mystery of the creative fire. For this sacrilegious attempt he is struck down by Kronos and delivered unto Zeus, the father and creator of a mankind which he would wish to have blind, intellectually and animal-like, a personal deity which will not see man like one of us. Note on Kronos. Kronos is time, and thus the allegory becomes very suggestive. See closing pages of this subsection. End of note. Hence Prometheus, the fire and light giver, is chained on Mount Caucasus and condemned to suffer torture. But the triform Fates, karma, whose decrees, as the Titan says, even Zeus, e'en he the foreordained cannot escape, ordain that those sufferings will last only to that day when a son of Zeus, a son bearing stronger than his sire, 787, one of thine, Io's, own descendants it must be, 791, is born. This son will deliver Prometheus, that is the suffering humanity, from his own fatal gift. His name is He who has to come. On the authority, then, of these few lines, which, like any other allegorical sentence, may be twisted into almost any meaning, namely, on the word pronounced by Prometheus and addressed to Io, the daughter of Inachus, persecuted by Zeus, a whole prophecy is constructed by some Catholic writers, says the crucified Titan, and portent past belief, the speaking oaks by which full clearly, in no riddling phrase, wast hailed as the illustrious spouse of Zeus. Then verse 853, stroking thee with touch alone of unalarming hand. Then thou dark Epaphus shalt bear, whose name records his sacred gendering. Verse 870. This was construed by several fanatics, de Mousseau and de Merville amongst others, into a clear prophecy. Io, quote, is the mother of God, we are told, and Dark Epaphos, Christ. But the latter has not dethroned his father except metaphorically, if one has to regard Jehovah as that father, nor has the Christian Saviour hurled his father down into Hades. Prometheus says in verse 930 that Zeus will be humbled yet. As for himself, quote, such marriage he prepares, which from his throne of power to nothingness shall hurl him down, so shall be all fulfilled his father Kronos' curse. Note, see for explanation of this curse the last page of the present subsection. End of note. Then let him sit confiding in his lofty thunder peals, and wielding with both hands the fiery bolt. For these shall not avail, but fall he shall, a fall disgraceful, not to be endured. Unquote. Verse 980. Dark Epaphos was the Dionysus Sabazius, the son of Zeus and of Demeter in the Sabazian mysteries, during which the father of the gods, assuming the shape of a serpent, begot on Demeter, Dionysus, or the solar Bacchus. Io is the moon, and at the same time the eve of a new race, and so is Demeter in the present case. The Promethean myth is a prophecy indeed, but it does not relate to any of the cyclic saviors who have appeared periodically in various countries and among various nations in their transitionary conditions of evolution. It points to the last of the mysteries of cyclic transformations in the series of which mankind, having passed from the ethereal to the solid physical state, from spiritual to physiological procreation, is now carried onward on the opposite arc of the cycle toward that second phase of its primitive state, when woman knew no man, and human progeny was created, not begotten. That state will return to it and to the world at large, when the latter shall discover and really appreciate the truths which underlie this vast problem of sex. It will be like the light that never shone on sea or land, and has to come to men through the Theosophical Society. That light will lead on and up to the true spiritual intuition. Then, as expressed once in a letter to a Theosophist, the world will have a race of Buddhas and Christs, for the world will have discovered that individuals have it in their own powers to procreate Buddha-like children or demons. When that knowledge comes, all dogmatic religions, and with these the demons, will die out. If we reflect upon the serial development of the allegory and the character of the heroes, the mystery may be unriddled. Kronos is of course time in its cyclic course. He swallows his children, the personal gods of exoteric dogmas included. He has swallowed, instead of Zeus, his stone idol. But the symbol has grown and has only developed in human fancy as mankind was cycling down toward only its physical and intellectual, not spiritual, perfection. When it is as far advanced in its spiritual evolution, Kronos will be no longer deceived. Instead of the stone image, he will have swallowed the anthropomorphic fiction itself, because the serpent of wisdom, represented in the Sabazian mysteries by the anthropomorphized Logos, the unity of spiritual and physical powers, will have begotten in time Kronos, a progeny, Dionysus Bacchus, or the dark Epaphos, the mighty one, the race that will overthrow him. Where will he be born? Prometheus traces him to his origin and birthplace in his prophecy to Io. Io is the moon goddess of generation, for she is Isis and she is Eve, the great mother. Note, It is complained by the author of the version on and translator of Prometheus Bound that in this tracing of Io's wanderings no consistency with our known geography is attainable. See page 191 of Volume 2. There may be good reason for it. First of all, it is the journey and wandering from place to place of the race from which the 10th, or Kalki avatar so-called, is to issue. This he calls the kingly race born in Argos, 888. But Argos has no reference here to Argos in Greece. It comes from Arg, or Arca, the female generative power symbolized in the moon, the navy-formed Arga of the mysteries, meaning the Queen of Heaven. Eustathius shows that, in the dialect of the Argians, Io signified the moon, while esotericism explains it as the divine androgyne, or the mystic 10. In Hebrew, 10 is the perfect number, or Jehovah. Argia in Sanskrit is the libation cup, the navy form or boat-shaped vessel in which flowers and fruit are offered to the deities. Argyanath is a title of the Mahakohan, meaning the Lord of Libations, and Argyavarsha, the land of libations, is the mystery name of that region which extends from the Kailas mountain nearly to the Skama desert, from within which the Kalki avatar is expected. The Ariana Varsetia of the Zoroastrians, as a locality, is identical with it. It is now said to have been situated between the Sea of Aral, Baltistan, and Little Tibet, but in olden times its area was far larger, and it was the birthplace of physical humanity, of which Io is the mother and symbol. End of note. He traces the path of the racial wanderings as plainly as words can express it. She has to quit Europe and go to Asia's continent, reaching there the highest of the mountains of Caucasus, 737, the Titan telling her, "When thou hast crossed the flood, limit betwixt the two continents, fronting the burning east," 810. That she must travel eastward after passing the Cimmerian Bosphorus, and cross what is evidently the Volga, and now Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea. After this she will encounter fierce northern blasts, and cross thither to the land of the Arimaspian host, east of Herodotus' Scythia, to Pluto's gold-abounding flood, 825. Which is rightly conjectured by Professor Newman to have meant the Ural, the Arimaspi of Herodotus being the recognized inhabitants of this golden region. And here comes, between verses 825 and 835, a puzzle to all the European interpreters. Says the Titan, "To these, Arimaspi and Gripes, approach not, a far borderland thou next wilt reach, where dwells a swarthy race, near the sun's founts, where is the Aethiop, quote, river, unquote. Along its banks proceed till thou attain the mighty rapids, where from Bibline heights pure draughts of sacred water Nailos sends," unquote. There Io was ordained to found a colony for herself and sons. Now we must see how the passage is interpreted. As Io is told that she has to travel eastward till she comes to the river Aethiops, which she is to follow till it falls into the Nile, hence the perplexity. According to the geographical theories of the earliest Greeks, we are informed by the author of the version on Prometheus Bound, this condition was fulfilled by the river Indus. Arrian mentions that Alexander the Great, when preparing to sail down the Indus, having seen crocodiles in the river Indus, and in no other river except the Nile, seemed to himself to have discovered the source of the Nile, as though the Nile, rising from some place in India and flowing through much desert land, and thereby losing its name Indus, next flowed through inhabited land, being now called the Nile by the Ethiopians of the great parts, and afterwards by the Egyptians. Virgil in the 4th Georgic echoes the absolute error on page 197 from volume 2. Both Alexander and Virgil may have erred considerably in their geographical notions, but the prophecy of Prometheus has not so sinned in the least, not at any rate in its esoteric spirit. When a certain race is symbolized, and events pertaining to its history are rendered allegorically, no topographical accuracy ought to be expected in the itinerary traced for its personification. Yet it so happens that the river Ethiops is certainly the Indus, and it is also the Nile, or Nila. It is the river born of the Kailas, heaven mountain, the mansion of the gods, 22,000 feet above the level of the sea. It was the Ethiops river because its banks, from Attok down to Sind, were peopled by tribes generally referred to as the Eastern Ethiopians. India and Egypt were two kindred nations, and the Eastern Ethiopians, the mighty builders, have come from India, as is pretty well proved, it is hoped, in Isis Unveiled. See Volume 1, pages 569 to 70. Then why could not Alexander, and even the learned Virgil, have used the word Nile or Nalos when speaking of the Indus, since it is one of its names? To this day that river is called, in the regions around Kalabag, Nil, meaning blue, and Nila, the blue river. The water here is of such dark blue color that the name given to it from time immemorial led to a small town on its banks being called by the same name. It exists to this day. Evidently Arian, who wrote far later than the day of Alexander, and who was ignorant of the old name of the Indus, has unconsciously slandered the Greek conqueror. Nor are our modern historians much wiser in judging as they do, for they often make the most sweeping declarations on mere appearances, as much as their ancient colleagues ever did in days of old, when no encyclopedias were yet ready for them. The race of Io, the cow-horned maid, is then simply the first pioneer race of the Ethiopians brought by her from the Indus to the Nile, which received its name in memory of the mother river of the colonists from India. Note: Alexander, who was better acquainted with Attok than with India, where he never went, could not have failed to hear the Indus near its very sources called Nil and Nila. Even if a mistake, it is thus easily accounted for. End of note. For does not Prometheus say to Io that the sacred Nalos, the god, not the river, he to the land three-cornered thee shall guide, namely to the delta, where his sons are foreordained to found that far-off colony, verse 830 et sequens. Note on Io that Io is identical allegorically with Isis, and the moon is shown by her being cow-horned. The allegory undeniably reached Greece from India, where Vak, the melodious cow, from Rigveda, from whom mankind was produced, from Bhagavad Purana, is shown in the Aitareya Brahmana as pursued by her father Brahma, who was moved by an illicit passion and changed her into a deer. Hence Io, refusing to yield to Jupiter's passion, becomes horned. The cow was in every country the symbol of the passive generative power of nature, Isis, Vak, Venus, the mother of the prolific god of love, Cupid, but at the same time that of the Logos, whose symbol became with the Egyptians and the Indians the bull, as testified to by Apis and the Hindu bulls in the most ancient temples. In esoteric philosophy, the cow is the symbol of creative nature, and the bull, her calf, the spirit which vivifies her, or the Holy Spirit, as Mr. Kinneler shows. Hence the symbol of the horns. These were sacred also with the Jews, who placed near the altar horns of shittim wood, by seizing which a criminal ensured his safety. End of note. It is there that the new race, the Egyptians, will begin, and a female race, 873, which, fifth in descent from dark Epaphus, 50 in number, shall return to Argos. Then one of the 50 virgins will fail through love and shall a kingly race in Argos bear. But from this seed shall dauntless heroes spring, bow famous, who shall free me from these ills. When this hero shall rise, the Titan does not reveal, for, as he remarks, this to set forth a large needs lengthy speech. But Argos is Argia Varsha, the land of libation of the old Hierophants, whence the deliverer of humanity will appear, a name which becomes ages later that of its neighbor, India, the Aryavarta of old. That the subject formed part of the Sabaean mysteries is made known by several ancient writers, by Cicero and by Clemens Alexandrinus. The latter writers are the only ones who attribute the fact that Aeschylus was charged by the Athenians with sacrilege and condemned to be stoned to death to its true cause. They say that, having been himself uninitiated, Aeschylus had profaned the mysteries by exposing them in his trilogies on a public stage. Note: Herodotus and Pausanias supposed that the cause of the condemnation was that Aeschylus, adopting the theogony of the Egyptians, made Diana the daughter of Ceres, and not of Latona. But Aeschylus was initiated. End of note. But he would have incurred the same condemnation had he been initiated, which must have been the case, as otherwise he must, like Socrates, have had a daemon to reveal to him the secret and sacred allegorical drama of initiation. At all events, it is not the father of the Greek tragedy who invented the prophecy of Prometheus, for he only repeated in dramatic form that which was revealed by the priests during the mysteria of the Sabaeia. Note: Sabaeia was a periodical festival with mysteries enacted in honor of some gods, a variant of the Mithraic mysteries. The whole evolution of the races was performed in them. End of note. The latter, however, is one of the oldest sacred festivals whose origin is to this day unknown to history. Mythologists connect it through Mithras, the sun, called Sabaeus on some old monuments, with Jupiter and Bacchus. But it was never the property of the Greeks, but dates from days immemorial. The translators of the drama wonder how Aeschylus could become guilty of such discrepancy between the character of Zeus as portrayed in the Prometheus Bound and that depicted in the remaining dramas. Note Mrs. A. Swanwick. This is just because Aeschylus, like Shakespeare, was and will ever remain the intellectual sphinx of the ages. Between Zeus, the abstract deity of Grecian thought, and the Olympic Zeus, there was an abyss. The latter represented during the mysteries no higher a principle than the low aspect of human physical intelligence, manas wedded to karma, Prometheus in its divine aspect merging into and aspiring to buddhi, the divine soul. Zeus was the human soul and nothing more, whenever shown yielding to his lower passions, the jealous god, revengeful and cruel in his egotism or I-amness. Hence Zeus is represented as a serpent, the intellectual tempter of man, which nevertheless begets in the course of cyclic evolution the man-savior, the solar Bacchus or Dionysus, more than a man. Dionysus is one with Osiris, with Krishna, and with Buddha, the heavenly wise, and with the coming 10th avatar, the glorified spiritual Christos, who will deliver the suffering Christos, mankind, or Prometheus on its trial. This, say Brahminical and Buddhistic legends, echoed by the Zoroastrian and now by the Christian teachings, the latter only occasionally, will happen at the end of Kali Yuga. It is only after the appearance of Kalki Avatar, or Sosiush, that man will be born from woman without sin. Then will Brahma, the Hindu deity, Ahura Mazda, or Majd, the Zoroastrian, Zeus, the Greek Olympian Don Juan, Jehovah the jealous, repenting, cruel, tribal god of the Israelites, and all their likes in the universal pantheon of human fancy vanish and disappear in thin air. And along with these will vanish their shadows, the dark aspects of all those deities, ever represented as their twin brothers and creatures, in exoteric legend their own reflection on earth, in esoteric philosophy. The Ahrimans and Typhons, the Samuels and Satans, must be all dethroned on that day, when every dark evil passion will be subdued. There is one eternal law in nature, one that always tends to adjust contraries and to produce final harmony. It is owing to this law of spiritual development superseding the physical and purely intellectual that mankind will become freed from its false gods and find itself finally self-redeemed. In its final revelation, the old myth of Prometheus, his proto- and antitypes being found in every ancient theogony, stands in each of them at the very origin of physical evil, because at the threshold of human physical life. Kronos is time whose first law is that the order of the successive and harmonious phases in the process of evolution during cyclic development should be strictly preserved, under the severe penalty of abnormal growth, with all its ensuing results. It was not in the program of natural development that man, a higher animal though he may be, should become at once intellectually, spiritually, and physically the demigod he is on earth, while his physical frame remains weaker and more helpless and ephemeral than that of almost any huge mammal. The contrast is too grotesque and violent, the tabernacle much too unworthy of his indwelling God. The gift of Prometheus thus became a curse, though foreknown and foreseen by the host personified in that personage, as his name well shows. Note, vide supra a footnote concerning the etymology of Prometheus, or forethought. Prometheus confesses it in the drama when saying, "O holy ether, swiftly winged gales, behold what I, a god from gods, endure, and yet what say I? Clearly I foreknew all that must happen. The destined it behooves, as best I may to bear, for well I wot how incontestable the strength of fate." Verse 105. Fate stands here for karma or nemesis. End of note. It is in this that rests at one and the same time its sin and its redemption. For the host that incarnated in a portion of humanity, though led to it by karma or nemesis, preferred free will to passive slavery, intellectual self-conscious pain and even torture, while myriad time shall flow to inane, imbecile, instinctual beatitude. Knowing such an incarnation was premature and not in the program of nature, the heavenly host Prometheus still sacrificed itself to benefit thereby at least one portion of mankind. Note: mankind is obviously divided into God-informed man and low human creatures. The intellectual difference between the Aryans and other civilized nations and such savages as the South Sea Islanders is inexplicable, and no amount of culture nor generations of training amid civilization could raise such human specimens as Bushmen, the Vedas of Ceylon, and some African tribes to the same intellectual level as the Aryans, the Semites, and the Turanians, so-called. The sacred spark is missing in them, and it is they who are the only inferior races on the globe, now happily, owing to the wise adjustment of nature, which ever works in that direction, fast dying out. Verily mankind is of one blood, but not of the same essence. We are the hothouse, artificially quickened plants in nature, having in us a spark, which in them is latent. End of note. But while saving man from mental darkness, they inflicted upon him the tortures of the self-consciousness of his responsibility, the result of his free will, besides every ill to which mortal man and flesh are heir to. This torture Prometheus accepted for himself, since the host became henceforward blended with the tabernacle prepared for them, which was still unachieved at that period of formation. Spiritual evolution, being incapable of keeping pace with the physical, once its homogeneity was broken by the admixture, the gift thus became the chief cause, if not the sole origin of evil. Note, the philosophical view of Indian metaphysics placed the root of evil in the differentiation of the homogeneous into the heterogeneous, of the unit into plurality. End of note. The allegory which shows Kronos cursing Zeus for dethroning him in the primitive golden age of Saturn when all men were demigods, and creating a physical race of men weak and helpless in comparison, and then as delivering to his, Zeus, revenge the culprit, who despoiled the gods of their prerogative of creation, and who thereby raised man to their level. Intellectually and spiritually, is highly philosophical. In the case of Prometheus, Zeus represents the host of the primeval progenitors of the Pitar, the fathers who created man senseless and without any mind, while the divine Titan stands for the spiritual creators, the Devas, who fell into generation. The former are spiritually lower, but physically stronger than the Prometheans. Therefore the latter are shown conquered. The lower host, whose work the Titan spoiled, and thus defeated the plans of Zeus, was on this earth in his own sphere and plane of action, whereas the superior host was an exile from heaven who had got entangled in the meshes of matter. They, the inferior host, were masters of all the cosmic and lower titanic forces. The high Titan possessed only the intellectual and spiritual fire. This drama of the struggle of Prometheus with the Olympic tyrant and despot, sensual Zeus, one sees enacted daily within our actual mankind. The lower passions chain the higher aspirations to the rock of matter, to generate in many a case the vulture of sorrow, pain, and repentance. In every such case one sees once more a god in fetters, anguish fraught, the foe Zeus, in hatred held by all. A god bereft even of that supreme consolation of Prometheus, who suffered in the self-sacrifice, for that to men he bare too fond a mind. As the divine Titan is moved by altruism, but the mortal man by selfishness and egoism in every instance. The modern Prometheus has now become Epimetheus, he who sees only after the event, because the universal philanthropy of the former has long ago degenerated into selfishness and self-adoration. Man will re-become the free Titan of old, but not before cyclic evolution has re-established the broken harmony between the two natures, the terrestrial and the divine, after which he becomes imperishable to the lower titanic forces, invulnerable in his personality, and immortal in his individuality, which cannot happen before every animal element is eliminated from his nature. When man understands that Deus non fecit mortem, but that man has created it himself, he will re-become the Prometheus before his fall. For the full symbolism of Prometheus and the origin of this mythos in Greece, the reader is referred to part 2 of this volume, chapter A Second Key to Prometheus, etc. In the said part, a kind of supplement to the present portion, every additional information is given upon those tenets that will be the most controverted and questioned. This work is so heterodox, when confronted with the acknowledged standards of theology and modern science, that no proof which tends to show that these standards often usurp an illegal authority should be neglected. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of... Additional fragments from a commentary on the verses of stanza 12. The manuscripts from which these additional explanations are taken belong to the group called Tongshatsky Sangye Songa, or the records of the 35 Buddhas of confession, as they are exoterically called. These personages, however, though called in the northern Buddhist religion Buddhas, may just as well be called rishis or avatars, etc., as they are Buddhas who have preceded Sakyamuni, only for the northern followers of the ethics preached by Gautama. These great Mahatmas or Buddhas are a universal and common property. They are historical sages, at any rate for all the occultists who believe in such a hierarchy of sages, the existence of which has been proved to them by the learned ones of the fraternity. They are chosen from among some 97 Buddhas in one group and 53 in another, mostly imaginary personages, who are really the personifications of the powers of the first-named. Notes. Gautama Buddha, named Shakyatupa, is the 27th of the last group, as most of these Buddhas belong to the divine dynasties which instructed mankind. And note, of these Buddhas, or the enlightened, the far distant predecessors of Gautama the Buddha, and who represent, we are taught, once living men, great adepts and saints, in whom the Sons of Wisdom has incarnated, and who were, therefore, so to speak, minor avatars of the celestial beings. 11 only belong to the Atlantean race, and 24 to the 5th race from its beginnings. They are identical with the Tirthankaras of the Jainas. End of notes. These, quote, baskets, unquote, of the oldest writings, unquote, palm leaves, unquote, are kept very secret. Each manuscript has appended to it a short synopsis of the history of that sub-race to which the particular Buddha-la belonged. The one special manuscript from which the fragments which follow are extracted and then rendered into a more comprehensible language is said to have been copied from stone tablets which belonged to a Buddha of the earliest day of the 5th race, who had witnessed the deluge and the submersion of the chief continents of the Atlantean race. The day when much, if not all, of that which is given here from the archaic records will be found correct is not far distant. Then the modern symbologists will acquire the certitude that even Odin, or the god Woden, the highest god in the German and Scandinavian mythology, is one of the 35 Buddhas, one of the earliest indeed, for the continent to which he and his race belonged is also one of the earliest. So early, in truth, that in the days when tropical nature was to be found, when now lie eternal, unthawing snows, one could cross almost by dry land from Norway, via Iceland and Greenland, to the lands that at present surround Hudson's Bay. Note. This may account for the similarity of the artificial mounds in the U.S. of America and the tumuli in Norway. It is this identity that led some American archaeologists to suggest that Norwegian mariners had discovered America some 1,000 years ago. Vidar Holmberg's Traces de Bouddhisme en Norvège, page 23. There is no doubt that America is that far distant land into which pious men and heavy storms had transferred the sacred doctrine, as the Chinese writer suggested by his description to Newman. But neither Professor Holmberg of Stockholm nor the American archaeologists have guessed the right age of the mounds or the tumuli. The fact that Norwegians may have rediscovered the land that their long-forgotten forefathers believed to have perished in the general submersion does not conflict with that other fact that the secret doctrine of the land, which was the cradle of physical man and of the fifth race, had found its way into the so-called New World ages and ages before the sacred doctrine of Buddhism. End of note. Just as in the palmy days of the Atlantean giants, the sons of the giants from the east, a pilgrim could perform a journey from what in our days is termed the Sahara Desert to the lands which now rest in dreamless sleep at the bottom of the waters of the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean Sea. Events which were never written outside the human memory, but which were religiously transmitted from one generation to another and from race to race, may have been preserved by a constant transmission within the book volume of the brain, and through countless aeons, with more truth and accuracy than inside any written document or record. That which is part of our souls is eternal, says Thackeray, and what can be nearer to our souls than that which happens at the dawns of our lives? Those lives are countless, but the soul or spirit that animates us throughout these myriads of existences is the same. And though the book and volume of the physical brain may forget events within the scope of one terrestrial life, the bulk of collective recollections can never desert the divine soul within us. Its whispers may be too soft, the sound of its words too far off the plane perceived by our physical senses, yet the shadow of events that were, just as much as the shadow of the events that are to come, is within its perceptive powers and is ever present before its mind's eye. It is this soul voice, perhaps, which tells those who believe in tradition more than in written history that what is said below is all true and relates to prehistoric facts. This is what is written in one passage. The kings of light have departed in wrath. The sins of men have become so black that earth quivers in her great agony. The azure seats remain empty. Who of the brown, who of the red, or yet among the black races can sit in the seat of the blessed, the seats of the knowledge and mercy? Who can assume the flower of power, the plant of the golden stem, and the azure blossom? Unquote. The Kings of Light is the name given in all old records to the sovereigns of the divine dynasties. The azure seats are translated celestial thrones in certain documents. The flower of power is now the lotus. What it may have been at that period, who can tell? The writer proceeds, like the later Jeremiah, to bewail the fate of his people. They had become bereft of their azure celestial kings, and they of the diva hue, the moon-like complexion, and they of the refulgent golden face, have gone to the land of bliss, the land of metal and fire, or, agreeably with the rules of symbolism, to the lands lying north and east, from whence the great waters have been swept away, sucked in by the earth and dissipated in the air. The wise races had perceived the black storm dragons, called down by the dragons of wisdom, and had fled, led on by the shining protectors of the most excellent land, the great ancient adepts, presumably, those the Hindus refer to as their Manus and Rishis. One of them was Vaivashvata Manu. They of the yellow hue are the forefathers of those whom ethnology now classes as the Turanians, the Mongols, Chinese, and other ancient nations, and the land they fled to was no other than Central Asia. There entire new races were born. There they lived and died until the separation of the nations. But this separation did not take place either in the localities assigned for it by modern science, nor in the way the Aryans are shown to have divided and separated by Mr. Max Müller and other Aryanists. Nearly 2/3 of 1 million years have elapsed since that period. The yellow-faced giants of the post-Atlantean day had ample time, throughout this forced confinement to one part of the world, and with the same racial blood, and without any fresh infusion or admixture in it, to branch off during a period of nearly 700,000 years into the most heterogeneous and diversified types. Nowhere does a more extraordinary variability of types exist, from black to almost white, from gigantic men to dwarfish races, and this only because of their forced isolation. The Africans have never left their continent for several hundred thousands of years. If tomorrow the continent of Europe were to disappear and other lands to re-emerge instead, and if the African tribes were to separate and scatter on the face of the earth, it is they who, in about 100,000 years hence, would form the bulk of the civilized nations. And it is the descendants of those of our highly cultured nations who might have survived on some one island without any means of crossing the new seas that would fall back into a state of relative savagery. Thus the reason given for dividing humanity into superior and inferior races falls to the ground and becomes a fallacy. Such are the statements made and facts given in the archaic records. Collating and comparing with them with some modern theories of evolution minus natural selection, vide physiological selection, by G.J. Romanes, FRS. These statements appear quite reasonable and logical. Note, read the first pages of Part 3, Science and the Secret Doctrine Contrasted. End of note. Thus, while the Aryans are the descendants of the Yellow Adams, the gigantic and highly civilized Atlanto-Aryan race, the Semites and the Jews along with them are those of the Red Adam, and thus both the Quatrefages and the writers of the Mosaic Genesis are right. For, could chapter 5 of the first book of Moses be compared with the genealogies found in our archaic Bible, the period from Adam unto Noah would be found noticed therein, of course under different names, the respective years of the patriarchs being turned into periods, the whole being shown symbolical and allegorical. In the manuscripts under consideration, many and frequent are the references to the great knowledge and civilization of the Atlantean nations, showing the polity of several of them and the nature of their arts and sciences. If the third root race, the Lemur Atlanteans, are already spoken of as having been drowned with their high civilization and gods, as in Esoteric Buddhism, page 65, how much more may the same be said of the Atlanteans? It is from the fourth race that the early Aryans got their knowledge of the bundle of wonderful things, the Sabha and Mayasabha, mentioned in the Mahabharata, the gift of Mayasur to the Pandavas. It is from them that they learnt aeronautics, Vivan Vidya, the knowledge of flying in air vehicles, and therefore their great arts of meteorography and meteorology. It is from them, again, that the Aryans inherited their most valuable science of the hidden virtues of precious and other stones, of chemistry, or rather alchemy, of mineralogy, geology, physics, and astronomy. Several times the writer has put to herself the question, is the story of Exodus, in its details at least, as narrated in the Old Testament, original? Or is it, like the story of Moses himself and many others, simply another version of the legends told of the Atlanteans? For who, upon hearing the story told of the latter, will fail to perceive the great similarity of the fundamental features? The anger of, quote, God, unquote, at the obduracy of Pharaoh, his command to the chosen ones to spoil the Egyptians before departing of their jewels of silver and jewels of gold, from Exodus 11, and finally the Egyptians and their Pharaoh drowned in the Red Sea, in chapter 14. For here is a fragment of the earlier story from the commentary. And the great king of the dazzling face, the chief of all the yellow-faced, was sad, seeing the sins of the black-faced. He sent his air vehicles, Vivan, to all his brother chiefs, chiefs of other nations and tribes, with pious men within, saying, Prepare, arise ye men of the good law, and cross the land while yet dry. The lords of the storm are approaching, their chariots are nearing the land. 1 night and 2 days only shall the lords of the dark face, the sorcerers, live on this patient land. She is doomed, and they have to descend with her. The netherlords of the fires, the gnomes and fire elementals, are preparing their magic, Agni-yastra, fire weapons worked by magic. But the lords of the dark eye, evil eye, are stronger than they, the elementals, and they are the slaves of the mighty ones. They are versed in Ashtar, Vidya, the highest magical knowledge. Note, wrote the late Brahmakari Baba, a yogi of great renown and holiness. Extensive works on Ashtar Vidya and such other sciences were at different times compiled in the language of the times, but the Sanskrit originals were lost at the time of the partial deluge of our country. See Theosophist of June, 1880. Some things the Aryans knew. For Agni-yastra, see Wilson's Specimens of the Hindu Theatre, Volume 1, page 297. End of note. Come and use yours, that is, your magic powers, in order to counteract those of the sorcerers. Let every lord of the dazzling face, an adept of the white magic, cause the vivan of every lord of the dark face to come into his hands, or possession, lest any of the sorcerers should by its means escape from the waters, avoid the rod of the four karmic deities, and save his wicked followers or people. May every yellow face send sleep from himself, within brackets, mesmerize, ? To every black face. May even they, the sorcerers, avoid pain and suffering. May every man true to the solar gods bind and paralyze every man under the lunar gods, lest he should suffer or escape his destiny. And may every yellow face offer of his life water, blood, to the speaking animal of a black face, lest he awaken his master. The hour has struck, the black night is ready, etc., etc. Note, some wonderful artificially made beast, similar in some way to Frankenstein's creation, which spoke and warned his master of every approaching danger. The master was a, quote, black magician, unquote. The mechanical animal was informed by a jinn, an elemental, according to their accounts. The blood of a pure man alone could destroy him. Read Part 2, Section 26, 7 in Astronomy, Science and Magic. End of note. Let their destiny be accomplished. We are the servants of the Great Four. May the kings of light return. Note, the four karmic gods, called the four Mahajaras in the stanzas. End of note. The great king fell upon his dazzling face and wept. When the king assembled, the waters had already moved. But the nations had now crossed the dry lands. They were beyond the watermark. Their kings reached them in their vivans and led them on to the lands of fire and metal, east and north. Still, in another passage it is said, stars or meteors showered on the lands of the black faces, but they slept. The speaking beasts, the magic watchers, kept quiet. The netherlords waited for orders, but they came not, for their masters slept. The waters arose and covered the valleys from one end of the earth to the other. High lands remained. The bottom of the earth, the lands of the antipodes, remained dry. There dwelt those who escaped. The men of the yellow faces, and of the straight eye, that is, the frank and sincere people. When the lords of the dark faces awoke and bethought themselves of their vivans in order to escape from the rising waters, they found them gone. Then a passage shows some of the more powerful magicians of the dark phase, who awoke earlier than the others, pursuing those who had spoilt them, and who were in their rearguard. For the nations that were led away were as thick as the stars of the Milky Way, says a more modern commentary, written in Sanskrit only. Like a dragon snake uncoils slowly its body, so the sons of men, led on by the sons of wisdom, opened their folds, and spreading out, expanded like a running stream of sweet waters. Many of the faint-hearted among them perished on their way, but most were saved. Yet the pursuers, whose heads and chests soared high above the water, chased them for 3 lunar terms, until finally reached by the rising waves. They perished to the last man, the soil sinking under their feet and the earth engulfing those who had desecrated her. This sounds a good deal like the original material upon which the similar story in Exodus was built many hundred thousands of years later. The biography of Moses, the story of his birth, childhood, and rescue from the Nile by Pharaoh's daughter, is now shown to have been adapted from the Chaldean narrative about Sargon. And if so, the Assyrian title in the British Museum being a good proof of it, why not that of the Jews robbing the Egyptians of their jewels, the death of Pharaoh and his army, and so on? The gigantic magicians of Ruta and Daitya, the lords of the dark phase, may have become in the later narrative the Egyptian Magi, and the yellow-faced nations of the fifth race, the virtuous sons of Jacob, the chosen people. One more statement has to be made. There have been several divine dynasties, a series for every root race beginning with the third, each series according and adapted to its humanity. The last 7 dynasties referred to in the Egyptian and Chaldean records belong to the fifth race, which, though generally called Aryan, was not entirely so, as it was ever largely mixed up with races to which ethnology gives other names. It would be impossible in view of the limited space at our disposal to go any further into description of the Atlanteans, in whom the whole East believes as much as we believe in the ancient Egyptians, but whose existence the majority of the Western scientists deny, as they have denied before this many a truth, from the existence of Homer down to that of the carrier pigeon. The civilization of the Atlanteans was greater even than that of the Egyptians. It is their degenerate descendants, the nation of Plato's Atlantis, which built the first pyramids in the country, and that certainly before the advent of the Eastern Ethiopians, as Herodotus calls the Egyptians. This may be well inferred from the statement made by Ammianus Marcellinus, who says of the pyramids that there are also subterranean passages and winding retreats, which, it is said, men skillful in the ancient mysteries, by means of which they divided the coming of a flood, constructed in the different places, lest the memory of all the sacred ceremonies should be lost. These men who divined the coming of floods were not Egyptians, who never had any except the periodical rising of the Nile. Who were they? The last remnants of the Atlanteans, we maintain. Those races which are dimly suspected by science, and thinking of which Mr. Gould, the well-known geologist, says, "Can we suppose that we have at all exhausted the great museum of nature? Have we, in fact, penetrated yet beyond its antechambers? Does the written history of man, comprising of a few thousand years, embrace the whole course of his intelligent existence? Or have we, in the long mythical eras, extending over hundreds of thousands of years, and recorded in the chronologies of Chaldea and of China, shadowy mementos of prehistoric man, handed down by tradition, and perhaps transported by a few survivors to existing lands from others, which, like the fabled, Atlantis of Plato, may have been submerged, or the scene of some great catastrophe which destroyed them with all their civilization." See Mythical Monsters, page 19. After this one can turn with more confidence to the words of a master who wrote several years before these words were penned by Mr. Gould. Quote, "The fourth race had its periods of the highest civilization. Greek and Roman and even Egyptian civilizations are nothing compared to the civilizations that began with the third race after its separation. But if this civilization and the mastery of arts and sciences are denied to the third and fourth races, no one will deny that between the great civilizations of antiquity, such as those of Egypt and India, there stretched the dark ages of crass ignorance and barbarism ever since the beginning of the Christian era up to our modern civilization, during which period all recollection of these traditions was lost. As said in Isis Unveiled, why should we forget that ages before the adventurous Genoese clove the western waters, the Phoenician vessels had circumnavigated the globe and spread civilization in regions now silent and deserted? What archaeologist will dare assert that the same hand which planned the pyramids of Egypt, Karnak, and the 1,000 ruins now crumbling to oblivion on the sandy banks of the Nile, did not erect the monumental Nakhon Wat of Cambodia, or trace the hieroglyphics on the obelisks and doors of the deserted Indian village newly discovered in British Columbia by Lord Dufferin, or those on the ruins of Palenque and Uxmal of Central America? Do not the relics we treasure in our museums, last mementos of the long-lost arts, speak loudly in favor of ancient civilization? And do they not prove over and over again that nations and continents that have passed away have buried along with them arts and sciences which neither the first crucible ever heated in a medieval cloister, nor the last, cracked by a modern chemist, have revived, nor will, at least in the present century? The same question may be put now that was put then. It may be once more asked, how does it happen that the most advanced standpoint that has been reached in our times only enables us to see in the dim distance up the alpine path of knowledge the monumental proofs that early explorers have left to mark the plateau they had reached and occupied? If modern masters are so much in advance of the old ones, why do they not restore to us the lost art of our post-diluvian forefathers? Why do they not give us the unfolding colors of Luxor, the Tyrian purple, the bright vermilion and dazzling blue which decorate the walls of this place, and are as bright as on the first day of their application, the indestructible cement of the pyramids and of ancient aqueducts, the Damascus blade which can be turned like a corkscrew in its scabbard without breaking, the gorgeous unparalleled tints of the stained glass that is found amid the dust of old ruins and beams in the windows of ancient cathedrals, and the secret of the true malleable glass. And if chemistry is so little able to rival even the early medieval ages in some arts, why boast of achievements which, according to strong probability, were perfectly known thousands of years ago? The more archaeology and philology advance, the more humiliating to our pride are the discoveries which are daily made, the more glorious testimony do they bear in behalf of those who, perhaps on account of the distance of their remote antiquity, have been until now considered ignorant flounderers in the deepest mire of superstition. Among other arts and sciences, the ancients, as a heirloom from the Atlanteans, had those of astronomy and symbolism, which included the knowledge of the zodiac. As already explained, the whole of antiquity believed, with good reason, that humanity and its races are all intimately connected with the planets, and these with zodiacal signs. The whole world's history is recorded in the latter. In the ancient temples of Egypt this was proved by the Dendera zodiac, but except in an Arabic work, the property of a Sufi, the writer has never met with a correct copy of these marvelous records of the past, as also the future history of our globe. Yet the original records exist most undeniably. As Europeans are unacquainted with the real zodiacs of India, nor do they understand those they happen to know, witness Bentley, the reader is advised, in order to verify the statement, to turn to the work of Denon, Travels in Egypt, Volume 2, in which, if understood, the two famous Egyptian zodiacs can be found and examined. Having seen them personally, the writer has no longer need to trust to what other students who have examined and studied both very carefully have to say of them. As asserted by the Egyptian priests of Herodotus, who was informed that the terrestrial pole and the pole of the ecliptic had formerly coincided, thus was it found and corroborated by Mackey. Note: the mythological astronomy of the ancients demonstrated, by a strangely intuitional symbologist and astronomer, a kind of a self-made adept of Norwich, who lived in the first quarter of this century. End of note. For he states that the poles are represented on the zodiacs in both positions, and in that which shows the poles, polar axis, at right angles, there are marks which prove that it was not the last time they were in that position, but the first, after the zodiacs had been traced. Capricorn, he adds, is represented at the North Pole, and Cancer is divided near its middle at the South Pole, which is a confirmation that originally they had their winter when the Sun was in Cancer. But the chief characteristics of its being a monument commemorating the first time that the pole had been in that position are the Lion and the Virgin. See Part 2, section A Mystery of the Zodiac. Broadly calculated, it is believed by the Egyptologists that the Great Pyramid was built 3,350 before Christ. See Proctor, Knowledge, Volume 1, pages 242 and 400, and that Menes and his dynasty existed 750 years before the fourth dynasty, supposed to have built the pyramids, had appeared. See the Great Pyramid, Staniland Wake. Thus, 4,100 years before Christ is the age assigned to Menes. Now Sir J. Gardner Wilkinson's declaration that all the facts led to the conclusion that the Egyptians had already made very great progress in the arts of civilization before the age of Menes, and perhaps before they immigrated into the valley of the Nile. Rawlinson's Herodotus, Volume 2, page 345, is very suggestive as destroying this hypothesis. It points to great civilization in prehistoric times, and a still greater antiquity. The Shesu-Hor, the servants of Horus, were the people who had settled in Egypt, and, as M. G. Maspero affirms, it is to this prehistoric race that belongs the honor of having founded the principal cities of Egypt and established the most important sanctuaries. This was before the Great Pyramid epoch, and when Egypt had hardly arisen from the waters. Yet they possessed the hieroglyphic form of writing special to the Egyptians, and must have been already considerably advanced in civilization. It was, says Lenormand, the country of the great prehistoric sanctuaries, seats of the sacerdotal dominion, which played the most important part in the origin of civilization. What is the date assigned to this people? We hear of 4,000, at the utmost of 5,000 years before Christ, from Maspero. Now it is claimed that it is by means of the cycle of 25,868 years, the sidereal year, that the approximate year of the erection of the Great Pyramid can be ascertained. Assuming that the long, narrow downward passage was directed towards the pole star of the pyramid builders, astronomers have shown that Alpha Draconis, the then pole star, was in the required position about 3,350 before Christ, as well as in 2,170 before Christ. From Proctor, quoted by Staniland Wake. But we are also told that this relative position of Alpha Draconis and Alcyone being the extraordinary one, it could not occur again for a whole sidereal year, from the same source. This demonstrates that, since the Dendera zodiac shows the passage of the 3 sidereal years, the Great Pyramid must have been built 78,000 years ago, or in any case that this possibility deserves to be accepted at least as readily as the later date of 3,350 before Christ. Now on the zodiac of a certain temple in far northern India, as on the Dendera zodiac, the same characteristics of the signs are found. Those who know well the Hindu symbols and constellations will be able to find out by the description of the Egyptians whether the indications of the chronological time are correct or not. On the Dendera zodiac, as preserved by the modern Egyptian, Coptic and Greek adepts, and explained a little differently by Mackie, the lion stands upon the hydra, and his tail is almost straight, pointing downwards at an angle of 40 or 50 degrees, this position agreeing with the original confirmation of these constellations. But in many places we see the lion, Sima, Mackie adds, with his tail turned up over his back and ending with the serpent's head, thereby showing that the lion had been inverted, which indeed must have been the case with the whole zodiac and every other constellation when the pole had been inverted. Speaking of the circular zodiac given also by Denon, he says, "There the lion is standing on the serpent, and his tail forming a curve downward, from which it is found that though 600,000 or 700,000 years must have passed between the two positions, yet they had made but little difference between in the constellations of Leo and the Hydra, while Virgo is represented very differently in the two." In the circular zodiac, the Virgin is nursing her child. But it seems that they had not had that idea when the pole was first within the plane of the ecliptic. For in this zodiac, also given by Denon, we see 3 virgins between the lion and the scales, the last of which holds in her hand an ear of wheat. It is much to be lamented that there is in this zodiac a breach of the figure in the latter part of Leo and the beginning of Virgo, which has taken away 1 decan of each sign. Nevertheless, the meaning is plain, as the 3 zodiacs belong to 3 different epochs, namely to the last 3 family races of the 4th sub-race of the 5th root race, each of which must have lived approximately from 25 to 30,000 years. The first of these, the Aryan Asiatics, witnessed the doom of the last of the populations of the giant Atlanteans, who perished some 850,000 years ago, the Ruta and Daitya island continents, toward the close of the Miocene age. Notes: the term Atlantean must not mislead the reader to regard these as one race only, or even a nation. It is as though one said Asiatics. Many, multityped and various were the Atlanteans, who represented several humanities, and almost a countless number of races and nations, more varied indeed than would be the Europeans, were this name to be given indiscriminately to the 5 existing parts of the world, which, at the rate colonization is proceeding, will be the case perhaps in less than 200 or 300 years. There were brown, red, yellow, white and black Atlanteans, giants and dwarfs, as some African tribes comparatively are even now. A note: says a teacher in Esoteric Buddhism on page 64. In the Eocene age, even in its very first part, the great cycle of the 4th race men, the Lemur Atlanteans, had already reached its highest point of civilization. And the great continent, the father of nearly all the present continents, showed the first symptoms of sinking. And on page 70 it is shown that Atlantis as a whole perished during the Miocene period. To show how the continents, races, nations and cycles overleap each other, one has but to think of Lemuria, the last of whose lands perished about 700,000 years before the beginning of the Tertiary period. See page 65 of the same work. And the last of Atlantis, only 11,000 years ago, thus both overlapping, one the Atlantean period and the other the Aryan. End of note. The fourth sub-race witnessed the destruction of the last remnant of the Atlanteans, the Area Atlanteans, in the lost island of Atlantis, namely some 11,000 years ago. In order to understand this, the reader is asked to glance at the diagram of the genealogical tree of the fifth root race, generally, though hardly correctly, called the Aryan race, and the explanations appended to it. Let the reader remember well that which is said of the divisions of root races and the evolution of humanity in this work, and stated clearly and concisely in Mr. Sinnett's Esoteric Buddhism. 1. There are 7 rounds in every Manvantara. This one is the 4th, and we are in the 5th root race at present. 2. Each root race has 7 sub-races. 3. Each sub-race has in its turn 7 ramifications, which may be called branch or family races. 4. The little tribes, shoots and offshoots of the last named are countless and depend on karmic action. Examine the genealogical tree hereto appended and you will understand. The illustration is purely diagrammatic and is only intended to assist the reader in obtaining a slight grasp of the subject amidst the confusion which exists between the terms which have been used at different times for the divisions of humanity. It is also here attempted to express in figures, but only within approximate limits for the sake of comparison, the duration of time through which it is possible to definitely distinguish one division from another. It would only lead to hopeless confusion if an attempt were made to give accurate dates to a few, for the races, sub-races, etc., down to their smallest ramifications, overlap and are entangled with each other until it is nearly impossible to separate them. The human race has been compared to a tree, and this serves admirably as an illustration. The main stem of a tree may be compared to the root race. A. Its larger limbs on the various sub-races, 7 in number, B1, B2. On each of these limbs are 7 branches, or family races, C. After this, the cactus plant is a better illustration, for its fleshy leaves are covered with sharp spines, each of which may be compared to a nation or tribe of human beings. Now our 5th root race has already been in existence as a race sui generis, and quite free from its parent stem about 1 million years. Therefore it must be inferred that each of the 4 preceding sub-races has lived approximately 210,000 years. Thus each family race has an average existence of about 30,000 years. Thus the European family race has still a good many thousand years to run, although the nations or the innumerable spines upon it vary with each succeeding season of 3,000 or 4,000 years. It is somewhat curious to mark the comparative approximation of duration between the lives of a family race and a sidereal year. The knowledge of the foregoing and the accurately correct division formed part and parcel of the mysteries, where these sciences were taught to the disciples, and where they were transmitted by one hierophant to another. Everyone is aware that the European astronomers assign, arbitrarily enough, the date of the invention of the Egyptian zodiac to the years 2000 or 2400 before Christ, says Proctor, and insist that this invention coincides in its date with that of the erection of the Great Pyramid. This, to an occultist and Eastern astronomer, must appear quite absurd. The year of the Kali Yuga is said to have begun between the 7th and 18th of February in the year 3102 before Christ. Now the Hindus claim that in the year 20,400 before Kali Yuga, the origin of their zodiac coincided with the spring equinox, there being at the time a conjunction of the sun and moon, and be proved by a lengthy and careful computation of that date that, even if fictitious, the epoch from which they had started to establish the beginning of their Kali Yuga was very real. That epoch is the year 3102 before our era, he writes. 3 Part 3, Book 1, Hindu Astronomy Defended by an Academician. The lunar eclipse arriving just a fortnight after the beginning of the Black Age, it took place in a point situated between the wheat ear of Virgo and the star of the same constellation. One of the most esoteric cycles is based upon certain conjunctions and respective positions of Virgo and the Pleiades, Kritika. Hence, as the Egyptians brought their zodiac from southern India and Lanka, or Ceylon, the esoteric meaning was evidently identical. The 3 virgins, or the Virgo in 3 different positions, meant with both the record of the first 3 divine or astronomical dynasties who taught the 3rd root race, and after having abandoned the Atlanteans to their doom, returned, or redescended rather, during the 3rd subrace of the 5th, in order to reveal to saved humanity the mysteries of their birthplace, the sidereal heavens. The same symbolical record of the human races and the 3 dynasties, gods, Manush, semi-divine astrals of the 3rd and 4th, and the quote heroes unquote of the 5th race, which preceded the purely human kings, was found in the distribution of the tiresome passages of the Egyptian labyrinth. As the 3 inversions of the poles of course changed the phase of the zodiac, a new one had to be constructed each time. In Mackie's Sphinxiad, the spectacle of the bold author must have horrified the orthodox portion of the population of Norwich, as he says fantastically enough. But after all, the greatest length of time recorded by those monuments, the labyrinth, the pyramids, and the zodiacs, does not exceed 5 millions of years, which is not so, which falls short of the records given us both by the esoteric Chinese and Hindus, which latter nation has registered a knowledge of time for 7 or 8 millions of years, which I have seen upon a talisman of porcelain. Notes. The forefathers of the Aryan Brahmins had their zodiacal calculations and zodiac from those born by Kriya Shakti power, the sons of Yoga, the Egyptians from the Atlanteans of Ruta, and the former, the Chinese, therefore, may have registered time for 7 or 8 millions of years, but the Egyptians could not. End of notes. The Egyptian priests had the zodiacs of the Atlantean Ashura Maya, as the modern Hindus still have. As stated in esoteric Buddhism, the Egyptians, as well as the Greeks and Romans, some 1,000 years ago, were remnants of the Atlanto-Aryans, that is, the former of the older or the Ruta Atlanteans, the last named, the descendants of the last race of that island, whose sudden disappearance was narrated by Solon to the Egyptian initiates. The human dynasty of the old Egyptians, beginning with Menesh, had all the knowledge of the Atlanteans, though there was no more Atlantean blood in their veins. Nevertheless, they had preserved all their archaic records. All this has been shown long ago. Note. This question was amply challenged, and as amply discussed and answered. See 5 Years of Theosophy, article of Mr. Sinnett's Esoteric Buddhism, pages 325 to 46. End of note. And it is just because the Egyptian zodiac is between 75 and 80,000 years old that the zodiac of the Greeks is far later. Volney has correctly pointed out, in his Runes of Empires, page 360, that it is only 16,984 years old, or up to the present date, 17,082. Note. Volney says that as Aries was in its 15th degree, in 1447 before Christ, it follows that the first degree of Libra could not have coincided with the vernal equinox more lately than 15,194 years before Christ, to which, if you add 1,790 since Christ, when Volney wrote this, it appears that 16,984 years have elapsed since the Greek, or rather Hellenic. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. For the conclusion of Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, return to Sound File 8, because this program follows The Secret Doctrine and its study as stated by H.P. Blavatsky and Robert Bowen. Now to Book 2, Part 2, The Archaic Symbolism of the World Religions. The narratives of the Secret Doctrine are its cloak. The simple look only at the garment, that is, upon the narrative of the doctrine. More they know not. The instructed, however, see not merely the cloak, but what the cloak covers. From Zohar 3, 152 and Frank 119. The mysteries of the faith are not to be divulged to all. It is requisite to hide in a mystery the wisdom spoken. From Clementius Alexandrinus, Strom 12. Book 2, Part 2, Esoteric Tenets, corroborated in every scripture. In view of the strangeness of the teachings, and of many a doctrine which from the modern scientific standpoint must seem absurd, some necessary and additional explanations have to be made. The theories contained in the second part of the stanzas are even more difficult to assimilate than those which are embodied in Volume 1 on cosmogony. Theology, therefore, has to be questioned here, as science will be in the Addenda, Part 3. Since our doctrines differ so widely from the current ideas of both materialism and theology, the occultists must be ever prepared to repel the attacks of either or of both. The reader can never be too often reminded that, as the abundant quotations from various old scriptures prove, these teachings are as old as the world, and that the present work is a simple attempt to render in modern language and in a phraseology with which the scientific and educated student is familiar, archaic genesis and history as taught in certain Asiatic centers of esoteric learning. They must be accepted or rejected on their own merits, fully or partially, but not before they have been carefully compared with the corresponding theological dogmas and the modern scientific theories and speculations. One feels a serious doubt whether, with all its intellectual acuteness, our age is destined to discover in each Western nation even one solitary, uninitiated scholar or philosopher capable of fully comprehending the spirit of archaic philosophy. Nor can one be expected to do so before the real meaning of these terms, the alpha and the omega of Eastern esotericism, the words Sat and Asat, so freely used in the Rig Veda and elsewhere, is thoroughly assimilated. Without this key to the Aryan wisdom, the cosmogony of the Rishis and Arhats is in danger of remaining a dead letter to the average Orientalist. Asat is not merely the negation of Sat, nor is it the not yet existing, for Sat is in itself neither the existent nor being. Sat is the immutable, the ever-present, changeless, and eternal root, from and through which all proceeds. But it is far more than the potential force in the seed which propels onward the process of development, what is now called evolution. It is the ever-becoming, though the never-manifesting. Note, the Hegelian doctrine, which identifies absolute being or beingness with non-being, and represents the universe as an eternal becoming, is identical with the Vedanta philosophy. End of note. Sat is born from Asat, and Asat is begotten by Sat, the perpetual motion in a circle truly, yet a circle that can be squared only at the supreme initiation, at the threshold of paranirvana. Barth started a reflection on the Rig Veda which was meant for this stern criticism, an unusual, therefore, as was thought, an original view of this archaic volume. It so happened, however, that, while criticizing, that scholar revealed a truth without being himself aware of its full importance. He premises by saying that neither in the language nor in the thought of the Rig Veda has he been able to discover that quality of primitive natural simplicity which so many are fain to see in it. Barth had Max Müller in his mind's eye when writing this, for the famous Oxford professor has throughout characterized the hymns of the Rig Veda as the unsophisticated expression of the religious feeling of a pastoral, innocent people. Quote, in the Vedic hymns, the ideas and myths appear in their simplest and freshest form, unquote, the Sanskrit scholar thinks. Barth is of a different opinion, however. So divided and personal are the opinions of Sanskritists as to the importance and intrinsic value of the Rig Veda that those opinions become entirely biased whichever way they incline. Thus Mr. Max Müller declares that nowhere is the wide distance which separates the ancient poems of India from the most ancient literature of Greece more clearly felt than when we compare the growing myths of the Veda with the full-grown and decayed myths on which the poetry of Homer is founded. The Veda is the real theogony of the Aryan races, while that of Hesiod is a distorted caricature of the original image, unquote. This is a sweeping assertion and perhaps rather unjust in its general application, but why not try to account for it? Orientalists cannot do so, for they reject the chronology of the secret doctrine, and could hardly admit the fact that between the Rig Vedic hymns and Hesiod's theogony tens of thousands of years have elapsed. So they fail to see that the Greek myths are no longer the primitive symbolical language of the initiates, the disciples of the gods' hierophants, the divine ancient sacrifices, and that disfigured by the distance and encumbered by the exuberant growth of human profane fancy, they now stand like distorted images of stars in running waves. But if Hesiod's cosmogony and theogony are to be viewed as caricatures of the original images, how much more so the myths in the Hebrew Genesis in the sight of those for whom they are no more divine revelation of the Word of God than Hesiod's theogony is for Mr. Gladstone. The poetry the Rig Veda contains appears to me, on the contrary, says Barth, to be of a singularly refined character and artificially elaborated, full of allusions and reticences, of pretensions, within brackets, to mysticism and theosophic insight. And the manner of its expression is which as reminds one more frequently of the phraseology in use among certain small groups of initiated than the poetic language of a large community. Unquote from Legends of India, page 13. We will not stop to inquire of the critic what he can know of the phraseology in use among the initiated, or whether he belongs himself to such a group, for in the latter case he would hardly have used such language. But the above shows the remarkable disagreement between scholars even with regard to the external character of the Rig Veda. What then can any of the modern Sanskritists know about its internal or esoteric meaning, beyond the correct inference of Barth that this scripture has been compiled by initiates? The whole of the present work is an endeavor to prove this truth. The ancient adepts have solved the great problems of science, however unwilling modern materialism may be to admit the fact. The mysteries of life and death were fathomed by the great masterminds of antiquity. And if they have preserved them in secrecy and silence, it is because these problems formed part of the sacred mysteries, and secondly because they must have remained incomprehensible to the vast majority of men then as they do now. If such teachings are still regarded as chimeras by our opponents in philosophy, it may be a consolation to the theosophists to learn on good proofs that the speculations of modern psychologists, whether serious idealists like Mr. Herbert Spencer or wool-gathering pseudo-idealists, are far more chimerical. Indeed, instead of resting on the firm foundation of facts in nature, they are the unhealthy will-o'-the-wisps of materialistic imagination, of the brains that evolved them, and no more. While they deny, we affirm, and our affirmation is corroborated by almost all the sages of antiquity. believing in occultism and a host of invisible potencies for good reasons, we say certus sum, scio quod credidi, to which our critics reply, credat Judaeus appella. Neither is converted by the other, nor does such result affect even our little planet. Eppur se muove. Nor is there any need of proselytizing, as remarked by the wise Cicero. Time destroys the speculations of man, but it confirms the judgment of nature. Let us bide our time. Meanwhile, it is not in the human constitution to witness in silence the destruction of one's gods, whether they be true or false. And as theology and materialism have combined together to destroy the old gods of antiquity and seek to disfigure every old philosophical conception, it is but just that the lovers of old wisdom should defend their position by proving that the whole arsenal of the two is at best formed of new weapons made out of very old material. Section 16. Adam Adami. Names such as Adam Adami, used by Mr. Cholson in his Nabatean Agriculture, and derided by M. Renan, may prove little to the profane. To the occultist, however, once that the term is found in a work of such immense antiquity as the above cited, it proves a good deal. For instance, that Adami was a manifold symbol, originating with the Aryan people, as the root word shows, and having been taken from them by the Semites and the Turanians, as many other things were. Adam Adami is a generic compound name, as old as languages are. The secret doctrine teaches that Ad-I was the name given to the first speaking race of mankind in this round by the Aryans. Hence the Adonim and Adone, the ancient plural form of the word Adon, which the Jews applied to their Jehovah and angels, who were simply the first spiritual and ethereal sons of the earth, and the god Adonis, who in his many variations stood for the first Lord. Adam is the Sanskrit Adanat, also meaning first Lord, as Ad Ishvara, or any Ad, the first, followed by any adjective or substantive. The reason for this is that such truths were a common inheritance. It was a revelation received by the first mankind before that time which in biblical phraseology is called the period of one lip and word, or speech, knowledge expanded by man's own intuition later on, but still later hidden from profanation under an adequate symbology. The author of the Kabbalah, according to the philosophical writings of Ibn Gebirol, shows the Israelite using Adonai, Lord, instead of Eye, I am, and Yahweh, and adds that while Adonai is rendered Lord in the Bible, the lowest designation, or the deity in nature, the more general term Elohim, is translated God. Page 175. A curious work was translated in 1860 or thereabout by the Orientalist Cholson, and presented to ever-incredulous and flippant Europe under the innocent title of Nabatean Agriculture. In the opinion of the translator, that archaic volume is a complete initiation into the mysteries of the pre-Adamite nations on the authority of undeniably authentic documents. It is an invaluable compendium, the full epitome of the doctrines held of the arts and sciences, not only of the Chaldeans, but also the Assyrians and Canaanites of the prehistoric ages." Unquote. These Nabateans, as some critics thought, were simply the Sabaeans, or Chaldean star worshippers. The work is a retranslation from the Arabic, into which language it was at first translated from the Chaldean. Masudi, the Arabic historian, speaks of those Nabateans, and explains their origin in this wise. After the deluge, within brackets question mark, the nations established themselves in various countries. Among these were the Nabateans, who founded the city of Babylon, and were those descendants of Ham who settled in the same province under the leadership of Nimrod, the son of Cush, who was the son of Ham, the great-grandson of Noah. This took place at the time when Nimrod received the governorship of Babylonia as the delegate of Janhak, named Burajp. The translator, Trollson, finds that the assertions of this historian are in perfect accord with those of Moses in Genesis, while more irreverent critics might express the opinion that for this very reason their truth should be suspected. It is useless to argue this point, which is of no value in the present question. The weather-beaten, long-since buried problem, and the difficulty of accounting on any logical ground for the phenomenal derivation of millions of people of various races, of many civilized nations and tribes, from 3 couples, Noah's sons, in 346 years after the deluge, may be left to the karma of the author of Genesis, whether he is called Moses or Ezra. That which is interesting in the work noticed is its contents, the doctrines enunciated in it, which are again, if read esoterically, almost all of them identical with the secret teachings. Quatremère suggested that this book might have been simply a copy made under Nebuchadnezzar II from some Hamitic treatise, infinitely more ancient, while the author maintains on internal and external evidence that its Chaldean original was written out of the oral discourses and teachings of a wealthy Babylonian landowner named Kutami, who had used for those lectures still more ancient materials. The first Arabic translation is placed by Cholson so far back as the 13th century before Christ. On the first page of this revelation, the author, or amanuensis, Kutami, declares that the doctrines propounded therein were originally told by Saturn to the moon, who communicated them to her idol, which idol revealed them to her devotee, the writer, the adept scribe of that work, Kutami. The details given by the god for the benefit and instruction of mortals show periods of incalculable duration and a series of numberless kingdoms and dynasties that preceded the appearance on earth of Adam, the red earth. These periods have aroused, as might have been expected, the defenders of the chronology of the biblical dead-letter meaning almost to fury. De Rougemont was the first to make a levée in arms against the translator. He reproaches him with sacrificing Moses to an anonymous author. Berossus, he urges, however great were his chronological errors, was at least in perfect accord with the prophet with regard to the first men, since he speaks of Alarus Adam, or Xisutrus Noah, and Belus Nimrod, etc. Therefore, he adds, the work must be an apocrypha, to be arranged with its contemporaries, the 4th book of Esdras, that of Enoch, the Sibylline oracles, and the book of Hermes, every one of these dating no further back than 2 or 3 centuries before Christ. Ewald came down still harder on Cholson, and finally Mr. Renan. In the Revue Germanique, the ex-pupil pulls down the authority of his master by asking him to show a reason why the Nabatean agriculture should not be the fraudulent work of some Jew on the 3rd or 4th century of our era. It can hardly be otherwise, argues the romancer of the life of Jesus, since, in this in-folio on astrology and sorcery, we recognize in the personages introduced by Quatami all the patriarchs of the biblical legends, such as Adam Adami, Anuka Noah, and his Ibrahim Abraham, etc., etc., unquote. This is no reason, since Adam and others are generic names. Meanwhile, it is humbly submitted that, all things considered, an apocrypha, if even of the 3rd century A.D. instead of the 13th century B.C., as suggested by Quatremère, is old enough to appear genuine as a document, and so satisfy the demands of the most exacting archaeologist and critic. For even admitting, for argument's sake, that this literary relic has been compiled by some Jew of the 3rd century of our era, what of that? Leaving the credibility of its doctrines for a moment aside, why should it be less entitled to a hearing, or less instructive at reflecting older opinions than any other religious work, also a compilation from old texts, or oral tradition of the same or even a later age? In such a case, we should have to reject and call apocryphal the Quran, 2 centuries older, though we know it to have sprung, Minerva-like, direct from the brain of the Arabian prophet. And we should have to pooh-pooh all the information we can get from the Talmud, which in its present form was also compiled from older materials, and is not earlier than the 9th century of our era. The curious Bible of the Chaldean adept, and the various criticisms upon it, as in the Colson's translation, are noticed, because it has an important bearing upon a great portion of the present work. With the exception of Monsieur Renan, an iconoclast by principle, so pointedly called by Jules Lemaitre le Paganini du Néant, the worst fault found with the work is, it would seem, that the Apocrypha pretends to have been communicated as a revelation to an adept by and from the idol of the moon, who received it from Saturn. Hence, very naturally, it is a fairy tale all round. To this there is but one answer. It is no more a fairy tale than the Bible, and if one falls, the other must follow it. Even the mode of divination through the idol of the moon is the same as practiced by David, Saul, and the high priests of the Jewish tabernacle by means of the teraphim. In Volume 3, Part 2 of this present work, the practical methods of such ancient divination will be found. Reader's note. As is evident, the 3rd volume spoken of was ultimately withheld from the public, and the methods therein described have therefore not yet been made public. And reader's note. The Nabatean agriculture is a compilation indeed. It is no apocrypha, but the repetition of the tenets of the secret doctrine under the exoteric Chaldean forms of national symbols, for the purpose of cloaking the tenets, just as the books of Hermes and the Puranas are Egyptian and Hindu attempts at the same. The work was well known in antiquity as it was during the Middle Ages. Maimonides speaks of it, and refers more than once to this Chaldeo-Arabic manuscript, calling the Nabateans by their co-religionary name, that is, star-worshippers or Sabaeans, but yet failing to see in this disfigured word Nabateans the mystic name of the caste devoted to Nebo, god of secret wisdom, which shows on its face that the Nabateans were an occult brotherhood. Note. I will mention to thee the writings respecting the belief of the Sabaeans, he says. The most famous is the book The Agriculture of Nabateans, which has been translated by Ibn Wahouija. This book is full of heathenish foolishness. It speaks of preparations of talismans, the drawing down of the powers of the spirits, magic, demons, and ghouls, which make their abode in the desert. Maimonides, quoted by Dr. D. Cholson. Die Sabier und der Sabismus, Volume 2, page 458. The Nabateans of Mount Lebanon believed in the 7 archangels, as their forefathers had believed in the 7 great stars. The abodes and bodies of these archangels, believed in to this day by the Roman Catholics, as is shown elsewhere. End of note. The Nabateans, who, according to the Persian Yezdi, originally came to Syria from Bushra, were the degenerate members of that fraternity. Still, their religion, even at that late day, was purely Kabbalistic. Note, see Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 197. Nebo is the deity of the planet Mercury, and Mercury is the god of wisdom, or Hermes, and Buddha, which the Jews called the Lord on High, the Aspiring, and the Greeks Nabu, hence Nabateans. Notwithstanding that Maimonides calls their doctrines heathenish foolishness, and their archaic literature Saberum Fatum, he places their agriculture the Bible of Khatami in the first rank of archaic literature, and Abarbanel praises it in unmeasured terms. Spencer, quoting the latter, speaks of it as that most excellent Oriental work, adding in Volume 1, page 354, that by Nabateans, the Sabaeans, the Chaldeans, and the Egyptians, in short, all those nations against whom the laws of Moses were most severely enacted, have to be understood. Nebo, the oldest god of wisdom of Babylonia and Mesopotamia, was identical with the Hindu Buddha and Hermes Mercury of the Greeks. A slight change in the sexes of the parents is the only alteration, as Buddha was the son of Soma, the moon in India, and of the wife of Brihaspati, Jupiter. So Nebo was the son of Sarpanitu, the moon deity, and of Merodach, who had become Jupiter after having been a sun god. As Mercury the planet, Nebo was the overseer among the 7 gods of the planets, and as the personification of the secret wisdom, he was a Nabin, a seer and a prophet. The fact that Moses is made to die and disappear on the mount sacred to Nebo shows him an initiate and a priest of that god under another name. For this god of wisdom was the great creative deity, and was worshipped as such, not alone at Bosepa in his gorgeous temple or planet tower. He was likewise adored by the Moabites, the Canaanites, the Assyrians, and throughout the whole of Palestine. Then why not by the Israelites? The planetary temple of Babylon had its Holy of Holies within the shrine of Nebo, the prophet god of wisdom. We are told in the Hibbert Lectures the ancient Babylonians had an intercessor between men and the gods, and Nebo was the proclaimer or prophet, as he made known the desire of his father Merodach. Nebo is a creator like Buddha of the 4th and also the 5th race. For the former starts a new race of adepts, and the latter the solar lunar dynasty, or the men of these races and round. Both are the Adams of their respective creatures. Adam Adami is a personation of the dual Adam, of the paradigmic Adam Kadmon, the creator, and of the lower Adam, the terrestrial, who, as the Syrian Kabbalists have it, had only nephesh, the breath of life, but no living soul until after his fall. If therefore Renan persists in regarding the Chaldean scriptures, or what remains of them, as apocryphal, it is quite immaterial to truth and fact. There are other Orientalists who may be of a different opinion, and even were they not, it would still really matter very little. These doctrines contain the teachings of esoteric philosophy, and this must suffice. To those who understand nothing of symbology, it may appear astrology, pure and simple, or to him who would conceal the esoteric truth, even heathenish foolishness. Maimonides, however, while expressing scorn for the esotericism in the religion of other nations, confessed esotericism and symbology in his own, preached silence and secrecy upon the true meaning of Mosaic sayings, and thus came to grief. The doctrines of Khatami, the Chaldean, are, in short, the allegorical rendering of the religion of the earliest nations of the 5th race. Why then should Monsieur Renan treat the name Adam Adami with such academical contempt? The author of the Origins of Christianity evidently knows nothing of the origins of pagan symbolism, or of esotericism either. Otherwise he would have known that the name was a form of universal symbol referring, even with the Jews, not to one man, but to 4 distinct humanities or mankinds. This is very easily proven. The Kabbalists teach the existence of 4 distinct atoms, or the transformation of 4 consecutive atoms, the emanations from the Diokna, divine phantom, of the heavenly man, an ethereal combination of Neshmah, the high soul or spirit, this atom having, of course, neither a gross human body nor a body of desire. This atom is the prototype, Tsuri, of the second atom. That they represent our 5 races is certain, as everyone can see by their description in the Kabbalah. The first being the perfect holy Adam, a shadow that disappeared, the kings of Edom, produced from the divine Tselem image. The second is called the protoplastic androgyne Adam of the future terrestrial and separated Adam. The third Adam is the man made of dust, the first innocent Adam, and the fourth is the supposed forefather of our own race, the fallen Adam. See, however, the admirably clear description of these in Mr. Isaac Meyer's Kabbalah, page 418 et sequens. He gives only 4 Adams, because of the kings of Edom, no doubt. The fourth Adam, he writes, was clothed with skin, flesh, nerves, etc. This answers to the lower nephesh and guf, that is, body, united. He has the animal power of reproduction and continuance of species, and this is the human root race. It is just at this point that the modern Kabbalists, led into error by the long generations of Christian mystics who have tampered with the Kabbalistic records wherever they could, diverge from occultists in their interpretations, and take the later thought for the earlier idea. The original Kabbalah was entirely metaphysical, and had no concern with animal or terrestrial sexes. The later Kabbalah has suffocated the divine ideal under the heavy phallic element. The Kabbalists say God made man male and female. Among the Kabbalists, the necessity to continued creation and existence is called the balance, says the author of Kabbalah, and being without this balance, connected with Ma'akum, mysterious place, simply the womb, the Holy of Holies with the Semites, even the first race is not, as we have seen, recognized by the sons of the fifth Adam. From the highest heavenly man, the upper Adam who is male, female, or androgyne, down to the Adam of dust, these personified symbols are all connected with sex and procreation. With the Eastern occultists, it is entirely the reverse. The sexual relation they consider as a karma, pertaining only to the mundane relation of man, who is dominated by illusion, a thing to be put aside the moment that the person becomes wise. They considered it a most fortunate circumstance of the guru, teacher, found in his pupil an aptitude for the pure life of Brahmacharya. Their dual symbols were to them but the poetical imagery of the sublime correlation of creative cosmic forces. And this ideal conception is found beaming like a golden ray upon each idol, however coarse and grotesque, in the crowded galleries of the sombre fanes of India and other motherlands of cults. This will be demonstrated in the following section. Meanwhile, it may be added that, with the Gnostics, the second Adam also emanates from the primeval man, the Ophite Adamas, in whose image he is made. The third from this second, an androgyne. The latter is symbolized in the 6th and 7th pairs of the male-female aeons, Amphion Esumene and Vananin Lamer, father and mother, via the Valentinian table in Epiphanius, while the fourth Adam or race is represented by a Priapean monster. The latter, a post-Christian fancy, is the degraded copy of the anti-Christian Gnostic symbol of the Good One, or he who created before anything existed, the celestial Priapus, truly born from Venus and Bacchus when that god returned from his expedition into India, for Venus and Bacchus are the post-types of Aditi and the Spirit. The later Priapus, one however with Agathodamon, the Gnostic savior, and even with Abraxas, is no longer the glyph for abstract creative power, but symbolizes the 4 Adams or races, the fifth being represented by the 5 branches cut off from the tree of life on which the old man stands in the Gnostic gens. The number of the root races was recorded in the ancient Greek temples by the 7 vowels, of which 5 were framed in a panel in the initiation halls of the Adita. The Egyptian glyph for it was a hand with 5 fingers spread. the fifth or little finger being only half grown, and also 5 N's, hieroglyphs, standing for that letter. The Romans used the 5 vowels A, E, I, O, V in their fanes, and this archaic symbol was adopted during the Middle Ages as a motto by the House of Habsburgs, Sic transit gloria. Next section. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 2, The Archaic Symbolism of the World Religions. Section 17. The Holy of Holies, its degradation. The Sanctum Sanctorium of the ancients, that is, that recess on the western side of the temple, which was enclosed on 3 sides by blank walls, and had its only aperture or door hung over with a curtain, also called the adytum, was common to all ancient nations. Nevertheless, a great difference is found between the secret meanings of this symbolical place in the esotericism of the pagans and that of the later Jews, though the symbology of it was originally identical throughout the ancient races and nations. The Gentiles, by placing in the adytum a sarcophagus, or a tomb, taphos, and the solar god to whom the temple was consecrated, held it, as pantheists, in the greatest veneration. They regarded it in its esoteric meaning as the symbol of resurrection, cosmic, solar, or diurnal, and human. It embraced the wide range of periodical and in time punctual manvantaras, or the reawakenings of cosmos, earth, and man to new existences, the sun being the most poetical and also the most grandiose symbol of the same in heaven, and in man in his reincarnations on earth. The Jews, whose realism, if judged by the dead letter, was as practical and gross in the days of Moses as it is now, in the course of their estrangement from the gods of their pagan neighbors, consummated a national and Levitical polity by the device of setting forth their Holy of Holies as the most solemn sign of their monotheism, exoterically, while seeking in it but a universal phallic symbol esoterically. Note: but it was not so in reality, witness their prophets. It is the later rabbis and the Talmudic scheme that killed out all spirituality from the body of their symbols, leaving only their scriptures a dead shell from which the soul has departed. End of note. While the Kabbalists knew but Ein Sof and the gods of the mysteries, the Levites had no tomb, no god in their adytum, but the sacred Ark of the Covenant, their Holy of Holies. When the esoteric meaning of this recess is made clear, however, the profane will be better able to understand why David danced uncovered before the Ark of the Covenant, and was so anxious to appear vile for the sake of his Lord, and base in his own sight. See the second book of Samuel, chapter 6, verses 16 to 22. The Ark is the Nevi form arga of the mysteries. Parkhurst, who has a long dissertation upon it in his Greek dictionary, and who never breathes a word about it in the Hebrew lexicon, explains it thus. Arch in this application answers to the Hebrew razit, or wisdom, a word which had the meaning of the emblem of the female generative power, the arg, or arca, in which the germ of all nature was supposed to float or brood on the great abyss during the interval which took place after every mundane cycle. Quite so, and the Jewish Ark of the Covenant had precisely the same significance, with the supplementary addition that instead of a beautiful and chaste sarcophagus, the symbol of the matrix of nature and resurrection, as in the Sanctum Sanctorium of the pagans, they had the ark made still more realistic in its construction by the 2 cherubs, set up on the coffer or ark of the covenant, facing each other, with their wings spread in such a manner as to form a perfect yoni, as now seen in India. Besides which, this generative symbol had its significance enforced by the 4 mystic letters of Jehovah's name, namely Jod, membrum virile, see Kabbalah, He, the womb, Vau, a crook or a hook, a nail, and He again, meaning also an opening, the whole forming of the perfect bisexual emblem or symbol of Jehovah, the male and female symbol. Perhaps also when people realized the true meaning of the office and the title of the Kadeshim, the holy ones, or the consecrated to the temple of the Lord, the Holy of Holies of the latter may assume an aspect far from edifying. Iacchus again is Yao or Jehovah, and Baal or Adon, like Bacchus, was a phallic god. Who shall ascend into the hill, the high place, of the Lord, asks the holy King David. Who shall stand in the place of his Kadushu, Psalms 24, verse 3. Kadesh may mean in one sense to devote, hallow, sanctify, and even to initiate or to set apart, but it also means the ministry of lascivious rites, the Venus worship. And the true interpretation of the word Kadesh is bluntly rendered in Deuteronomy 23, verse 17, Hosea 4:14, and in Genesis 37, from verses 15 to 22. The holy Kadeshut of the Bible were identical as to the duties of their office with the Nach girls of the later Hindu pagodas. The Hebrew Kadeshim or Gali lived by the house of the Lord, where the woman wove hangings for the grove, or the bust of Venus Astarte, says verse the 7th in the 23rd chapter of the 2nd of Kings. The dance performed by David round the ark was the circle dance, said to have been prescribed by the Amazons for the mysteries. Such was the dance of the daughters of Silo, see Judges 21, verse 21 and 23, et passim, and the leaping of the prophets of Baal, see 1 Kings 18, verse 26. It was simply characteristic of the Sabaean worship, for it denoted the motion of the planets around the sun. That the dance was a Bacchic frenzy is apparent. Siestra were used on the occasion, and the taunt of Michal and the king's reply are very expressive. In Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 49. Quote, the ark in which are preserved the germs of all living things necessary to repeople the earth represents the survival of life and the supremacy of spirit over matter through the conflict of the opposing powers of nature. In the astro-theosophic chart of the Western Rite, the ark corresponds with the navel and is placed at the sinister side, the side of the woman, the moon, one of whose symbols is the left pillar of Solomon's temple, Boaz. The umbilicus is connected through the placenta with the receptacle in which are fructified the embryos of the race. The ark is the sacred arka of the Hindus, and thus the relation in which it stands to Noah's ark may be easily inferred when we learn that the arga was an oblong vessel used by the high priests as a sacrificial chalice in the worship of Isis, Astarte, and Venus Aphrodite, all of whom were goddesses of the generative powers of nature or of matter, hence representing symbolically the ark containing the germs of all living things. Unquote from Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 444. Mistaken is he who accepts the Kabbalistic works of today and the interpretations of the Zohar by the rabbis for the genuine Kabbalistic law of the old. Note: the author of the Kabbalah makes several attempts to prove conclusively the antiquity of the Zohar. Thus he shows that Moses de Lyon could not be the author or the forger of the Zoharic works in the 13th century, as he is accused of being, since Ibn Gibirol gave out the same philosophical teaching 225 years before the day of Moses de Lyon. No true Kabbalist or scholar will ever deny the fact. It is certain that Ibn Gibirol based his doctrines upon the oldest Kabbalistic sources, namely the Chaldean Book of Numbers, as well as some no longer extant midrashim, the same, no doubt, as those used by Moses de Lyon. But it is just the difference between the two ways of treating the same esoteric subjects which, while proving the enormous antiquity of the esoteric system, points to a decided ring of Talmudistic and even Christian sectarianism in the compilation and glossaries of the Zoharic system by Rabbi Moses. Ibn Gibirol never quoted from the scriptures to enforce the teachings. Vide Aymayas Kabbalah, page 7. Moses de Lyon has made of the Zohar that which it has remained to this day, a run-in commentary on the books of the Pentateuch, from the same source, with a few later additions made by Christian hands. One follows the archaic esoteric philosophy, the other only that portion which was adapted to the lost books of Moses restored by Ezra. Thus, while the system or the trunk on which the primitive original Zohar was engrafted is of an immense antiquity, many of the later Zoharic offshoots are strongly colored by the peculiar views held by Christian Gnostics, Syrian and Chaldean, the friends and co-workers of Moses de Lyon who, as shown by Monk, accepted their interpretations. End of note. For no more today than in the day of Frederick von Schelling does the Kabbalah accessible to Europe and America contain much more than ruins and fragments, much distorted remnants, still of that primitive system which is the key to all religious systems. See Kabbalah by Professor Frank, Preface. The oldest system and the Chaldean Kabbalah were identical. The latest renderings of the Zohar are those of the synagogue in the early centuries, that is, the Torah, dogmatic and uncompromising. The king's chamber in Cheops' pyramid is thus an Egyptian Holy of Holies. On the days of the mysteries of initiation, the candidate representing the solar god had to descend into the sarcophagus and represent the energizing ray entering into the fecund womb of nature. Emerging from it on the following morning, he typified the resurrection of life after the change called death. In the great mysteries, his figurative death lasted 2 days, when with the sun he rose on the third morning, after a last night of the most cruel trials. While the postulant represented the sun, the all-vivifying orb that resurrects every morning, but to impart life to all, the sarcophagus was symbolic of the female principle. This in Egypt. Its form and shape changed with every country provided it remained a vessel, a symbolic navis, or boat-shaped vehicle, and a container, symbolically, of germs, or the germ of life. In India, it is the golden cow through which the candidate for Brahmanism has to pass if he desires to be a Brahmin and to become a Dvija, reborn a second time. The crescent form, Arga, of the Greeks, was the type of the Queen of Heaven, Diana or the Moon. She was the great mother of all existences, as the Son was the Father. The Jews, previous to as well as after their metamorphosis of Jehovah into a male god, worshipped Astoreth, which made Isaiah declare, "Your new moons and feasts my soul hateth," saying which he was evidently unjust. Astoreth and the new moon, the crescent Arga festivals, had no worse significance as a form of public worship than had the hidden meaning of the moon in general, which was Kabbalistically connected directly with and sacred to Jehovah, as is well known, with the sole difference that the one was the female and the other the male aspect of the moon and of Venus. The sun, the father, the moon, the mother, and Mercury Tot, the sun, were the earliest trinity of the Egyptians, who personified them in Osiris, Isis, and Tot, Hermes. In Pistis Sophia, the 7 great gods, divided into 2 triads, and the highest god, the sun, are the lower Tridunames, whose powers reside respectively in Mars, Mercury, and the moon, Jupiter, and Saturn. See subsections page 359 and 361 at sequence. This requires no proof. Astoreth was, in one sense, an impersonal symbol of nature, the ship of life carrying throughout the boundless sidereal ocean the germs of all being. And when she was not identified with Venus, like every other queen of heaven, to whom cakes and buns were offered in sacrifice, Astoreth became the reflection of the Chaldean Noah, the universal mother, female Noah, considered as one with the ark, and of the female triad, Anna, Belita, and Davikina, called when blended into one, sovereign goddess, lady of the nether abyss, mother of gods, queen of the earth, and queen of fecundity. Later Belita or Dumpty, the sea, the mother of the city of Erech, the great Chaldean necropolis, became Eve, and now she is Mary the Virgin in the Latin Church, represented as standing on the crescent moon, and at times on the globe, to vary the program. The Navi, or ship-like form of the crescent, which blends in itself all those common symbols of the ship of life, such as Noah's Ark, the Yoni of the Hindus, and the Ark of the Covenant, is the female symbol of the universal mothers of the gods, and is now found under its Christian symbol in every church, as the Navi, from navis, the ship. Note: Timaeus the Locrian, speaking of Arca, calls her the principle of best things. The word arcane, arcane, hidden or secret, is derived from arca. To no one is the arcane shown except the Most High. See Codex Nazareus, alluding to nature the female and spirit the male power. All the sun gods were called Archagatos, born from the Arca, the divine Virgin Mother of the heavens. End of note. The navis, the sidereal vessel, is fructified by the spirit of life, the male god, or, as the learned Keenly, in his Apocalypsis, calls it very appropriately, the Holy Spirit. In Western religious symbology, the crescent was the male, the full moon the female aspect of that universal spirit. The mystic word Alm, which the prophet Mahomet prefixed to many chapters of the Quran, alludes to her as the Alm, the Immaculate Virgin of the heavens, and the sublime ever falling into the ridiculous. It is from this root Alm that we have to derive the word Almeh, the Egyptian dancing girls. The latter are virgins, as the same type as the Notknis in India, and the female Kadeshim, the holy ones of the Jewish temples, those consecrated to Jehovah, who represented both sexes, whose holy functions in the Israelite fanes were identical with those of the Notknis. The Eustathius declared that Io means the moon in the dialect of the Argians, and it was one of the names of the same in Egypt. Says Jablonski, Io, Egypti lunam significat neco habent ili in communus sermonis usu, aliud nomen culunam, designant praeter Io. The pillar and circle, Io, now constituting the first decimal number, and which, with Pythagoras, was the perfect number contained in the Tetractys, became later a preeminently phallic number among the Jews, foremost of all, with whom it is the male and female Jehovah. Note on Pythagoras. Because composed of 10 dots, arranged triangularly in 4 rows, it is the tetragrammaton of Western Kabbalists. End of note. This is how a scholar explains it. I find on the Rosetta Stone of Hulaman the word mouth also in Sepharath, meaning the name of the moon used as a cycle of time, hence the lunar month from the hieroglyph representing a moon with a 5-pointed star and a circle with a dot in it as the determinant is given, as the Coptic Io. The Hebrew Yod may also be used as Io, for the letter Yao was used for O and for U, and for V or W. This before the Masorah, of which the dot was used as U over the letter and the dot under the letter as U, and without the dot V or W. Now I had worked it out by original search that the great distinctive function of the God named Jehovah was designative of the influence of the moon as the causative of generation, and as of its exact value as a lunar year in the natural measure of days, as you will fully see. And here comes the linguistic same word from a source far more ancient, meaning the Coptic, or rather from the old Egyptian in time of the Coptic, from a manuscript, unquote. This is the more remarkable when Egyptology compares this with the little which it knows about the Theban triad composed of Amun or Mut and their son Khonshu. This triad was, when united, contained in the moon as their common symbol, and when separated it was Khonsu who was the god, Lunus being thus confounded with Thot and Fat. His mother, Mut, the name signifying mother, by the by, not the moon, which was only her symbol, is called the Queen of Heaven, the Virgin, etc., etc., as she is an aspect of Isis, Hathor, and other mother goddesses. She was less the wife than the mother of Ammon, whose distinct title is the husband of his mother. In a statuette at Bulak, Cairo, this triad is represented, number 1981, Serapeum, Greek period, as a mummy god holding in his hand 3 different sceptres and bearing the lunar disk on his head, the characteristic tress of hair showing the design of representing it as that of an infant god, or the sun in the triad. He was the god of destinies in Thebes, and appears under 2 aspects, one as Khonshu, the lunar god and lord of Thebes, Noferhotpu, he who is in absolute repose, and 2 as Khonshu Iri Shukru, or Khonsu who executes destiny, the former preparing the events and conceiving them for those born under his generative influence, the latter putting them into action. See Maspero's definitions. Under theogonic permutations, Ammon becomes Horus, or Ramon, and Mut-Isis is seen circling him in a statuette of the Saitic period, Abydos. In his turn, in the transformed triad, Khonshu becomes Totlunus, he who operates salvation. His brow is crowned with the head of an ibis, decorated with the lunar disk and the diadem called Yotef. Now all these symbols are certainly found reflected in, some believe them identical with, the Yahweh or Jehovah of the Bible. This will be made plain to anyone who reads the Source of Measures, or Hebrew-Egyptian mystery, and understands the undeniable, clear and mathematical proofs that the esoteric foundations, or the system used in the building of the Great Pyramid, and the architectural measurements in the Temple of Solomon, whether the latter be mythical or real, Noah's Ark and the Ark of the Covenant are the same. If anything in the world can settle the dispute that the old as much as the later Jews, post-Babylonian, and especially the former, built their theogony and religion on the very same foundation as all pagans did, it is the work in question. And now it may be as well to remind the reader of that which was said of I.A.O. in our work Isis Unveiled. Quote, no other deity affords such a variety of etymologies as Jahu, nor is there any name which can be so variously pronounced. It is only by associating it with the Masoretic points that the later rabbins succeeded in making Jehovah read Adonai, or Lord, as Philobiblus spells it in Greek letters, Yevu. Theodore says that the Samaritans pronounced it Yaheh, Yara, and the Jews Yahoo, which would make it, as we have shown, I-A-O. Diodorus states that among the Jews they relate that Moses called the god Yao. It is on the authority of the Bible itself, therefore, that we maintain that before his initiation by Jethro, his father-in-law, Moses had never known the word Yahweh. Unquote. Note: the student must be aware that Jethro is called the father-in-law of Moses, not because Moses was really married to one of his 7 daughters. Moses was an initiate, if he ever existed, and as such an ascetic, a Nazar, and could never be married. It is an allegory like everything else. Sipra, the Shining, is one of the personified occult sciences given by Revel Jethro, the Median priest initiator to Moses, his Egyptian pupil. The well by which Moses sat down in his flight from the Pharaoh symbolizes the well of knowledge. End of note. The above receives corroboration in a private letter from a very learned Kabbalist. In stanza 4 and elsewhere it is stated that exoterically Brahma, neuter, so flippantly and so often confused by the Orientalists with Brahma, the male, is sometimes called Kalahansa, swan in the eternity, and the esoteric meaning of Aham Sa is given. I am he, so Ham being equal to Sa, he, and Aham, I, a mystic anagram and permutation. It is also the four-faced Brahma, the Chaturmukha, the perfect cube forming itself within and from the infinite circle, and again the use of the 1, 3, 5, and twice 7 equals 14, as the esoteric hierarchy of the Dhyan Kochans is explained. On this, the said correspondent comments in this way. Quote, of the 1, 3, 5, and twice 7, intending and very specially 13,514, which in a circle may be read as 31415, or pi value, I think there cannot be a possibility of doubting, and especially when considered with symbol marks on sakra, chakra, or circle of Vishnu. Note, in Hebrew the phallic symbol lingam and yoni. End of note. But let me carry your description a step further. You say the 1 from the egg, the 6, and the 5, see stanza 4, book 1. Give the numbers 1065, the value of the firstborn. If it be so, then in 1065 we have the famous Jehovah's name, or Jivi, or Jave, or Jupiter, and by change of to n, then out the Latin, then Jave, then Jehovah, or the Latin June or Juno, the base of the Chinese riddle, the key measuring numbers of Sni, Sinai, and Jehovah coming down on that mount, which numbers 1065 are but the use of our ratio of 113 to 355, because 1065 equals 355 by 3, which is circumference to a diameter of 113 by 3 equals 339. Thus the firstborn of Brahma, Prajapati, or any demiurgus, indicates a measuring use of a circular relation taken from the chakra, or Vishnu, and, as stated above, the divine manifestation takes the form of life and the firstborn. It is a most singular thing. At the entrance passage to the king's chamber, the measurement from the surface of the great step and the grand gallery to the top of the said gallery is by the very careful measures of a Piazzi Smythe 339 inches. Note, it is on that step that one arrives on the plane of the level or floor, an open entrance to the king's chamber, the Egyptian Holy of Holies. End of note. Take A as a center, and with this radius describe a circle. The diameter of that circle will be 339 by 2 equals 678, and these numbers are those of the expression "and the raven" in the dove and raven scenes, or pictures of the flood of Noah. The radius is taken to show division into 2 parts, which are 1065 each. For 113, man, by 6 equals 678, and the diameter to a circumference of 1065 by 2. So we have here an indication of cosmic man on this high grade or step at the entrance of the king's chamber, the Holy of Holies, which is the womb. Now this passage is of such a height that a man to enter it must stoop. But a man upright is 113, and broken or stooping he becomes 133 by 2, equals 56.5, or 5.65 by 10, or Jehovah. That is, he personifies him as entering the Holy of Holies. Note, the candidate for initiation always personified the god of the temple he belonged to, as the high priest personified the God of all times, just as the Pope now personifies Peter and even Jesus Christ upon entering the inner altar, the Christian Holy of Holies. End of note. By the Hebrew esotericism, the chief function of Jehovah was child-giving, etc., and that because by the numbers of his name he was the measure of the lunar year, which cycle of time, because by its factor of 7 it ran so coordinately with the periods of the quickening, viability, and gestation, was taken as the causative of the generative action, and therefore was worshipped and besought." Unquote. This discovery connects Jehovah still more with all the other creative and generative gods, solar and lunar, and especially with King Soma, the Hindu deus lunus, the moon, because of the esoteric influence attributed to this planet in occultism. There are other corroborations of it, however, in Hebrew tradition itself. Adam is spoken of in Memonid, Mor Nevochim, the guide of the perplexed, truly, in two aspects, as a man, like all others born of a man and a woman, and as the prophet of the moon, the reason of which is now made apparent, and has to be explained. Adam, as the supposed great progenitor of the human race, is, as Adam Kadmon, made in the image of God, a priapic image, therefore. The Hebrew words sakr and nkabva are literally translated lingam, phallus, and yoni, notwithstanding their translation in the Bible. See Genesis 1, verse 27, male and female. As said there, God creates man in his own image. In the image of the God created he him. Male and female created he them, the androgyne Adam Kadmon. Now this Kabbalistic name is not that of a living man, nor even of a human or divine being, but of the two sexes or organs of procreation, called in Hebrew with that usual sincerity of language preeminently biblical sakr and nkabva, these two being therefore the image under which the Lord God appeared usually to his chosen people. Note, Jehovah says to Moses, "The summation of my name is sakr, the carrier of the germ, phallus. It is the vehicle of the Annunciation, and the sakr has passed down through ages to the sacrificum of the Roman priests, and the sacrifice and sacrament of the English-speaking race." Quote from Source of Measures, page 236. Thence, marriage is a sacrament in the Greek and Roman churches. End of note. That this is so is now undeniably proven by almost all the symbologists and Hebrew scholars, as well as by the Kabbalah. Therefore Adam is in one sense Jehovah. This makes plain another general tradition in the East, mentioned in Gregory's notes and observations upon several passages in Scripture, from 1684, Volume 1, pages 120 to 21. And quoted by Hargrave Jennings in his Phallicism, that Adam was commanded by God that his dead body should be kept above ground till committed to the middle of the earth by a priest of the Most High God. Therefore Noah daily prayed in the ark before the body of Adam, or before the phallus in the ark, or Holy of Holies again. He who is a Kabbalist and accustomed to the incessant permutation of biblical names, once they are interpreted numerically and symbolically, will understand what is meant. Jehovah, from the two words of which his name is composed, makes up the original idea of male-female as birth originator, for the Va was the member of virile, and Hua was Eve. So the perfect one, as originator of measures, takes also the form of birth origin, as hermaphrodite one, hence the phallic use of form. See Source of Measures, page 159. Besides, the same author shows and demonstrates numerically and geometrically that Aretz, earth, Adam, man, and Hadam are cognate with each other, and are personified in the Bible under one form, as the Egyptian and Hebrew Mars, god of their generation, and B, that Jehovah or Jah is Noah, or Jehovah is Noah in Hebrew, would literally in English be inch. The above affords, then, a key to the said traditions. Noah, a divine permutation, the supposed savior of humanity, who carries in his ark, or arka, the moon, the germs of all living things, worships before the body of Adam, which body is the image of and a creator itself. Hence Adam is called the prophet of the moon, the Arga, or Holy of Holies, of the Yod. This also shows the origin of their Jewish popular belief that the face of Moses is in the moon, that is, the spots in the moon. For Moses and Jehovah are once more permutations, as has been shown Kabbalistically. Says the author of the Source of Measures on page 271, there is one fact in regard to Moses and his works too important to be omitted. When he is instructed by the Lord as to his mission, the power name assumed by the deity is I am that I am, the Hebrew words being a variety reading of Jehovah. Now Moses equals 345, and the values of the new form of the name Jehovah 21 plus 501 plus 21 equals 543, or by reverse reading 345, thus showing Moses to be a form of Jehovah in this combination. 21 divided by 2 equals 10.5, or reversed 501, so that the Asher, or the that in I am that I am, is simply a guide to use of 21 or 7 by 3. 501 squared equals 251, plus a very valuable pyramid number, etc., etc. For a clearer explanation for the benefit of non-Kabbalists, we put it thus. I am that I am is in Hebrew Ahyeh, which are the numbers 5, 10, 5, 1. Asher, numbers 200, 300, and 1. Ahyeh, 5, 10, 5, and 1 again. Add the numbers of these separate words, and you have 21, 501, and 21, which relate to the process of descending in fire on the mount to make man, etc., etc., and which is explained to be but a check and use of the numbers of the mountains. For on one side we have 10 plus 5 plus 6 equals 21. Down the middle, 501, and on the other side, 6 plus 5 plus 10 equals 21. From the same author. Read section 22, the symbolism of the mystery name Yahweh. The Holy of Holies, both Kabbalistic and rabbinical, are thus shown as an international symbol and common property. Neither has originated with the Hebrews, but owing to the too realistic handling of the half-initiated Levites, the symbol has with them acquired a significance which it hardly has with any other people to this day, and which it was originally never meant to have by the true Kabbalist. The lingam and yoni of the modern average Hindu is, on the face of it, of course, no better than the rabbinical Holy of Holies, but it is no worse. And this is a point gained on the Christian traducers of the Asiatic religious philosophies. For in such religious myths, in the hidden symbolism of a creed and philosophy, the spirit of the tenets propounded ought to decide their relative value. And who will say that, examined either way, this so-called wisdom, applied solely to the uses and benefit of one little nation, has ever developed in it anything like national ethics, The prophets are there to show the walk in life before, during, and after the days of Moses, of the chosen but stiff-necked people. That they have had at one time the wisdom religion and use of the universal language and its symbols at their disposal and in their possession is proved by the same esotericism existing to this day in India with regard to the Holy of Holies. This, as said, was and still is the passage through the Golden Cow in the same stooping position as the one shown in the gallery of the pyramid, which identified man with the Jehovah in Hebrew esotericism. The whole difference lies in the spirit of interpretation. With the Hindus, as with the ancient Egyptians, that spirit was and is entirely metaphysical and psychological. With the Hebrews, it was realistic and physiological. It pointed to the first sexual separation of the human race, Eve giving birth to Cain Jehovah, as shown in the Source of Measures, to the consummation of terrestrial physiological union and conception, as in the allegory of Cain shedding Abel's blood, Habel, the feminine principle, and childbearing, a process shown to have begun in the third race, or with Adam's third son, Set, with whose son Enoch men began to call themselves Jehovah or Jehovah, the male Jod and Hava or Eve, to it, male and female beings. Note: in the 4th chapter of Genesis, verse 26, it is mistranslated, as he called his name Enos, man. Then began men to call upon the name of the Lord, which has no sense in it, since Adam and the others must have done the same. End of note. Thus the difference lies in the religious and ethical feeling, but the two symbols are identical. There is no doubt that, with the fully initiated Judean Tanaim, the inner sense of the symbolism was as holy in its abstraction as with the ancient Aryan Dvijas. The worship of the god in the ark dates only from David, and for 1,000 years Israel knew of no phallic Jehovah. And now the old Kabbalah, edited and re-edited, has become tainted with it. With the ancient Aryans, the hidden meaning was grandiose, sublime, and poetical, however much the external appearance of their symbol may now militate against the claim. The ceremony of passing through the Holy of Holies, now symbolized by the cow, in the beginning through the temple Hiranyagarbha, the radiant egg, in itself a symbol of universal, abstract nature, meant spiritual conception and birth, or rather the rebirth of the individual and his regeneration, the stooping man at the entrance of the Sanctum Sanctorium, ready to pass through the matrix of Mother Nature, or the physical creature ready to re-become the original spiritual being, prenatal man. With the Semite, that stooping man meant the fall of spirit into matter, and that fall and degradation were apotheosized by him with the result of dragging deity down to the level of man. For the Aryan, the symbol represented the divorce of spirit from matter, its merging into and return to its primal source. For the Semite, the wedlock of spiritual man with the marital female nature, the physiological being taking preeminence over the psychological and the purely immaterial. The Aryan views of the symbolism were those of the whole pagan world. The Semite interpretations emanated from and were preeminently those of a small tribe, thus marking its national features and the idiosyncratic defects that characterize many of the Jews to this day: gross realism, selfishness, and sensuality. They had made a bargain through their father Jacob with their tribal deity, self-exalted above all others, and a covenant that his seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and that deity could have no better image henceforth than that of the symbol of generation, and, as representation, a number and numbers. Carlyle has wise words for both these nations. While the Hindu-Aryan, the most metaphysical and spiritual people on earth, Religion has ever been, in his words, an everlasting lodestar that beams the brighter in the heavens the darker here on earth grows the night around him. The religion of the Hindu detaches him from this earth. Therefore, even now, the cow symbol is one of the grandest and most philosophical among all others in its inner meaning. To the masters and lords of European potencies, the Israelites, certain words of Carlyle apply still more admirably. For them religion is a wise, prudential feeling grounded on mere calculation, and it was so from its beginnings. Having burdened themselves with it, Christian nations feel bound to defend and poetize it at the expense of all other religions. But it was not so with the ancient nations. For them the passage, entrance, and the sarcophagus in the king's chamber meant regeneration, not generation. It was the most solemn symbol, a holy of holies indeed, wherein was created immortal hierophants and sons of God, never mortal men and sons of lust and flesh, as now in the hidden sense of the Semite Kabbalist. The reason for the difference in the views of the two races is easy to account for. The Aryan Hindu belongs to the oldest races now on earth, the Semite Hebrew to the latest. One is nearly 1 million years old. The other is a small subrace some 8,000 years old, and no more. Note, strictly speaking, the Jews are an artificial Aryan race, born in India and belonging to the Caucasian division. No one who is familiar with the Armenians and the Parsis can fail to recognize in the three the same Aryan Caucasian type. From the 7 primitive types of the fifth race, there now remain on earth but 3. As Professor W. H. Flower aptly said in 1885, I cannot resist the conclusion so often arrived at by various anthropologists, that the primitive man, whatever he may have been, has in the course of ages diverged into 3 extreme types, represented by the Caucasian of Europe, the Mongolian of Asia, and the Ethiopian of Africa, and that all existing individuals of the species can be ranged around these types. Unquote from the President's address at the Anthropological Institute of Great Britain, etc. Considering that our race has reached its 5th subrace, how can it be otherwise? End of note. But phallic worship has developed only with the gradual loss of the keys to the inner meaning of religious symbols, and there was a day when the Israelites had beliefs as pure as the Aryans have. But now Judaism, built solely on phallic worship, has become one of the latest creeds in Asia, and theologically a religion of hate and malice toward everyone and everything outside themselves. Philo-Judaeus shows what was the genuine Hebrew faith. The sacred writings, he says, prescribe what we ought to do, commanding us to hate the heathen and their laws and institutions. They did hate Baal or Bacchus worship publicly, but left its worst features to be followed secretly, and it is with the Talmudic Jews that the grand symbols of nature were the most profaned. With them, as now shown by the discovery of the key of the correct Bible reading, geometry, the 5th divine science, 5th because it is the 5th key in the series of the 7 keys to the universal esoteric language and symbology, was desecrated, and by them applied to conceal the most terrestrial and grossly sexual mysteries, wherein both deity and religion were degraded. We are told that it is just the same with our Brahma Prajapati, with Osiris and all other creative gods. Quite so, when their rites are judged exoterically and externally. The reverse when their inner meaning is unveiled, as we see. The Hindu lingam is identical with Jacob's pillar, most undeniably. But the difference, as said, seems to consist in that the esoteric significance of the lingam was too truly sacred and metaphysical to be revealed to the profane and the vulgar. Hence its superficial appearance was left to the speculations of the mob. Nor would the Aryan Hierophant and Brahmin in their proud exclusiveness and the satisfaction of their knowledge, go to the trouble of concealing its primeval nakedness under cunningly devised fables. Whereas the rabbi, having interpreted the symbol to suit his own tendencies, had to veil the crude significance, and this served a double purpose, that of keeping his secret to himself and of exalting himself in his supposed monotheism over the heathen, whom his law commanded him to hate. Note: whenever such analogies between the Gentiles and the Jews, and later the Christians, were pointed out, it was the invariable custom of the latter to say that it was the work of the devil who forced the pagans to imitate the Jews for the purpose of throwing a slur on the religion of the one true living God. To this Faber says very justly, "Some have imagined that the Gentiles were servile copyists of the Israelites, and that each point of similitude was borrowed from the Mosaical institutes. But this theory will by no means solve the problem, both because we find the very same resemblance in the ceremonies of nations far different from Palestine, as we do in the rites of those who are in its immediate vicinity, and because it seems incredible that all should have borrowed from one which was universally disliked and despised." Unquote from Pagan Idolatry, Volume 1, page 104, end of note. A commandment now gladly accepted by the Christian too, in spite of another and later commandment, love each other. Both India and Egypt had and have their sacred lotuses, symbolic of the same Holy of Holies. The lotus growing in the water, a double feminine symbol, the bearer of its own seed and root of all. Viraj and Horus are both male symbols, emanating from androgyne nature, one from Brahma and his female counterpart Vak, the other from Osiris and Isis, never from one infinite God. In the Judeo-Christian system it is different. Whereas the lotus containing Brahma, the universe, is shown growing out of Vishnu's navel, the central point in the waters of infinite space, and whereas Horus springs from the lotus of the celestial Nile, all these abstract pantheistic ideas are dwarfed, are made terrestrially concrete in the Bible. One is almost inclined to say that in the esoteric they are grosser and still more anthropomorphic than in their exoteric rendering. Take as an example the same symbol, even in its Christian application, the lilies in the hand of the Archangel Gabriel. See Luke 1:28. In Hinduism, the Holy of Holies is a universal abstraction, whose dramatis personae are infinite spirit and nature. In Christian Judaism, it is a personal God outside of that nature, and the human womb, Eve, Sarah, etc., etc., hence an anthropomorphic phallic God, and his image, man. Thus it is maintained that with regard to the contents of the Bible, one of two hypotheses has to be admitted. Either behind the symbolic substitute, Jehovah, there was the unknown, incognizable deity, the Kabbalistic Ein Sof, or the Jews have been from the beginning no better than the dead-letter Lingam worshippers of the India of today. Note: their consecrated pillars, unhewn stones, erected by Abraham and Jacob, were lingi. End of note. We say it was the former, and that, therefore, the secret or esoteric worship of the Jews was the same pantheism that the Vedantin philosophers are reproached with today. Jehovah was a substitute for purposes of an exoteric national faith, and had no importance or reality in the eyes of the erudite priests and philosophers, the Sadducees, the most refined as the most learned of all the Israelite sects, who stand as a living proof with their contemptuous rejection of every belief save the law. For how could those who invented the stupendous scheme known as the Bible, or their successors who knew, as all Kabbalists do, that it was so invented for a popular blind, how could they, we ask, feel reverence for such a phallic symbol and a number, as Jehovah is shown most undeniably to be in the Kabbalistic works. How could anyone worthy of the name of a philosopher, and knowing the real secret meaning of their pillar of Jacob, their Bethel, oil-anointed Phalli, and their brazen serpent, worship such gross symbol and minister unto it, seeing in it their covenant, the Lord himself? Let the reader turn to Gemara Sanhedrin and judge. As various writers have shown, and as brutally stated in Hargrave Jennings' Phallicism on page 67, we know from the Jewish records that the ark contained a table of stone. That stone was phallic, and yet identical with the sacred name Jehovah, which, written in unpointed Hebrew with 4 letters, is Jeve, or Jehve, the H being Merlin aspirant, and the same as E. This process leaves us the 2 letters I and V in another form U. Then if we place the I in the U, we have the Holy of Holies. We also have the Linga and Yoni and Arka of the Hindus, the Ishvara and Supreme Lord. And here we have the whole secret of its mystic and arch-celestial import, confirmed in itself by being identical with the Lin Yoni, within brackets question mark, of the Ark of the Covenant." Unquote. The biblical Jews of today do not date from Moses, but from David, even admitting the identity of the old genuine with the later and remodeled Mosaic scrolls. Before that time, their nationality is lost in the mists of prehistoric darkness, the veil from which is now withdrawn as much as we have space to do so. It is only to the days of the Babylonian captivity that the Old Testament may be referred by the most lenient criticism, as the approximately correct views that were current about the days of Moses. Even such fanatical Christians and worshippers of Jehovah as the Reverend Mr. Horn have to admit the numerous changes and alterations made by the later compilers of the Book of God, since it was found by Hilkiah. See Introduction to the Old Testament, and also Bishop Colenso's Elohistic and Jehovistic writers, and that the Pentateuch arose out of the primitive or older documents by means of a supplementary one. Unquote. The Elohistic texts were rewritten 500 years after the date of Moses, the Jehovistic 800 on the authority of the Bible chronology itself. Hence it is maintained that the deity represented as the organ of generation in his pillar form and as a symbol of the double-sexed organ in the numeral value of the letters of his name, or the Yod, phallus, and He, the opening or the womb, according to Kabbalistic authority, is of a far later date than the Elohim symbols, and is borrowed from the pagan exoteric rites, and Jehovah is thus on a par with the lingam and yoni found on every roadside in India. Just as the Yao of the mysteries was distinct from Jehovah, so was the later Yao and Abraxas of some Gnostic sects identical with the god of the Hebrews, who was the same with the Egyptian Horus. This is undeniably proven on heathen as on the Gnostic Christian gems. In Matte's collection of such gems there is a Horus seated on the lotus, inscribed Abraxas Yao, an address exactly parallel to the so frequent A's, Z's, Sarapi on the contemporary heathen gems, and therefore only to be translated by Abraxas is the one Jehovah, in King's Gnostics, page 327. But who was Abraxas? As the same author shows, the numerical or Kabbalistic value of the name Abraxas directly refers to the Persian title of the god Mitra, ruler of the year, worshipped from the earliest times under the appellation of Yao. Thus the sun in one aspect, the moon or the lunar genius in another, That generative deity whom the Gnostics saluted as "Thou that presidest over the mysteries of the Father and the Son, who shinest in the night time, holding the second rank, the first Lord of death." Unquote. It is only in his capacity of the genius of the moon, the latter being credited in the old cosmogony with being the parent of our earth, that Jehovah could ever be regarded as the creator of our globe and its heaven, namely the firmament. The knowledge of all this will be no proof, however, to the average bigot. Missionaries will go on with the most virulent attacks on the religions of India, and Christians read with the same benighted smile of satisfaction as ever these preposterously unjust words of Coleridge. Quote, "It is highly worthy of observation that the inspired writings received by Christians are distinguishable from all other books pretending to inspiration from the scriptures of the Brahmins and even from the Koran, in their strong and frequent recommendation of truth," within bracket double exclamation mark. Unquote. Next section is on the myth of the fallen angel in its various acts. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 2. The Archaic Symbolism of the World Religions. Section 18. On the myth of the fallen angel in its various aspects. Subsection A. The evil spirit. Who and what? Our present quarrel is exclusively with theology. The Church enforces belief in a personal God and a personal devil, while occultism shows the fallacy of such a belief. And though for the pantheists and occultists, as much as for the pessimists, nature is no better than a comely mother, but stone cold, this is true only so far as regards external physical nature. They both agree that, to the superficial observer, she is no better than an immense slaughterhouse wherein butchers become victims, and victims executioners in their turn. It is quite natural that the pessimistically inclined profane, once convinced of nature's numerous shortcomings and failures, and especially of her autophagous propensities, should imagine this to be the best evidence that there is no deity in absconditur within nature, nor anything divine in her. Nor is it less natural that the materialist and the physicist should imagine that everything is due to blind force and chance, and to the survival of the strongest, even more often than of the fittest. But the occultists, who regard physical nature as a bundle of most varied illusions on the plane of deceptive perceptions, who recognize in every pain and suffering but the necessary pangs of incessant procreation, a series of stages toward an ever-growing perfectibility, which is visible in the silent influence of never-erring karma, or abstract nature. The occultists, we say, view the Great Mother otherwise. Woe to those who live without suffering. Stagnation and death is the future of all that vegetates without a change. And how can there be any change for the better without proportionate suffering during the preceding stage? Is it not those only who have learnt the deceptive value of earthly hopes and the elusive allurements of external nature who are destined to solve the great problems of life, pain, and death? If our modern philosophers, preceded by the medieval scholars, have helped themselves to more than one fundamental idea of antiquity, theologians have built their God and his archangels, their Satan and his angels, along with the Logos and his staff, entirely out of the dramatis personae of the old heathen pantheons. They would have been welcome to these had they not cunningly distorted the original characters, perverted the philosophical meaning, and taken advantage of the ignorance of Christendom, the result of long ages of mental sleep, during which humanity was permitted to think only by proxy, tossed every symbol into the most inextricable confusion. One of their most sinful achievements in this direction was the transformation of the divine alter ego into the grotesque Satan of their theology. As the whole philosophy of the problem of evil hangs upon the correct comprehension of the constitution of the inner being of nature and man, of the divine within the animal, and hence also the correctness of the whole system as given in these pages with regard to the crown piece of evolution, man, we cannot take sufficient precautions against theological subterfuge. When the good Saint Augustine and the fiery Tertullian called the devil the monkey of God, this could be attributed to the ignorance of the age they lived in. It is more difficult to excuse our modern writers on the same ground. The translation of Mazdean literature has afforded to the Roman Catholic writers the pretext for proving their point in the same direction once more. They have taken advantage of the dual nature of Ahura Mazda in the Zend-Avesta and the Vendidad, and of his armchair-spence, to emphasize still further their wild theories. Satan is the plagiarist and the copyist by anticipation of the religion which came ages later. This was one of the masterstrokes of the Latin Church, its best trump card after the appearance of spiritualism in Europe. Though only a succès d'estime in general, even among those who are not interested in either theosophy or spiritualism, yet the weapon is often used by the Christian Roman Catholic Kabbalists against the Eastern occultists. Now even the materialists are quite harmless, and may be regarded as the friends of theosophy, when compared to some fanatical, quote, Christian, unquote, as they call themselves, quote, sectarian, unquote, as we call them, Kabbalists on the continent. These read the Zohar not to find in it ancient wisdom, but to discover in its verses, by mangling the texts and meaning, Christian dogmas, where none could ever have been meant, and, having fished them out with the collective help of the Jesuitical casuistry and learning, the supposed, quote, Kabbalists, unquote, proceed to write books, and to mislead less far-sighted students of the Kabbalah. Note, such a pseudo-Kabbalist was the Marquis de Merville in France, who, having studied the Zohar and other old remnants of Jewish wisdom under the Chevalier Drac, an ancient rabbi Kabbalist converted to the Romish Church, wrote with his help 6 volumes full of slander and calumnies against every prominent spiritualist and Kabbalist. From 1848 up to 1860, he persecuted unrelentingly the old Comte d'Auchet, one of the earliest Eastern occultists in France, a man the scope of whose occult knowledge will never be appreciated correctly by his survivors, because he screened his real beliefs and knowledge under the mask of Spiritism. End of note. May we not then be permitted to drag the deep rivers of the past and thus bring to the surface the root idea that led to the transformation of the wisdom god, who had first been regarded as the creator of everything that exists, into an angel of evil, a ridiculous horned biped, half goat and half monkey, with hooves and a tail. We need not go out of the way to compare the pagan demons of either Egypt, India or Chaldea with their devil of Christianity, for no such comparison is possible. But we may stop to glance at the biography of the Christian devil, a piratical reprint from the Chaldeo-Judean mythology. The primitive origin of this personification rests upon the Akkadian conception of the cosmic powers, the heavens and the earth, in eternal feud and struggle with chaos. Their Selig Muludak, the god amongst all the gods, the merciful guardian of men on earth, was the son of Hir, or Ea, the great god of wisdom, called by the Babylonians Nebu. With both peoples, as in the case of the Hindu gods, their deities were both beneficent and maleficent. As evil and punishment are the agents of karma, in an absolutely just, retributive sense, so evil was the servant of the good. From Hewitt Lectures, 1887, pages 101 to 115. The reading of the Chaldeo-Assyrian tiles has now demonstrated it beyond a shadow of doubt. We find the same idea in the Zohar. Satan was a son and an angel of God. With all the Semitic nations, the spirit of the earth was as much the creator in his own realm as the spirit of the heavens. They were twin brothers and interchangeable in their functions, were not two in one. Nothing of that which we find in Genesis is absent from the Chaldeo-Assyrian religious beliefs, even in the little that has hitherto been deciphered. The great face of the deep of Genesis is traced in the Tohu Bohu, deep, primeval space, or chaos of the Babylonians. Wisdom, the great unseen God, called in Genesis chapter 1 the Spirit of God, lived for the older Babylonians as for the Akkadians in the sea of space. Toward the days described by Berosus, this sea became the visible waters on the face of the earth, the crystalline abode of the Great Mother, the mother of air and all the gods, which became still later the great dragon Tiamat, the sea serpent. Its last stage of development was the great struggle of Bel with the dragon, the devil. Whence the Christian idea that God cursed the devil? The God of the Jews, whomsoever he was, forbids cursing Satan. Philo-Judaeus and Josephus both state that the law, the Pentateuch and the Talmud, undeviatingly forbid one to curse the adversary, as also the gods of the Gentiles. Thou shalt not revile the gods, quoth the God of Moses in Exodus 22, verse 28. For it is God who hath divided them unto all nations. Deuteronomy 4, verse 19. And those who speak evil of dignities, gods, are called filthy dreamers by Jude. 8. For even Michael the archangel durst not bring against him the devil a railing accusation, but said, The Lord rebuke thee. Same source 9. Finally, the same is repeated in the Talmud. For this see Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, 487 sequence. Satan appeared one day to a man who used to curse him daily, and said to him, Why dost thou this? Consider that God himself would not curse me, but merely said, The Lord rebuke thee, Satan. Note, treated on Kiddushim 81, but see Kabbalah by Mr. I. Mayer, pages 92-94, and the Zohar quoted in his volume. End of note. This bit of Talmudic information shows plainly two things. A, that Saint Michael is called God in the Talmud, and somebody else the Lord. And B, that Satan is a god, of whom even the Lord is in fear. All we read in the Zohar and other Kabbalistic works on Satan shows plainly that this personage is simply the personification of the abstract evil, which is the weapon of karmic law and karma. It is our human nature and man himself, as it is said, that Satan is always near and inextricably interwoven with man. It is only a question of that power being latent or active in us. It is a well-known fact, to learned symbologists at all events, that in every great religion of antiquity it is the Logos Demiurge, the second Logos, or the first emanation from the mind, Mahat, who is made to strike, so to say, the keynote of that which may be called the correlation of individuality and personality in the subsequent scheme of evolution. The Logos it is, who's shown in the mystic symbolism of cosmogony, theogony, and anthropogony, playing two parts in the drama of creation and being, that is, that of the purely human personality and the divine impersonality of the so-called avatars, or divine incarnations, and of the universal spirit called Christos by the Gnostics, and the Farvashi, or Ferue, of Ahura Mazda in the Mazdean philosophy. On the lower rungs of theogony, the celestial beings of lower hierarchies had each a Farvashi, or a celestial double. It is the same, only still more mystic, reassertion of the Kabbalistic axiom, Deus est daemon inversus. The word demon, however, as in the case of Socrates, and in the spirit of the meaning given to it by the whole of antiquity, standing for the guardian spirit, an angel, not a devil of satanic descent, as theology will have it. The Roman Catholic Church shows its usual logic and consistency by accepting as the Ferruer of Christ Saint Michael, who was his angel guardian, as proved by Saint Thomas, while he calls the prototypes of Michael and his synonyms, such as Mercury, for example, devils. Note, in the work of Marangoni, Delle gradezze dell'Arcangelo Sancto Michaele, the author exclaims, O star, the greatest of those that follow the Son, who is Christ, O living image of divinity, O great thaumaturgist of the Old Testament, O invisible vicar of Christ within his church, etc., etc. The work is in great honor in the Latin Church. End of note. The Church accepts positively the tenet that Christ has his Ferruer, as any other god or mortal has, writes de Merville. Here we have the two heroes of the Old Testament, the Verbum, within brackets, ? Or the second Jehovah, and his face, presence, as the Protestants translate, forming both but one, and yet being two, a mystery which seemed to us insolvable before we had studied the doctrine of Nesdean Ferruer, and learnt that the Ferruer was the spiritual potency at once image, face, and the guardian of the soul, which finally assimilates the Ferruer. Mémoire à l'Académie, Volume 5, page 516. This is almost correct. Among other absurdities, the Kabbalists maintain that the word Metatron, being divided into meta, thronon, means near the throne. It means quite the reverse, as meta means beyond and not near. This is of great importance in our argument. Saint Michael, then, the Quiut Deus, is the translator, so to speak, of the invisible world into the visible and the objective. They maintain, furthermore, along with the Roman Catholic Church, that in the biblical and Christian theology there does not exist a higher celestial personality after the Trinity than that of the Archangel or the Seraphim Michael. According to them, the conqueror of the dragon is the archisatrap of the sacred militia, the guardian of the planets, the king of the stars, the slayer of Satan, and the most powerful rector. In the mystic astronomy of these gentlemen, he is the conqueror of Ahriman, who, having upset the sidereal throne of the usurper, bathed in his stead in the soul of fires. And, defender of the Christ Son, he approaches so near his master that he seems to become one with him, owing to this fusion with the Word, Verbum. The Protestants, and among them Calvin, ended by losing sight entirely of the duality, and saw no Michael, but only his master, writes the Abbé Caron. The Roman Catholics, and especially their Kabbalists, know better, and it is they who explain to the world this duality, which affords to them the means of glorifying the chosen ones of the Church, and of rejecting and anathematizing all those gods who may be in the way of their dogmas. Thus the same titles and the same names are given in turn to God and the Archangel. Both are called Metatron. Both have the name of Jehovah applied to them when they speak one in the other, as it reads, as, according to the Zohar, the term signifies equally the master and the ambassador. Both are the angel of the face, because, as we are informed, if, on the other hand, the Word is called the face or the presence, and the image of the substance of God on the other, when speaking of the Saviour to the Israelites, Isaiah, within brackets, ? Tells them that the angel of his presence saved them in their affliction, so he was their Saviour. Note, see Isaiah 63, verses 8 to 9. Elsewhere, he, Michael, is called very plainly the Prince of the Faces of the Lord, the glory of the Lord. Both Jehovah and Michael are the guides of Israel, chiefs of the armies of the Lord, supreme judges of the souls, and even seraphs. See la face et la représentant du verbe, page 18 by de Merville. The whole of the above is given on the authority of various works by Roman Catholics and must therefore be orthodox. Some expressions are translated to show what subtle theologians and casuists mean by the term Féroué, a word borrowed by some French writers from the Zend-Avesta, as said and utilized in Roman Catholicism for a purpose Zoroaster was very far from anticipating. Note: that which is called in the Vendidad Farvarshi, the immortal part of an individual, that which outlives man, the higher ego, say the occultists, or the divine double. End of note. In Fargod 19 of the Vendidad, it is said in verse 14, "Invoke, O Zarathustra, my Farvarshi, who am Ahura Mazda, the greatest, the best, the fairest of all beings, the most solid, the most intelligent, and whose soul is the holy word, Matra Spenta." The French Orientalists translate Farvarshi by Féroué. Now what is a Féroué or Farvarshi? In some Mazdean works, for example, Ormazd Ariman, sections 112 and 113, it is plainly implied that Farvarshi is the inner immortal man, or that ego which reincarnates, that it existed before its physical body and survives all such it happens to be clothed in. Not only man was endowed with the Farvarshi, but gods too, and the sky, fire, waters, and plants. From Introduction to the Vendidad by J. Darmstädter. This shows as plainly as can be shown that the Féroué is the spiritual counterpart of whether god, animal, plant, or even element, that is, the refined and the purer part of the grosser creation, the soul of the body, whatever the body may happen to be. Therefore does Ahura Mazda recommend Zarathustra to invoke his Farvarshi and not himself, Ahura Mazda. That is to say, the impersonal and true essence of deity, one with Zoroaster's own Atman, or Christos, not the false and personal appearance. This is quite clear. Now it is on this divine and ethereal prototype that the Roman Catholic seized so as to build up the supposed difference between their guardian angels and the deity of its aspects, or the gods of the old religions. Thus, while calling Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, whether as gods or planets, devils, they yet make of the same Mercury the Féroué of their Christ. This fact is undeniable. Vossius proves that Michael is the Mercury of the pagans, and Maury and other French writers corroborate him, and add that according to great theologians Mercury and the Sun are one, within brackets question mark, and no wonder they think, since Mercury being so near the wisdom of the verbum, the Sun, must be absorbed by and confounded with him. This, quote, pagan, unquote, view was accepted from the 1st century of our era, as shown in the original Acts of the Apostles, the English translation being worthless. So much is Michael the Mercury of the Greeks and other nations, that when the inhabitants of Lystra mistook Paul and Barnabas for Mercury and Jupiter, the gods have come down to us in the likeness of men, see verse 12 or 14, and adds, and they called Barnabas Zeus and Paul Hermes or Mercury, because he was the leader of the word, verbum, and not the chief speaker, as erroneously translated in the Authorized and repeated even in the Revised English Bible. Michael is the angel in the vision, the Son of God, who was like unto a son of man. It is the Hermes Christos of the Gnostics, the Anubis Sirius of the Egyptians, the counselor of Osiris in Amenti, the Michael Lentoid, or Theomorphos of the Ophites, who wears on certain Gnostic jewels a lion head, like his father Ildabad. See King's Gnostics. Now to all this the Roman Catholic Church consents tacitly, many of her writers avowing it publicly, and unable to deny the flagrant borrowing of their Church, who spoilt the symbols of her seniors as the Jews had spoilt the Egyptians of their jewels of silver and gold. They explain the fact quite coolly and as seriously. Thus the writers who were hitherto timid enough to see in this repetition by Christian dogmas of old pagan ideas a legendary plagiarism perpetrated by man are gravely assured that, far from such a simple solution of the almost perfect resemblance, it has to be attributed to quite another cause, to a prehistorical plagiarism of a superhuman origin. If the reader would know how, he must kindly turn to the same 5th volume of de Merville's work. Please note that this author was the official and recognized defender of the Roman Church, and was helped by the learning of all the Jesuits. On page 518 we read, quote, "We have pointed out several demigods, and also very historical heroes of the pagans, who were predestined from the moment of their birth to ape, while dishonoring it, the nativity of the hero, who was quite God, before whom the whole earth had to bow. We traced them, being born as he was, from an immaculate mother. We saw them strangling serpents in their cradles, fighting against demons, performing miracles, dying as martyrs, descending to the netherworld, and rising again from the dead. And we have bitterly deplored that timid and shy Christians should feel compelled to explain all such identities on the grounds of coincidence of myth and symbol. They forgot apparently these words of the Saviour: 'All that came before me are thieves and robbers,' a word which explains all without any absurd negation, and which I commented in these words: 'The Evangel is a sublime drama, parodied and played before its appointed time by ruffians.'" Unquote. The ruffians, les drôles, are of course demons, whose manager is Satan. Now this is the easiest and the most sublime of the simple way of getting out of the difficulty. The Reverend Dr. Lundy, a Protestant de Merville, followed the happy suggestion in his work Monumental Christianity, and so did Dr. Seppo of München in his works written to prove the divinity of Jesus and the satanic origin of all other saviors. So much greater the pity that a systematic and collective plagiarism, which went on for several centuries on the most gigantic scale, should be explained by another plagiarism, this time in the 4th Gospel. For the sentence quoted from it, "All that ever came before me," etc., is a verbatim repetition of words written in the Book of Enoch, 89. In the introduction to Archbishop Lawrence's translation of it from an Ethiopic manuscript, in the Bodleian Library, the editor-author of the Evolution of Christianity remarks, "In revising the proof sheets of the Book of Enoch, the parable of the sheep rescued by the Good Shepherd from hireling guardians and ferocious wolves is obviously borrowed by the 4th evangelist from Enoch, 89, in which the author depicts the shepherds as killing the sheep before the advent of their Lord, and thus discloses the true meaning of that hitherto mysterious passage in the Johannine parable. All that ever came before me are thieves and robbers, language in which we now detect an obvious reference to the allegorical shepherds of Enoch." Unquote. It is too late in the day to claim that it is Enoch who borrowed from the New Testament, instead of vice versa. Jude 14-15 quotes verbatim from Enoch a long passage about the coming of the Lord with his 10,000 saints, and naming specifically the prophet, acknowledge the source. This parallelism between prophet and apostle have placed beyond controversy that, in the eyes of the author of an epistle accepted as divine revelation, the Book of Enoch was the inspired production of an antediluvian patriarch, and further, the cumulative coincidence of language and ideas in Enoch and the others of New Testament scripture clearly indicates that the work of the Semitic Milton was the inexhaustible source from which evangelists and apostles, or the men who wrote in their names, borrowed their conceptions of the resurrection, judgment, immortality, perdition, and of the universal reign of righteousness under the eternal dominion of the Son of Man. This evangelical plagiarism culminates in the revelation of John, which adapts the visions of Enoch to Christianity, with modifications in which we miss the sublime simplicity of the great master of apocalyptic prediction, who prophesied in the name of the antediluvian patriarch." Unquote. From Introduction 35. Antediluvian truly, but if the phraseology of the text dates hardly a few centuries or even millenniums before the historical era, then it is no more the original prediction of the events to come, but in its turn a copy of some scripture of a prehistoric religion. In the Krita age, Vishnu, in the form of Kapila and other inspired sages, imparts to the world true wisdom as Enoch did. In the Treta age, he restrains the wicked in the form of universal monarch, Chakravartin, or the everlasting king of Enoch, and protects the three worlds or races. Note: cite Uriel, chapter 26, verse 3 in the Book of Enoch. "All those who have received mercy shall forever bless God, the everlasting King, who will reign over them." End of note. In the Dwapara age, in the person of Veda Vyasa, he divides the one Veda into 4 and distributes it into hundreds, sata, of branches. Unquote. Truly so. The Veda of the earliest Aryans, before it was written, went forth into every nation of the Atlanto-Lemurians, and sowed the first seeds of all the now existing old religions. The offshoots of the never-dying tree of wisdom have scattered their dead leaves even on Judeo-Christianity, and at the end of the Kali, our present age, Vishnu, or the everlasting King, will appear as Kalki and re-establish righteousness upon earth. The minds of those who live at that time shall be awakened and become as pellucid as crystal. The men who are thus changed by virtue of that peculiar time, the sixth race, shall be as the seeds of other human beings, and shall give birth to a race who shall follow the laws of the Krita age of purity. That is, it shall be the seventh race, the race of Buddhas, the sons of God, born of immaculate parents. Subsection B. The gods of light proceed from the gods of darkness. Thus it is pretty well established that Christ, the Logos, or the God in space and the Saviour on earth, is but one of the echoes of the same antediluvian and sorely misunderstood wisdom. The history begins by the descent on earth of the gods who incarnate in mankind, and this is the fall. Whether Brahma hurled down on earth in the allegory by Bhagavant or Jupiter by Kronos, all are the symbols of the human races. Once landed on, and having touched this planet of dense matter, no snow-white wings of the highest angel can remain immaculate, or the avatar or incarnation be perfect, as every such avatar is the fall of a god into generation. Nowhere is the metaphysical truth more clear when explained esoterically, or more hidden from the average comprehension of those who, instead of appreciating the sublimity of the idea, can only degrade, than in the Upanishads, the esoteric glossaries of the Vedas. The Rig Veda, as we know characterized it, is the most sublime conception of the great highways of humanity. The Vedas are, and will remain forever in the esotericism of the Vedanta and the Upanishads, the mirror of the eternal wisdom. For over 16 centuries the new masks forced on the faces of the old gods have screened them from public curiosity, but they have finally proved a misfit. Yet the metaphorical fall, and as metaphorical atonement and crucifixion, led Western humanity through roads knee-deep in blood. Worse than all, they led it to believe in the dogma of the evil spirit distinct from the spirit of all good, whereas the former lives in all matter and preeminently in man. Finally, it created the God-slandering dogma of hell and eternal perdition. It spread a thick film between the high institutions of man and divine verities, and most pernicious result of all, it made people remain ignorant of the fact that there were no fiends, no dark demons in the universe before man's own appearance on this and probably on other earths. Henceforth, the people were led to accept as the problematical consolation for this world's sorrows the thought of original sin. The philosophy of that law in nature which implants in man as well as in every beast a passionate, inherent, and instinctive desire for freedom and self-guidance pertains to psychology and cannot be touched on now. To show the feeling in higher intelligences, to analyze and give a natural reason for it, would necessitate, moreover, an endless philosophical explanation for which there is no room here. Perhaps the best synthesis of this feeling is found in 3 lines of Milton's Paradise Lost. Says the fallen one, quote, "Here we may reign secure, and in my choice, to reign is worth ambition, though in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven." Unquote. Better be man, the crown of terrestrial production and king over its opus operatum, than be lost among the will-less spiritual hosts in heaven. We have said elsewhere that the dogma of the first fall rested on a few verses in Revelation, these verses being now shown in plagiarism from Enoch by some scholars. These grew into endless theories and speculations, which gradually acquired the importance of dogma and inspired tradition. Every one wanted to explain the verse about the 7-headed dragon with his 10 horns and 7 crowns, whose tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven, and it cast them to the earth, and whose place, with that of his angels, was found no more in heaven. What the 7 heads of the dragon, cycle, mean, and its 5 wicked kings also, may be learned in the addenda, which close part 3 of this volume. From Newton to Bossuet, speculations were incessantly evolved in Christian brains with regard to these obscure verses. Quote, "The stars that falls is the Hesirach Theodosius," unquote, explains Bossuet. "The clouds of smoke are the heresies of the Montanists. The third part of the stars are the martyrs, and especially the doctors of divinity." Unquote. Bossuet ought to have known, however, that the events described in Revelation were not original, and may, as shown, be found in other and pagan traditions. There were no scholastics nor Montanists during Vedic times, nor yet far later in China. But Christian theology had to be protected and saved. This was only natural. But why should truth be sacrificed in order to protect from destruction the lucubrations of Christian theologians? The Princeps Aeris Huius, the prince of the air of St. Paul, is not the devil but the effects of the astral light, as Eliphas Levi correctly explains. The devil is not the god of this period, as he says, for it is the deity of every age and period since man appeared on earth, and matter, in its countless forms and states, had to fight for its evanescent existence among other disintegrating forces. The quote, dragon, unquote, is simply the symbol of the cycle and of the sons of manvantaric eternity, who had descended on earth during a certain epoch of its formative period. The clouds of smoke are a geological phenomenon. The third part of the stars of heaven cast down to the earth refers to the divine monads, the spirit of the stars in astrology, that circumambulate our globe, that is, the human egos destined to perform the whole cycle of incarnations. This sentence, qui circumambulant terram, however, is again referred to the devil in theology, the mythical father of evil being said to fall like lightning. Unfortunately for this interpretation, the Son of Man, or Christ, is expected on the personal testimony of Jesus to descend on earth likewise, as the lightning cometh out of the east, just in the same shape and under the same symbol as Satan, who is seen as lightning to fall from heaven. See Matthew 24 verse 27 and Luke 10 verse 18. All these metaphors and figures of speech, preeminently oriental in their character, must have their origin searched for in the East. In all the ancient cosmogonies, light comes from darkness. In Egypt, as elsewhere, darkness was the principle of all things. Hence Pimander, the thought divine, issues as light from darkness. Behemoth is the principle of darkness, or Satan in Roman Catholic theology, and yet Job says of him that Behemoth is the chief principle of the ways of God. Principium viarum Domini Behemoth, chapter 40, verse 19. Consistency does not seem to be a favorite virtue in any portion of divine revelation, so-called, not as interpreted by theologians at any rate. The Egyptians and the Chaldeans referred the birth of their divine dynasties to that period when creative earth was in her last final throes, in giving birth to her prehistoric mountain ranges, which have since disappeared, her seas and her continents. Her face was covered with deep darkness, and in that secondary chaos was the principle of all things that developed on the globe later on. And our geologists have ascertained that there was such a terrestrial conflagration in the early geological periods 700 millions of years ago. Note on Behemoth. The Protestant Bible defines Behemoth incorrectly. The elephant, as some think. See marginal note in Job 40 verse 19 in the authorized versions. A note on terrestrial conflagration. Astronomy, however, knows nothing of stars that have disappeared unless from visibility, never from existence, since the science of astronomy became known. Temporary stars are only variable stars, and it is believed even that the new stars of Kepler and Tycho Brahe may still be seen. End of notes. As to the tradition itself, every country and nation had it, each under its respective national form. It is not alone Egypt, Greece, Scandinavia, or Mexico that had their typhoon, Python, Loki, and its falling demon, but China also. The Celestials have a whole literature upon the subject. In King, it is said that, in consequence of a rebellion against Ti, of a proud spirit, who said he was Ti himself, 7 choirs of celestials were exiled upon earth, which brought a change in all nature, heaven itself bending down and uniting with earth. And in the I King one reads, the flying dragon, superb and rebellious, suffers now, and his pride is punished. He thought he would reign in heaven, he reigns only on the earth. Again, the Chon Tsiu says allegorically, one night the stars ceased shining in darkness and deserted it, falling down like rain upon the earth, where they are now hidden. These stars are the monads. Chinese cosmogonies have their lords of the flame, and their celestial virgin, with little spirits to help and minister to her, and big spirits to fight those who are the enemies of other gods. But all this does not prove that the said allegories are presentments or prophetic writings, which all refer to Christian theology. The best proof one can offer to Christian theologians that the esoteric meaning in the Bible in both testaments was the assertion of the same idea as in our archaic teachings, to wit, that the fall of the angels referred simply to the incarnation of angels who had broken through the 7 circles, is found in the Zohar, is the soul and essence of its allegory, as the later Christian Kabbalah is the dark-cloaked Mosaic Pentateuch, and it says in the Agrippa manuscripts, "The wisdom of the Kabbalah rests in the science of equilibrium and harmony. Forces that manifest without having been first equilibrized perish in space," equilibrized meaning differentiated. Thus perished the first kings, the divine dynasties, of the ancient world, the self-produced princes of giants. They fell like rootless trees and were seen no more, for they were the shadow of the shadow, to wit, the chaya of the shadowy Pitris. Read about the kings of Edom. But those that came after them, who, shooting down like falling stars, were enshrined in the shadows, prevailed, and to this day, Dionys, who by incarnating in those empty shadows inaugurated the era of mankind. Every sentence in the ancient cosmogonies unfolds to him who can read between the lines the identity of the ideas, though under different garbs. The first lesson taught in esoteric philosophy is that the incognizable cause does not put forth evolution, whether consciously or unconsciously, but only exhibits periodically different aspects of itself to the perception of finite minds. Now the collective mind, the universal, composed of various and numberless hosts of creative powers, however infinite and in manifested time, is still finite when contrasted with the unborn and undecaying space in its supreme essential aspects. That which is finite cannot be perfect. Therefore there are inferior beings among those hosts, but there never were any devils or disobedient angels, for the simple reason that they are all governed by law. The Asuras, who incarnated, call them by any other name, followed in this law as implacable as any other. They had manifested prior to the Pitris, and as time in space proceeds in cycles, their turn had come, hence the numerous allegories. Vide Demon est Deus in Versus, Part 2, Volume 1. The name of Asura was first given by the Brahmas indiscriminately to those who opposed their mummeries and sacrifices, and as the great Asura called Asurendra did. It is to those ages, probably, that the origin of the idea of the demon as opposer and adversary has to be traced. The Hebrew Elohim, called in the translations God, and who create light, are identical with the Aryan Asuras. They are also referred to as the sons of darkness, as a philosophical and logical contrast to light immutable and eternal. The earliest Zoroastrians did not believe in evil or darkness being co-eternal with good or light, and they give the same interpretation. Ahriman is the manifested shadow of Ahura Mazda, Asura Mazda, himself issued from Zeruana Akerne, boundless circle of time, or the unknown cause. Its glory, they say of the latter, is too exalted, its light too resplendent for either human intellect or mortal eye to grasp and see. Its primal emanation is eternal light, which, from having been previously concealed in darkness, was called to manifest itself, and thus was formed Ormazd, the king of life. He is the firstborn in boundless time, but, like his own antitype, pre-existing spiritual idea, has lived within darkness from all eternity. The 6 Amshaspends, 7 with himself chief of all, the primitive spiritual angels and men are collectively his logos. The Zoroastrian Amshaspends create the world in 6 days, or periods also, and rest on the 7th, whereas that 7th is the first period or day in esoteric philosophy, and primary creation in the Aryan cosmogony. It is that intermediate aeon which is the prologue to creation, and which stands on the borderland between the uncreated eternal causation and the produced finite effects, a state of nascent activity and energy as the first aspect of the eternal immutable quiescence. In Genesis, on which no metaphysical energy has been spent, but only an extraordinary acuteness and ingenuity to veil the esoteric truth, creation begins at the third stage of manifestation. God or the Elohim are the 7 regions of Pimander. They are identical with all the other creators. But even in Genesis, that period is hinted at by the abruptness of the picture and the, quote, darkness, unquote, that was on the face of the deep. The Alachim are shown to create, that is to say, to build or to produce the 2 or double heaven, not heaven and earth, which means, in so many words, that they separated the upper manifested angelic heaven, or plane of consciousness, from the lower or terrestrial plane, the to us eternal and immutable aeons from those periods that are in space, time, and duration, heaven from earth, the unknown from the known to the profane. Such is the meaning of the sentence in Pimander, which says that thought, the divine, which is light and life, Zeruana Akerne, produced through its word or first aspect the other operating regions, enclosing within their circle the world of senses, named fatal destiny. The latter refers to karma, the 7 circles of the 7 planets and planes, as also the 7 invisible spirits in the angelic spheres. Those visible symbols are the 7 planets, the 7 rishis of the Great Bear, and other glyphs. Note, another proof, if any were needed, that the ancient initiates knew of more than 7 planets is to be found in the Vishnu Purana, Book 2, Chapter 12, where, describing the chariots attached to Dhruva, the pole star, Parasara speaks of the chariots of the 9 planets, which are attached by aerial cords. End of note. As said of the Adityas by Roth, they are neither sun nor moon, nor stars nor dawn, but the eternal sustainers of this luminous life, which exists, as it were, behind all these phenomena. Unquote. It is they, the 7 hosts, who, having considered in their father divine thought the plan of the operator, as says Pimander, desired to operate or build the world with its creatures likewise, for, having been born within the sphere of operation, the manifesting universe, such is the manvanteric law. And now comes the second portion of the passage, or rather of 2 passages merged into one to conceal the full meaning. Those who were born within the sphere of operation were the brothers who loved him well. The latter, the him, were the primordial angels, the asuras, the Ariman, the Elohim, or sons of God, of whom Satan was one. All those spiritual beings who were called the angels of darkness, because that darkness is absolute light, a fact now neglected, if not entirely forgotten in theology. Nevertheless, the spirituality of those much abused sons of light, which is darkness, must be evidently as great in comparison with that of the angels next in order as the ethereality of the latter would be, when contrasted with the density of the human body. The former are the firstborn, therefore so near to the confines of pure quiescent spirit as to be merely the privations, in the Aristotelian sense, the ferroués, or the ideal types of those who followed. They could not create material, corporeal things, and therefore were said in process of time to have refused to create, as commanded by, quote, God, unquote, otherwise to have rebelled. Perchance this is justified on that principle of the scientific theory which teaches us about light and sound and the effect of 2 waves of equal length meeting. If the 2 sounds be of the same intensity, their coincidence produces a sound 4 times the intensity of either, while their interference produces absolute silence. Explaining some of the, quote, heresies, unquote, of his day, Justin Martyr shows the identity of all the world religions at their starting points. The first beginning opens invariably with the unknown and passive deity, from which emanates a certain active power or virtue, the mystery that is sometimes called wisdom, sometimes the Son, very often God, angel, Lord, and Logos. Note, see Justin, page 284. End of note. The latter is sometimes applied to the very first emanation, but in several systems it proceeds from the first androgyne or double ray produced at the beginning by the unseen. Philo depicts this wisdom as male and female, but though its first manifestation had a beginning, for it proceeded from Ulum, Aion, time, the highest of the aeons, when emitted from the Father, it had remained with him before all creations, for it is part of him. Notes: Ulum, Aion, a division indicative of time. End of note. Note: Salconiathon calls time the oldest aeon, protogonos, the firstborn. End of note. Therefore, Philo-Judaeus calls Adam Kadmon mind, the anoia of Bythos in the Gnostic systems. The mind, let it be named Adam. Note: see Philo-Judaeus, Cain and his birth, page 17. End of note. As the old Magian books explain it, the whole event becomes clear. A thing can only exist through its opposite. Hegel teaches us, and only a little philosophy and spirituality are needed to comprehend the origin of the late dogma, which is so truly satanic and infernal in its cold and cruel wickedness. The Magians accounted for the origin of evil in their exoteric teachings in this way. Light can produce nothing but light, and can never be the origin of evil. How then was the evil produced, since there was nothing co-equal or like the light in its production? Light, they say, produced several beings, all of them spiritual, luminous, and powerful. But a great one, the great Asura, Adman, Lucifer, etc., etc., had an evil thought, contrary to the light. He doubted, and by that doubt he became dark. This is a little nearer to the truth, but still wide of the mark. There was no evil thought that originated the opposing power, but simply thought per se, something which, being cogitative and containing design and purpose, is therefore finite and must thus find itself naturally in opposition to pure quiescence, the as natural state of absolute spirituality and perfection. It was simply the law of evolution that asserted itself, the progress of mental unfolding, differentiated from spirit, involved and entangled already with matter, into which it is irresistibly drawn. Ideas, in their very nature and essence, as conceptions bearing relation to objects, whether true or imaginary, are opposed to absolute thought, that unknowable all of whose mysterious operations Mr. Spencer predicates that nothing can be said, but that, quote, it has no kinship of nature with evolution, unquote, from Principles of Psychology, paragraph 474, which it certainly has not. The Zohar gives it very suggestively. When the Holy One, the Logos, desired to create man, he called the highest host of angels and said to them what he wanted. But they doubted the wisdom of this desire and answered, Man will not continue one night in his glory, for which they were burnt, within brackets annihilated, by the Holy Lord. Then he called another lower host and said the same, and they contradicted the Holy One. What is the good of man, they argued. Still Elohim created man, and when man sinned, there came the hosts of Uzzah and Azael, and twitted God. Here is the Son of Man that thou hast made, they said. Behold, he sinned. Then the Holy One replied, If you had been among them men, you would have been worse than they. And he threw them from their exalted position in heaven even down on the earth, and they were changed into men, and sinned after the women of the earth. See Zohar 9b. This is quite plain. No mention is made in Genesis of these sons of God, in chapter 6, having been punished for it. The only reference to it in the Bible is in Jude 6. Quote, "And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day." Unquote. And this means simply that the angels, doomed to incarnation, are in the chains of flesh and matter, under the darkness of ignorance, till the great day, which will come as always after the seventh round, after the expiration of the week, on the seventh Sabbath, or in the post-manvantaric nirvana. How truly esoteric and consonant with the secret doctrine is Pimander, the thought divine of Hermes, may be inferred from its original and primitive translations in Latin and Greek only. On the other hand, how disfigured it has been later on by Christians in Europe is seen from the remarks and unconscious confessions made by de Saint-Marc in his preface and letter to the Bishop of Aire in 1578. Therein the whole cycle of transformations from a pantheistic and Egyptian into a mystic Roman Catholic treatise is given, and we see how Pimander has become what it is now. Still, even in Saint-Marc's translation, traces are found of the real Pimander, the universal thought or mind. This is the verbatim translation from the Old French translation, the original being given in the footnote in its quaint Old French. Note, section 16, chapter 1, Mercure Trismégiste Pimandre. On m'a pensé que s'ensuit-il, car je désirais grandement ce propos. Pimandre dicte, ceci est un mystère scellé jusqu'à aujourd'hui, car nature, soit mestant avec l'homme, a produit le miracle très merveilleux, ayant celui qui y était dit, la nature de l'harmonie de cette Père et de l'Esprit. Nature ne s'arrêta pas là, mais un continent a produit 7 hommes, selon la nature de 7 gouverneurs et puissants de 2 sexes, et isolés. La génération de ces 7 s'est donnée en cette manière, and a gap is made in translation which can be filled partially by resorting to the Latin text of Apuleius. The commentator, the bishop, says, nature produced in him, man, 7 men, or 7 principles. End of note. In English, 7 men principles were generated in man, the nature of the harmony of the 7 of the Father and of the Spirit. Nature produced 7 men in accordance with the 7 natures of the 7 spirits, having in them potentially the 2 sexes. Unquote. So metaphysically, the Father and the Son are the universal mind and the periodical universe, the, quote, angel and the, quote, man, unquote. It is the Son and the Father at one and the same time. In Pimander, the active idea and the passive thought that generates it, the radical keynote in nature, which gives birth to the 7 notes, the septenary scale of the creative forces, and to the 7 prismatic aspects of color, all born from the one white ray or light, itself generated in darkness. Subsection C. The many meanings of the war in heaven. The secret doctrine points out as a self-evident fact that mankind collectively and individually is, with all manifested nature, the vehicle A of the breath of the one universal principle in its primal differentiation, and B of the countless breaths proceeding from that one breath in its secondary and further differentiations, as nature, with its many mankinds, proceeds downwards toward the planes that are ever increasing in materiality. The primary breath informs the higher hierarchies, the secondary, the lower, on the constantly descending planes. Now there are many passages in the Bible which prove on their face exoterically that this belief was at one time universal, and the most convincing are the two chapters Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14. Christian theologians are welcome to interpret both as referring to the great war before creation, the epoch of Satan's rebellion, etc., if they so choose, but the absurdity of the idea is too apparent. Ezekiel addresses his lamentations and reproofs to the king of Tyre. Isaiah to King Ahaz, who indulged in the worship of idols, as did the rest of the nation, with the exception of a few initiates, the prophets so-called, who tried to arrest it on its way to exotericism or idolatry, which is the same thing. Let the student judge. In Ezekiel 28 it is said, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, Thus saith the Lord God, as we understand it, the god Karma, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a god, and yet thou art a man. Behold, I shall bring strangers upon thee, and they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom, and they shall bring thee down to the pit, or earth life. The origin of the Prince of Tyrus is to be traced to and sought in the divine dynasties of the inquisitive Atlanteans, the great sorcerers. See last comments on stanza 12, verses 47 to 49. There is no metaphor in the words of Ezekiel, but actually history this time, for the voice in the prophet, the voice of the Lord, his own spirit, which spake unto him, says, Because thou hast said, I am a god, I sit in the seat of gods, divine dynasties, in the midst of the seas, yet thou art a man. Behold, thou art wiser than Daniel. There is no secret that they can hide from thee. With thy wisdom thou hast increased thy riches, and thine heart is lifted up because of thy riches. Behold, therefore, strangers shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom. They shall bring thee down, and thou shalt die the deaths of them that are slain in the midst of the seas. Verses 3 to 8. All such imprecations are not prophecy, but simply reminders of the fate of the Atlanteans, the giants on earth. What can be the meaning of this last sentence if it is not a narrative of the fate of the Atlanteans? Verse 17 saying, Thine heart was lifted up because of thy beauty, may refer to the heavenly man in Pimander, or to the fallen angels, who are accused of having fallen through pride on account of the great beauty and wisdom which became their lot. There is no metaphor here, except in the preconceived ideas of our theologians, perhaps. These verses relate to the past, and belong more to the knowledge acquired at the mysteries of an initiation than to retrospective clairvoyance. Says the voice again, Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of God, in the Satya Yuga. Every precious stone was thy covering. The workmanship of thy tabrets and thy pipes was prepared in thee in the day thou wast created. Thou art the anointed cherub. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. Thou wast perfect in thy ways from the day that thou wast created, till iniquity was found in thee. Therefore I will cast thee out of the mountain of God and destroy thee. Unquote. The mountain of God means the mountain of the gods, or Meru, whose representative in the fourth race was Mount Atlas, the last form of one of the divine titans. So high in those days that the ancients believed that the heavens rested on its top. Did not Atlas assist the giants in their war against the gods? From Hyginus. Another version shows the fable as arising from the fondness of Atlas, son of Iaptis and Clymene, for astronomy, and from his dwelling for that reason on the highest mountain peaks. The truth is that Atlas, the mountain of the gods, and also the hero that name, are the esoteric symbols of the fourth race and his 7 daughters, the Atlantids. The Atlantids are the symbol of its 7 sub-races. Mount Atlas, according to all the legends, was 3 times as high as it is now, having sunk at 2 different times. It is of a volcanic origin, and therefore the voice within Ezekiel says, "I will bring forth a fire from the midst of thee, it shall devour thee," etc., verse 18. Surely it does not mean, as seems to be the case from the translated texts, that this fire was to be brought from the midst of the prince of Tyrus or his people, but from Mount Atlas, symbolizing the proud race, learned in magic and high in arts and civilization, whose last remnant was destroyed almost at the foot of the range of those once gigantic mountains. Truly, thou shalt be a terror, and never shalt thou be any more, as the very name of the race and its fate is now annihilated from man's memory. Bear in mind that almost every ancient king and priest was an initiate, that from toward the close of the fourth race there had been a feud between the initiates of the right and those of the left path. Finally, that the Garden of Eden is referred to by other personages than the Jews of the Adamic race, since even Pharaoh is compared to the fairest tree of Eden by this same Ezekiel, who shows all the trees of Eden, the choicest and best of Lebanon, comforted in the nether parts of the earth. For they also went down into hell with him, Pharaoh, unto the nether parts, which are in fact the bottom of the ocean, whose floor gaped wide to devour the lands of the Atlanteans and themselves. Note, the only Pharaoh whom the Bible shows going down into the Red Sea was the king who pursued the Israelites, and who remained unnamed, for very good reasons perhaps. The story was surely made up from the Atlantean legend. End of note. If one bears all this in mind and compares the various accounts, then one will find out that the whole of chapters 28 and 31 of Ezekiel relate neither to Babylon, Assyria, nor yet Egypt, since none of these have been so destroyed, but simply fell into ruins on the surface, not beneath the earth, but indeed to Atlantis and most of its nations. And he will see that the Garden of Eden of the initiates was no myth, but a locality now submerged. Light will dawn upon him, and he will appreciate such sentences as these at their true esoteric value. Thou hast been in Eden. Thou wast upon the holy mountain of God. For every nation had, and many still have, holy mountains, some Himalayan peaks, others Parnassus and Sinai. They were all places of initiation and the abodes of the chiefs of the communities of ancient and even modern adepts. And again, behold the Assyrian, within brackets, why not Atlantean initiate? ? Was a cedar in Lebanon. His height was exalted above all the trees. The cedars in the garden of God could not hide him, so that all the trees of Eden envied him. From Ezekiel 31, verses 3-9. Throughout all Asia Minor, the initiates were called the trees of righteousness and the cedars of Lebanon, as also were some kings of Israel. So were the great adepts in India, but only the adepts of the left hand. When Vishnu Purana narrates that the world was overrun with trees, while the Prakitas, who passed 10,000 years of austerity into the vast ocean, were absorbed in their devotions, the allegory relates to the Atlanteans and the adepts of the early fifth race, the Aryans. Other trees, or adept sorcerers, spread and overshadowed the unprotected earth, and the people perished, unable to labor for 10,000 years. Then the sages, the rishis of the Aryan race, called Praketasas, are shown coming forth from the deep, and destroying by the wind and flame issuing from their mouths the iniquitous so-called trees and the whole vegetable kingdom, until Soma, the moon, the sovereign of the vegetable world, pacifies them by making alliance with the adepts of the right path, to whom he offers as bride Marisha, the offspring of the trees. Notes. See Vishnu Purana, Book 1, Chapter 15. And note, this is pure allegory. The waters are a symbol of wisdom and of occult learning. Hermes represented the sacred science under the symbol of fire, the northern initiates under that of water. The latter is the production of Nara, the spirit of God, or rather Paramatman, the supreme soul, says Kuluka Bhatta, Narayana, meaning he who abides in the deep, or plunged in the waters of wisdom, water being the body of Nara, Vayu. Hence arises the statement that for 10,000 years they remained in austerity in the vast ocean, and are shown emerging from it. Ea, the god of wisdom, is the sublime fish, and Dagon, or oneness, is the Chaldean manfish who emerges from the waters to teach wisdom. End of notes. This means that which is given in the stanzas and commentaries, and what is also given in Part 2, Volume 1, The Sacred Island. It hints at the great struggle between the sons of God and the sons of the dark wisdom, our forefathers, or the Atlantean and the Aryan adepts. The whole history of that period is allegorized in the Ramayana, which is the mystic narrative in epic form of the struggle between Rama, the first king of the divine dynasty of the earlier Aryans, and Ravana, the symbolical personation of the Atlantean Lanka race. The former were the incarnations of the solar gods, the latter of the lunar devas. This was the great battle between good and evil, between white and black magic, for the supremacy of the divine forces, or of the lower terrestrial or cosmic powers. If the student would understand better the last statement, let him turn to the Anugita episode of the Mahabharata, chapter 5, where the Brahmana tells his wife, "I have perceived by means of the self the seat abiding in the self," the seat where dwells the Brahman free from the pairs of opposites and the moon, together with the fire of the sun, upholding all beings as the mover of the intellectual principle. Unquote. The moon is the deity of the mind, Manas, but only on the lower plane. Manas is dual, lunar in the lower, solar in its upper portion, says a commentary. That is to say, it is attracted in its higher aspect towards Buddhi, and in its lower descends into and listens to the voice of its animal soul, full of selfish and sensual desires, and herein is contained the mystery of an adept as of a profane man's life, as also that of the post-mortem separation of the divine from the animal man. The Ramayana, every line of which has to be read esoterically, discloses in magnificent symbolism and allegory the tribulations of both man and soul. Within the body, in the midst of all these life winds, within brackets question mark principles, which move about in the body and swallow up one another, blazes the Vaishvana fire sevenfold, of which I am the goal, says the Brahmana. Notes. Swallow up one another. This is explained by the able translator of Anugita in a footnote, page 258, in these words. The sense appears to be this: the course of worldly life is due to the operations of the life winds which are attached to the self and lead to its manifestations as individual souls. And note, Vaisvanara or Vaishvanara is a word often used to denote the self, explains Nilakanta. But the chief soul is Manas or mind, hence Soma, the moon, is shown as making an alliance with the solar portion in it, personified as the Prachetasas. But of the 7 keys that open the 7 aspects of the Ramayana, as of every other scripture, this is only one, the metaphysical. The symbol of the tree, standing for various initiates, was almost universal. Jesus is called the tree of life, as also the adepts of the good law, while those of the life path are referred to as the withering trees. John the Baptist speaks of the axe, which is laid to the root of the trees, in Matthew chapter 3, verse 10. And the king of Assyria's armies are called trees. See Isaiah chapter 10, verse 19. The true meaning of the Garden of Eden was sufficiently given in Isis Unveiled. The writer has more than once heard surprise expressed that Isis should contain so few of the doctrines now taught. This is quite erroneous, for the allusions to such teachings are plentiful, even if the teachings themselves were still withheld. The time had not arrived then, as the hour has not struck now, to say all. No Atlanteans or the fourth race which preceded our fifth race are mentioned in Isis Unveiled, a critic on esoteric Buddhism wrote one day. I, who wrote Isis Unveiled, maintain that the Atlanteans are mentioned as our predecessors, namely in Volume 1, page 133, when speaking of the Book of Job. For what can be plainer than this? In the original text, instead of dead things, it is written dead Rephaim, giants, or mighty primitive men from whom evolution may one day trace our present race. It is invited to do so now that this hint is explained quite openly, but evolutionists are as sure to decline nowadays as they did 10 years ago. Science and theology are against us. Therefore we question both, and have to do so in self-defense. On the strength of hazy metaphors scattered throughout the prophets and in St. John's Revelation, a grand but re-edited version of the Book of Enoch, on these insecure grounds Christian theology built its dogmatic epos of the war in heaven. It did more. It used the symbolical visions, intelligible only to the initiates, as pillars upon which to support the whole bulky edifice of its religion. And now the pillars have been found very weak reeds, and the cunning structure is foundering. The entire Christian scheme rests upon these Jachin and Boaz, the two contrary forces of good and evil, Christ and Satan, the agathoi kai kakai dynamis. Take away from Christianity its main prop by the fallen angels, and the Eden bower vanishes with its Adam and Eve into thin air, and Christ, in the exclusive character of the one God and Saviour and the victim of atonement for the sin of animal man, becomes forthwith a useless, meaningless myth. In an old number of the Revue archéologique for the year 1845, page 41, a French writer, M. Maury, remarks, "This universal strife between good and bad spirits seems to be only the reproduction of another more ancient and more terrible strife that, according to an ancient myth, took place before the creation of the universe, between the faithful and the rebellious legions." Unquote. Once more, it is a simple question of priority. Had John's Revelation been written during the Vedic period, and were not one sure now of its being simply another version of the Book of Enoch and the dragon legends of pagan antiquity, the grandeur and the beauty of the imagery might have biased the critic's opinion in favor of the Christian interpretation of that first war, whose battlefield was starry heaven, and the first slaughterers the angels. As the matter stands now, however, one has to trace Revelation, event by event, to other and far older visions. For the better comprehension of the apocalyptic allegories and of the esoteric epos, we ask the reader to turn to Revelation and to read chapter 12 from verse 1 to verse 7. This has several meanings, most of which have been found out with regard to the astronomical and numerical keys of this universal myth. That which may be given now is a fragment, a few hints as to its secret meaning, as embodying the record of a real war, the struggle between the initiates of the two schools. Many and various are the still existing allegories built on that same foundation stone. The true narrative, that which gives the full esoteric meaning, is in the secret books, but the writer has had no access to these. In the exoteric works, however, the episode of the Taraka War, and some esoteric commentaries may offer a clue perhaps. In every Purana, the event is described with more or less variations, which show its allegorical character. In the mythology of the earliest Vedic Aryans, as in the later Puranic narratives, mention is made of Buddha, the wise, one learned in the secret wisdom, and who is the planet Mercury in his numerization. The Hindu classical dictionary credits Buddha with being the author of a hymn in the Rig Veda. Therefore, he can by no means be a later fiction of the Brahmins, but is a very old personation indeed. It is by inquiring into his genealogy, or theogony rather, that the following facts are disclosed. As a myth, he is the son of Tara, the wife of Brihaspati, the gold-colored, and the Soma, the male moon, who Paris-like carries this new Helen of the Hindu sidereal kingdom away from her husband, which causes a great strife and war in Svarga, heaven. The episode brings on a battle between the gods and the Asuras. King Soma finds allies in Uranus, Venus, the leader of the Danavas, and the gods are led by Indra and Rudra, who side with Brihaspati. The latter is helped by Sankara, Siva, who, having had for his guru Brihaspati's father, Angiras, befriends his son. Indra is here the Indian prototype of Michael, the archistrategist and the slayer of the dragon's angels, since one of his names is Jishnu, leader of the celestial host. Both fight, as some titans did, against other titans in defense of revengeful gods. One of Jupiter Tonans. In India, Brihaspati is the planet Jupiter, which is a curious coincidence. The other in support of the ever-thundering Rudra Sankara. During this war, he is deserted by his bodyguard, the storm gods, Maruts. The story is very suggestive in some of its details. Let us examine some of them and seek to discover their meaning. The presiding genius or regent of the planet Jupiter is Brihaspati, the wronged husband. He is the instructor or spiritual guru of the gods, who are the representatives of the procreative powers. In the Rig Veda, he is called Brahmanaspati, a name meaning the deity in whom the action of the worshipped upon the gods is personified. Hence, Brahmanaspati represents the materialization of the divine grace, so to say, by means of ritual and ceremonies, or the exoteric worship. Tara, his wife, is on the other hand the personification of the powers of one initiated into Gupta Vidya, secret knowledge, as will be shown. Soma is the moon astronomically, but in mystical phraseology it is also the name of the sacred beverage drunk by the Brahmins and the initiates during their mysteries and sacrificial rites. The Soma plant is Asclepias acida, which yields a juice from which that mystic beverage, the Soma drink, is made. Alone the descendants of the Rishis, the Agnihotri, the fire priests of the great mysteries, knew all its powers, but the real property of the true Soma was and is to make a new man of the initiate after he is reborn, namely one that he begins to live in his astral body. See the elixir of life. For his spiritual nature overcoming the physical, he would soon snap it off, and part even from that etherealized form. Notes: the elixir of life can be read in 5 Years of Theosophy. And note, the partaker of Soma finds himself both linked to his external body and yet away from it in his spiritual form. The latter, freed from the former, soars for the time being in the ethereal higher regions, becoming virtually as one of the gods, and yet preserving in his physical brain the memory of what he sees and learns. Plainly speaking, Soma is the fruit of the tree of knowledge, forbidden by the jealous Elohim to Adam and Eve, or Yahweh, lest man should become as one of us. End of note. Soma was never given in days of old to the non-initiated Brahman, the simple grihastha or priest of the exoteric ritual. Thus Brihaspati, guru of the gods though he was, still represented the dead-letter form of worship. It is Tara, his wife, the symbol of one who, though wedded to dogmatic worship, longs for true wisdom, who is shown as initiated into his mysteries by King Soma, the giver of that wisdom. Soma is thus made in the allegory to carry her away. The result of this is the birth of Buddha, esoteric wisdom, Mercury or Hermes in Greece and Egypt. He is represented as so beautiful that even the husband, though well aware that Buddha is not the progeny of his dead-letter worship, claims the newborn as his son, the fruit of his ritualistic and meaningless forms. We see the same in the modern exoteric religions. Such is, in brief, one of the meanings of the allegory. War in heaven refers to several events of that kind on various and different planes of being. The first is a purely astronomical and cosmical fact pertaining to cosmogony. Mr. John Bentley thought that with the Hindus war in heaven is only a figure referring to their calculations of time periods. See Bentley's Hindu Astronomy. Note: Historical Views of Hindu Astronomy. Quoting from the work in reference to Aryabhata, who is said to give a near approach to the true relation among the various values for the computations of the value of pi, the author of The Source of Measures reproduces a curious statement. Mr. Bentley, it is said, was greatly familiar with the Hindu astronomical and mathematical knowledge. This statement of his then may be taken as authentic. The same remarkable trait among so many Eastern and ancient nations of seriously concealing the arcana of this kind of knowledge is a marked one among the Hindus. That which was given out to be popularly thought and to be exposed to public inspection was but the approximate of a more exact but hidden knowledge. And this very formulation of Mr. Bentley will strangely exemplify the assertion, and explained would show that it, the Hindu exoteric astronomy and sciences, was derived from a system exact beyond the European one, in which Mr. Bentley himself, of course, trusted as far in advance of the Hindu knowledge at any time, in any generation, which is Mr. Bentley's misfortune, and does not take away from the glory of the ancient Hindu astronomers, who were all initiates. End of note. This served as a prototype, he thinks, for the Western nations to build their war of the Titans upon. The author is not quite wrong, but neither is he quite right. If the sidereal prototype refers indeed to a pre-Manvantaric period, and rests entirely on the knowledge claimed by the Aryan initiates of the whole program and progress of cosmogony, the War of the Titans is but a legendary and deified copy of the real war that took place in the Himalayan Kailasa, heaven, instead of in the depth of cosmic interplanetary space. Note: the secret doctrine teaches that every event of universal importance, such as geological cataclysms at the end of one race and the beginning of a new one, involving a great change each time in mankind, spiritual, moral and physical, is precogitated and preconcerted, so to say, in the sidereal regions of our planetary system. Astrology is built wholly upon this mystic and intimate connection between the heavenly bodies and mankind, and it is one of the great secrets of initiation and occult mysteries. End of note. It is the record of the terrible strife between the sons of God and the sons of the shadow, of the fourth and the fifth races. It is on these two events, blended together by legends borrowed from the exoteric account of the war waged by the Asuras against the gods, that every subsequent national tradition on the subject has been built. Esoterically, the Asuras, transformed subsequently into evil spirits and lower gods, who are eternally at war with the great deities, are the gods of the secret wisdom. In the oldest portions of the Rig Veda, They are the spiritual and the divine, the term Asura being used for the supreme spirit and being the same as the great Ahura of the Zoroastrians. See Darmstädtes Vendidad. There was a time when the gods Indra, Agni, and Varuna themselves belonged to the Asuras. In the Aitareya Brahmana, the breath, Asu, of Brahma Prajapati became alive, and from that breath he created the Asuras. Later on, after the war, the Asuras are called the enemies of the gods, hence Asuras, the initial A being a negative prefix, or no gods, the gods being referred to as Suras. This then connects the Asuras and their hosts, enumerated further on, with the fallen angels of the Christian churches, a hierarchy of spiritual beings to be found in every pantheon of ancient and even modern nations, from the Zoroastrian down to that of the Chinaman. They are the sons of their primeval creative breath at the beginning of every new Mahakalpa, or Manvantara, in the same rank as the angels who had remained faithful. These were the allies of Soma, the parent of the esoteric wisdom, as against Brihaspati, representing ritualistic or ceremonial worship. Evidently, they have been degraded in space and time into opposing powers or demons by the ceremonialists, on account of their rebellion against hypocrisy, sham worship, and the dead letter form. Now, what is the real character of all those who fought along with them? They are one, the Usanas, or the host of the planet Venus, become now in Roman Catholicism Lucifer, the genius of the morning star. See Isaiah 14, verse 12. The Tsaba, or army of Satan. 2. The Daityas and Danavas are the Titans, the demons of the sons of God, and the daughters of men. Their generic name shows their alleged character, and discloses at the same time the secret animus of the Brahmins, for they are the Kratidvishas, the enemies of the sacrifices or exoteric shams. These are the hosts that fought against Brihaspati, the representative of exoteric popular and national religions, and Indra, the god of the visible heaven, the firmament, who in the early Veda is the highest god of cosmic heaven, the fit habitation for an extra-cosmic and personal God, higher than whom no exoteric worship can ever soar. 3. Then come the Nagas, the Sarpa, serpents, or seraphs. Note: the Nagas are described by the Orientalists as a mysterious people whose landmarks are found abundantly in India to this day, and who lived in Nagadvipa, one of the 7 continents or divisions of Bharatavarsha, Old India, the town of Nagpur being one of the most ancient cities in the country. End of note. These again show their character by the hidden meaning of the glyph. In mythology they are semi-divine beings with a human face and a tail of a dragon. They are therefore undeniably the Jewish seraphim, from Serapis and Sarpa, serpent, the plural being Saraph, burning, fiery. See Isaiah chapter 6, verse 23. Christian and Jewish angelology distinguishes between the seraphim and the cherubim or cherubs, who come second in order. Esoterically and Kabbalistically they are identical, the cherubim being simply the name for the images or likeness of any of the divisions of the celestial hosts. Now, as said before, the dragons and nagas were the names given to the initiates' hermits on account of their great wisdom and spirituality and their living in caves. Thus, when Ezekiel applies the adjective of cherub to the kings of Tyre and tells him that by his wisdom and his understanding there is no secret that can be hidden from him, in 5 verse 3 and 4 and chapter 28, he shows to an occultist that it is a prophet, perhaps still a follower of exoteric worship, who fulminates against an initiate of another school, and not against an imaginary Lucifer, a fallen cherub from the stars, and then from the Garden of Eden. Thus the so-called war is, in one of its many meanings, also an allegorical record of the strife between the two classes of adepts, of the right and of the left path. There were 3 classes of rishis in India who were the earliest adepts known: the royal or rajarshis, kings and princes, who adopted the ascetic life; the dervashis, divine or the sons of Dharma or Yoga; and brahmarshis, descendants of those rishis who were the founders of gotras, of Brahmans, or caste races. Now, leaving the mythical and astronomical keys for one moment aside, the secret teachings show many Atlanteans who belonged to these divisions, and there were strifes and wars between them, de facto and de jure. Narada, one of the greatest rishis, was a Deva-rishi, and he is shown in constant and everlasting feud with Brahma, Daksha, and other gods and sages. Therefore, we may safely maintain that whatever the astronomical meaning of this universal accepted legend, its human phase is based on real and historical events, disfigured into a theological dogma only to suit ecclesiastical purposes. As above, so below. Sidereal phenomena and the behavior of the celestial bodies in the heavens were taken as a model, and the plan was carried out below on earth. Thus, space in its abstract sense was called the realm of divine knowledge, and by the Chaldees or initiates Ab-Su, the habitat, or father, that is, the source, of knowledge, because it is in space that dwell the intelligent powers which invisibly rule the universe. Note: not less suggestive are the qualities attributed to Rudra Siva, the great yogi, the forefather of all the adepts, in esotericism one of the greatest kings of the divine dynasties. Called the earliest and the last, he is the patron of the 3rd, 4th, and the 5th root races. For in his earliest character he is the ascetic Digambara, clothed with the elements; Trilokana, the 3-eyed; Pancha-Ananda, the 5-faced, an allusion to the past 4 and the present 5th race, for, though 5-faced, he is only 4-armed, as the 5th race is still alive. He is the god of time, Saturn Kronos, as is Damaru, drum, in the shape of an hourglass shows, and if he is accused of having cut off Brahma's 5th head and left him with only 4, it is again an allusion to a certain degree in initiation, and also to the races. End of note. In the same manner, and on the plane of the zodiac, in the upper ocean or the heavens, a certain realm on earth, an inland sea, was consecrated and called the abyss of learning. 12 centers on it in the shape of 12 small islands representing the zodiacal signs, 2 of which remained for ages the mystery signs, and were the abodes of 12 hierophants and masters of wisdom. This sea of knowledge or learning remained for ages there, where now stretches the Shamu or Gobi desert. It existed until the last great glacial period, when a local cataclysm which swept the waters south and west, and so formed the present great desolate desert, left only a certain oasis with a lake and 1 island in the midst of it, as a relic of the zodiacal ring on earth. Notes: G. Seyfarth's idea that the signs of the zodiac were in ancient times only 10 is erroneous. 10 only were known to the profane. The initiates, however, knew them all, from the time of the separation of mankind into sexes, whence arose the separation of Virgo-Scorpio into 2, which, owing to a secret sign added, and the Libra invented by the Greeks, instead of the secret name, which was not given, made 12. Vide Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, on page 456. Note on the Sea of Knowledge or Learning. The above is perhaps a key to the Dalai Lama's symbolical name, the Ocean Lama, meaning the Wisdom Ocean. Abe Yuk speaks of it. End of notes. For ages, the watery abyss which, with the nations that preceded the later Babylonians, was the abode of the Great Mother, the terrestrial post-type of the Great Mother Chaos in heaven, the parent of Ea, wisdom, himself the early prototype of Oannes, the man-fish of the Babylonians, for ages. Then the abyss or chaos was the abode of wisdom and not of evil. The struggle of Bel and then of Merodach, the sun god, with Tiamat, the sea and its dragon, a war which ended in the defeat of the latter, has a purely cosmic and geological meaning, as well as an historical one. It is a page torn out of the history of the secret and sacred sciences, their evolution, growth, and death for the profane masses. It relates A. to the systematic and gradual drying up of immense territories by the fierce sun at a certain prehistoric period, one of the terrible droughts which ended by a gradual transformation of once fertile lands abundantly watered into the sandy deserts which they are now, and B. to the as systematic persecution of the prophets of the right path by those of the left, the latter having inaugurated the birth and evolution of the sacerdotal castes, have finally led the world into all these exoteric religions, invented to satisfy the depraved tastes of the hoi polloi and the ignorant for ritualistic pomp, and the materialization of the immaterial and unknowable principle. This was a certain improvement on the Atlantean sorcery, the memory which lingers in the remembrances of all the literary and Sanskrit-speaking portion of India, as well as in the popular legends. Still it was a parody on, and the desecration of the sacred mysteries and their science. The rapid progress of anthropomorphism and idolatry led the early fifth, as it had already led the fourth race, into sorcery once more, though on a smaller scale. Finally, even the four, quote, Adams, unquote, symbolizing under other names the four preceding races, were forgotten, and, passing from one generation into another, each loaded with some additional myths, got at last drowned in that ocean of popular symbolism called the pantheons. Yet they exist to this day in the oldest Jewish traditions as the Tselem, the shadow Adam, the chias of our doctrine, the model Adam, the copy of the first and the male and female of the exoteric Genesis in chapter 1, the third, the earthly Adam before the fall, and the fourth, the Adam after his fall, that is, separated into sexes, or the pure Atlantean. The Adam of the Garden of Eden, or the forefather of our race, the fifth, is an ingenious compound of the above four. As stated in Zohar, Adam, the first man, is not found now on earth. He is not found in all below. Because where does the lower earth come from? From the chain of the earth and heaven above, that is, from the superior globes, those which precede and are above our earth. And there came out from it, the chain, creatures of all kinds, some of them in solid skins, some in shells, klippot, some in red shells, some in black, some in white, and some of other colors. See Kabbalah. As in the Chaldean cosmogony of Berosus and the stanzas just given, some treatises on the Kabbalah speak of creatures with two faces, some with four, and some with one face. For the highest Adam did not come down in all the countries or produce progeny and have many wives, but is a mystery. So is the dragon a mystery. Truly, says Rabbi Simeon ben Yochai, that to understand the meaning of the dragon is not given to the companions, students or chelas, but only to the little ones, that is, the perfect initiates. Note, such was the name given in ancient Judea to the initiates, called also the innocents and the infants, that is, once more reborn. This key opens a vista into one of the New Testament mysteries, the slaughter by Herod of the 40,000 innocents. There is a legend to this effect, and the event, which took place almost a century before Christ, shows the origin of the tradition blended at the same time with that of Krishna and his uncle Kansa. In the case of the New Testament, Herod stands for Alexander Jannaeus of Lydda, whose persecution and murder of hundreds and thousands initiates led to the adoption of the Bible story. End of note. The work of the beginning the companions understand, but it is only the little ones who understand the parable on the work in the Principium by the mystery of the serpent of the great sea. Note, Zohar 2, verse 34. End of note. And those Christians who may happen to read this will also understand by the light of the above sentence who their Christ was. For Jesus states repeatedly that he who shall not receive the kingdom of God as a little child, he shall not enter therein. And if some of his sayings have been meant to apply to children without any metaphor, most of what relates to the little ones in the Gospels related to the initiates, of whom Jesus was one. Paul, Saul, is referred to in the Talmud as the little one. That mystery of the serpent was this. Our earth, or rather terrestrial life, is often referred to in the secret teachings as the Great Sea, the sea of life having remained to this day a favorite metaphor. The Sifra Zeniuta speaks of a primeval chaos and the evolution of the universe after a destruction, pralaya, comparing it to an uncoiling serpent, extending hither and thither, its tail in its mouth, the head twisting on its neck. It is enraged and angry. It watches and conceals itself. Every 1,000 days it is manifested. From 1 paragraph 16. A commentary on the Puranas says, Anantasesha is a form of Vishnu, the Holy Spirit of preservation, and a symbol of the universe on which it is supposed to sleep during the intervals of the days of Brahma. The 7 heads of Sesha support the universe. Unquote. So the Spirit of God sleeps, is breathing, Merakapet, over the chaos of undifferentiated matter before each new creation. Sifra Zeniuta. Now, 1 day of Brahma is composed, as already explained, of 1,000 Mahayugas, and as each night or period of rest is equal in duration to this day, it is easy to see to what this sentence in Sifra Zeniuta refers, meaning that the serpent manifests once in 1,000 days. Nor is it more difficult to see whither the initiated writer of the Sifra is leading us when he says, Its head is broken in the waters of the great sea, as it is written, Thou dividest the sea by thy strength, thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. 74 verse 13. It refers to the trials of the initiates in this physical life, the sea of sorrow, if read with 1 key. It hints at the successive destruction of the 7 spheres of a chain of worlds in the great sea of space, when read with another key. For every sidereal globe or sphere, every world, star, or group of stars, is called in symbolism the dragon's head. But however it may read, the dragon was never regarded as evil, nor was the serpent either, in antiquity. In the metaphors, whether astronomical, cosmical, theogonical, or simply physiological, that is phallic, the serpent was always regarded as a divine symbol. When it is said, the cosmic serpent which runs with 370 leaps, Sifra Zeniuta, paragraph 33, It means the cycle periods of the great tropical year, or 25,868 years, divided in the esoteric calculation into 370 periods or cycles, as one solar year is divided into 365 days. And if Michael was regarded by the Christians as the conqueror of Satan, the dragon, it is because in the Talmud this fighting personage is represented as the Prince of Waters, who had 7 subordinate spirits under him. A good reason why the Latin Church made him the patron saint of every promontory in Europe. In the Kabbalah, Sifra Zeniuta, the creative force makes sketches and spiral lines of his creation in the shape of a serpent. It holds its tail in its mouth because it is the symbol of endless eternity and of cyclic periods. Its meaning, however, would require a volume, and we must end. Thus the reader may now see for himself what are the several meanings of the war in heaven, and The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 2, The Archaic Symbolism of the World Religions. Section 19. Is Pleroma Satan's lair? The subject is not yet exhausted, and has to be examined from still other aspects. Whether Milton's grandiose description of the 3 days' battle of the angels of light against those of darkness justifies the supposition that he must have heard of the corresponding Eastern tradition, it is impossible to say. Nevertheless, if not himself in connection with some mystic, then it must have been through someone who had obtained access to the secret works of the Vatican. Among these, there is a tradition of the Bene Shamash, the children of the sun, concerning the Eastern allegory, with far more minute details in its triple version that one can get either from the Book of Enoch or the far more recent revelation of St. John about the old dragon and his various slayers, as just shown. It seems inexplicable to find to this day authors belonging to mystical societies who yet continue in their preconceived doubts as to the alleged antiquity of the Book of Enoch. First, while the author of the sacred mysteries among the Mayas and Quiches is inclined to see in Enoch an initiate converted to Christianity, within brackets double exclamation mark, read page 16. The English compiler of Eliphas Levi's works, The Mysteries of Magic, is also of a like opinion. He remarks that outside the erudition of Dr. Keneally, no modern scholarship attributes any more remote antiquity to the latter work, the Book of Enoch, than the 4th century before Christ. See Biograph and Critical Essay, page 38. Modern scholarship has been guilty of worse errors than this one. It seems but yesterday that the greatest literary critics in Europe denied the very authenticity of that work, together with the Orphic hymns, and even the Book of Hermes or Thoth, until whole verses from the latter were discovered on Egyptian monuments and tombs of the earliest dynasties. The opinion of Archbishop Lawrence is quoted elsewhere. The old dragon and Satan now became singly and collectively the symbol of, and the theological term for, the fallen angels, is not so described either in the original Kabbalah, the Chaldean Book of Numbers, or in the modern. For the most learned, if not the greatest of modern Kabbalists, namely Eliphas Levi, describes Satan in the following glowing terms. It is that angel who was proud enough to believe himself God, brave enough to buy his independence at the price of eternal suffering and torture, beautiful enough to have adored himself in full divine light, strong enough to reign in darkness amidst agony, and to have built himself a throne on his inextinguishable pyre. It is the Satan of the republican and heretical Milton, the prince of anarchy, served by a hierarchy of pure spirits, within brackets double exclamation mark. Histoire de la magie, 16-17. This description, one which reconciles so cunningly theological dogma and the Kabbalistic allegory, and even contrives to include a political complement in its phraseology, is, when read in the right spirit, quite correct. Yes, indeed, it is the grandest of ideals, this ever-living symbol, nay, apotheosis, of self-sacrifice for the intellectual independence of humanity. This ever-active energy protesting against static inertia, the principle to which self-assertion is a crime, and thought and the light of knowledge odious. It is, as Eliphaz says, with unparalleled justice and irony, this pretended hero of tenebrous eternities, who, slanderously charged with ugliness, is decorated with horns and claws, which would fit far better his implacable tormentor. It is he who has been finally transformed into a serpent, the red dragon. But Eliphaz Levi was yet too subservient to his Roman Catholic authorities, one may add, too Jesuitical, to confess that this devil was mankind, and never had any existence on earth outside of that mankind. Note: what devil could be possessed of more cunning, craft, and cruelty than the Whitechapel murderer Jack the Ripper of 1888, whose unparalleled bloodthirsty and cool wickedness led him to slaughter and mutilate in cold blood 7 unfortunate and otherwise innocent women? One has but to read the daily papers to find in those wife and child-beating drunken brutes, husbands and fathers, a small percentage of whom is daily brought before the courts, the complete personifications of the devils of Christian hell. End of note. In this, Christian theology, although following slavishly in the steps of paganism, was only true to its own time-honored policy. It had to isolate itself and to assert its authority. Hence it could not do better than turn every pagan deity into a devil. Every bright sun god of antiquity, a glorious deity by day, and its own opponent and adversary by night, named the Dragon of Wisdom because it was supposed to contain the germs of night and day, has now been turned into the antithetical shadow of God, and has become Satan on the sole and unsupported authority of despotic human dogma. After which all these producers of light and shadow, all the sun and the moon gods, were cursed, and thus the one God chosen out of the many and Satan were both anthropomorphized. But theology seems to have lost sight of the human capacity for discriminating and finally analyzing all that is artificially forced upon its reverence. History shows in every race and even tribe, especially in the Semitic nations, the natural impulse to exalt its own tribal deity above all others to the hegemony of the gods, and proves that the God of the Israelites was such a tribal God and no more, even though the Christian Church, following the lead of the quote, chosen unquote, people, is pleased to enforce the worship of that one particular deity and to anathematize all the others. Whatever originally a conscious or an unconscious, nevertheless it was one. Jehovah has ever been in antiquity only a god among other gods. 82 Psalm. The Lord appears to Abram, and while saying, I am the Almighty God, yet adds, I will establish my covenant to be a God unto thee, Abram, and unto his seed after him. Genesis chapter 17, verse 7. not unto Aryan Europeans. But then there was the grandiose and ideal figure of Jesus of Nazareth to be set off against a dark background, to gain in radiance by the contrast, and a darker one the Church could hardly invent. Lacking the Old Testament symbology, ignorant of the real connotation of the name of Jehovah, the rabbinical secret substitute for the ineffable and unpronounceable name, the Church mistook the cunningly fabricated shadow for the reality, the anthropomorphized generative symbol for the 1 secondless reality, the ever-knowable cause of all. As a logical sequence, the Church, for purposes of duality, had to invent an anthropomorphic devil, created as taught by her by God himself. Satan has now turned out to be the monster fabricated by the, quote, Jehovah Frankenstein, unquote, his father's curse and a thorn in the divine side, a monster than whom no earthly Frankenstein could have fabricated a more ridiculous bogey. The author of New Aspects of Life describes the Jewish God very correctly from the Kabbalistic standpoint as the spirit of the earth, which had revealed itself to the Jew as Jehovah, on page 209. Quote, "It was that spirit again who, after the death of Jesus, assumed his form and personated him as the risen Christ." Unquote. The Doctrine of Cerinthius, with several Gnostic sects, with slight variation, as one can see. But the author's explanations and deductions are remarkable. Quote, "None knew better than Moses, and so well as he, how great was the power of those gods of Egypt, with whose priests he had contended." He says, the gods of which Jehovah is claimed to be the God by the Jews only. What were these gods, these Akkar, of which Jehovah, the Akkad, is claimed to be the God by overcoming them? The author asks. To which our occultism answers, those whom the Church now calls the fallen angels and collectively Satan, the dragon, overcome, if we have to accept her dictum, by Michael and the host, that Michael being simply Jehovah himself, one of the subordinate spirits at best. Therefore, the author is again right in saying the Greeks believed in the existence of daemons, but they were anticipated by the Hebrews, who held that there was a class of personating spirits, which they designated daemons, personators. Admitting with Jehovah, who expressly asserted the existence of other gods which were personators of the one God, were these other gods simply a higher class of personating spirits which had acquired and exercised greater powers? And is not the personation the key to the mystery of the spirit state? But once granting this position, how are we to know that Jehovah was not a personating spirit, a spirit which arrogated to itself that it was, and thus became, the personator of the unknown and unknowable God? Nay, how do we know that the spirit calling itself Jehovah, in arrogating to itself his attributes, did not thus cause its own designation to be imputed to the one who was in reality as nameless as incognizable? Unquote, from pages 144 to 145. Then the author shows that the spirit Jehovah is a personator on his own admission. It acknowledged to Moses that it had appeared to the patriarchs as the god Sadhai and the god Helion. With the same breath it assumed the name of Jehovah, and it is on the faith of the assertion of this personator that the names El, Eloha, Elohim, and Shaddai have been read and interpreted in juxtaposition with Jehovah as the Lord God Almighty. Then, when the name Jehovah became ineffable, the designation Adonai, Lord, was substituted for it, and, quote, "It was owing to this substitution that the Lord passed from the Jewish to the Christian word and world as a designation of God." Unquote, from page 146. And how are we to know, the author may add, that Jehovah was not many spirits personating even that seemingly one, Jod or Jod-Te? But if the Christian Church was the first to make the existence of Satan a dogma, it was because, as shown in Isis, the devil, the powerful enemy of God, within brackets question mark and double exclamation mark, had to become the cornerstone of the pillar of the Church. For, as a theosophist, Monsieur Jules Besseck truly observes in his Satan ou le Diable, on page 9, il fallait éviter de paraître au tortiller le dogme du double principe en faisant de ce Satan créateur une puissance réelle, et pour expliquer le mal originel, on préfère contre man l'hypothèse d'une permission de l'unique tout-puissant. Note, after the polymorphic pantheism of some Gnostics came the esoteric dualism of Mane, who was accused of personifying evil and creating of the devil a god, rival of God himself. We do not see that the Christian Church has so much improved on that exoteric idea of the Manichaeans, for she calls God her king of light, and Satan the king of darkness to this day. End of note. The choice and policy were unfortunate anyhow. Either the personator of the lower God of Abraham and Jacob ought to have been made entirely distinct from the mystic father of Jesus, or the, quote, fallen, unquote, angels should have been left unslandered by further fictions. Every god of the Gentiles is connected with and closely related to Jehovah, the Elohim, for they are all one host, whose units differ only in name in the esoteric teachings. Between the, quote, obedient, unquote, and the, quote, fallen, unquote, angels, there is no difference whatever, except in their respective functions, or rather in the inertia of some, and the activity of others, among those Diankochans, or Elohim, who were commissioned to create, that is, to fabricate the manifested world out of the eternal material. The Kabbalists say that the true name of Satan is that of Jehovah, placed upside down. For Satan is not a black god, but the negation of the white deity, or the light of truth. God is light, and Satan is the necessary darkness or shadow to set it off, without which pure light would be invisible and incomprehensible. Note, to quote in this relation Mr. Lane in his admirable work Modern Science and Modern Thought on page 222 of the third edition, quote, from this dilemma, existence of evil in the world, there is no escape unless we give up altogether the idea of an anthropomorphic deity and adopt frankly the scientific idea of a first cause, inscrutable and past finding out, and of a universe whose laws we can trace, but of whose real essence we know nothing and can only suspect or faintly discern a fundamental law which may make the polarity of good and evil a necessary condition of existence. Unquote. Were science to know the real essence, instead of knowing nothing of it, the faint suspicion would turn into the certitude of the existence of such a law, and the knowledge that this law is connected with karma. End of note. For the initiates, says Eliphas Levi, the devil is not a person but a creative force, for good as for evil. They, the initiates, represented this force, which presides at physical generation under the mysterious form of God Pan, or nature, whence the horns and hooves of that mythical and symbolic figure, as also the Christian goat of the witches' Sabbath. With regard to this, too, Christians have imprudently forgotten that the goat was also the victim selected for the atonement of all the sins of Israel, and that the scapegoat was indeed the sacrificial martyr, the symbol of the greatest mystery on earth, the fall into generation. Only the Jews have long forgotten the real meaning of their, to the non-initiated, ridiculous hero, selected from the drama of life and the great mysteries enacted by them in the desert, and the Christians never knew it. Eliphas Levi seeks to explain the dogma of his church by paradoxes and metaphors, but succeeds very poorly in the face of the many volumes written by pious Roman Catholic demonologists under the approbation and auspices of Rome in this 19th century of ours. For the true Roman Catholic, the devil or Satan is a reality. The drama enacted in the sidereal light according to the seer of Patmos, who desired perhaps to improve upon the narrative in the book of Enoch, is as real and as historical a fact as any other allegory and symbolical event in the Bible. But the initiates give an explanation which differs from that given by Eliphas Levi, whose genius and crafty intellect had to submit to a certain compromise dictated to him from Rome. Thus the true and uncompromising Kabbalists admit that, for all purposes of science and philosophy, it is enough that the profane should know that the great magic agent called by the followers of the Marquis de Saint-Martin, the Martinists, astral light, by the medieval Kabbalists and alchemists, the sidereal virgin and the mysterium magnum, and by the Eastern occultists, ether, the reflection of Akasha, is that which the Church calls Lucifer. That the Latin scholastics have succeeded in transforming the universal soul and pleroma, the vehicle of light and the receptacle of all the forms, a force spread throughout the whole universe with its direct and indirect effects, into Satan and his works, is no news to anyone. But now they are prepared to give out to the above-mentioned profane even the secrets hinted at by Eliphas Levi without adequate explanation. For the latter's policy of veiled revelations could only lead to further superstition and misunderstanding. What indeed can a student of occultism, a beginner, gather from the following highly poetical sentences of Eliphas Levi, as apocalyptic as the writings of any of the alchemists? Quote, Lucifer, the astral light, is an intermediate force existing in all creation. It serves to create and to destroy, and the fall of Adam was an erotic intoxication which has rendered his generation a slave to this fatal light. Every sexual passion that overpowers our senses is a whirlwind of that light, which seeks to drag us towards the abyss of death, folly. Hallucinations, visions, ecstasies, or all forms of a very dangerous excitation due to this interior phosphorus, within brackets question mark. Thus light, finally, is of the nature of fire, the intelligent use of which warms and vivifies, and the excess of which, on the contrary, dissolves and annihilates. Thus man is called upon to assume a sovereign empire over that astral light, and conquer thereby his immortality, and is threatened at the same time with being intoxicated, absorbed, and eternally destroyed by it. This light, therefore, inasmuch as it is devouring, revengeful, and fatal, would thus really be hellfire, the serpent of the legend, the tormented errors of which it is full, the tears and the gnashing of teeth of the abortive beings it devours, the phantom of life that escapes him, and seems to mock and insult their agony. All this would be the devil or Satan indeed. Unquote from Histoire de la Magie, page 197. There is no wrong statement in all this, nothing save a superabundance of ill-applied metaphors, as in the application of Adam, a myth, to the illustration of the astral effects. Akasha, the astral light, can be defined in a few words. Akasha is not the ether of science, as some Orientalists translate it. It is the universal soul, the matrix of the universe, the mysterium magnum, from which all that exists is born by separation or differentiation. It is the cause of existence. It fills all the infinite space, is space itself in one sense, or both its sixth and seventh principles. Note, says Johannes Tritheim, the abbot of Spanheim, the greatest astrologer and Kabbalist of his day, Quote, "The art of divine magic consists in the ability to perceive the essence of things in the light of nature, astral light, and by using the soul powers of the spirit to produce material things from the unseen universe, and in such operations the above and the below must be brought together and made to act harmoniously. The spirit of nature, astral light, is a unity creating and forming everything, and acting through the instrumentality of man it may produce wonderful things. Such processes take place according to law. You will learn the law by which these things are accomplished, if you learn to know yourself. You will know it by the power of the spirit that is in yourself, and accomplish it by mixing your spirit with the essence that comes out of yourself. If you wish to succeed in such a work, you must know how to separate spirit and life in nature, and moreover to separate the astral soul in yourself, and to make it tangible. And then the substance of the soul will appear visibly and tangibly rendered objective by the power of the spirit, quoted in Dr. Hartmann's Paracelsus. End of note. But as the finite in the infinite, as regards manifestation, this light must have its shadowy side, as already remarked. And as the infinite can never be manifested, hence the finite world has to be satisfied with the shadow alone, which its actions draw upon humanity and which men attract and force to activity. Hence, while it is the universal cause in its unmanifested unity and infinity, the astral light becomes, with regard to mankind, simply the effects of the causes produced by men in their sinful lives. It is not its bright denizens, whether they are called spirits of light or darkness, that produce good or evil, but mankind itself that determines the unavoidable action and reaction of the great magic agent. It is mankind which has become the serpent of Genesis, and thus causes daily and hourly the fall and sin of the celestial Virgin, which thus becomes the mother of gods and devils at one and the same time. For she is the ever-loving, beneficent deity to all those who stir her soul and heart, instead of attracting to themselves her shadowy, manifested essence, called by Eliphas Levi the fatal light, which kills and destroys. Humanity in its units can overpower and master its effects, but only by the holiness of their lives and by producing good causes. It has power only on the manifested lower principles, the shadow of the unknown and incognizable deity in space. But in antiquity and reality Lucifer, or Luciferus, is the name of the angelic entity presiding over the light of truth as over the light of the day. In the great Valentinian Gospels, Pistis Sophia, in paragraph 368, it is taught that of their three powers emanating from the holy names of the three tribunames, that of Sophia, the Holy Ghost according to these Gnostics, the most cultured of all, resides in the planet Venus, or Lucifer. Thus to the profane, the astral light may be God and devil at once. Demon est Deus inversus, that is to say, through every point of infinite space thrill the magnetic and electrical currents of animate nature, the life-giving and death-giving waves, for death on earth becomes life on another plane. Lucifer is divine and terrestrial light, the Holy Ghost and Satan at one and the same time, visible space being truly filled with a differentiated breath invisibly. And the astral light, the manifested effects of the two, are one, guided and attracted by ourselves, is the calm of humanity, both a personal and impersonal entity. Personal because it is the mystic name given by Saint Martin to the host of divine creators, guides and rulers of this planet. Impersonal as the cause and effect of universal life and death. The fall was the result of man's knowledge, for his eyes were opened. Indeed, he was taught wisdom and the hidden knowledge by the fallen angel, for the latter had become from that day his manas, mind and self-consciousness. In each of us that golden thread of continuous life, periodically broken into active and passive cycles of sensuous existence on earth and supersensuous in Devakan, is from the beginning of our appearance upon this earth. It is the Sutratma, the luminous thread of immortal impersonal monadship, on which our earthly lives or evanescent egos are strung as so many beads, according to the beautiful expression of Vedantic philosophy. And now it stands proven that Satan, or the red fiery dragon, the lord of phosphorus, brimstone was a theological improvement, and Lucifer, or light-bearer, is in us. It is our mind, our tempter and redeemer, our intelligent liberator and savior from pure animalism. Without this principle, the emanation of the very essence of the pure divine principle Mahat, intelligence, which radiates direct from the divine mind, we would be surely no better than animals. The first man, Adam, was made only a living soul, nephesh. The last Adam was made a quickening spirit, says Paul, his words referring to the building or creation of man. Note, the real original text of the first chapter of Corinthians, rendered Kabbalistically and esoterically, would read in chapter 15, verses 44 and 45, "It is sown a soul body, not natural body. It is raised a spirit body." St. Paul was an initiate, and his words have quite a different meaning when read esoterically. The body is sown in weakness, in passivity. It is raised in power, in verse 43, or in spirituality and intellect. End of note. Without this quickening spirit, or human mind or soul, there would be no difference between man and beast. And there is none, in fact, between animals with respect to their actions. The tiger and the donkey, the hawk and the dove, are each one as pure and as innocent as the other, because irresponsible. Each follows its instinct, the tiger and the hawk killing with the same unconcern as the donkey eats a thistle, or the dove pecks at a grain of corn. If the fall had the significance given to it by theology, if that fall occurred as a result of an act never intended by nature, a sin, how about the animals? If we are told that they procreate their species in consequence of that same original sin for which God cursed the earth, hence everything living on it, we will put another question. We are told by theology, as by science, that the animal was on earth far earlier than man. We ask the former, how did it procreate its species before the fruit of the tree of knowledge of the good and the evil had been plucked off? As said, the Christians, far less clear-sighted than the great mystic and liberator whose name they have assumed, whose doctrines they have misunderstood and travested, and whose memory they have blackened by their deeds, took the Jewish Jehovah as he was, and of course strove vainly to reconcile the gospel of light and liberty with the deity of darkness and submission. See War in Heaven. Note, by Godolphin Mitford, later in life, Murad al-Bey, born in India, the son of a missionary, G. Mitford, was converted to Islam and died a Mohammedan in 1884. He was a most extraordinary mystic, of a great learning and remarkable intelligence. But he left the right path and forthwith fell under karmic retribution. As well shown by the author of the article quoted, the followers of the defeated Elohim first massacred the victorious Jews, the Jehovites, and then persuaded the victorious Christians and Mohammedans continued nevertheless. Some of these scattered sects have lost even the tradition of the true rationale of their belief, to worship in secrecy and mystery the principle of fire, light, and liberty? Why do the Sabaean Bedouins, avowedly monotheists when dwelling in the Mohammedan cities, in the solitude of the desert night, yet invoke the starry host of heaven? Why do the Yazidis, the devil-worshippers, worship the Muluk Taus, the Lord Peacock, the emblem of pride and of hundred-eyed intelligence, and of initiation also, which was expelled from heaven with Satan according to an old Oriental tradition? Why do the Golites and their kindred Mesopotamo-Iranian Mohammedan sects believe in the Nur Ilahi, the light of the Elohim, transmitted in anastasis through 100 prophet leaders? It is because they have continued in ignorant superstition the traditional religion of the light deities whom Yahweh overthrew, is said to have overthrown rather, for by overthrowing them he would have overthrown himself. The Muluk Taus is Maluk, ruler, as is shown in the footnote. It is only a new form of Moloch, Melech, Molech, Malayak, and Malachim, messengers, angels, etc. End of note. But it is sufficiently proven now that all the soi-disant evil spirits who are credited with having made war on the gods are identical as personalities. Moreover, that all the ancient religions taught the same tenet, save the final conclusion, which latter differs from the Christian. The 7 primeval gods had all a dual state, one essential, the other accidental. In the essential state, they were all the builders or fashioners, the preservers and the rulers of this world. In the accidental state, clothing themselves in visible corporeality, they descended on the earth and reigned on it as kings and instructors of the lower hosts, who had incarnated once more upon it as men. Thus, esoteric philosophy shows that man is truly the manifested deity in both its aspects, good and evil, but theology cannot admit this philosophical truth. Teaching the dogma of the fallen angels in its dead-letter meaning, and having made of Satan the cornerstone and pillar of the dogma of redemption, to do so would be suicidal. Having once shown the rebellious angels distinct from God and the Logos in their personalities, the admission that the downfall of the disobedient spirits meant simply their fall into generation and matter would be equivalent to saying that God and Satan were identical. For since the Logos, or God, is the aggregate of that once divine host accused of having fallen, it would follow that the Logos and Satan are one. Yet such was the real philosophical view of the now disfigured tenet in antiquity. The verbum, or the Son, was shown in a dual aspect by the pagan Gnostics. In fact, he was a duality in full unity. Hence the endless and various national versions. The Greeks had Jupiter, the son of Kronos, the father, who hurls him down into the depths of cosmos. The Aryans had Brahma, in later theology, precipitated by Shiva into the abyss of darkness, etc., etc. But the fall of all these logi and demiurgi from their primitive exalted position had in all cases one and the same esoteric signification in it, the curse, in its philosophical meaning, of being incarnated on this earth, an unavoidable rung on the ladder of cosmic evolution, a highly philosophical and fitting karmic law, without which the presence of evil on earth would have to remain forever a closed mystery to the understanding of true philosophy. To say, as the author of the Esprit Tombé de Payen, on page 347, quote, "Christianity is made to rest on 2 pillars, that of evil, povnro, and of good, agathoi, on 2 forces, in short, agathai kai kakai unameis. Hence, if we suppress the punishment of the evil forces, the protecting mission of the good powers will have neither value nor sense," unquote, is to utter the most unphilosophical absurdity. If it fits in with and explains Christian dogma, it obscures the facts and truths of the primitive wisdom of the ages. The cautious hints of Paul have all the true esoteric meaning, and it took centuries of scholastic casuistry to give them the present false coloring in the interpretation. The Verbum and Lucifer are one in their dual aspect, and the prince of the air, Princeps Aeris, Ujus, is not the god of that period, but an everlasting principle. If the latter was said to be ever circling around the world, qui circum ambulant terram, the great apostle referred simply to the never-ceasing cycles of human incarnations, in which evil will ever predominate unto the day when humanity is redeemed by the true divine enlightenment, which gives the correct perception of things. It is easy to disfigure vague expressions written in dead and long-forgotten languages, and palm them off as truths and revealed facts on the ignorant masses. The identity of thought and meaning is the one thing that strikes the student in all the religions which mention the tradition of the fallen spirits, and in those great religions there is not one that fails to mention and describe it in one or another form. Thus Wang Ti, the Great Spirit, sees his sons, who had acquired active wisdom, falling into the valley of pain. Their leader, the flying dragon, having drunk of the forbidden ambrosia, fell to the earth with his host, kings. In the Zend Avesta, Angra Mainyu, Ahriman, surrounding himself with fire, the flames, Vide Supra, seeks to conquer the heavens, when Ahura Mazda, descending from the solid heaven he inhabits to the help of the heavens that revolve in time and space, the manifested worlds of cycles including those of incarnation, and the Amshaspens, the seven bright Srava, accompanied by their stars, fight Ahriman, and the vanquished Devas fall to the earth along with him. Noten surrounding himself with fire and seeks to conquer the heavens. So does every yogin, even Christian. One must take the kingdom of heaven by violence, we are taught. Why should such a desire make of anyone a devil? End of note. In the Vendidad, the Devas are called evil-doing, and shown to rush away into the depths of the world of hell, or matter. 47. This is an allegory showing the Devas compelled to incarnate, once that they have separated themselves from their parent essence, or in other words, after the unit had become a multiple, after differentiation and manifestation. Typhon the Egyptian, Python, the Titans, the Suras and the Asuras all belong to the same legend of spirits peopling the earth. They are not demons commissioned to create and organize this visible universe, but fashioners, the architects of the worlds, and the progenitors of man. They are the fallen angels metaphorically, the true mirrors of the eternal wisdom. What is the absolute and complete truth, as well as the esoteric meaning about this universal myth? The whole essence of truth cannot be transmitted from mouth to ear, nor can any pen describe it, not even that of the recording angel, unless man finds the answer in the sanctuary of his own heart, in the innermost depths of his divine intuitions. It is the great seventh mystery of creation, the first and the last, and those who read St. John's Apocalypse may find its shadow lurking under the seventh seal. It can be represented only in its apparent objective form, like the eternal riddle of the Sphinx. If the latter threw herself into the sea and perished, it is not because Oedipus had unriddled the secret of the ages, but because, by anthropomorphizing the ever-spiritual and the subjective, he had dishonored the great truth forever. Therefore, we can give it only from its philosophical and intellectual planes, unlocked with 3 keys respectively, for the last 4 keys of the 7 that throw wide open the portals to the mysteries of nature are in the hands of the highest initiates and cannot be divulged to the masses at large, not in this our century at any rate. The dead letter is everywhere the same. The dualism in the Majdian religion was born from exoteric interpretation. The holy Aryaman, the Bestaro wheel, invoked in the prayer called Aryama Ishyu, is the divine aspect of Ahriman, the dead of the Devas, and Angra Mainyu is the dark material aspect of the former. Keep us from the hater, O Mazda, and Armaita Spenta, from Vendrad Sada, has, as a prayer and invocation, an identical meaning with lead us not into temptation, and is addressed by man to the terrible spirit of duality in man himself. For Ahura Mazda is the spiritual, divine, and purified man, and Armaita Spenta, the spirit of the earth, or materiality, is the same as Ariman, or Angra Mainio, in one sense. The whole of the Magan or Mazdean literature, or what remains of it, is magical, occult, hence allegorical and symbolical, even its mystery of the law. See the Gata in Yasna 44. Now the Moabit and the Parsi keep their eye on the Bareshma during the sacrifice, the divine twig of Ormazd tree, having been transformed into a bunch of metallic rods, and wonder why neither the Amshaspentas, nor the high and beautiful golden Haumas, nor even the Vohumanu, good thoughts, nor the Arata, sacrificial offering, help them much. Let them meditate on the tree of wisdom, and study, assimilating one by one the fruits thereof. The way to the tree of eternal life, the white Homa, the Gaukerana, is through one end of the earth to the other, and Haoma is in heaven as it is on earth. But to become once more a priest of it, and a healer, man must heal himself before he can heal others. This proves once more that the so-called myths, in order to be at least approximately dealt with in any degree of justice, have to be closely examined from all their aspects. In truth, every one of the 7 keys has to be used in its right place, and never mixed with the others, if we would unveil the entire cycle of mysteries. In our day of dreary soul-killing materialism, the ancient priest initiates have become, in the opinion of our learned generations, the synonyms of clever impostors, kindling the fires of superstition in order to obtain an easier sway over the minds of men. This is an unfounded calumny, generated by skepticism and uncharitable thoughts. No one believed more in gods, or we may call them the spiritual and now invisible powers or spirits, the noumena of the phenomena, than they did, and they believed just because they knew. If, initiated into the mysteries of nature, they were forced to withhold their knowledge from the profane, who would have surely abused it, such secrecy was undeniably less dangerous than the policy of their usurpers and successors. The former taught only that which they well knew. The latter, teaching what they do not know, have invented as a secure haven for their ignorance a jealous and cruel deity who forbids man to pry into his mysteries under the penalty of damnation. As well they may, for his mysteries can at best be only hinted at in polite ears, never described. Turn to King's Gnostics, description of the plates, plate H, and see for yourself what was the primitive Ark of the Covenant. According to the author, who says, quote, "There is a rabbinical tradition that the cherubim placed over it were represented as male and female in the act of copulation, in order to express the grand doctrine of the essence of form and matter, the 2 principles of all things. When the Chaldeans broke into the sanctuary and beheld this most astounding emblem, they naturally enough exclaimed, 'Is this your God, of whom you boast that he is such a lover of purity?' on page 441. King thinks that this tradition savors too much of Alexandrian philosophy to demand any credit, to which we demur. The shape and form of the wings of the 2 cherubim standing on the right and left sides of the ark, these wings melting over the Holy of Holies, are an emblem quite eloquent in itself, besides the quote holy unquote jod within the ark. The mystery of Agathodamon, whose legend states, 'I am Tumnus, son of the universe, 700, can alone solve the mystery of Jesus, the number whose name is 888. It is not the key of St. Peter or the church dogma, but the narthex, the wand of the candidate for initiation that has to be wrenched from the grasp of the long-silent Sphinx of the ages. Meanwhile, the augurs, who, upon meeting each other, have to thrust their tongues into their cheeks to suppress a fit of laughter, may be more numerous in our own age than they ever were in the day of Scylla. Next section, section 20. Prometheus, the Titan, his The Secret Doctrine, by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 2, The Archaic Symbolism of the World Religions. Section 20. Prometheus, the Titan, his origin in ancient India. In our modern day, there does not exist the slightest doubt in the minds of the best European symbologists that the name Prometheus possessed the greatest and most mysterious significance in antiquity. While given the history of Deucalion, whom the Boeotians regarded as the ancestor of the human races, and who was the son of Prometheus according to the significant legend, the author of the Mythologie de la Grecque Antique remarks, "Thus Prometheus is something more than the archetype of humanity. He is its generator." In the same way that we saw Hephaestus molding the first woman, Pandora, and endowing her with life, so Prometheus needs the moist clay, of which he fashions the body of the first man whom he will endow with the soul spark. Apollodorus, chapter 1, verse 7 and 1. After the flood of Deucalion, Zeus, it was taught, had commanded Prometheus and Athena to call forth a new race of men from the mire left by the waters of the deluge. And in the day of Pausanias, the slime which the hero had used for this purpose was still shown in Phocea. Quote, on several archaic monuments, one still sees Prometheus modeling a human body, either alone or with Athena's help, unquote, from Mythologie de la Grecque Antique, page 246. The same authors remind the world of another equally mysterious personage, though one less generally known than Prometheus, whose legend offers remarkable analogies with that of the Titan. The name of this second ancestor and generator is Phoroneus, the hero of an ancient poem now unfortunately no longer extant, the Phoronidae. His legend was localized in Argolis, where a perpetual flame was preserved on his altar as a reminder that he was the bringer of fire upon earth. From Pausanias 2, 19:5, and compare 20 and 3. A benefactor of men as Prometheus was, he had made them participators of every bliss on earth. Plato in Timaeus, page 22, and Clemens Alexandrinus say that Phoroneus was the first man or the father of mortals. His genealogy, which assigns to him as his father Inachos, the river, reminds one of that of Prometheus, which makes that Titan the son of the Oceanid Clymene. But the mother of Prometheus was the nymph Melia, a significant descent which distinguishes him from Prometheus. Melia, Descartes thinks, is the personification of the ash tree, whence, according to Hesiod, issued the race of the age of bronze, and which with the Greeks is the celestial tree common to every Aryan mythology. Note, according to the occult teaching, 3 yugas passed away during the time of the third root race, that is, the Satya Yuga, the Treta Yuga, and the Dvapara Yuga, answering to the golden age of its early innocence, to the silver when it reached its maturity, and to the Bronze Age when, separating into sexes, they became the mighty demigods of old. End of note. This ash is the Yggdrasil of the Norse antiquity, which the Norns sprinkle daily with the waters from the fountain of Urd, that it may not wither. It remains verdant till the last days of the Golden Age. Then the Norns, the 3 sisters, who gaze respectively into the past, the present, and the future, make known the decree of fate, of karma, urlog, but men are conscious only of the present. But when Guldvik comes, the golden ore, the bewitching enchantress who, thrice cast into the fire, arises each time more beautiful, and fills the souls of gods and men with unapproachable longing, then the Norns enter into being, and the blessed peace of childhood's dreams passes away, and sin comes into existence with all its evil consequences, and karma. See Asgard and the Gods, page 10-12. The thrice purified gold is Manas, the conscious soul. With the Greeks, the ash tree represented the same idea. Its luxuriant boughs are the sidereal heaven, golden by day and studded with stars by night. The fruits of Melia and Yggdrasil, under whose protecting shadow humanity lived during the Golden Age, without desire, as without any fear. Quote, that tree had a fruit, one inflamed bow, which was lightning, unquote, Decam guesses. And here steps in the killing materialism of the age, that peculiar twist in the modern mind which, like a northern blast, bends all on its way and freezes every intuition, allowing it no hand in the physical speculations of the day. After having seen in Prometheus no better than fire by friction, the learned author of the Mythologie de la Grecque Antique perceives in this, quote, fruit, unquote, a trifle more than an allusion to terrestrial fire and its discovery. It is no longer fire owing to the fall of lightning setting some dry fuel in a blaze, and thus revealing all its priceless benefits to Paleolithic men, but something more mysterious this time, though still as earthly. Quote, a divine bird, nestled in the boughs of the celestial ash tree, stole that bough, or the fruit, and carried it down to the earth in its bill. Now the Greek word phoroneus is the rigid equivalent of the Sanskrit word puraniu, the rapid, an epithet of Agni, considered as the carrier of the divine spark. Phoroneus, son of Melia, or the celestial ash, thus corresponds to a conception far more ancient, probably, than that one which transformed the Pramanta of the old Aryan Hindus into the Greek Prometheus. Phoroneus is the personified bird that brings the heavenly lightning to the earth. Traditions relating to the birth and origin of the race of bronze, and those which made of Phoroneus the father of the Argians, are evidence to us that this thunderbolt, or lightning, as in the legends of Hephaestus or Prometheus, was the origin of the human race. Unquote from page 266. This still affords us no more than the external meaning of the symbols and the allegory. It is now supposed that the name of Prometheus has been unriddled, and the modern mythologists and Orientalists see in it no longer what their fathers saw on the authority of the whole of classical antiquity. They only find therein something far more appropriate to the spirit of the age, namely a phallic element. But the name of Phoroneus, as well as that of Prometheus, bears not one, nor even two, but a series of esoteric meanings. Both relate to the 7 celestial fires, to Agni Abhimanin, his 3 sons, and their 45 sons, constituting the 49 fires. Do all these numbers relate only to the terrestrial mode of fire and to the flame of sexual passion? Did the Hindu-Aryan mind never soar above such purely essential conceptions? That mind which is declared by Professor Max Müller to be the most spiritual and mystically inclined on the whole globe. The number of those fires alone ought to have suggested an inkling of the truth. We are told that one is no longer permitted in this age of rational thought to explain the name of Prometheus as the old Greeks did. The latter, it seems, basing themselves on the false analogy of Prometheus with the verb promaphane, saw in him the type of the foreseeing man, to whom, for the sake of symmetry, a brother was added, Epimetheus, or he who takes counsel after the event. But now the Orientalists have decided otherwise. They know the real meaning of the two names better than those who invented them. The legend is based upon an event of universal importance. It was built, quote, to commemorate a great event which must have strongly impressed itself upon the imagination of the first witnesses to it, and its remembrance has never since faded out from popular memory, unquote. What is it? Laying aside every poetical fiction, all those dreams of the Golden Age, let us imagine, argue the modern scholars, in all its gross realism, the first miserable state of humanity, the striking picture of which was traced for us after Aeschylus by Lucretius, and the exact truth of which is now confirmed by science, and then one may understand better that a new life really began for man on that day when he saw the first spark produced by the friction of two pieces of wood, or from the veins of a flint. How could man help feeling gratitude to that mysterious and marvelous being which they were henceforth enabled to create at their will, and which was no sooner born than it grew and expanded, developing with singular power? Quote, this terrestrial flame, was it not analogous in nature to that one which they received from above, or that other which frightened them in the thunderbolt? Unquote. Quote, was it not derived from the same source? And if its origin was in heaven, it must have been brought down some day on earth. If so, who was the powerful being, the beneficent being, God or man, who had conquered it? Such are the questions which the curiosity of the Aryans offered in the early days of their existence, and which found their answer in the myth of Prometheus. Unquote. From Mythologie de la Grèce Antique, page 258. The philosophy of occult science finds two weak points in the above reflections, and points them out. The miserable state of humanity described by Aeschylus and Prometheus was no more wretched then, in the early days of the Aryans, than it is now. That state was limited to savage tribes, and the now existing savages are not a whit more happy or unhappy than their forefathers were 1,000,000 years ago. It is an accepted fact in science that rude implements, exactly resembling those in use among existing savages, are found in river gravels and caves geologically, implying an enormous antiquity. So great is that resemblance that, as the author of the modern Zoroastrian tells us, quote, if the collection in the colonial exhibition of stone celts and arrowheads used now by the Bushmen of South Africa were placed side by side with one from the British Museum of similar objects from Kent's Cavern or the caves of Dordogne, no one but an expert could distinguish between them, unquote, from page 145. And if there are Bushmen existing now in our age of the highest civilization, who are no higher intellectually than the race of men which inhabited Devonshire and southern France during the Paleolithic age, why could not the latter have lived simultaneously with, and have been contemporary of, other races as highly civilized for their day as we are for ours? That the sum of knowledge increases daily in mankind, but that intellectual capacity does not increase with it, is shown when intellect, if not the physical knowledge of the Euclids, Pythagoras, Paninis, Capillas, Platos, and Socrates, is compared with that of the Newtons, Kants, and the modern Huxleys and Heckells. On comparing the results obtained by Dr. J. Barnard Davis, the craniologist, worked out in 1868, translation of the Royal Society of London, with regard to the internal capacity of the skull, its volume being taken as the standard and test for judging of the intellectual capacities, Dr. Pfaff finds that this capacity among the French, certainly in the highest rank of mankind, is 88.4 cubic inches, being thus perceptibly smaller than that of the Polynesian generally, which, even among many Papuans and Alfuras of the lowest grade, amounts to 89 and 89.7 cubic inches, which shows that it is the quality and not the quantity of the brain that is the cause of intellectual capacity. The average index of skulls among various races having been now recognized to be, quote, one of the most characteristic marks of difference between different races, unquote. The following comparison is suggestive. The index of breadth among the Scandinavians is at 75, among the English at 76, among the Holsteiners at 77, in Breisgau at 80. Schiller's skull shows an index of breadth even of 82. The Madurese also 82. Finally, the same comparison between the oldest skulls known and the European brings to light the startling fact, quote, that most of these old skulls belonging to the Stone period are above rather than below the average of the brain of the now living man in volume, unquote. Calculating the measures for the height, breadth, and length in inches from the average measurements of several skulls, the following sums are obtained. 1. Old Northern skulls of the Stone Age, 18.877 inches. 2. Average of 48 skulls of the same period from England, 18.858 inches. 3. Average of 7 skulls of the same period from Wales, 18.649 inches. 4. Average of 36 skulls of the Stone Age from France, 18.220 inches. The average of the now living Europeans is 18.579 inches, of Hottentots 7.795 inches. Which figures show plainly that the size of the brain of the oldest populations known to us is not such as to place them on a lower level than that of the now living inhabitants of the earth. See the Age and Origin of Man. Besides which, they show the, quote, missing link, unquote, vanishing into thin air. Of these, however, more anon, we must return to our direct subject. The race which Jupiter so ardently desired to quench and plant a new one in its stead, from Aeschylus' Prometheus Vinctus, 241, suffered mental, not physical misery. The first boon Prometheus gave to mortals, as it tells the chorus, was to hinder them from foreseeing death, 256. He saved the mortal race from sinking blasted down to Hades' gloom, 244, and then only, besides that, he gave them fire, 260. This shows plainly the dual character, at any rate, of the Promethean myth, if Orientalists will not accept the existence of the 7 keys taught in occultism. This relates to the first opening of man's spiritual perceptions, not to his first seeing or discovering fire. For fire was never, quote, discovered, unquote, but existed on Earth since its beginning. It existed in the seismic activity of the early ages, volcanic eruptions being as frequent and constant in those periods as fog is in England now. And if we are told that men appeared so late on Earth that nearly all the volcanoes, with the exception of a few, were already extinct, and that geological disturbances had made room for a more settled state of things, we answer, let a new race of men, whether evolved from angel or gorilla, appear now on any uninhabited spot of the globe, with the exception perhaps of the Sahara, and 1,000 to 1, it would not be a year or 2 old before discovering fire through the fall of lightning setting in flames, grass, or something else. This assumption that primitive man lived ages on Earth before he was made acquainted with fire is one of the most painfully illogical of all. But old Aeschylus was an initiate, and knew well what he was giving out. Note: the modern attempt of some Greek scholars, poor and pseudo-scholars, they would have appeared in the day of the old Greek writers, to explain the real meaning of the ideas of Aeschylus which, being an ignorant ancient Greek, he could not express so well himself, is absurdly ludicrous. End of note. No occultist acquainted with symbology and the fact that wisdom came to us from the East will deny for a moment that the myth of Prometheus has reached Europe from Aryavarta. Nor is he likely to deny that, in one sense, Prometheus represents fire by friction. Therefore, he admires the sagacity of M. F. Baudry, who shows in his Les Mythes du Feu Breuvage Céleste, in Revue Germanique, 1861, page 356, one of the aspects of Prometheus and his origin from India. Note: see also his Mémoires de la Société de la Linguistique, following the Fire Myths, Volume 1, page 337, et sequens. End of note. He shows the reader the supposed primitive process to obtain fire, still in use today in India to light the sacrificial flame. This is what he says. Note: this process, such as it is minutely described in the Vedic sutras, consists in rapidly turning a stick in a socket made in the centre of a piece of wood. The friction develops intense heat and ends by setting on fire the particles of wood in contact. The motion of the stick is not a continuous rotation, but a series of motions in contrary senses, by means of a cord fixed to the stick in its middle. The operator holds one of the ends in each hand and pulls them alternately. The full process is designated in Sanskrit by the verb mantami, matnani, which means to rub, agitate, shake, and obtain by rubbing, and is especially applied to rotary friction as proved by its derivation from mandala, which signifies a circle. The pieces of wood serving for the production of fire have each their name in Sanskrit. The stick which turns is called pramanta. The discus which receives it is called arani and arani, the two aranis designating the ensemble of the instrument. Page 358 et sequens. Note: there is the upper and the nether piece of timber used to produce this sacred fire by attrition at sacrifices, and it is the arani which contains the socket. This is proven by an allegory in the Vayu Purana and others, which tell us that Nemi, the son of Ikshvaku, had left no successor, and that the rishis, fearing to leave the earth without a ruler, introduced the king's body into the socket of an arani, like an upper arani, and produced from it a prince, named Janaka. It was by reason of the peculiar way in which he was engendered that it was called Janaka. But see Goldstück's Sanskrit dictionary at the word arani. Devaki, Krishna's mother, in prayer addressed to her, is called the arani whose attrition engenders fire. End of note. It remains to be seen what the Brahmins will say to this. But supposing Prometheus has been conceived in one of the aspects of his myth as the producer of fire by means of paramanta, or as an animate and divine paramanta, would this imply that the symbolism had no other than the phallic meaning attributed to it by the modern symbologists? Decam, at any rate, seems to have a correct glimmering of the truth, for he unconsciously corroborates by his remarks all that the occult sciences teach with regard to the Manasadevas, who have endowed man with the consciousness of his immortal soul, that consciousness which hinders man from foreseeing death and makes him know he is immortal. Note: the monad of the animal is as immortal as that of man, yet the brute knows nothing of this. It lives an animal life of sensation, just as the first human would have lived, when attaining physical development in the third race, had it not been for the Agnishvata and the Manasa Pitris. End of note. How has Prometheus got into the possession of the divine spark? He asks. Fire having its abode in heaven, it is there he must have gone to find it before he could carry it down to men, and to approach the gods he must have been a god himself. Unquote. The Greeks held that he was of the divine race, the Hindus that he was a deva. Hence, with the Greeks he was the son of the Titan Iapetos. Quote, but celestial fire belonged in the beginning to the gods alone. It was a treasure they reserved for themselves, over which they jealously watched. The prudent son of Iapetus, says Hesiod, deceived Jupiter by stealing and concealing in the cavity of a narthex the indefatigable fire of the resplendent glow. Thus the gift made by Prometheus to man was a conquest made from heaven. Now, according to Greek ideas, identical in this with those of the occultists, this possession forced from Jupiter, this human trespassing upon the property of the gods, had to be followed by an extirpation. Prometheus, moreover, belongs to that race of Titans who had rebelled against the gods, and whom the master of Olympus had hurled down into Tartarus. Like them, he is the genius of evil doomed to cruel suffering, etc., etc. Note, the fallen angels, therefore, the Asuras of the Indian pantheon. End of note. That which is revolting in the explanations that follow is the one-sided view taken of this grandest of all the myths. The most intuitional among modern writers cannot or will not rise in their conceptions above the level of the earth and cosmic phenomena. It is not denied that the moral idea in the myth, as presented in the Theogony of Hesiod, plays a certain part in the primitive Greek conception. The Titan is more than a thief of the celestial fire. He is the representation of humanity, active, industrious, intelligent, but at the same time ambitious, which aims at equaling divine powers. Therefore it is humanity punished in the person of Prometheus, but it is only so with the Greeks. With the latter, Prometheus is not a criminal, save in the eyes of the gods. In his relation with the earth, he is on the contrary a god himself, a friend of mankind, philanthropos, which he has raised to civilization and initiated into the knowledge of all the arts, a conception which found its most poetical expounder in Aeschylus. But with all other nations, Prometheus is what? The fallen angel, Satan, as the Church would have it? Not at all. He is simply the image of the pernicious and dreaded effects of lightning. He is the evil fire, malfeu, and the symbol of the divine reproductive male organ. Reduced to its simple expression, the myth we are trying to explain is then simply a cosmic genius of fire, on page 261. It is the form idea, the phallic, which was preeminently Aryan, if we believe Ad Kuhn in his Herabkunft des Feuers und des Göttertranks and Baudry. For, quote, the fire used by man being the result of the action of Pramanta in the Arani, the Aryas must have ascribed, within brackets, question mark, the same origin to celestial fire, and they must have imagined, within brackets, question mark, that a god armed with Pramanta, or a divine Pramanta, exercised in the bosom of the clouds of violent friction, which gave birth to lightning and thunderbolts. This idea is supported by the fact that, according to Plutarch's testimony, the Stoics thought that thunder was the result of a struggle of storm clouds and lightning, a conflagration due to friction, while Aristotle saw in the thunderbolt only the action of clouds, which clashed with each other. What was this theory if not the scientific translation of the production of fire by friction? Everything leads us to think that, from the highest antiquity and before the dispersion of the Aryans, it was believed that the Pramanta lighted fire in the storm as well as in the Aranis. See Revue Germanique, page 368. Thus, suppositions and idle hypotheses are made to stand for discovered truths. Defenders of the Bible dead letter could never help the writers of missionary tracts more effectually than do materialistic symbologists in thus taking for granted that the ancient Aryans based their religious conceptions on no higher thought than the physiological. But it is not so, and the very spirit of the Vedic philosophy is against such an interpretation. And if, as Descartes himself confesses, this idea of the creative power of fire is explained at once by the ancient assimilation of the human soul to celestial spark, as shown by the imagery often made use of in the Vedas when speaking of Arani. It would mean something higher than simply a gross sexual conception. A hymn to Agni in the Veda is cited as example. Quote, "Here is the Pramanta, the generator is ready. Bring the mistress of the race, the female Arani. Let us produce Agni by attrition, according to ancient custom," unquote, which means no worse than an abstract idea expressed in the tongue of mortals. The quote, "female Arani," unquote, the mistress of the race, is Aditi, the mother of the gods, or Shekinah, eternal light, in the world of spirit, the great deep and chaos, or primordial substance in its first remove from the unknown in the manifested cosmos. If, ages later, the same epithet is applied to Devaki, the mother of Krishna, or the incarnated Logos, and if the symbol, owing to the gradual and irresponsible spread of exoteric religions, may already be regarded as having a sexual significance, this in no way mars the original purity of the image. The subjective had been transformed into the objective. Spirit had fallen into matter. The universal cosmic polarity of spirit substance had become, in human thought, the mystic but still sexual union of spirit and matter, and had thus acquired an anthropomorphic coloring which it had never had in the beginning. Between the Vedas and the Puranas there is an abyss of which both are the poles, like the seventh, Atmic, and the first or lowest principle, the physical body, in the septenary constitution of man. The primitive, purely spiritual language of the Vedas, conceived many decades of millenniums earlier, had found its purely human expression for the purpose of describing events taking place 5,000 years ago, the date of Krishna's death, from which day the Kali Yuga, or Black Age, began for mankind. As Aditi is called Surarani, the matrix or mother of the Sura gods, so Kunti, the mother of Pandavas, is called in Mahabharata Pandavarani, which term is already physiologized. But Devaki, the antitype of the Roman Catholic Madonna, is a later anthropomorphized form of Aditi. The latter is the goddess mother, the Deva Matri, of 7 sons, the 6 and the 7 Adityas of early Vedic times. The mother of Krishna, Devaki, has 6 embryos conveyed into her womb by Yagadatri, the nurse of the world, the 7th, Krishna, the Logos, being transferred to that Rohini. Mary, the mother of Jesus, is the mother of 7 children, of 5 sons and 2 daughters, a later transformation of sex. In Matthew's Gospel, chapter 13, verses 55 to 56. No one of the worshippers of the Roman Catholic Virgin would object to reciting in her honor the prayer addressed by the gods to Devaki. Let the reader judge. Quote, "Thou art that Prakriti, essence, infinite and subtile, which bore Brahma in its womb. Thou eternal being, comprising in thy substance the essence of all created things, wast identical with creation. Thou wast the parent of the triform sacrifice, becoming the germ of all. Thou art sacrifice, whence all fruit proceeds. Thou art the Arani, whose attrition engenders fire, womb of light, holy vessel, are the epithets of the Virgin. As Aditi, thou art the parent of the gods. Thou art Yotsna, the morning twilight. The Virgin is often addressed as the morning star, and the star of salvation, the light whence day is begotten. Thou art Samnati, humility, a daughter of Daksha, the mother of wisdom. Thou art Niti, the parent of harmony, Naya. Thou art modesty, the progenitrix of affection, Prasaraya or Vinaya. Thou art desire, of whom love is born. Thou art the mother of knowledge, Avabodha, patience, Dhriti, the parent of fortitude, Dairya, etc., etc., unquote. Thus, Arani is shown here as the Roman Catholic vase of election and no worse. As to its primitive meaning, it was purely metaphysical. No unclean thought traversed these conceptions in the ancient mind. Even in the Zohar, far less metaphysical than any other symbolism, the idea is an abstraction and nothing more. Thus, when the Zohar 3:290 says, "All that which exists, all that which has been formed by the ancient, whose name is holy, can only exist through a male and female principle," it means no more than this. The divine spirit of life is ever coalescing with matter. It is the will of the deity that acts, and the idea is purely Schopenhauerian. When Attika Kadosha, the ancient and the concealed of the concealed, desired to form all things, it formed all things like male and female. This wisdom comprises all when it goeth forth. Hence Kokmath, male wisdom, and Bina, female consciousness or intellect, are said to create all between the two, the active and the passive principles. As the eye of the expert jeweler discerns under the rough and uncouth oyster shell the pure immaculate pearl enshrined within its bosom, his hand dealing with the former but to get at its contents, so the eye of the true philosopher reads between the lines of the Puranas the sublime Vedic truths, and corrects the form with the help of the Vedantic wisdom. Our Orientalists, however, never perceive the pearl under the thick coating of the shell and act accordingly. From all that has been said in this section, one sees clearly that between the serpent of Eden and the devil of Christianity there is an abyss. Alone the sledgehammer of ancient philosophy can kill this dogma. Next section is section 21. Enoikon, Enoch. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 2, The Archaic Symbolism of the World Religions. Section 21. Enoikion, Enoch. The history of the evolution of the satanic myth would not be complete if we omitted to notice the character of the mysterious and cosmopolitan Enoch, variously called Enos, Hanok, and finally Enoikion by the Greeks. It is from his book that the first notions of the fallen angels were taken by the early Christian writers. The Book of Enoch is declared apocryphal. But what is an apocrypha? The very etymology of the term shows that it is simply a secret book, that is, one that belonged to the catalogue of temple libraries under the guardianship of the hierophants and initiated priests, and was never meant for the profane. Apocrypha comes from the verb crypto, to hide. For ages the Enoikion, the book of the seer, was preserved in the city of letters and secret works. The ancient Kiryat Sefer, later on, Deber. See Joshua chapter 15, verse 15. Some of the writers interested in the subject, especially Masons, have tried to identify Enoch with the thought of Memphis, the Greek Hermes, and even with the Latin Mercury. As individuals, all these are distinct one from the other. Professionally, if one may use this word, now so limited in its sense, they belong one and all to the same category of sacred writers, of initiators and recorders of occult and ancient wisdom. Those who in the Quran, see Surah 19, are generically termed the Edris, or the learned, the initiated, bore in Egypt the name of Thoth, the inventor of arts, sciences, writing, or letters, of music and astronomy. Among the Jews, the Edris became Enoch, who, according to Bar Hebreus, was the first inventor of writing, books, arts, and sciences, the first who reduced to a system the progress of the planets. In Greece, he was called Orpheus, and thus changed his name with every nation. the number 7 being attached to and connected with each of those primitive initiators, as well as the number 365 of the days in the year astronomically. It identifies the mission, character, and the sacred office for all those men, but certainly not their personalities. Note, Kanuk or Hanuk or Enoch means the initiator and teacher, as well as the Son of Man. Enos, vide Genesis chapter 4 verse 26 esoterically. End of note. Enoch is the 7th patriarch. Orpheus is the possessor of the Forminx, the 7-stringed lyre, which is the 7-fold mystery of initiation. Tot, with the 7-rayed solar discus on his head, travels in the solar boat, the 365 degrees, jumping out every 4th leap year for 1 day. Finally, Tot Lunus is the septenary god of the 7 days, or the week. Esoterically and spiritually, Enochion means the seer of the open eye. The story about Enoch, told by Eusebius, namely, that he had concealed under the pillars of Mercury or Seth his precious rolls or books, is the same as that told of Hermes, the father of wisdom, who concealed his book of wisdom under a pillar, and then, finding the 2 pillars of stone, found the science written thereon. Yet Josephus, notwithstanding his constant efforts in the direction of Israel's unmerited glorification, and though he does attribute that science of wisdom to the Jewish Enoch, writes history. He shows those pillars as still existing during his own time. He tells us that they were built by Set, and so they may have been only neither by the patriarch of that name, the fabled son of Adam, nor by the Egyptian god of wisdom, Tet, Set, Tot, Tat, Sat, the later Set-an, Satan, or Hermes, who are all one, but by the sons of the serpent god, or sons of the dragon, the name under which the Hierophants of Egypt and Babylon were known before the deluge, as were their forefathers, the Atlanteans. What Josephus tells us, therefore, must be allegorically true, with the exception of the application made of it. According to his version, the 2 famous pillars were entirely covered with hieroglyphics, which, after the discovery, were copied and reproduced in the most secret corners of the inner temples of Egypt, and have thus become the source of its wisdom and exceptional learning. These 2, quote, pillars, unquote, however, are the prototypes of the 2 tables of stone hewn by Moses at the command of the, quote, Lord, unquote. Hence, in saying that all the great adepts and mystics of antiquity, like Orpheus, Hesiod, Pythagoras, and Plato, got the elements of their theology from those hieroglyphics, he is right in one sense and wrong in another, for he errs in accuracy. The secret doctrine teaches us that the arts, sciences, theology, and especially the philosophy of every nation which preceded the last universally known, but not universal deluge, have been recorded ideographically from the primitive oral records of the 4th race, and that these were the inheritance of the latter from the early 3rd root race before the allegorical fall. Hence also the Egyptian pillars, the tablets, and even the white oriental porphyry stone of the Masonic legend, which Enoch, fearing that the real and precious secrets would be lost, concealed before the deluge in the bowels of the earth, were simply the more or less symbolical and allegorical copies from the primitive records. The Book of Enoch is one of such copies, and is a Chaldean, now very incomplete compendium. As already said, Enochion means in Greek the inner eye, or the seer. In Hebrew, and with the help of Masoretic points, it means the initiator and instructor. It is a generic title, besides which his legend is that of several other prophets, Jewish and heathen, with changes of made-up details, the root form being the same. Elijah is also taken up into heaven alive, and the astrologer at the court of Isdubar, the Chaldean Heabani, is likewise raised to heaven by the god Hea, who was his patron, as Jehovah was of Elijah. whose name means in Hebrew God-Jah, Jehovah, and again of Elihu, which has the same meaning. This kind of easy death, or euthanasia, has an esoteric meaning. It symbolizes the death of any adept who has reached the power and degree, as also the purification, which enable him to die only in the physical body and still live and lead a conscious life in his astral body. The variations on this theme are endless, but the secret meaning is ever the same. The Pauline expression in Hebrews chapter 11 verse 5 that he should not see death, ut non videret mortem, has thus an esoteric meaning, but nothing supernatural in it. The mangled interpretation given of some biblical hints to the effect that Enoch, whose years will equal those of the world, of the solar year, 365 days, will share with Christ and the prophet Elijah the honors and bliss of the last advent and of the destruction of Antichrist, signify esoterically that some of the great adepts will return in the seventh race, when all error will be made away with, and the advent of truth will be heralded by those Shishta, the holy sons of light. The Latin Church is not always logical, nor prudent either. She declares the Book of Enoch an apocrypha, and has gone so far as to claim through Cardinal Cajetan and other luminaries of the Church the rejection from the canon of even the Book of Jude, who, though an inspired apostle, quotes from and thus sanctifies the Book of Enoch, which is alleged to be an apocryphal work. Fortunately, some of the dogmatics perceived the peril in time. Had they accepted Cajetan's resolution, they would have been forced to reject likewise the fourth Gospel, as St. John borrows literally from Enoch and places in the mouth of Jesus a whole sentence. Read the suprasection 18, subsection A, about the sheep and the robbers. Ludolf, the father of Ethiopic literature, commissioned to investigate the various Enochian manuscripts presented by Pereisk, the traveller, to the Mazarin library, declared that no Book of Enoch could exist among the Abyssinians. Further researches and discoveries worsted his too dogmatic assertion, as all know. Bruce and Ruppel found and brought that same work from Abyssinia some years later, and Bishop Lawrence translated it. But Bruce despised it, and scoffed at its contents, as did all the rest of the scientists. He declared it a Gnostic work, in which the age of giants who devour men is given. Hence it is another apocalypsis. Giants! Another fairy tale. Such, however, was not the opinion of all the best critics. Dr. Hanneberg places the Book of Enoch, along with the third book of the Maccabees, at the head of the list of those whose authority stands the nearest to that of the canonical works. Verily, where doctors disagree. As usual, however, they were all right and all wrong. To accept Enoch as a biblical character, a single living man, is like accepting Adam as the first one. Enoch was a generic title applied to and borne by scores of individuals at all times and ages and in every race and nation. This may be easily inferred from the fact that the ancient Talmudists and the teachers of Midrashim are not agreed generally in their views about Hanok, the son of Yered. Some say Enoch was a great saint, beloved by God, and taken alive to heaven, that is, one who reached mukti or nirvana on earth, as Buddha did, and others still do. And others maintain that he was a sorcerer, a wicked magician. This shows only that Enoch, or its equivalent, was a term, even during the days of the later Talmudists, which meant seer, adept in the secret wisdom, etc., without any specification as to the character of the title-bearer. When Josephus, speaking of Elijah and Enoch, in Antiquities 9, verse 2, remarks that It is written in the sacred books they, Elijah and Enoch, disappeared, but so that nobody knew that they died. It means simply that they had died in their personalities, as yogis die to this day in India, or even some Christian monks to the world. They disappear from the sight of men and die on the terrestrial plane, even for themselves. A seemingly figurative way of speaking, yet literally true. Enoch transmitted the science of astronomical calculation and of computing the seasons to Noah, says the Midrash Pirka A. Eleazar, referring to Enoch, that which others did to Hermes Trismegistus, because the two are identical in their esoteric meaning. Enoch, in this case, and his wisdom, belonged to the cycle of the fourth Atlantean race, and Noah to that of the fifth. Notes. Says the Zohar, Enoch had a book which was one with the book of the generations of Adam. This is the mystery of wisdom. And, note, Noah is heir to the wisdom of Enoch. In other words, the fifth is heir to the fourth race. End of note. In this case, both represent the root races, the present one and the one that preceded it. In another sense, Enoch disappeared. He walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. The allegory referring to the disappearance of the sacred and secret knowledge from among men. For God, or Java Alaim, the high hierophants, the heads of the colleagues of initiated priests, took him, in other words, the Enochs or the Enochians, the seers and their knowledge and wisdom became strictly confined to the secret colleges of the prophets with the Jews, and to the temples with the Gentiles. Note, Vid Isis Unveiled, Volume 1, page 575, et sequens. End of note. Interpreted with the help of merely the symbolical key, Enoch is the type of the dual nature of man, spiritual and physical. Hence, he occupies the center of the astronomical cross given by Eliphaz Levi from the sacred work, which is a six-pointed star, the Adonai. In the upper triangle is the eagle. In the left lower triangle stands the lion. In the right the bull. While between the bull and the lion, over them and under the eagle, is the face of Enoch, or man. Vide illustrated diagram in Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 452. Now the figures on the upper triangle represent the four races, leaving out the first, the Chayas or shadows, and the sons of man, Enos or Enoch, is in the center, because he stands between the two, the fourth and the fifth races, as he represents the secret wisdom of both. These are the four animals of Ezekiel and of the Revelation. The same double triangle which in Isis Volume 2, page 453, faces the Hindu Adhanari, is by far the best, for there only the three, for us historical races, are symbolized, the third, the androgynous, by Adhanari, the fourth symbolized by the strong powerful lion, and the fifth, the Aryan, by that which is its most sacred symbol to this day, the bull and the cow. A man of great erudition, a French savant, Monsieur de Saussure, finds several most singular statements in the Book of Enoch worthy of the most serious examination, he says. For instance, the author Enoch makes the solar year consist of 364 days, and seems to know periods of 3, of 5, and of 8 years, followed by 4 supplementary days, which, in his system, appear to be those of the equinoxes and solstices. Note. See Daniello's criticisms upon de Saussure in the Annales de Philosophie, page 393, end of note. To which he adds later on, I see but one means to palliate them, these absurdities. It is to suppose that the author expounds some fanciful system which may have existed before the order of nature had been altered at the period of the universal deluge. Unquote. Precisely so, and the secret doctrine teaches that that order of nature has been thus altered, and the series of the earth's humanities too. For, as the angel Uriel tells Enoch, "Behold, I have showed thee all things, O Enoch, and all things I have revealed to thee. Thou seest the sun, the moon, and those which conduct the stars in heaven, which cause all their operations, seasons, and arrivals to return. In the days of sinners the years shall be shortened, the moon shall change its laws," etc., in chapter 79. In those days also, years before the great deluge that carried away the Atlanteans and changed the face of the whole earth, because the earth on its axis became inclined, nature, geologically, astronomically, and cosmically in general, could not have been the same just because the earth had inclined. See chapter 64, section 11. And Noah cried with a bitter voice, "Hear me, hear me, hear me," 3 times. And he said, "The earth labors and is violently inclined. Surely I shall perish with it." This, by the way, looks like one of those many inconsistencies if the Bible is read literally, for, to say the least, this is a very strange fear in one who had found grace in the eyes of the Lord, and been told to build the ark. But here we find the venerable patriarch expressing as much fear as if, instead of a friend of God, he had been one of the giants doomed by the wrathful deity. The earth has already inclined, and the deluge of waters has become simply a question of time, and yet Noah seems to know nothing of his intended salvation. A decree had come indeed, the decree of nature and the law of evolution, that the earth should change its race, and that the 4th race should be destroyed to make room for a better one. The Manvantara had reached its turning point of 3½ rounds, and gigantic physical humanity had reached the acme of gross materiality. Hence the apocalyptic verse that speaks of a commandment gone forth, that they may be destroyed, that their end may be of the race. For they knew truly every secret of the angels, every oppressive and secret power of the Satans, and every power of those who commit sorcery, as well as of those who make molten images in the whole earth. And now a natural question: who could have informed the apocryphal author of this powerful vision, to whatever age he may be assigned before the day of Galileo, that the earth could occasionally incline her axis? Whence has he derived such astronomical and geological knowledge, if the secret wisdom of which the ancient rishis and Pythagoras had drunk is but a fancy, an invention of the later ages? Has Enoch read prophetically, perchance, in Frederick Klee's work on the deluge, on page 79, these lines: "The position of the terrestrial globe with reference to the sun has evidently been in primitive times different from what it is now, and this difference must have been caused by displacement of the axis of the rotation of the earth." This reminds one of that other unscientific statement made by the Egyptian priests to Herodotus, namely, that the sun has not always risen where it arises now, and that in former times the ecliptic had cut the equator at right angles. Note: see Astronomie Ancienne, Bailly, Volume 1, page 203, and Volume 2, page 216. End of note. There are many such dark sayings throughout Puranas, Bible, and mythology, and to the occultist they divulge 2 facts. A. That the ancients knew all well, and better, perhaps, than the moderns do, astronomy, geodesy, and cosmography in general, and B. that the globe and its behavior have altered more than once since the primitive state of things. Thus, on the blind faith of his, quote, ignorant, unquote, religion, which taught that Phaeton, in his desire to learn the hidden truth, made the sun deviate from its usual course, Xenophantus asserts somewhere that the sun turned toward another country, which is a parallel, however slightly more scientific, if as bold, of Joshua stopping the course of the sun altogether. Yet it may explain the teaching of the northern mythology in Jeruskoven, that before the actual order of things the sun arose in the south, and its placing the frigid zone in the east, whereas now it is in the north. The Book of Enoch, in short, is a resume, a compound of the main features of the history of the third, fourth, and fifth races, a very few prophecies from the present age of the world, a long retrospective, introspective, and prophetic summary of universal and quite historical events, geological, ethnological, astronomical, and psychic, with a touch of theogony out of the antediluvian records. The book of this mysterious personage is referred to and quoted copiously in the Pistis Sophia, and also in the Zohar and its most ancient Midrashim. Origen and Clement of Alexandria held it in the highest esteem. To say, therefore, that it is a post-Christian forgery is to utter an absurdity and to become guilty of an anachronism, since Origen, among others, lived in the 2nd century of the Christian era, yet he mentioned it as an ancient and venerable work. The secret and sacred name and its potency are well and clearly, though allegorically, described in the old volume. From the 18th to the 50th chapter, the visions of Enoch are all descriptive of the mysteries of initiation, one of which is the burning valley of the fallen angels. Perhaps St. Augustine was quite right in saying that the Church rejected the Book of Enoch out of her canon owing to its too great antiquity, ob nimium antiquitatem. Note, City of God, Volume 1, 15, Chapter 23. End of note. There was no room for the events noticed in it within the limit of the 4,004 years before Christ assigned to the world from its, quote, creation, unquote. Next section is section 22, the symbolism of the mystery names Yah and Jehovah with their relation to the cross and circle. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 2, The Archaic Symbolism of the World Religions. Section 23, The Upanishads in Gnostic Literature. We are reminded in King's Gnostics that the Greek language has but one word for vowel and voice, and this has led the uninitiated to many erroneous interpretations. Of that well-known fact, a comparison may be attempted, and a flood of light thrown upon several mystic meanings. Thus the words so often used in the Upanishads and the Puranas, sound and speech, may be collated with the Gnostic vowels and the voices of the thunders and angels in Revelation. The same will be found in the Pistis Sophia and other ancient fragments and manuscripts. This was remarked even by the matter-of-fact author of the Gnostics and their remains. Through Hippolytus, an early church father, we learnt that Marcus, a Pythagorean rather than a Christian Gnostic, and a Kabbalist most certainly, had received in mystic revelation. It is said that Marcus had it revealed unto him that the 7 heavens sounded each one vowel, which, all combined together, formed a complete doxology. Note, the heavens are identical with angels, as already stated. End of note. In clear words, the sound whereof being carried down from these 7 heavens to earth became the creator and parent of all things that be on earth. See Hippolytus 6:48 and King's Gnostics, page 200. Translated from the occult phraseology into still plainer language, this would read, The sevenfold logos having differentiated into 7 logoi, or creative potencies, vowels, these, the second logos, or sound, created all on earth. Assuredly, one who is acquainted with Gnostic literature can hardly help seeing in St. John's Apocalypse a work of the same school of thought. For we find John saying in chapter 10, verses 3 and 4, 7 thunders uttered their voices, and I was about to write, but I heard a voice from heaven, saying unto me, Seal up those things which the 7 thunders uttered, and write them not. The same injunction is given to Marcus, the same to all other semi and full initiates. Yet the sameness of equivalent expressions used and of the underlying ideas always betrays a portion of the mysteries. We must always seek for more than one meaning in every mystery allegorically revealed, especially in those in which the number 7 and its multiplication 7 by 7, or 49, appear. Now when the Rabbi Jesus is requested in Pistis Sophia by his disciples to reveal to them the mysteries of the light of thy, his Father, that is, of the higher self enlightened by initiation and divine knowledge, Jesus answers, Do ye seek after these mysteries? No mysteries is more excellent than they which shall bring your souls unto the light of lights, unto the place of truth and goodness, unto the place where there is neither male nor female, neither form in that place but light everlasting, not to be uttered. Nothing, therefore, is more excellent than the mysteries which ye seek after, saving only the mystery of the 7 vowels and their 49 powers, and their numbers thereof, and no name is more excellent than all these vowels. The 7 fathers and the 49 sons blaze in darkness, but they are the life and light, and the continuation thereof through the great age, says the commentary, speaking of the fires. Now it becomes evident that in every esoteric interpretation of exoteric beliefs expressed in allegorical form, there was the same underlying idea, the basic number 7, the compound of 3 and 4 preceded by the divine 3, making the perfect number 10. Also, these numbers applied equally to divisions of time, to cosmography, metaphysical and physical, as well as to man and everything else in invisible nature. Thus these 7 vowels with their 49 powers are identical with the 3 and the 7 fires of the Hindus and their 49 fires, identical with the numerical mysteries of the Persian Simurgh, identical with those of the Jewish Kabbalists, the latter dwarfing the numbers, their mode of blinds, made the duration of each successive renewal, what we call in esoteric parlance round, of the 7 renewals of the globe only of 7,000 years instead of, as is more likely, 7 billion, and assigned to the total duration of the universe 49,000 years only. Compare the section Chronology of the Brahmins. Now the secret doctrine furnishes a key which reveals to us on indisputable grounds of comparative analogy that Garuda, the allegorical and monstrous half-man and half-bird, the Vahan or vehicle on which Vishnu, who is Kala, time, is shown to ride. It is the origin of all other such allegories. He is the Indian phoenix, the emblem of cyclic and periodical time, the man-lion, Singha, of whose representations the so-called Gnostic gems are so full. Note, as confessed by King, the great authority on Gnostic antiquities, these Gnostic gems are not the work of the Gnostics but belong to pre-Christian periods, and are the work of magicians, on page 241, end of note. Over the 7 rays of the lion's crown, and corresponding to their points, stand in many cases the 7 vowels of the Greek alphabet: alpha, epsilon, eta, iota, omicron, ypsilon, and omega, testifying to the 7 heavens. This is the solar lion and the emblem of the solar cycle, as Garuda is that of the great cycle, the Mahakalpa, co-eternal with Vishnu, and also, of course, the emblem of the sun and solar cycle. Note on Garuda, the lack of intuition in Orientalists and antiquarians, past and present, is remarkable, Thus Wilson, the translator of Vishnu Purana, declares in his preface that in the Garuda Purana he found no account of the birth of Garuda, considering that an account of creation in general is given therein, and that Garuda is co-eternal with Vishnu, the Mahakalpa, or great life cycle, beginning with and ending with the manifesting Vishnu. What other account of Garuda's birth could be expected? End of note. This is shown by the details of the allegory. At his birth, Garuda is mistaken for Agni, the god of fire, on account of his, Garuda's, dazzling splendor, and called thereupon Ganganeshwara, Lord of the Sky. Again, his being represented as Osiris, and by many heads of allegorical masters on the Abraxas, Gnostics, gems, with the head and beak of an eagle or a hawk, solar birds, denotes Garuda's solar and cyclic character. His son is Jatabu, the cycle of 60,000 years, as well remarked by C.W. King. Whatever the primary meaning of the gem with the solar lion and the vowels, it was probably imported in its present shape from India, that true fountainhead of Gnostic iconography, from Gnostics, page 218. The mysteries of the 7 Gnostic vowels uttered by the thunders of St. John can be unriddled only by the primeval and original occultism of Aryavarta, brought into India by the primeval Brahmins who had been initiated in Central Asia. And this is the occultism we study and try to explain as much as possible in these pages. Our doctrine of 7 races and 7 rounds of life and evolution around our terrestrial chain of spheres may be found even in Revelation. Note, read Revelation chapter 17 verses 2 and 10, and Leviticus chapter 23 verses 15 to 18. The first passage speaking of the 7 kings, of whom 5 have gone, and the second about the 7 Sabbaths, etc. End of note. When the 7 thunders or sounds or vowels, one meaning out of the 7 for each such vowel relating directly to our own earth, and its 7 root races in each round, had uttered their voices, but forbidden the sea to write them, and made him seal up those things, what did the angel standing upon the sea and upon the earth do? He lifted his hand to heaven, and sware by him that liveth for ever and ever, that there should be time no longer. But in the days of the voice of the 7th angel, when he shall begin to sound, the mystery of God of the cycle should be finished. Chapter 10, verse 7, which means, in theosophic phraseology, that when the 7th round is completed, then time will cease. There shall be time no longer, very naturally, since pralaya shall set in, and there will remain no one on earth to keep a division of time during that periodical dissolution and arrest of conscious life. Dr. Kinley and others believed this doctrine of the rabbins, their calculations of cyclic 7 and 49, to have been brought by them from Chaldea. This is more than likely. But the Babylonians, who had all those cycles and taught them only at the great initiatory mysteries of astrological magic, got the wisdom and learning from India. It is not difficult, therefore, to recognize in them our own esoteric doctrine. In their secret computations, the Japanese had the same figures in their cycles. As to the Brahmins, their Puranas and Upanishads are a good proof of it. The latter have passed entirely into Gnostic literature, and a Brahmin needs only to read Pistis Sophia to recognize his forefathers' property, even to the phraseology and similes used. Note, Pistis Sophia is an extremely important document, a genuine evangel of the Gnostics, ascribed at random to Valentinus, but much more probably a pre-Christian work in its original. It was discovered in a Coptic manuscript by Schwarze in the British Museum quite accidentally, and translated by him into Latin, after which text and Latin version were published by Petermann in the year 1853. In the text itself, the authorship of this book is ascribed to Philip the Apostle, whom Jesus bids to sit down and write the Revelation. It is genuine and ought to be as canonical as any other gospel. Unfortunately, it remains to this day untranslated. End of note. Compare. In Pirshti Sophia, the disciple says to Jesus, "Rabbi, reveal unto us the mysteries of the light," that is, the fire of knowledge or enlightenment. Forasmuch as we have heard thee saying that there is another baptism of smoke, and another baptism of the Spirit of holy light, that is, the Spirit of fire, I baptize you with water, but he shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire, says John of Jesus, in Matthew chapter 3, verse 2, meaning this esoterically. The real significance of this statement is very profound. It means that he, John, a non-initiated ascetic, can impart to his disciples no greater wisdom than the mysteries connected with the plane of matter, water being a symbol of it. His gnosis was that of exoteric and ritualistic dogma, of dead-letter orthodoxy, while the wisdom which Jesus, an initiate of the higher mysteries, would reveal to them was of a higher character, for it was the fire wisdom of the true gnosis, or the real spiritual enlightenment. Note, in the cycle of initiation, which was very long, water represented the first and lowest steps toward purification, while trials connected with fire came last. Water could regenerate the body of matter, fire alone that of the inner spiritual man. End of note. One was fire, the other the smoke. For Moses, the fire on Mount Sinai, and the spiritual wisdom imparted for the multitudes of the people below, for the profane, Mount Sinai in, through smoke, that is, the exoteric husks of orthodox or sectarian ritualism. Now, having the above in view, read the dialogue between the sages Narada and Devamata in the Anugita, the antiquity and importance of which manuscript, an episode from the Mahabharata, one can learn in the sacred books of the East, edited by Professor Max Müller. Narada is discussing upon the breaths, or the life winds, as they are called in the clumsy translation of such words as prana, apana, etc., whose full esoteric meaning and application to individual functions can hardly be rendered in English. He says of this science that it is the teaching of the Veda that the fire verily is all the deities, and knowledge of it arises among Brahmins, being accompanied by intelligence. By fire, says the commentator, he means the self. By intelligence, the occultist says, Narada means neither discussion nor argumentation, as Arjuna Mishra believes, but intelligence truly, or the adaptation of the fire of wisdom to exoteric ritualism for the profane. This is the chief concern of the Brahmins, who were the first to set the example to other nations, who thus anthropomorphized and canalized the grandest metaphysical truths. Narada makes it plain and is made to say, "The smoke of that fire, which is of excellent glory, appears in the shape of darkness." Verily so. Its ashes are passion, and goodness is that in connection with it in which the offering is thrown. That is, that faculty in the disciple which apprehends the subtile truth, the flame, which escapes heavenward, while the objective sacrifice remains as a proof and evidence of piety only to the profane. For what can Narada mean in teaching that those who understand the sacrifice understand the samana and the vayana as the principal offering, and the prana and apana but portions of the offering, and between them is the fire? That is the excellent seat of the udana as understood by Brahmanas. As to that which is distinct from these pairs, hear me speak about that. Day and night are a pair, between them is the fire. That which exists and that which does not exist are a pair, between them is the fire, etc. And after every such contrast, Narada adds, that is the excellent seat of the udana as understood by Brahmanas. Now, many people do not know the full meaning of such terms as samana and vayana, prana and apana, explained as being life winds. We say principles and their respective faculties and senses, being offered up to Udana, the soi-disant principle life wind, within brackets question mark, said to act at all the joints. Therefore the reader who is ignorant that the word fire means in these allegories both the self and the higher divine knowledge will understand nothing in this, and will therefore entirely miss the point of our argument, as its translators and even its editor, the great Oxford Sanskritist Max Müller, has missed the true meaning of Narada's words. Exoterically, all this enumeration of life winds means, of course, approximately that which is surmised in the footnotes, namely, the sense appears to be this: worldly life is due to the operations of the life winds which are attached to the self, and lead to its manifestations as individual souls, within brackets question mark. Of these, the samana and vijnana are controlled and held under check by the prana and apana. The latter two are held in check and controlled by the udana, which thus controls all. And the control of this, which is the control of all five, leads to the Supreme Self. From page 259, Anugita, Sacred Books of the East, Volume 8. The above is given as an explanation of the text, which records the words of the Brahmana, who narrates how he reached the ultimate wisdom of yogism, and had reached all knowledge in this wise, saying that he had perceived by means of the self the seat abiding in the self, where dwells the Brahman free from all, and explaining that that indestructible principle was entirely beyond the perception of senses, that is, of the five life winds. He adds that in the midst of all these life winds, which move about in the body and swallow up one another, blazes the Vaishvanara fire sevenfold. This fire, according to Nilakanta's commentary, is identical with the I, the self, which is the goal of the ascetic, Vaishvanara being a word often used for the self. Then the Brahmana goes on to enumerate that which is meant by the word sevenfold, and says, the nose or smell, the tongue, taste, the eye and the skin, and the ear as the fifth, the mind and the understanding, these are the 7 tongues of the blaze of Vaishvanara. Those are the 7 kinds of fuel for me. These are the 7 great officiating priests. These 7 priests are accepted by Arjuna Mishra in the sense of meaning the soul distinguished as so many souls are principles, with reference to these several powers. And finally, the translator seems to accept the explanation and reluctantly admits that they may mean this, though he himself takes the sense to mean the powers of hearing, etc., the physical senses in short, which are presided over by the several deities. But whatever it may mean, whether in scientific or orthodox interpretations, this passage on page 259 explains Narada's statements on page 276, and shows them referring to exoteric and esoteric methods and contrasting them. Thus the samana and the vijnana, though subject to the prana and apana, and all the 4 to udana in the matter of acquiring the pranayama, or the hatha yogi chiefly, or the lower form of yoga, are yet referred to as the principal offering, for, as rightly argued by the commentator, their operations are more practically important for vitality, that is, they are the grossest, and are offered in the sacrifice to disappear, so to speak, in the quality of darkness, of that fire or its smoke, meaning mere exoteric ritualistic form. But prana and apana, though shown as subordinate, because less gross or more purified, have the fire between them, the self and the secret knowledge possessed by that self. So for the good and evil, and for that which exists and that which does not exist, all these pairs have fire between them, that is, esoteric knowledge, the wisdom of the divine self. Note: compare with these pairs of opposites in the Anugita, the pairs of aeons in the elaborate system of Valentinus, the most learned and profound master of Gnosis. As the pairs of opposites, male and female, are all derived from Akasha, undeveloped and developed, differentiated and undifferentiated, or self, or Prajapati, so are the Valentinian pairs of male and female aeons shown to emanate from Bethos, the pre-existing eternal depth, and in their secondary emanation from Ampsiuran, or sempiternal depth and silence, the second Logos. In the esoteric emanation there are 7 chief pairs of opposites, and so also in the Valentinian system there were 14, or twice 7. Epiphanius, copying it correctly, copied one pair twice over. Mr. C.W. King thinks, and thus adds one pair to the proper 15. The Gnostics, etc. Pages 263 to 264. Here King falls into the opposite error. The pairs of aeons are not 15, or blind, but 14, as the first aeon is that from which the others emanate, depth and silence being the first and only emanation from Bethos. As Hippolytus shows, the aeons of Valentinus are confessedly the 6 radicals of Simon, Magus, with the 7th, fire, at their head, and these are mind, intelligence, voice, name, reason, and thought, subordinate to fire, the higher self, or precisely the 7 winds, or the 7 priests of Anugita. End of note. Let those who are satisfied with the smoke of the fire remain wherein they are, that is to say, within the Egyptian darkness of theological fictions and dead-letter interpretations. The above is written only for the Western students of occultism and theosophy. The writer presumes to explain these things neither to the Hindus, who have their own gurus, nor to the Orientalists, who think they know more than all the gurus and rishis past and present put together. These rather lengthy quotations and examples cited are necessary, if even to point out to the student the works he has to study, so as to derive benefit and learning from comparison. Let him read Pishti's Sophia in the light of the Bhagavad Gita, the Anugita, and others, and then the statement made by Jesus in the Gnostic Gospel will become clear, and the dead-letter blinds disappear at once. Read this and compare with the explanation from the Hindu scriptures just given. Quote, "And no name is more excellent than all these 7 vowels, a name wherein be contained all names, all lights, and all the 49 powers, knowing it, if a man quits this body of matter, no smoke, that is, no theological delusion, no darkness, no ruler of the sphere, no personal genius or planetary spirit called God, or of fate, karma, shall be able to hold back the soul that knoweth that name. If he shall utter that name unto the fire, the darkness shall flee away. And if he shall utter that name unto all their powers, nay, even unto Barbelo, the invisible God, and the triple-powered gods, so soon as he shall have uttered that name in those places, they shall all be shaken and thrown one upon the other, so that they shall be ready to melt, perish, and disappear, and shall cry aloud, O light of all lights that art in the boundless light, remember us also, and purify us." Notes. Note on if a man quits this body of matter, not necessarily at death only, but during samadhi or mystic trance. A note on no smoke, that is, no theological delusion. All the words and sentences between parenthetical marks are the writer's. This is translated directly from the Latin manuscripts of the British Museum. King's translation in the Gnostics conforms too much to the Gnosticism as explained by the Church Fathers. Note on Barbelo, the invisible God. Barbelo is one of the three invisible gods and, as C.W. King believes, includes the Divine Mother of the Savior, or rather Sophia Akamot. End of notes. It is easy to see who this light and name are. The light of initiation, and the name of the fire self, which is no name, no action, but a spiritual ever-living power, higher even than the invisible God, as this power is itself. But if the able and learned author of the Gnostics and their remains has not sufficiently allowed for the spirit of allegory and mysticism in the fragments translated and quoted by him in the above-named work, From Pistis Sophia, other Orientalists have done far worse. Having neither his intuitional perception of the Indian origin of the Gnostic wisdom still more than their gems, most of them, beginning with Wilson and ending with the dogmatic Weber, have made most extraordinary blunders with regard to almost every symbol. Sir M. Monier Williams and others show a very decided contempt for the, quote, esoteric Buddhists, unquote, as theosophists are now called. Yet no student of occult philosophy has ever mistaken a cycle for a living personage and vice versa, as were often the case with our learned Orientalists. An instance or two may illustrate the statement more graphically. Let us choose the best known. In the Ramayana, Garuda is called the material uncle of Sagara's 60,000 sons, and Ansumat, Sagara's grandson, the nephew of the 60,000 uncles, reduced to ashes by the look of Kapila, the Purushottama, or infinite spirit, who caused Sagara's horse for the Ashvamedha sacrifice to disappear. Again, Garuda's son, the Garuda being himself the Mahakalpa, or great cycle, Jatayu, the king of the feathered tribe, when on the point of being slain by Ravana, who carries off Sita, says, speaking of himself, "It is 60,000 years, O king, that I am born," after which, turning his back on the sun, he dies. Jatayu is, of course, the cycle of 60,000 years within the great cycle of Garuda, hence he is represented as his son, or nephew, ad libitum, since the whole meaning rests in his being placed on the line of Garuda's descendants. Note on Gadura's son. In other Puranas, Jatayu is the son of Aruna, Garuda's brother, both the sons of Kashyapa, but all this is external allegory. End of note. Then again there is Diti, the mother of the Maruts, whose descendants and progeny belong to the posterity of Hiranyaksha, whose number was 77 crores, or 770 millions, of men. See Padma Purana. All such narratives are pronounced meaningless fictions and absurdities. But truth is the daughter of time, verily, and time will show. Meanwhile, what could be easier than an attempt, at least, to verify Puranic chronology? There are many Kapilas, but the Kapila who slew King Sagara's progeny, 60,000 men strong, was undeniably Kapila, the founder of the Sankhya philosophy, since it is so stated in the Puranas, although one of them flatly denies the imputation without explaining its esoteric meaning. It is the Bhagavata Purana 9, 8, 12, and 13, which says that the report that the sons of the king were reduced to ashes by the mere glance of the sage is not true, for, it argues, how can the quality of darkness, the product of anger, exist in a sage whose goodness was the essence that purified the world, the earth's dust, as it were, attributed to heavens? How should mental perturbation distract that sage, identified with the Supreme Spirit, and who has steered here on earth that solid vessel of the Sankhya philosophy, with the help of which he who desires to obtain liberation crosses the dreaded ocean of existence, that path to death? The Purana is in duty bound to speak as it does. It has a dogma to promulgate and a policy to carry out, that of great secrecy with regard to mystical, divine truths divulged for countless ages only at initiation. It is not in the Puranas, therefore, that we have to look for an explanation of the mystery connected with various transcendental states of being. That the story is an allegory is seen upon its very face. The 60,000 suns, brutal, vicious, and impious, are the personification of the human passions that a mere glance of the sage, the self, who represents the highest state of purity that can be reached on earth, reduces to ashes. But it has also other significations, cyclic and chronological meanings, a method of marking the periods when certain sages flourished, found also in other Puranas. Now it is as well ascertained as any tradition can be that it was at the Hardwar or Gangadwara, the door or gate of the Ganges, at the foot of the Himalayas, that Kapila sat in meditation for a number of years. Not far from the Sivalik range, the pass of Hardwar is called to this day Kapila's Pass, and the place Kapilashten by the ascetics. It is there that Ganges, emerging from its mountainous gorge, begins its course over the sultry plains of India, and it is as clearly ascertained by a geological survey that the tradition which claims that the ocean ages who washed the base of the Himalayas is not entirely without foundation, for there are traces left of this. The Sankhya philosophy may have been brought down and taught by the first, and written out by the last Kapila. Now Sagara is the name of the ocean and even of the Bay of Bengal at the mouth of the Ganges to this day in India. Vide Wilson's Vishnu Purana, Volume 3, page 309. Have geologists ever calculated the number of millenniums it has taken the sea to recede to where it is now, from Hardwar 1,024 feet above the level of the sea at present? If they did, those Orientalists who show Kapila flourishing from the 1st to the 9th century Anno Domini might change their opinions, if only for one of two very good reasons. The true number of years elapsed since Kapila's day is in the Puranas unmistakably, though the translators fail to see it. And secondly, the Kapila of the Satya and the Kapila of the Kali Yugas may be one and the same individuality, without being the same personality. Kapila, besides being the name of a personage of the once living sage and the author of Sankhya philosophy, is also the generic name of the Kumaras, the celestial ascetics and virgins. Therefore the very fact of Bhagavata Purana calling that Kapila, which it showed just before, as a portion of Vishnu, the author of Sankhya philosophy ought to have warned the reader of a blind containing an esoteric meaning. Whether the son of Vitata, as Harivansa shows him to be, or of anyone else, the author of Sankhya cannot be the same as the sage of the Satya Yuga at the very beginning of the Manvantara, when Vishnu is shown in the form of Kapila, imparting to all creatures true wisdom. For this relates to that primordial period when the sons of God taught to the just created men the arts and sciences which have been cultivated and preserved since then in the sanctuaries by the initiates. There are several well-known Kapilas in the Puranas. First the primeval sage, then Kapila, one of the secret three Kumaras, and Kapila, son of Kashyapa and Kadru, the many-headed serpent. See Vayu Purana placing him on the list of the 40 renowned sons of Kashyapa, besides Kapila, the great sage and philosopher of the Kali Yuga. Being an initiate, a serpent of wisdom, a Naga, the latter was purposely blended with the Kapilas of the former ages. Next section is section 24, the cross and the Pythagorean decade. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 2, The Archaic Symbolism of the World Religions. Section 24, The Cross and the Pythagorean Decade. The early Gnostics claimed that their science, the gnosis, rested on the square, the angles of which represented, respectively, Sige, silence, Bethos, depth, nous, spiritual soul or mind, and aletheia, truth. It is they who were the first to introduce and reveal to the world that which had remained concealed for ages, namely the Tao in the shape of a procrustean bed, and Christos as incarnating in Christos, he who became for certain purposes a willing candidate for a series of tortures, mental and physical. For them the whole of the universe, metaphysical and material, was contained within, and could be expressed and described by the digits of number 10, the Pythagorean decade. This decade, representing the universe and its evolution out of silence and the unknown depths of the spiritual soul, or anima mundi, presented two sides or aspects to the student. It could be, and was at first, so used and applied to the macrocosm, after which it descended to the microcosm or man. There was, then, the purely intellectual and metaphysical, or the inner science, and the as purely materialistic, or surface science, both of which could be expounded by and contained in the decade. It could be studied, in short, from the universals of Plato and the inductive method of Aristotle. The former started from a divine comprehension when the plurality proceeded from unity, or the digits of the decade appeared, but to be finally reabsorbed, lost in the infinite circle. The latter depended on sensuous perception alone, or the decade could be regarded either as the unity that multiplies or matter which differentiates, its study being limited to the plane surface, to the cross, or the 7 which proceeds from the 10, or the perfect number, on earth as in heaven. This dual system was brought, together with the decade, by Pythagoras from India. That it was that of the Brahmans and Iranians, as they are called by the ancient Greek philosophers, is warranted to us by the whole range of Sanskrit literature, such as the Puranas and the laws of Manu. In these laws, or ordinances of Manu, it is said that Brahma first creates the 10 lords of being, the 10 Prajapati or creative forces, which 10 produce 7 other Manus, or rather, as some manuscripts have it, Munin instead of Manun, that is, devotees or holy beings, which are the 7 angels of the presence in the Western religion. This mysterious number 7, born from the upper triangle, the latter itself born from the apex thereof, or the silent depths of the unknown universal soul, Sige and Bethos, is the 7-fold Saptaparna plant, born and manifested on the surface of the soil of mystery, from the 3-fold root, buried deep under that impenetrable soil. This idea is fully elaborated in Volume 1, section Primordial Substance and Divine Thought, which the reader has to notice carefully if he would grasp the metaphysical idea involved in the above symbol. In man, as in nature, it is according to the Cishamalian esoteric philosophy, which is that of the original Manu cosmogony, the septenary division that is intended by nature herself. The 7th principle, Purusha, alone is the divine self, strictly speaking, for, as said in Manu, he, Brahma, having pervaded the subtile parts of those 6 of unmeasured brightness, created or called them forth to self-consciousness, or the consciousness of that one self. Of these 6, 5 elements, or principles, or tattva, as Medatiti, the commentator, thinks, are called the atomic destructible elements, in verse 27. They are described in the above-named section, in 16, chapter 1, of Manu. We have now to speak of the Mistral language, that of the prehistoric races. It is not a phonetic, but a purely pictorial and symbolical tongue. It is known at present in its fullness to the very few, having become with the masses for more than 5,000 years an absolutely dead language. Yet most of the learned Gnostics, Greeks and Jews knew it and used it, though very differently. A few instances may be given. On the plane above, the number is no number but a naught, a circle. On the plane below, it becomes 1, which is an odd number. Each letter of the ancient alphabets having had its philosophical meaning and raison d'être, the number 1 signified with the Alexandrian initiates a body erect, a living, standing man, he being the only animal that has this privilege. And by adding to the 1 a head, it was transformed into a P, a symbol of paternity, of the creative potency, while R signified a moving man, one on his way. Hence, Pater Zeus had nothing sexual or phallic either in its sound or form of letters, nor had Pater Deus. Vide Ragon. If we turn now to the Hebrew alphabet, we shall find that while I, or Aleph, has a bull or an ox for its symbol, 10, the perfect number, or 1 of the Kabbalah, is a Yod, Y, I, or J, and means, as the first letter of Jehovah, the procreative organ, etc. The odd numbers are divine, and even numbers are terrestrial, devilish, and unlucky. The Pythagoreans hated the binary. With them it was the origin of differentiation, hence of contrasts, discord, or matter, the beginning of evil. In the Valentinian theogony, Bethos and Sige, depth, chaos, matter born in silence, are the primordial binary. With the early Pythagoreans, however, the duad was that imperfect state into which the first manifested being fell when it got detached from the monad. It was the point from which the two roads, the good and the evil, bifurcated. All that which was double-phased or false was called by them binary. One was alone good and harmony, because no disharmony can proceed from one alone. Hence the Latin word solus in relation to one and only God, the unknown of Paul. Solus, however, very soon became Sol, the sun. Reader's note. S-U-N, and a reader's note. The ternary is thus the first of the odd numbers, as the triangle is the first of the geometrical figures. This number is truly the number of mystery par excellence. To study it on the exoteric lines, one has to read Ragon's Cours interprétatif des initiations on the esoteric, the Hindu symbolism of numerals, as the combinations which were applied to it are numberless. It is on the occult properties of the 3 equal lines or sides of the triangle that Ragon based his studies and founded the famous Masonic Society of the Trinosophists, those who study 3 sciences, an improvement upon the ordinary 3 Masonic degrees given to those who study nothing except eating and drinking at the meetings of their lodges. The first line of the triangle offered to the apprentice for study, writes the founder, is the mineral kingdom, symbolized by ship, shibboleth. In this kingdom begins the generation of the bodies. This is why the letter G is presented radiant before the eyes of the adept, within brackets, question mark, exclamation mark. The third side is left to the master mason, who has to complete his education by the study of the animal kingdom. It is symbolized by Meoben, son of petrification, etc., etc. The first solid figure is the quaternary symbol of immortality. It is the pyramid, for the pyramid stands on a triangular, square, or polygonal base, and terminates with a point at the top, thus yielding the triad and the quaternary, or the 3 and 4. It is the Pythagoreans who taught the connection and relation between the gods and the numbers in a science called arithmemancy. The soul is a number, they said, which moves of itself and contains the number 4, and spiritual and physical man is number 3, as the ternary represented for them not only the surface, but also the principle of the formation of the physical body. Thus animals were ternaries only, man alone being septenary, when virtuous, quinary when bad, for number 5 was composed of a binary and a ternary, which binary threw everything in the perfect form into disorder and confusion. Note on the triangle. The reason for it is simple and was given in Isis Unveiled. In geometry, one line fails to represent a perfect body or figure, nor can 2 lines constitute a demonstratively perfect figure. The triangle alone is the first perfect figure. The perfect man, they said, was a quaternary and a ternary, of 4 material and 3 immaterial elements, which 3 spirits or elements we likewise find in 5 when it represents the microcosm. The latter is a compound of a binary directly relating to gross matter and of 3 spirits, since 5 is the ingenious union of 2 Greek accents placed over vowels which have or have not to be aspirated. The first sign is called strong spirit or superior spirit, the spirit of God aspired, spiritus, and breathed by man. The second sign, the lower, is the spirit of love, representing the secondary spirit. The third embraces the whole man. It is the universal quintessence,